Batokyo Republic, Dintola region, Kukula Mountain. In a large-scale, deep mountain castle, in a secret room, a figure sits quietly, surrounded by a powerful aura, forming waves of wavy air waves that spread gently and evenly in all directions. At a certain moment, the door of the secret room was violently opened, and a figure rushed towards the figure with a shrill cry. Fisher, you can't leave your mother like your brother. The figure threw himself into the arms of the figure sitting in the secret room, crying loudly, with an extremely horrific voice, as if he had encountered some horrific and miserable experience. The figure sitting quietly in the secret room slowly opened his eyes and let out a helpless sigh. Mom, what happened to Kid Killua? She has a slender body, silver-white waist-length hair, and bangs on both sides of her forehead. Although she is immature, she is already very handsome and exquisite. Just a cursory glance can tell that she is only about 12 or 13 years old. A beautiful young girl. At this time, the young man's exquisite and handsome face showed a little helplessness. As for the reason, it was naturally because of the graceful and luxurious lady who was crying fiercely in his arms. The lady's name is Kikyo Zoldyck, the boy's mother, and the boy's name is Fisher Zoldyck, and the mother and son are members of the assassination family Zoldyck. Killua, that boy not only hurt your second brother, but also hurt me. If you don't believe me, look, my beautiful face has been destroyed. Immediately after Fisher's words, he raised his head, pointed at his own face, and complained to Fisher. I saw that Kikyo's face was covered with bandages at this time, leaving only his mouth and the place where he wore an electronic eye mask. That guy really ran out. Seeing Kikyo's appearance, Fisher was slightly taken aback, and then said in surprise, Fisher, Mom is hurt. You care about your heartless brother. Hearing that Fisher didn't care about himself, but cared about Killua's affairs, Kikyo suddenly became jealous. Okay, I see, I'll treat you right away. Seeing his mother's childlike appearance, Fisher shook his head in a funny way and said, then put his hands on the Kikyo's bandaged face. Emerald green light emerged from Fisher's hand, covering Kikyo's face. The wound under Kikyo's bandage gradually healed under the cover of emerald green light. Kikyo also showed a lazy expression of enjoyment. While showing an expression of enjoyment, Kikyo did not forget to speak. My Fisher's healing ability is really comfortable. Hearing this, Fisher's cheeks twitched, and he said suspiciously, Mom, you didn't hurt Killua because you wanted me to heal you. How is it possible? Kikyo, who was enjoying the pleasure of treatment, suddenly froze, and replied in a stiff tone. Seeing this, Fisher was 100% sure that his mother did it on purpose. If it wasn't intentional, how could Killua's three-legged cat Kung Fu hurt his mother? You know, the gap between Nun people and non-Nun people is very big, especially my mother Kikyo is still a master of Nun people. There is a huge difference between Killua and my mother. Among other things, the strength formed by Mother Kikyo's constant movement cannot be broken by Killua. Nun's defense cannot be broken. How could he hurt Kikyo? The only possibility is that Kikyo deliberately removed the defense, and then deliberately ran over to him for treatment after being injured. With that in mind, Fisher couldn't help but sigh again. Does my mother have a tendency to be abused? No accidents. All the heads of the Zoldyck family have silver white hair, and only Zoldicks with silver white hair are eligible to inherit the position of head of the family. In the original book, Killua is the only person in the Zoldyck family with silver white hair, so the future head of the family falls on Killua. Therefore, everyone in the Zoldyck family has great expectations for Killua. Having great expectations for it will naturally put it under a lot of pressure. That's why Killua Zoldyck rebelled. However, with his own appearance, the head of the Zoldyck family has a choice, not the only one. And I said very early on that I can take over the position of the future head of the family, so that other people in the family will not put too much pressure on Killua. Just let Killua grow on its own. Don't intervene at will, and don't put too much pressure on it. The rest of the family also agreed, especially my mother. After she said those words, she was so excited that she almost danced. He also expressed that he would not put too much pressure on Killua, and would not restrain Killua too much. Of course, the old brother Illumi is an exception. This guy, even after Fisher showed his will to take up the future of the Zoldyck family, he still didn't let Killua go, kept staring at Killua, and revealed to the family that 2 heirs would be better, and would not give up the shackles on Killua. Regarding this, the people in the family didn't say much, and let Illumi go. Anyway, as the eldest brother, Illumi will not really hurt Killua. At most he will flog Killua to become stronger in a perverted way. In this case, if Killua wants to go out for a walk, there is no reason for the mother to refuse. At most, she will tell Killua to be more careful in the outside world, and it is impossible to prevent Killua from leaving. But it actually happened, and Killua got hurt. It's impossible no matter how you think about it. The only possibility is that Kikyo did it on purpose. And looking at Kikyo's performance just now, the reason for his deliberation has been clearly revealed. Just look at the way Kikyo enjoys being treated by his healer Nun. However, since my mother wants to treat herself, then treat her. It just so happens that I'm going out too. I'll watch over that guy Killua, and nothing will happen to him. Fisher said to his mother Kikyo after healed the wound on his mother's face and removed all the bandages. Are you going out too? It's fine, as long as you don't meet top Nun people. Then I'll leave Killua to you. Kikyo, who was stroking his increasingly radiant and supple cheeks, was taken aback when he heard Fisher's words, and then said with a smile. After finishing speaking, Kikyo left the secret room with brisk steps, coming and going in a hurry, as if the cry just now did not exist at all. In fact, Fisher also knew why Mom did it on purpose. Because Fisher's treatment Nun can not only treat wounds, but also make the skin of the treated area better, more radiant and supple after treatment. However, this must be the result of being treated under the condition of injury. Sad, I've stayed at home for so long, so I'll go out for a walk next. After all, the plot has begun. Traveler, Fisher Zoldyck joins. Hunter x Hunter world, the world Fisher is in now. Not long after traveling to this world, Fisher already knew what kind of world he was in, and his new identity, Fisher Zoldyck, is the third son of the Hunter x Hunter world assassination family Zoldyck family, and is the brother of Killua a Zoldyck, one of the two protagonists, 1 year older than Killua Zoldyck. Like Killua, Fisher is also silver-haired and one of the heirs to the head of the Zoldyck family. However, knowing that Killua's character doesn't like to be restrained and doesn't like to follow the path arranged by the family members, Fisher made it clear to Silva Zoldyck and Gino Zoldyck a long time ago that he will inherit the position of the family patriarch in the future. Tell Silva and Gino not to force Killua. Let Killua do what he likes to do. Of course, if Killua changes his mind in the future and wants to be the head of the Zoldyck family, Fisher doesn't mind giving him the position. For Fisher, being the Zoldyck patriarch makes no difference. Being the patriarch of the Zoldyck family doesn't come with any added responsibilities. After all, the Zoldyck family is full of talents and powerful. Even if they become the patriarch of the family, it will not add too much burden to themselves. At most, the family should be put first in some major matters, and the interests of the family should be the main priority when making decisions. Other than that, there are no major issues. As a time traveler, Fisher is naturally no different from other time travelers. Fisher, who came to this world, also has the necessary golden finger for a traveler, called the system. It's just that Fisher's system is a bit cheating. No, it should be said to be random. Fisher's system is called the random check-in system. What happens in this system depends on fate, and Fisher has no way of knowing the rules of this system. Literally, Fisher's system is a check-in system, and how to trigger the check-in is a matter of chance. When will the sign-in be triggered? Fisher doesn't know, and Fisher doesn't have any rules. At least Fisher has only triggered 2 check-ins since he was born. The first time was when the Fisher full moon, the system was activated, triggering the first check-in. Checking in for the first time, Fisher got a reward. Grace, God's favor in Dungeon Encounter World. The grace of God can double Fisher's efforts and give back to Fisher. With the grace of God, the improvement of Fisher's strength can be said to be twice the result with half the effort. Most of the effects of a person's practice becoming stronger cannot be maximized. It's as if you have put in 10 times as much effort in cultivation, but the harvest is only about 6 or 7 levels. Some with poor qualifications even have only 3 or 4 floors, or even 2 or 3 floors. And with the grace of God, Fisher can 100% turn hard work into harvest. However, there is no God for the favor of God that Fisher signed. The source of all favor is Fisher himself. Fisher can update the favorability value at any time by himself and will not be subject to God. The second trigger check-in was when Fisher was 8 years old. Knowing the essence of this world, Fisher asked his father Silva to teach him how to practice Nun after his own physique reached a certain level and could bear the practice of Nun. Fisher's aptitude is very strong, and he did not use Nun's method of using technology to stimulate him. He cultivated Nun under Silva's teaching in just 1 month. And the second trigger check-in is when Fisher cultivated Nun. The second time the check-in is triggered, Fisher gains a secondary ability. Its name is tenfold amplification. With this ability, Fisher can obtain 10 times the effect every time he practices. That is to say, 1 year of practice can obtain 10 years of practice effect. And it has been more than 5 years since the ability to obtain a tenfold increase. 5+ years was indeed 5 years in the others, but 50+ years in the case of Fisher. In other words, Fisher's current Nun practice is equal to 50 years of practice. With strong talent and 50 years of practice, Fisher's mind energy is no weaker than Silva's. It can already be compared with Grandpa Gino. Except for Grandfather Gino and great-grandfather Maya, no one in the Zoldyck family can compare with Fisher in terms of the total amount of Nin Chi. If it wasn't for the fact that he was not familiar with Nun when he started practicing, and he was too young and his body hadn't matured yet, the success of his practice in the first half a year was not ideal. Fisher's current Nin Chi cultivation is absolutely more than Grandpa Gino. Although the Nin Chi cultivation base is strong, Fisher still cannot compare with his father Silva in terms of strength. After all, Fisher does not have Silva's rich combat experience and powerful combat skills honed in battle. Although Fisher has accepted assassination missions in the past few years, he has not had many opportunities to confront Nun, and he has not been able to accumulate too much Nin combat experience, nor can he hone too much combat skills. By the way, Fisher is now the 4th member of the Zoldyck family. Great-grandfather Manhwa, Grandpa Gino, and the 4th person besides Father Silva. Even Big Brother Illumi is no match for Fisher. Eldest brother Illumi's combat experience and skills are also better than Fisher's, but Fisher's thoughts are too strong to resist. No matter how rich your combat experience is and how amazing your combat skills are, it will be of no avail if you cannot break through Fisher's mind energy defense. In this regard, the chimeric ant army leaders in the ant chapter performed very well, making the terrifying defense caused by the huge mind energy powerfully performed. Catwoman Nephibit was sent flying so far away by Netero, the president of the Hunter Association, but she was unscathed. The Ant King Maroom has been beaten by Netero for so long, but there are only some minor injuries. The reason is that the Ant King Maroom's Nun is too strong and too large, resulting in its strong defense. Even a Nun at the level of the president cannot cause serious injuries to him. In the end, even the last 0 style of the 100 style Avalokitesvara was used, but it only caused some damage to the Ant King's body surface. Fisher Zoldyck, LV.5, Strength, SS-1068, Durable, SS-1089, Smart, SS-1078, Agility, SS-1035, Magic, SS-1086, Development Ability, Life, A, Swordsman B, Killer C, Magic Guide D, Magic, Blink, Instantly Move, you can move to the marked place without chanting and consume a lot of magic power. Skill, None, the ability to manipulate life energy, freely manipulate the life energy emitted from the body to form a powerful ability. This is Fisher's current favorability value. The magic flicker is obtained by Fisher under some special circumstances, and the Nun in the skill is naturally the Nun learned by Fisher. As for the tenfold increase in Fisher's second sign-in ability, it didn't appear here. In addition to the record of the manifestation of God's grace, there is another record of Fisher's performance. That is the properties panel of the system. The property panel of the system is too simple compared with that of God's grace. The property panel of the system only records the abilities possessed by Fisher and nothing else. Host, Fisher Zoldyck. Abilities, Conjure a Nun Thunder, Conjure a Nun Life, Magic, Blink, God's grace, tenfold amplification. That's what Fisher is capable of. The panel is very simple. Fisher's Nin system is Conjurer, and most Zoldyck family heads are Conjurer Nun. Only great-grandfather Mahal is not. And Fisher, like Killua, began to receive training from the Zoldyck family at a very young age, and his body also acquired electrical resistance. After Fisher learned Nun, Fisher directly developed Riding Nun, the Nun who is both offensive and defensive. In addition, Fisher has also developed the Conjurer Nun of the healing department. Fisher itself does not have the characteristics to develop Nun of the healing system. After all, Fisher's mind energy does not contain this healing attribute. It is difficult to develop a Nun of healing attribute, but Fisher has the grace of God. Exist. Every time God's grace is upgraded, the host will gain a development ability. And when Fisher's God's grace was upgraded to LV2, Fisher gained the first development ability, Life. With this ability to develop, the life energy of Fisher will continue to increase as the physique becomes stronger. In 5 years, Fisher's life development ability has been raised to level A, which makes Fisher's life energy very terrifying. Similar to the fairy body of the first generation of Hokage and Hokage, it has an extremely huge vitality. And precisely because of this huge life force, Fisher easily developed the healing system, Nun using life force transformation. That is the healing ability that Fisher used on his mother Kikyo before. Moreover, the extremely powerful life energy coupled with his own talent and the tenfold increase ability obtained by system sign-in, 3 reasons have caused Fisher to be only 12 or 13 years old, and already has a power that far surpasses that of his father Silva for decades. Result of practice. Back in the bedroom. After washing up in the bathroom in the bedroom, Fisher tidied up briefly, and then started to leave Kukula Mountain to look for Killua. It was said to clean up, but it was nothing more than a bank card and a skateboard, but nothing else. Are you going to find Killua? Fisher was stopped as soon as he reached the gate of the castle. In the corridor on the 2nd floor, Silva, the head of the Zoldyck family generation and the father of Fisher's life, was putting one hand on the fence at this moment, looking at Fisher calmly. Well, go see Killua and take part in this hunter trial. With the hunter license, many tasks of the family will be very convenient. Fisher looked up and said with a faint smile, yeah, let's go then. Keep an eye on Killua. Don't let that kid get into trouble. Silva nodded slightly with his expressionless face, and then urged. Although Fisher has shown that he will bear the burden of the family's future, the Zoldyck family still attaches great importance to the silver-haired people. This is known from the fact that Illumi participated in the hunter experiment immediately after Killua left home in the original book. Of course, there are also reasons why Illumi itself needs a hunter license. As Fisher said, with the hunter license, the assassination mission of the Zoldyck family will be more convenient. And if Killua in the original book hadn't made an agreement with Papa Silva before leaving again, it is estimated that Papa Silva would send someone to guard Killua in secret. The reason why she didn't secretly send someone to guard her was because Silva knew that Killua had grown up, had her own thoughts and will, and had her own subjective consciousness, so she wouldn't be influenced by the family members. Moreover, Silva also noticed that Killua has already had preliminary contact with Nun, Illumi's hair, and knows some truths about this world. So Silva is going to let Killua experience outside, and let Killua grow outside. As for worrying that Killua wouldn't return to the Zoldyck family again, Silva wasn't worried at all. As the head of the Zoldyck family, Silva has a very rich experience and knows the situation in this world. He is very clear and confident. No matter how Killua changes, he will eventually see everything in the world for various reasons and return to Zoldyck family. All in all, Silva still cares about Killua even though Fisher is already the future head of the family. I see. Don't worry, that kid will be fine. Fisher nodded and assured, then turned and walked outside. In the corridor on the 2nd floor, Silva quietly watched Fisher's back going away and remained silent. After a while, Silva spoke. It really is a terrifying monster that was born, somehow scarier than Luca. However, there is a difference between the two. Fisher poses no danger to the Zoldyck family and only enhances the Zoldyck family strength. Analuka murmured. Silva gradually stepped into the darkness. On the other side, after leaving Kukula Mountain, Fisher went directly to the airport, boarded the airship of the Republic of Batokia, and headed for this year's Hunter test site. Although it has been more than 10 years since he came to this world, Fisher still has a fresh memory of Hunter x Hunter. Fisher knew the first test site of Hunter's experiment, and he knew the code. As long as you find a place, you can directly enter the test site without a guide. After a day's flight, Fisher arrived at the city where the first Hunter test site was located, and entered the Hunter test site using a secret code. In the huge and spacious underground space, hundreds of elites from all over the world gather here. Although the number of people is huge, they are not noisy, and there is no communication with each other. On the contrary, their eyes are full of vigilance. No wonder those who came to take part in the Hunter trial reacted so well. After all, being able to come here means being a competitor in the experiment. It would be strange to communicate in such a situation. Of course, in this situation, some companions who were already acquainted with each other would naturally be excluded. At the same time, some people with ulterior motives were also shuttling through the crowd. For example, Tampa, a veteran of the Hunter experiment, is constantly shuttling through the crowd, looking for targets that can be attacked. The arrival of Fisher did not cause much movement. The candidates for the Hunter test just glanced at it casually, and then turned their eyes away again. However, after seeing Fisher's appearance, a certain little guy tiptoed around, carefully trying to hide in the crowd, almost chanting, "You can't see me, you can't see me." Quite funny. However, Fisher would not turn a blind eye and just walked over. This guy also noticed that Fisher saw him and immediately stopped tiptoeing and directly used assassination steps, trying to quickly disappear into the crowd. However, as soon as the steps moved and afterimages appeared, Fisher had already come to his side and directly picked up his back collar. "Aha, brother, you're here." Killua, who was pinched by the back of Fate's neck, stretched out his hand and greeted Fisher with a dry smile. That's right, the guy who wants to hide like a mouse when it sees a cat, when it sees Fisher, is Killua, the number 2 man in this world. "You are so brave, you dare to hurt my mother." Fisher narrowed his eyes and said flatly, "Damn, she slandered me, Mom slandered me. I just wanted to escape, but my mother ran into me. Otherwise, with my strength, how could I hurt my mother?" Hearing Fisher's words, Killua stopped doing it immediately, not afraid of Fisher, and directly avenged himself, with a deep sense of grievance in his words. In this life, with the existence of Fisher, he would instill some truths in Killua from time to time. Killua is not a fool who knows nothing, and he still has some knowledge of how much he has. Killua knows that his strength is indeed very strong in the outside world, and he has few opponents. The tasks he received were all controlled by the Zoldyck family, and he did not meet none. But in the Zoldyck family, their own strength is the kung fu of some 3-legged cats. Not to mention hurting my mother. If my mother really did something to me, I would be rubbed on the ground every minute. I heard that you also injured the second child. Fisher didn't care about this, and continued to ask with a smile, "Hey, the second brother is not very capable, and he still wants to stop me, so I will give him a good beating." As soon as Killua talked about the jokes about the second child in the family, Killua immediately turned into a cat face, extremely excited. In the Zoldyck family, the second child, Michi, is the one he can bully. Although that guy is a technical genius and ranks first in family assassination missions, he doesn't have much strength himself. As for Kaluto, who is younger than him, it is naturally impossible for him to bully him because he is an older brother. Not to mention, this guy Kaluto still admires himself, which is even more impossible. "Go back later and apologize, did you hear me?" Fisher stared and warned as a chestnut landed on Killua's head. "Huh, bro, didn't you come to take me back?" Killua didn't care about Fisher's shock, but was surprised by what Fisher meant. "Why should I take you back? Since you want to venture out, why should I stop you?" Fisher rolled his eyes, speechless. He took the initiative to take the position of the head of the family, and relieved Killua of the burden that might have arisen on him. Everyone in the family knew about it, but Killua himself did not know. "Oh, and Aluka, the little guy doesn't know either. Okay, have fun by yourself. I saw an acquaintance, go and have a look." Immediately, Fisher turned his gaze to another direction, waved his hand casually, and then stepped out, walking in that direction. "Brother, this guy is really different from the rest of the family." Looking at the back of Fisher leaving, Killua felt slightly emotional. Among the members of the family, only Fisher himself can communicate normally. Although he can also communicate with other family members, he cannot do this at all. Shaking his head faintly, Killua began to wander around with the skateboard in his hands. Now that he knew that Fisher didn't come here to take him back on purpose, Killua was naturally relieved, and he didn't have any worries in his heart. On the other side, after a brief farewell to Killua, Fisher walked straight towards the direction where his gaze was just now. At the end of Fisher's gaze, a strange-looking guy was standing quietly. A man with a blue mohawk, an ugly face, nails all over his face, purple skin, and long purple nails on his fingers. Jita Laiku, Illumi Zoldyck uses a pin to disguise his identity. "Illumi, why are you here?" Fisher asked quietly after coming to Illumi's side. Although he knew that Illumi was here to test for the Hunter license, Fisher still asked, "Come to take the Hunter's license test, and take Killua back by the way." Although his face was livid and stiff, this did not prevent Illumi from speaking. "I said can't you give Killua a little space? I've already given in and let you insert a chanting needle in Killua's forehead. You are still so worried." Regarding this, Fisher was a little speechless. In order to protect Killua, Illumi inserted a rosary on Killua's forehead. In addition to making Killua forget about Aluka, the other purpose is to use the rosary to influence Killua so that Killua can retreat in time when encountering an invincible enemy, instead of desperately, so as to protect Killua's life. Illumi didn't respond to Fisher's words and remained silent. Seeing this, Fisher shook his head, didn't speak anymore, just found a direction, and prepared to lean against the wall to practice none, waiting for the examiner's arrival. However, as soon as he turned around, Fisher frowned, his figure flickered, and a cold light flew from the place in front of Fisher and fell fiercely on the wall not far away. Dodging the sudden onslaught, Fisher looked over. "Hisoka, do you want to make trouble?" Looking at the figure slowly approaching not far away, Fisher raised his eyebrows and asked with an unkind expression. That's right, this sudden attack was Hisoka, the famous magician killer. At this time, the magician killer was walking towards Fisher with an excited face. His steps were very graceful, and the poker cards in his hand were spinning as fast as juggling. "I didn't expect to come across such a wonderful apple when I participated in the Hunter experiment. It's a green apple that has gradually matured. It's really troublesome to be targeted by this pervert." Although he complained inwardly, Fisher's action towards Hisoka would not be treated as if it hadn't happened. Electric arcs were slowly entwined all over his body, and Fisher's expression gradually calmed down. Seeing this, Illumi on the side flashed his figure and quickly left here. When he noticed the change in Fisher's expression, Illumi knew that Fisher was serious. Fisher usually treats people with a calm expression, occasionally showing a slight smile. But once Fisher's expression becomes deadpan, it means Fisher is angry. When fighting, it means Fisher is ready to get serious. Illumi is very aware of Fisher's power, and if he stays here, even at his current level, he will suffer indiscriminate disaster. So Illumi flashed immediately. A dead fellow is not a poor Taoist. Although the relationship with Hisoka is okay, but Hisoka does evil, so it has nothing to do with him. Also, he really wanted to see the scene where Hisoka was struck by lightning. It would definitely be very interesting. And the other people around also backed away in shock after seeing the electric arc appearing on Fisher's body, giving way to the surrounding space. Although I don't know why the electric arc suddenly appeared on Fisher's body, they're all elites among ordinary humans, and they can clearly sense the danger from Fisher's body. Naturally, he doesn't want to stay here. The place where Fisher was suddenly turned into a vacuum. Only Hisoka was not afraid of the electric arc on Fisher at all, and walked towards Fisher unhurriedly as usual with graceful steps. The iconic perverted smile on his face gradually dissipated, called joyful emotion. Even if he retreated, candidates who go out tens or hundreds of meters can feel it, almost materialized. "It's amazing, you have grown to this extent at your age." While walking, Hisoka chuckled, and the joy on his face became stronger and stronger. Facing Hisoka like this, Fisher is really helpless. For those who attacked him, even if Fisher would not kill them all, he would definitely seriously injure them and make them pay the price. But Hisoka is an exception, because this guy is very perverted and very stubborn. Once he is targeted, he will have to bear this guy's stalking next. Just like Krallo Lysilfer, the leader of Phantom Troop. This guy, after knowing that Krallo Lysilfer was sealed by Karapik Anon, in order to undo the seal on Krallo Lysilfer and fight Krallo, he deliberately ran into the Island of Greed to find the Nemesis Master, and then he clung to Krallo, vowing not give up. The only way to completely solve this trouble is to cut it off from the source. That is, directly addressing Hisoka. With Fisher's current strength, it is very difficult to solve Hisoka. After all, although Fisher's mind energy is very powerful, he has not yet reached the point where he can directly crush Hisoka with his huge mind energy. And in terms of combat experience, he can't compare to a battle-hardened veteran like Hisoka. This guy's combat awareness is too strong. He is almost a born fighter. Even Krallo Lysilfer defeated this guy after rigorous calculations, and he was not killed yet. He escaped the catastrophe by feigning death and killed 2 brigade members by him. Furthermore, Hisoka is the only friend of his elder brother Illumi in this life. Oh, the one and only. Based on this alone, Fisher felt that he should also show mercy to Hisoka. Well, just concoct a meal, don't kill him. Otherwise, the elder brother Illumi would really have no friends, and the one who was alone would have to die pitifully. It's best to let the relationship between the two of them develop. Omega? Although thousands of thoughts flashed in my mind, in reality, they were just fleeting. With a thought, and with a slight flick of the finger, a thunderbolt with a thick human body split off Hisoka's head in an instant. The speed of lightning is so fast that even Hisoka, who was completely unprepared, did not escape the blow, just resisted the thunder so abruptly. A violent explosion sounded, and Hisoka's location was shrouded in smoke. This guy Fisher's lightning power has become stronger again. Not far away, Illumi watched this scene. The corners of his eyes twitched slightly on his expressionless face, thinking silently in his heart. Fisher's lightning nun is more powerful and faster. When he played against Fisher before, Fisher's lightning was not so fast and strong. Before he was in the round state, he could still detect the lightning attack and dodge it. Even if he resisted hard, as long as he practiced well in Jian, he could resist it. But this time, he estimated that even if he noticed it, he would be very embarrassed if he wanted to escape. If he resists stubbornly, you will probably suffer a lot of injuries. Monster, Illumi said calmly with a blank face. Illumi felt that their Zoldyck family was the family that gave birth to monsters. Both Aluka and Fisher are monsters among monsters. Of course, he was no monster himself. When he was 13 years old, Nun had just stepped into the ranks of masters, far from being able to compare with Fisher. If Fisher's current Nin power is 10, then his Nun's power at the age of 13 should be only 1, or even less than 1. Just when Illumi was thinking about the gap between himself and Fisher again, the smoke covering Hisoka's body had already dissipated, and seeing Hisoka's current appearance, Illumi's face froze stopped, almost didn't laugh out. However, he is professionally trained, and he will never laugh. Poof. I'm sorry, I really can't help it. Covering his face with his hands, Illumi's eyes were still dull, but the corners of his mouth covered by his big hands were bent, and his shoulders trembled slightly. I saw that Hisoka's soft hair, which was like a hedgehog, was gone, and replaced by an afro. Standing in the deep pit, Hisoka's white and tender face was also covered with burnt ashes. For the sake of you being his friend, that's it this time, don't bother me. The attack with half power fell on Hisoka, and Fisher achieved the goal of deterrence. As for why he knew that he had achieved his goal, he knew it by looking at Hisoka's fearful eyes. Out of Nun mode, Fisher turned and walked towards the crowd. It's amazing. Not far away, Killua, who watched Fisher walking towards him, also recovered from the shock at this time, and couldn't help shouting. Looking at the back of Fisher going away, the afro Hisoka's complexion is uncertain. Although he could feel that Fisher had some strength before, he didn't expect that Fisher's strength was so strong, so he capsized directly in the gutter. Immediately, Hisoka's eyes fell on Illumi, who was covering his mouth in the distance, his body trembling slightly, showing displeasure. A few poker cards suddenly appeared in his hand, and Hisoka threw it directly at Illumi. Even though he was far away, Illumi still suffered an indiscriminate disaster, and was regarded by Hisoka as an object to vent his anger. Facing Hisoka's attack, Illumi naturally couldn't sit still, and the two immediately started fighting. Several candidates who couldn't dodge were directly affected by the attack of the two, which affected Chiyu, and left their lives here. The actions of the two directly attracted the attention of the past. Only a few candidates still focused on Fisher, especially Killua, with starry eyes. And Tampa, the rookie killer who was originally aimed at rookies, was trembling even more at this time. Brother, what kind of power do you have? I've never seen it before. Seeing Fisher coming in front of him, Killua was very excited and asked impatiently. Ordinary people cannot see the existence of Nianqi, but the developed Nun can see it, just like the clone developed by Huasher Doru in the Sky Arena, even without Nun. The lightning that Fisher released was witnessed by all the candidates present. Killua is no exception. He knew that his elder brother was very strong, but he never thought that his elder brother could actually discharge electricity, and it was so powerful that it directly blasted the ground into such a big hole. Just looking from a distance, Killua knew how big the pit Hisoka was standing in was at least tens of square meters in area. It was the first time he had discovered that humans could actually drive thunder and lightning, which made him feel as if the door to a new world had been opened, and his thirst for knowledge burst instantly. The candidates who were paying attention to Fisher all around raised their ears after hearing Killua's question, wanting to hear Fisher's answer. This is a good opportunity to master powerful supernatural abilities, so don't just miss it. Unfortunately, however, they were not lucky enough to get this opportunity. This is Nun. Do you want to learn? Fisher said with a faint smile. Fisher naturally wouldn't hide Killua's curiosity about Nun. Furthermore, it's time for Killua to get in touch with Nun, and his physique has reached the Zoldyck family's requirements for silver-haired people. The head of the Zoldyck family needs to lay the foundation when he was young, and he will be allowed to contact Nun only after he has cultivated his physique to a certain level. Therefore, the Zoldyck family will not allow the successor head of the Zoldyck family to contact Nun until this requirement is met. As for other clansmen, there is no such rule. It is also because Fisher knew of the existence of Nun himself, and his father Silva and the others could not hide it from the beginning. Coupled with the existence of God's grace, Fisher's physique improved very quickly, and he already had Killua's current strength when he was 7 years old, so his father Silva taught Fisher Nun. I said it myself. Otherwise it would be really hard to explain why Kaluto Zoldyck came into contact with Nun early, but Killua Zoldyck, a family genius, has no concept of Nun at all. The existence of Lu Jia is also difficult to explain. Of course I have to learn. Hearing Fisher's words, Killua nodded repeatedly. Well, now is not the time. I will teach you after the hunter experiment is over. Fisher nodded slightly, agreeing to Killua. The people around did not get what they wanted, and they were all extremely disappointed. Lost is lost. They dare not go to Fisher to ask for Nun's cultivation method. After all, with such a powerful ability, who doesn't hide it? The reason why the silver-haired kid was able to obtain it was not because the two were brothers. Brother, I didn't expect the Hisoka you hacked just now to be so powerful. After getting Fisher's reply, Killua got into the crowd and watched Hisoka and Jita Laiku fighting together. Killua was very surprised by Hisoka and Jita Rake, who were so elusive and almost invisible during the battle. He knew that Hisoka was very powerful before, and he felt as if he was being targeted by a poisonous snake after he came to this examination room, and he was very afraid of the dangerous aura emanating from Hisoka. After seeing Hisoka being concocted by Fisher without warning, Killua thought he had made a mistake in his perception of Hisoka's breath. But now, Killua knew that her perception was not wrong. Hisoka's strength is really terrifying. Although Hisoka and Jita Rake fought hand to hand and did not cause too much damage to the surrounding environment, but as a genius killer and an expert, Killua knew very well that Hisoka's strength was terrifying. That kind of speed, that kind of strong fighting consciousness. If he were to fight Hisoka, it is estimated that Hisoka would kill him in minutes. And the Jita Rake who fought with Hisoka was evenly matched with Hisoka, showing no defeat at all. Killua also really understood why Fisher had always emphasized to him in the past that there are people beyond people, and there is a sky beyond the sky. There are really many powerful existences in the outside world. I just came to participate in a hunter test, and I met two such powerful masters. You will become so powerful in the future. No, even stronger. Fisher said with a light smile. He has great confidence in Killua's talent and knows that Killua can definitely surpass Hisoka and Illumi. After all, he is the male second in this world, as can be seen from the growth of Killua in the original book. Okay, Fisher, I'll go back with you after the hunter test, and then you must teach me none. Killua turned to Fisher with a little excitement after watching the battle on the field for a long time. Yes, I will teach you after the experiment. Fisher nodded lightly. Ding. It has been detected that the plot has started, and the sign-in has been triggered. Are you sure you want to sign in? Fisher's voice had just finished, but a system voice suddenly appeared in his mind. The plot has already started? Hearing the words of the system, Fisher couldn't help but look at the direction of the elevator. I saw three figures of different heights standing at the door of the elevator at this time. These three figures are gone, Leorio and Kurapika. What's the matter? What's the matter? Why are there so many people around there? The tallest figure, Leorio, who looked too anxious, was looking at the battlefield where Hisoka and Illumi were with one hand on his brow looking out. There are people fighting there. Kurapika, who was beside him, replied aloud. Although he didn't see it, Kurapika's keen intuition sensed that a certain battle was taking place there. Hey Gon, what are you doing? At this time, the youngest of the trio and the protagonist of this world, J Freaks, ran towards the crowd without even saying a word. Seeing this, Leorio said, immediately shouted out, and then ran to follow. Kurapika followed closely behind. Watching this scene, Fisher withdrew his gaze and fell into deep thought. Signing with the fate. Why does it feel like it will be triggered when some special events happen? Is this considered a random signing? Even though he thought so, Fisher didn't think too much about it. Fisher is not someone who cuts corners, and it doesn't make sense to think too much about this kind of thing. Because even if this condition is determined, the trigger condition cannot be created by itself, so it can only wait. To a certain extent, it is indeed random. Not paying attention to the three of Gon who ran to Killua not far away, Fisher sank his mind into the system in his mind. System, sign in. Ding. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining natural teeth. Natural teeth? The one in Sesomaru's hand. Looking at the tie-dao lying quietly in the system space, Fisher couldn't help being a little surprised, and pleasantly surprised. As soon as he thought about it, Fisher knew that the sign-in reward he got this time was indeed the one he thought of. Natural teeth, the sword of heaven in the sword of the worlds, overbearing in Inuyasha. Natural teeth can connect the road between this world and the next world, kill monsters that do not belong to this world, and can also be used in reverse to send monsters from this world to the next world. At the same time, the dead can also be resurrected by beheading the messengers of the underworld. If it is executed in a real time, hundreds of lives can be saved with one swing of a knife. At the same time, there is also a mystery in Tain Shinjia. The broken moon of the underworld can cut through the space and create a passage to the underworld. The underworld will generate a huge suction force, and if it is cut by the waning moon of the underworld, it will be sucked into the underworld. However, the world I'm in now doesn't have a so-called underworld. Can the ability of natural teeth work? Looking at the natural teeth in the system space, Fisher thought. As soon as the idea came up, the system that has been very cold, salted fish, rarely gave an explanation. The ability to have natural teeth still works. As long as you wave it, you can rescue the dead who have just died. At the same time, you can also use Mingdao Wanyupo, and what you draw will be a passage to the underworld. This underworld is connected to the world of Inuyasha. However, this powerful force needs to be developed by Fisher himself. The current natural teeth only have the basic power of natural teeth, which is the power to resurrect the dead. This power is also limited. Compassion. Without compassion, even if Fisher holds natural teeth, he cannot resurrect others. It's the same situation as Sesomaru at the beginning. A heart of compassion. Do I have this kind of thing? After receiving the information given by the system, Fisher not only asked himself, although the previous life was ordinary, Fisher in this life has become a killer. Does he have a heart of compassion? Fisher didn't know. Forget it. I'll know if I have a chance to experiment. Fisher whispered silently, put away his thoughts, and put them outside again. As soon as he came back to his senses, Fisher found that Killua had run to the side of the three of Gon at some point, chatting and laughing. Seeing this scene, the corner of Fisher's mouth couldn't help twitching. This guy and Gon are really good friends of destiny. Not long after Gon arrived, the two hooked up, even earlier than in the original book. Shaking his head slightly, Fisher didn't care and glanced around. While Fisher was thinking, the battle between Hisoka and Illumi was over. It's also normal. The two are friends to begin with. Even if they fight, it's impossible to really fight. At most they can exchange ideas. Coming? The message from Yuan let Fisher know that the mouthless monkey Seisai, the chief examiner of the first test, had come. Circle is also the Nin application skill mastered by Killua, and it is an advanced application skill in the Nin system. Few people who are naughty can cultivate it, and even if they can cultivate it, the area of the circle is not large, because this application skill is a test of the controllability of the ninja. Moreover, the use of circle is also different. For example, Nobunaga in Phantom Troop, as a swordsman, he is auxiliary in the use of circle, with a radius of 4 meters around it as the center, which is the range of his weapon attack. Entering its circle means entering the range of his attack, and Nobunaga's swiftly drawn sword can easily cut the enemy in half. However, Grandpa Genua's circle tends to be perceptual, so the range is very wide, with a radius of about 300 meters. Fisher's round, like Grandpa Geno's, leans towards the sensory probing side. However, Fisher does not have the range of Grandpa Geno's circle. Fisher's circle is only about 250 meters. This is already the limit of Fisher's current stage. After all, Fisher's age is there. Even with the support of a tenfold increase, Fisher is very fast in the development of none, but he can't stand the blemish of age, and he can't compare with his grandfather Geno at all. It is estimated that if Killua is given another half a year, he should be able to surpass Grandpa Geno. Not much nonsense. In Fisher's circle, Seisai had already turned on the mechanism, appeared in front of many candidates holding a lantern, directly took over the test, and then took the lead in running. Fisher glanced at Killua and the others who started to run, and had no intention of going to join Killua, walking alone on a skateboard and slowly following behind several candidates. Not long after running with the chief examiner Seisai, Killua brought the three of Gon to Fisher's side. Brother, they are my new friends. Coming to Fisher, Killua introduced the three of Gon to Fisher. Fisher glanced at the three of them slightly unexpectedly, and nodded. Butterfly effect. At the very beginning, Killua should only communicate with Gon, but unexpectedly, because of himself, he actually had direct contact with all three of them. I'm J Freaks, Killua's brother, hello. I'm Leorio Paradinite. I'm Kurapika. The three of them introduced themselves after Killua spoke. Fisher nodded lightly and introduced himself. For these three people, Fisher doesn't think much about the intersection. Of the three, Fisher has a good sense for Kurapika and Leorio. After all, in the original book, the performance of the two is very good. In contrast, J Freaks is a bit embarrassing. Kurapika, who entrusts the hatred of the Karuta tribe on her body, has a strong obsession with revenge, but she was able to give up the revenge at her fingertips for the sake of her friends. And Leorio cares about his friends from the beginning to the end. As long as Gon and the others need help, Leorio will help regardless of whether he can help or not when he knows it. Go with Gon and Kurapika to Kukula Mountain and bring Killua out. Yukshinsher helps Kurapika get revenge. After the Ant chapter, he is even more dissatisfied with what happened to Gon. After seeing Gon's father Jean, he ignores the gap between the two and directly, he just punched Jean and knocked him out. To put it bluntly, it means not knowing the heights of the sky and the earth, but to put it nicely, it means emphasizing love and righteousness. It means that Jean has a good personality, but if you were 12 earthly branches with a bad personality, you suddenly attacked him and gave him such a punch that your skull was blown off. It can be said that Leorio's actions are very dangerous. Both Kurapika and Leorio have very good personalities. In contrast, the protagonist J-Freaks is very hip. Although the talent is very good, sometimes he is very brainy and can think, but most of the time he is very willful and has no self-knowledge. Protagonist, this guy has died countless times. This guy is just as overreaching as Leorio, but Leorio is based on wanting to help his friends, while this guy is purely playing to death. Fighting against Hisoka in the Sky Arena. If Hisoka hadn't kept his hand and wanted to see how he grew up, he would have been killed long ago. Later, in the Island of Greed, the Heart of the Virgin had an attack, and instead of healing the injured Killua, he used the breath of countless archangels on the enemy. Instead of healing companions, heals the enemy instead. What kind of mother bitch operation is this? In the Ant chapter, after Kate's death, he was directly dazzled by hatred, and vented his own anger because of his own weakness on Killua, which made Killua feel sad secretly, and didn't really care about his friends at all. This guy is nowhere near Kurapika or Leorio. These points, no matter what, are the reasons why Fisher looks down on Jay. Compared with the protagonist, Fisher values Leorio and Kurapika more. At least the two become friends because they will give everything for their friends. Squeeze. Fisher, I heard from Killua, you released the lightning just now. How did you do it? After the introduction of both parties, Gon asked Fisher familiarly. Fisher glanced at him lightly, exerted a little force on his feet, and the skateboard rushed forward in an instant, completely ignoring Gon's intentions. Fisher's attitude immediately stopped the four of them, and they looked at Fisher's back in puzzlement. Killua, your brother hates me. The pure-minded Gon immediately sensed Fisher's attitude towards him, and was a little embarrassed. It's strange. Everyone in the family is abnormal, but Fisher is an exception. He is very normal. He usually treats his servants very gently. How could this be? Killua frowned slightly, puzzled. He is very clear about Fisher's character. He treats everyone very peacefully and treats everyone equally, without distinction between superiors and inferiors. It was the first time he had seen Fisher's attitude. Okay, let's keep running. Kurapika also had a strange expression on his face, but he still made a sound to relieve the awkward atmosphere, and reminded several people. On the other side, Fisher ran to the middle of the line. Really, why did Killua come here? It's better to communicate with him. Standing on the skateboard, Fisher muttered dissatisfied. Although he has good feelings for Kurapika and Leorio, it doesn't mean that Fisher wants to get to know them. After all, he is different from Killua. Killua wants to be free and walk in the light, but he is destined to become the killer of the Zoldyck family, the future successor of the Zoldyck family, and a figure in the dark. It is better for people in the dark world to try not to have friends, because they will be restrained by bonds. Leorio is alright. Once Kurapika's words become friends, then Fisher will naturally not ignore Kurapika's matter. Then it's time to face off with Phantom Troop. Although not afraid, it is still a bit troublesome to fight Phantom Troop. Speaking of Phantom Troop, Killua may also face them because of Kurapika. It's really troublesome. It seems that I will also go to Ukexin City at that time. Although I don't want to get involved with Phantom Troop because of being friends with Kurapika, but if Killua is involved with Phantom Troop, that's another matter. Well, speaking of it, it's a bit of a double standard. Speaking of it, I seem to have become like Illumi, becoming a Killua addict. However, it is not shabby to care about your younger brother. I'm really speechless. Thinking of this, Fisher couldn't help muttering. Hisoka, what do you want to do? Just after muttering, Fisher found that Hisoka appeared not far from him at some point, leaned towards him, and asked with a frown. Well, I apologize to you for what happened before. How about it? Do you want to find a chance to compete? Hisoka said with a smile. Fisher, I reject. Then I'm going to pester you. After the hunter experiment, go to the Sky Arena to fight, and don't pester me afterwards. Fisher said indifferently after glancing at Hisoka. Okay, so when is the time? Hisoka's eyes lit up when he heard that. Fisher's actions before had made him understand that Fisher didn't want to fight him, but just frightened him. Fisher's attack power is very powerful, far surpassing him. At the same time, he could also see that the power of Fisher's nun was much more powerful than just now. If Fisher really wanted to put him to death just now, given his unprepared situation just now, he would definitely be seriously injured, not just a slight injury like now. You must know that the power of nun depends on the displayed energy of the nun person, and the person with a higher upper limit of displayed energy can release more thought energy, and the power will naturally be stronger. Hisoka could keenly feel that the displayed aura of nun released by Fisher just now was already higher than him, and this displayed aura could continue to increase. If Fisher shot with all his strength when he was unprepared, that would be true. It's enough for him to suffer, and it's not surprising that his life is even in danger. He was really careless just now. However, so what? The battle between nun, unless it shows that the gap in energy is so huge that it forms a crushing situation, otherwise the battle between nun still depends on the ability, combat experience, and skills of nun. Possess a huge potential energy and display energy, but have not developed their own nun, nor have strong fighting skills and rich experience. Then they are just a kid holding a powerful weapon, with powerful destructive power, but unable to hurt other people. He thinks that Hisoka has experienced hundreds of battles since his debut, and his fighting skills and fighting experience are impeccable. Even though Fisher's thoughts are huge, he is not afraid. Just now Fisher frightened him with a huge mind energy, trying to make him retreat, but he didn't want to taste the taste of Fisher, an apple that was young but already revealed a mature aura, whether he couldn't stop it or the taste is like chewing wax. Well, maybe a month after Hunter's experiment. Fisher frowned slightly, and then gave an answer. Then I'll be waiting for your visit in the Sky Arena. Hisoka narrowed his eyes and licked his lips when he got the reply, and said abnormally. This made Fisher's hair stand on end, goosebumps rose, and he slowed down unconsciously, allowing the skateboard to move back slightly. Hisoka didn't care about this, he still squinted his eyes and smiled pervertedly, and because of the excitement in his heart, he unconsciously exuded a strong aura, which made the people around him terrified, and they all went desperately back out around. In a blink of an eye, the place where Hisoka was located became a huge vacuum area, and only Hisoka was running there at a leisurely pace. This pervert. Fisher cursed inwardly, looking at Hisoka's pupils that were almost protruding under his squinted eyelids. This kind of demeanor can only be done by a pervert like Hisoka. Time passed bit by bit, and in a blink of an eye, 3 hours passed. Fisher still walked leisurely with the large group. Fisher. At this moment, a voice came from behind Fisher. Fisher turned his head slightly and looked over, only to see Kurapika and Leorio running not far behind. Kurapika's demeanor was calm, but Leorio was different. At this time, Leorio's face was covered with sweat, his face was extremely tired, and his steps were shaky. Even so, though, Leorio persevered. This guy is a purely ordinary person, at most physically stronger than normal people, and being able to run for more than 3 hours without falling behind is already very good. Looking at the two people behind him, Fisher raised his eyebrows slightly, and finally nodded his head as a response. Then, Fisher set his sights on Leorio. After a long silence, Fisher stretched out one foot from the skateboard and touched the ground, and with a little force on the other foot, he swung the skateboard towards Leorio. Wow. Leorio, who was extremely tired, saw a dark object flying towards his face in the blink of an eye, and immediately became flustered. However, at least the skateboard was caught. Here you are. Looking at the stunned Leorio, Fisher said lightly, and then his figure flashed, turning into an afterimage and flashing forward. Thank you, Fisher. The stupefied Leorio also reacted after hearing Fisher's voice, and quickly waved his hands to thank him loudly. He naturally knew what would happen to him with the skateboard. With the presence of the skateboard, he can almost minimize his physical loss. If he used 10 or more strength to run before, now with the skateboard, he only needs to use 1/10 of the strength to easily keep up with the pace of a large group. After thanking him, Leorio excitedly put the skateboard under his feet and started to slide. Killua's brother looks like a cold-faced and warm-hearted type. Kurapika said with a smile on the side. Ah, thank you so much. Leorio nodded repeatedly. For Lirio, although Fisher didn't want to have too much communication, he didn't mind helping. This guy has a good personality and is a good friend. Killua can also be helped in the future. If he falls down here, then Killua will lose a good friend who can be trusted with sincerity in the future. Now that Killua is ready to live free in the sun, Fisher doesn't mind helping out. Soon, the first test was over, and Fisher and others successfully arrived at the wetland and started the journey to the second test site. Wetmeal Wetland. This is a very dangerous secret place, with a large number of monsters of different shapes, but these are nothing to Fisher. Nen masters can almost run amok here. Of course, it's just the periphery. Deeper, in the depths of the wetlands of Wemera, even a master of none can perish in it. That's what Papa Silva said. There are a large number of extremely powerful monsters in the depths of the Shamil wetland. Even the old man Silva dare not walk around in it. Entering there requires care and caution. Fisher had been there before, but he was not alone. He entered there under the leadership of his grandfather Gino. As for why he went there, it was naturally because of Fisher's divine grace. Although this thing can be improved by training, it is not as good as fighting. Although Fisher is strong in assassination, he can't help him in improving his favor. There are powerful monsters in the wetland, and Fisher will not let them go. On the periphery, Fisher made his own way, but when entering the depths, Fisher asked his grandfather Gino to bring him here. Because of this, Fisher's God's grace can be upgraded to level LV5, and each level is a limit upgrade, breaking the record. Although there are no dungeons in this world, there are various secret realms, and there are monsters in secret realms. Demonic realms, secret realms, these are special areas in the world of Hunter x Hunter, and it is not an exaggeration to call them forbidden areas. Once ordinary people stray into these places, they are basically sentenced to death, unless there are naughty people following them. However, these places have already been marked by the local authorities, and they have been banned. Without a special identity, it is impossible for you to enter casually, not even close. Moreover, even Nin people can only act in some peripheral areas of the secret realm. Going to some deep places is basically a narrow escape. Even Nin masters are no exception. When Fisher came to the Wetmeal wetland before, Grandpa Gino was staring at him the whole time. Grandpa Genua also followed when he was on the periphery, but he didn't follow closely. When entering the periphery, Fisher's strength was already very strong at that time, and God's grace reached LV3, none. Afterwards, it was upgraded to LV4 on the periphery of the wetland, and then upgraded to LV5 in the depths of the wetland under the leadership of Grandpa Gino. It can be said that Fisher has visited the entire Wetmeal wetland, except for the deepest part, where Grandpa Gino dared not go. After that, Fisher did not come to the Wetmeal wetland again, and it has been 2 years since then. No way, the Wetmeal wetland is not a dungeon, and monsters cannot be produced continuously. The monsters in the Wetmeal wetland cannot be regenerated after being killed. We can only rely on time to make the remaining weak monsters grow up. Candidates this time can be regarded as thanking Fisher. It can be said that Fisher's visit to Shamil wetland 2 years ago directly hurt the vitality of Shamil wetland, and the degree of danger was much lower. This is very good news for those candidates who do not know much about the wetland. However, although the depths of the Shamil wetland are very dangerous, none of the monsters inside have ever left the Shamil wetland. There has never been a single case since it was recorded. It seems that there is some invisible force that confines the monsters inside. Not paying attention to the others, Fisher calmly followed the examiner Seisai, walking side by side. No matter how big Sat's strides were, Fisher followed closely beside him without falling behind. This made Seisai couldn't help but take a second look. It's really a little monster. Seeing Fisher following on his right, Seisai thought to himself. Seisai knew very well how fast he was. When he saw Fisher following him, Seisai intentionally threw Fisher away. But no matter how fast he accelerated, Fisher was able to stick to him tightly, and his expression was very relaxed. What surprised Sats even more was the way Fisher followed him. It's not like running at all. It's like walking. As soon as you take a step, you follow closely by your side. If this is the case, it should not be surprising to Saturday. After all, although there are few people who can do it, there are still some. Although it is very rare that Fisher can do it, it is not worth surprising Seisai. What surprised Sats was Fisher's keen insight and control. Whether he accelerates or decelerates, Fisher follows closely, seamlessly, as if his speed has always been constant and has not changed. This is what surprised Seisai. Once or twice was okay, but a dozen times, dozens of times, Fisher was able to accurately follow him, which was a bit scary. What's the matter, examiner? Seeing the surprised look on the mouthless monkey of Saucy Eye, Fisher asked lightly. It's nothing. Seisai gave Fisher a meaningful look and said indifferently, then withdrew his gaze, stopped competing with Fisher, and returned to the initial speed. Several hours passed, and Fisher finally arrived at the site of the second test, which was a very large manor. However, Sats and Fisher were the only ones who arrived at first. The others have not arrived yet. In this regard, Fisher also cannot help but sigh with emotion. The two of them left the other candidates a few blocks away, but these candidates finally arrived here. I have to say that the people who came to participate in the hunter test have 2 brushes. At least they are very strong in tracking. Boy, your strength is pretty good. The two of them stood in front of the manor and had nothing to do, and Saucy Eye, who had nothing to do, also started talking to Fisher. As a nun person, Seisai naturally saw that Fisher is also a nun person. Although Fisher's body surface is not strong, but from the performance just now, Seisai also knows that Fisher's strength is very strong. In this case, Fisher has a very high chance of becoming a professional hunter after passing the test. As long as he does not encounter some weird experiments, it is basically a certainty. So Saucy Eye didn't mind making new colleagues in advance. Your strength is not bad. You can be considered among none, Fisher said with a faint smile. As soon as these words came out, Satsuki's eyes twitched. This kid is so proud. He actually said that I was okay. Saucy Eye thought that his nun practice was not bad, but he didn't expect that it was not bad in exchange for one sentence. Seisai, who was rendered speechless by Fisher's words, did not speak again. Soon, a new candidate arrived here, and it was Fisher's elder brother Alumi. After this guy arrived here, he nodded to Fisher and walked directly to the wall of the manor to lean against. Time passed bit by bit. Candidates arrived here one after another. Killua and others also came here. Following Saucy's order, the first experiment came to an end completely, and Saucy Eye left here with enchanting steps. And not long after Saucy Eye left, when all the candidates were stunned, the gate of the manor slowly opened, revealing the situation inside. One small and one big. Minchi in cool clothes and Barrett with a huge body, a beautiful woman with a beast, and the examiner of the second test appeared in front of everyone. Candidates who successfully passed the first test, please enter. Welcome, I'm Minchi, the examiner for the second test. I'm Bahara. Seeing this, everyone walked in quickly, came to Minchi and Bahara, and waited quietly for Minchi and Bahara to explain the exam questions of the second test. But there is one exception. Leaning against the wall and watching the people being played around by the gourmet hunter Minchi, Fisher yawned casually. According to Minchi's approach, it is impossible for anyone to pass the hunter test this time. So Fisher never thought about participating in this experiment. Anyway, when the time comes, the old man from the Hunter Association will come and end it. At that time, just follow the old man Netero to the Toad Tiger Mountain to get the grape spider eggs, so there is no need to waste time here. Duh duh duh. A series of voices sounded beside Fisher, and the disguised Illumi also leaned against the wall with Fisher at some point. Next to Lumu was Oja Hisoka. This guy was also leaning against the wall with one foot and leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. Illumi didn't know why, so he stopped talking again. His mouth kept shaking up and down and making a series of clicking sounds. However, although he didn't speak, Fisher could hear what Illumi wanted to express. According to what Fisher said in his previous life, this guy was sending Morse code. This guy Illumi was asking why Fisher didn't go with the others to hunt down Boar-Nosed. Didn't you two go too? Fisher asked indifferently, while looking at Hisoka. Duh duh duh. Don't you want a hunter license? That guy Minchi's test questions are unreliable and unfair. Just wait. The old man from the association will definitely come and end it. Facing Illumi's question, Fisher replied flatly. After finishing speaking, Fisher stopped talking, closed his eyes, and began to take a short rest. Although Fisher started to rest, Illumi and Hisoka did not. After listening to Fisher's explanation, the two were also relieved, and the anger in Hisoka's heart, which was originally hidden because of Minchi's willfulness, disappeared instantly. This guy squatted at this time, half squatting by the wall, half squinting, showing a perverted smile, looking at the many candidates in the courtyard as if he was watching a play, as if he was watching a monkey. Although Illumi didn't squat down, and his eyes were dull, but the corners of his mouth were trembling, it could be seen that this guy was also watching a show. This immediately made Minchi, the chief examiner, who was always nervous because Hisoka was exuding killing intent all the time, very upset. Originally, after seeing Fisher enter the manor, Minchi didn't pay attention to his test at all and ran to the wall to lean against, and even closed his eyes. Minchi was a little angry, and Hisoka and others were even more angry with this look. This directly annoyed Minchi, and Minchi, who was calm at first, had his eyes blazing and looked towards Fisher, gnashing his teeth, as if he wanted to beat Fisher up. Nima, my exam questions have been issued, but the three of you are indifferent, just watching the show and resting there. Just don't give me face as an examiner. However, Hisoka was also there, so Minchi didn't really move. He could only watch with gritted teeth, unable to rage. As for Hisoka, Minchi really didn't want to do anything with him. The guy's murderous aura was really terrifying. Although it is very vague, it is only in the eyes of ordinary people, and it is very clear to them who are also not. That kind of terrifying killing intent doesn't need to be thought about to be known by normal people. It is possible to have such killing intent only after killing people like him. Moreover, in her condensate, the thought energy entangled in Hisoka is also very quintessential and very powerful. These are the reasons why she doesn't want to provoke Hisoka. In contrast, although Fisher's body is also entangled with Yin Chi, it is very thin, like a newcomer who has just cultivated Yin Chi. In addition, Fisher has no killing intent on him, so Minchi is not afraid of Fisher, and even wants to beat Fisher up. From the beginning when Hisoka in the underground passage did not see the powerful mind energy on Fisher and started to attack Fisher, now he regards Fisher as Minchi who is a novice to none. Neither of them could see the strength of the Nin-Chi on Fisher who was not in the fighting state. It can be seen how strong Fisher's control power is, so that the two Nin masters couldn't see his Nun-Chi cultivation. As the time passed bit by bit, the candidates sent the roasted porcupine-nosed wild pigs to Minchi and Bahara one by one. Bukala ate his mouth full of oil and kept passing it, while Minchi tasted it and typed it out. While crossing, he was still staring at Fisher. Candidates were continuously eliminated one by one, until the roast pig of the last candidate was put on the table. Still none of the candidates passed. This made Minchi's anger even stronger. He stood up directly from the sofa, gave a lecture to many candidates, and announced that no one passed the test this time. It belongs to venting the anger on Hisoka, Fisher, and others to other candidates. And this also angered the candidates who were eliminated by Minchi. One of the wrestlers rushed towards Minchi impulsively, wanting to attack Minchi, but he was directly rowed to the small towers on both sides of the door by Bahara. Up, it fell from above with a pop. This time, the angry candidates all died down, and they didn't dare to make any more noise. Seeing the changes in the expressions of the candidates, Minchi nodded in satisfaction, and then glanced again at Fisher, who was still closed, and Hisoka and Illumi, who were still watching the show, and the corners of their eyes twitched unconsciously. Do these three guys really want to pass the test? There is no intention of catching the wild boar with a big nose at all. And just when Minchi was annoyed, an old voice came down from the sky. Everyone's eyes were immediately attracted, and they looked at the sky one by one. I saw that a huge airship had already appeared in the sky at this time, and the sound came from there. At the same time, Fisher also opened his closed eyes. The old man from the Hunter Association is finally here. Looking up slightly, Fisher looked at the figure descending from the sky and thought silently. Boom. The grape spider eggs of Toad Tiger Mountain are indeed very delicious, and they are one of the most delicious delicacies Fisher has eaten since he came to this world. No wonder there is such a profession as food hunter in this world. At this time, Fisher has followed the Hunter Association's airship to Toad Tiger Mountain, and Fisher has already obtained the special grape spider eggs from Toad Tiger Mountain. Although he knew before that the grape spider eggs of Toad Tiger Mountain are very delicious and are called dream ingredients, but after tasting it, Fisher did not know why the profession of gourmet hunter appeared. With such a dreamy food, it is not surprising that there will be hunters who pursue this food. This kind of delicacy. Even Fisher wants to become a gourmet hunter and travels all over the world to find these dreamy delicacies. Of course, this is just Fisher's whim, and Fisher will not really be a gourmet hunter. Compared to looking for delicious food, Fisher still prefers to improve his strength. If the world Fisher is in now is the world of captives called gourmet food that he has seen in his previous life, Fisher doesn't mind looking for gourmet food while improving his strength. After all, that world relies on constantly eating a variety of delicious ingredients to improve its strength. It's a pity that the world Fisher is in now is not a prisoner of food, but Hunter x Hunter. Speaking of this, the worldview of Hunter x Hunter and the captive of food is quite the same. The human kingdom of Hunter x Hunter, the world of captives of gourmet food. The dark continent of Hunter x Hunter is very symmetrical to the gourmet world, which is a captive of gourmet food. I didn't expect such a powerful monster to appear in Zoldyck's house. When Fisher was thinking about the similarity between the two worlds, the voice of Netero, the president of the Hunter Association, came from behind him. Fisher got rid of the grape spider eggs with 3 strokes, and then looked back. I saw the old urchin Netero, the president of the Hunter Association, squinting his eyes and looking at him with a smile. Netero, why do you say that? Fisher responded lightly. Although you little guy can hide it from other people, you can't hide it from the old man. With such a powerful mind, the Zoldyck family, that is, the kid Gino and Maha are stronger than you. At the age of 13, there is such a terrifying mind energy cultivation. It's not a monster, Netero said with a smile. His eyes flickered, and he kept scanning Fisher's body. Obviously, this old urchin was very impressed by Fisher. Interest. Hearing this, Fisher was not surprised. Although he is very confident in his ability to control, Fisher really doesn't have the confidence to hide from Netero, an old guy who has lived for more than 100 years. After all, after living for so many years, this guy has already become a genius. Not many people can compare with him in his eyesight. Fisher really doesn't feel that he can see his cultivation level through his concealment. So accident. Okay, you can advance directly. You don't need to continue the next test. Netero said suddenly, rubbing his chin and scanning Fisher for a while. Fisher, old man Netero, what are you thinking? Hearing the sudden words, Fisher was taken aback for a moment, and then frowned in puzzlement. If I have to have a reason, it is that I think you are more pleasing to the eye. After all, you're an oddity in the Zoldyck family. I've been paying attention to the people in your family. You guy, every assassination mission you take is from those vicious people. That alone is enough to make me think highly of you. Netero explained flatly. In the Zoldyck family, all the clansmen mainly focus on assassination. No one likes to kill, and will kill for no reason. However, the Zoldyck family is an assassination family. As long as there is an assassination commission, the Zoldyck family will execute it, regardless of whether the target is good or bad. As long as it is the mission target, they will kill it, thus completing the assassination commission. However, among this generation of people, Fisher is an exception. From what he knew about the Zoldyck family and Fisher, Fisher's assassination missions had always been purposeful, and he would only assassinate those who were wealthy, unkind, vicious, and never killed innocent people indiscriminately. As the head of the Hunter Society, Netero has neither good nor bad feelings for Zoldyck, a family of assassins. But I still have a good impression of Fisher, a Zoldyck who doesn't do anything to innocent people. It's a bit like taller than shorter, and Fisher is obviously a more unexpected figure in the Zoldyck family. Fisher considered himself a figure in the dark, but in Netero's eyes he wasn't at all. If the Zoldyck family is pure darkness, then Fisher is a ray of light in the darkness, not swallowed by darkness, with a will of its own. Even for Killua, the assassination is carried out according to the commission, and the assassination target is good and evil. As long as it is the assassination target, then it will try its best to kill it. In the Zoldyck family, the only one who can assassinate with his own will, and has always only assassinated those scum in the underworld, is Fisher. Just like what Fisher's grandfather Gino said, the Zoldyck family doesn't like to kill indiscriminately. Except for missions, they only do it for a reason. Normally, assassination is just his job. As long as it is an assassination request, once he accepts it, he will do his best to kill it. And once the entrusted person dies, they will also stop the assassination mission directly. In the original novel, this happened when Yukursin assassinated Krallo, the leader of Phantom Troop. After the assassination client, the Underworld 10 Old Man, was dealt with by Illumi, grandfather Gino, and father Silva stopped the mission directly and left. Speaking of assassinations, although the Zoldyck family's assassinations are often assassinations, they are more of an above-board killing, without the appearance of an assassination at all. That's what Grandpa Gino and Dad Assassinate Krallo are like. Perhaps in the eyes of the two of them, as long as they are all killed and it will not spread, it is an assassination. Not to mention the Zoldyck family. At this time, Fisher was slightly taken aback when he heard Netero's words, and then fell into deep thought. For Fisher, who has been educated in the New World, even if he becomes an assassin, Fisher will not kill innocent people at will, and will only attack those who are extremely vicious and do all kinds of evil. For those innocent people, Fisher really can't do anything unless they come to provoke him. But once you provoke yourself, then it is impossible to be an innocent person, and if you kill him, you will kill him. After pondering for a long time, Fisher looked up at Netero and remained silent. After a long while, Fisher said, "Thanks, but I want to stay here. It should be fine. My brother Killua is taking the exam. I want to watch him." Ho ho ho. Sure enough, although the Zoldyck family can do whatever they want, they really don't say much about the family relationship, and they are very united. Hearing this, Netero immediately laughed. "It's up to you. You can stay as long as you want." After laughing and giving the answer, Netero turned and walked towards the entrance of the airship. "Remember to ask me for a license later." "Why are you here?" "On the airship, in a room," Minchi asked unhappily while eating delicious food while sitting on the sofa. On the sofa on the left and right sides of him were Bart and Seisai, and the person Minchi questioned was Fisher, who was sitting opposite Minchi at this time. President Netero just informed me that Fisher has passed his test and became a hunter directly. Fisher didn't speak, but Seisai explained for Fisher. While explaining, Seisai couldn't help feeling emotional. Although he knew that Fisher had a great chance of becoming a hunter through the test, he didn't expect that he didn't need to take part in the routine test step by step, but passed the test of the president directly and became a professional hunter in one step. Hunter test. In addition to the annual routine test, there is another shortcut to become a hunter, that is, to be valued by the president of the association and to pass the test of the president Netero, so that you can skip those formal procedures and go directly to the sky. Fisher's current situation is the second type. Simply put, it is a privilege, only the privilege of the president of the Hunter Association. Others do not have this power. He actually passed the president's test. It's a lie, such a brat. I admit that it is very talented to cultivate Nyinshi in such a small amount of urine, but the president's test is so difficult. Has this kid passed? Hearing Seisai's answer, Minchi's eyes widened immediately, and he looked into Fisher's gaze full of disbelief. She admits that Fisher has learned none at the age of 12 or 13, but it is not impossible. The world is so big, and there are still many geniuses who have mastered none at Fisher's age. Among other things, she herself I have seen one. However, even so, it is impossible to pass the test of President Netero. President Netero's vision is so high, and the difficulty of his test is absolutely unparalleled in the world. Has Fisher passed the test? The president's test has always been in two directions. One is talent, and the other is potential. I personally think that brother Fisher has both. I'm guessing right. Sachs ignored Minchi's surprise, and put his gaze on Fisher, who had been silent all this time, and said as if asking. This is not groundless, but Seisai's educated guess based on what he knew about Fisher when he was running in the wetland. Before he found that Fisher could easily follow his side, and was inseparable, neither fast nor slow, Sasai knew that Fisher was very powerful. With this kind of strength at this age, there is no need to doubt the talent. It is also very strong. However, Seisai did not expect that Fisher would be so powerful that he would be able to pass the test of President Netero, making an exception for President Netero to recruit him into the Hunter Association. Minchi and Bahara were taken aback by Sasi's words, and then they realized their thoughts, and the three of them all focused on Fisher. Obviously, all three are concerned about Fisher's strength. Being stared at by the three, Fisher remained indifferent, as if he didn't feel the expectant eyes of the three. However, this does not seem to be true. At this time, Fisher's mind is on the system in his mind. As for why Fisher, who has always been indifferent to the salty system, would sink his mind here again and again in the past 2 days, it is naturally because the system has something wrong again. After Netero spoke, Fisher quickly got a professional hunter license from the staff of the Hunter Association and became a professional hunter. And not long after Fisher became a professional hunter, that is, just after coming here, the resignation, salted fish, system in Fisher's mind started to move again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for becoming a professional hunter. The check-in has been triggered. Please check if the host has signed in. For this situation, Fisher was naturally not polite and signed in directly. However, what you get for signing in this time is not a reward. No, it's not that there are no rewards, but that if you want to get the rewards this time, you need to perform a task. Yes, it is a task. What Fisher got for signing in this time was not a direct reward, but a task. Task name, O'Hara in the Sea of Fire. Task introduction, ask the host to rescue Nicole Robin under the order of killing demons. Mission reward, Thunder Fruit, no side effects. This is the quest triggered by the Fisher check-in reward, a mission across the world. It is also for this reason that Fisher realized that his own system still has the function of traversal. O'Hara, this is the island in One Piece that was destroyed by the Navy's demon-slaying order. Nicole Robin was the only survivor of O'Hara and was released by the future Navy General Akiji Kazan. In other words, if Fisher wants to obtain this reward, he needs to go to that world. As for how to get there, you don't need to think about it because of the mighty power of the system. As for this reward, Fisher really wanted it. Thunder Fruit, this devil fruit is perfect for Fisher. Fisher's nun is thunder and lightning. If he gets the thunderous fruit, it will be even more powerful for Fisher. Even though Fisher's current lightning nun is very powerful, there is still an upper limit to the power of lightning developed by Fisher with Nyinshi. After all, this nun is created by Fisher's resistance to being subjected to electric current since childhood nun. There is no such thing as thunder and lightning, but it is far from thunder and lightning. It is also stronger than the nun developed by Killua in the original book. It is only because of Fisher's powerful mind that it is so powerful that even Hisoka's level can be threatened. As for the thunderous fruit, this thing is a veritable thunderbolt. The thunder disaster in nature, once obtained and developed its essence, the power of Fisher's thunderbolt nun will definitely multiply and skyrocket. At this time, Fisher is thinking about this, and what is thinking about is when is the past. That's right, Fisher is determined to win something that can improve his strength, such as the thunder fruit, and it is impossible to give up. Brother Fisher? Brother Fisher? After thinking, Fisher's mind returned to the present world, and he heard Seisai's call. What's the matter? Fisher asked suspiciously. Just now he was thinking about the task of signing in the system, so Fisher didn't notice what Seisai and others were saying at all. What Fisher said made the three people present speechless for a while, and their faces twitched wildly. After co-authoring for a long time, this guy has been distracted, and he didn't hear the conversation between himself and others at all. As a last resort, Seisai repeated his inquiry just now. My words, it should not be the case. Apart from my strength, the old man Netero should have a better sense of me, so he did this. After listening to Seisai's words, Fisher pondered for a moment, and then gave theirs an answer. It's good for your senses? These words directly made the three of them raise their eyebrows, and were speechless. Make an exception if your senses are good, when we are fools. However, the three of them did not know. Netero made an exception for Fisher to become a professional hunter, really because of the senses. However, this sense must be contrastive. The stark contrast between Fisher and the rest of the Zoldyck family was what made Netero an exception. You said your strength is very strong? The three of them didn't believe what the senses said, but the three of them didn't say much, and shifted the topic to another reason that Fisher said, that is, strength. Well, my strength is not bad. Fisher smiled lightly and nodded, not hiding anything. So, do you want to give me a hand? Minchi's eyes lit up slightly, and he extended an invitation to Fisher. She was curious about Fisher's strength. Although on the surface, Fisher's nun cultivation is not strong, but after what Sasai said just now, Minchi also realized that Fisher should be hiding his clumsiness, so she really wants to know Fisher's real strength. As soon as these words came out, Seisai and Bahara also stared closely at Fisher, wanting to see if Fisher would accept this request for discussion. You? Upon hearing this, Fisher put his eyes on Minchi and scanned, and then he was a little confused, and his eyes shifted to Seisai and Bahara. What? You brat. Are you just looking down on me like that? We, Minchi, don't have a reputation for nothing. We are the best among gourmet hunters. Isn't it worthy of being your opponent? Seeing that Fisher turned his eyes away from himself and looked confused, Minchi gritted his teeth in anger. How about, Mr. Seisai, Mr. Bahara, are you with Minchi? Fisher ignored Minchi and asked Seisai and Bahara. Minchi, Seisai, Bart. As soon as Fisher's words came out, the whole room fell silent. Seisai and the three of them looked at Fisher in astonishment. They obviously didn't expect Fisher to have such an idea and wanted to single out the three of them. Ho ho ho, I also want to see your strength. Fisher, Minchi, Seisai, Bahara, you three should go together. But when the three of them were sluggish, the old man Netero was silent appeared in the room and said with a smile, President, President, President. The three of them came back to their senses in an instant and hurriedly greeted them respectfully. Yes, President. After greeting, all three of them agreed directly. Now that the president has said so, the three of them don't mind following the president's order to fight Fisher together. You think highly of me, Fisher said calmly, looking at Netero. This old man is so powerful that he almost didn't notice it. This guy Netero is worthy of being one of the top 5 nin fighters in the world, and he is also a top existence in stealth. This guy appeared here, and Fisher only noticed it when he opened the door, and Minchi and the others didn't notice Netero's appearance even if Netero opened the door openly. If the old man hadn't opened his mouth, the three of them would not have noticed Netero. Ho ho ho, you are a monster after all. Netero still smiled the old man. He also wanted to know how Fisher, who had such a strong Ninchi cultivation base, would do in actual combat. This time just to understand. Soon, the group came to a spacious and bright training room led by Netero. Let's say at first, I won't show mercy when the battle starts. Standing opposite Fisher, Minchi slowly pulled out his kitchen knife weapon from the back waist, warning while drawing, and the thought energy on his body was also it began to surge and spread out. Although Seisai and Bahara didn't say anything, they both began to emit their thoughts and enhance their strength. Understood, you don't need to show mercy. No, it should be said, do you need me to show mercy? Fisher said with a faint smile, and then asked a question. As soon as this question came out, the pupils of the three Minchi on the opposite side suddenly shrank, and a trace of anger flashed in the eyes of the three of them. Let the three of us deal with one of you is already very angry, but you still ask us if we need to show mercy? It's really infuriating. You are so arrogant, so you don't take us seriously? The three of them looked at each other, and then quickly launched an attack, full of thoughts and energy, and rushed towards Fisher rapidly. Facing the rapidity of the three, Fisher remained motionless, but released his nun, and his body was entangled with lightning. And just as Fisher's nun unfolded, the three of Minchi also came to a place about 5 meters away from Fisher's body, and they attacked from 3 different directions, the front, the left, and the right. Swish, boom. Without any warning, 3 thick bolts of lightning rushed out of Fisher's body in an instant, and struck the 3 men of Minchi who were rushing towards him, without giving them any chance to react. By the time the 3 of them reacted, they had already been struck by lightning, and their entire bodies were enveloped by lightning. The screams echoed in the spacious and bright training room. It took a full 5 seconds for the lightning on the 3 of them to disappear slowly, and the 3 of them were also completely blackened by the electricity, with thick smoke coming out of their mouths. I'm sorry, I've shown mercy, Fisher said with a faint smile as he watched the 3 of them slowly fall to the ground. Fisher's current level is very strong among nun masters. Even Hisoka can't compare with Fisher, and the same is true for old brother Alumi. In the Hunter Association, among the 3 members of the 12 earthly branches who have scored Hisoka's score, the highest score is only 90 points, while Fisher's eldest brother Alumi has a score of 95 points in Hisoka's eyes. Although this score is not definite, but there is not much error. Alumi with 95 points is not Fisher's opponent either. It is conceivable how strong Fisher is now. It is conceivable that the strength of the 3 Seisai who are not 12 earthly branches, and are all 1-star hunters. To deal with the 3 of them, Fisher didn't need to use all his strength at all. As long as he exerted about 6 layers of strength, it was enough to deal with them. Even for Alumi, dealing with the 3 of them is just a matter of spending a little more effort. In fact, things did go as Fisher predicted. Because they didn't know Fisher's specific strength, and because the 3 of them shot together, the 3 of them who unconsciously despised them were easily struck by Fisher's lightning, and they lost consciousness directly. Ho ho, it really is a monster. Netero in the corner not far away looked at the scene in front of him. His expression remained unchanged, and he praised without hesitation. To each other, compared to me, you are a monster. Fisher flattered with a light smile. Practice martial arts. Practice martial arts to the point where time is involved. Who is the monster? It's an incredible monster. In the tea room, Netero and Fisher sat opposite each other, and the bean noodle man on one side made tea for them. Netero looked at Fisher with emotion on his face. I said you got it. You keep calling me monsters and monsters. Be careful I turn my face, old guy. Listening to Netero calling himself monsters one by one, Fisher's face of course couldn't help the corners of his eyes twitching wildly. Feeling like he wanted to be beaten, Netero thought for a meal. But it was just thinking about it. Fisher didn't really do it. It's not that Fisher really doesn't have this idea, but that he can't beat it. The main reason is that although the old man is old and frail, and his strength is not as good as before, he is not comparable to the current self. This guy, even in old age and frailty, beat himself like a grandson, and Fisher knew that. Don't look at Fisher's Ninchi cultivation base is very deep, almost comparable to his grandfather Gino, but it is really not enough in front of Netero, an old guy who is mature and sophisticated. This is just the cultivation of Ninchi. Even if the cultivation of Ninchi is not as strong as him, this guy Netero can still beat himself like his grandson. The old guy has practiced his fighting skills with almost no flaws. No matter how fast his lightning speed is, he can't keep up. At this point, the Ant King Maroom has already verified for Fisher. The strong physical quality of the Ant King, its speed and reaction ability are definitely the top in this human country in the world. But even so, he was still hit by the old guy Netero's 100-style Avalokitesvara like a rubber ball. I have to say that although Netero is old and frail, he can beat anyone with the Avalokitesvara as if he is a grandson. As long as it is not specially developed, no one can do anything against his Avalokitesvara non. Even the Ant King, who stands at the top of the human kingdom, is the same. Unless you're faster than time and Netero's prayers can't keep up, expect to be beaten. Look at you want to beat me up. Looking at the corners of Fisher's twitching eyes, Netero was very happy and winked at Fisher, making Fisher almost pass by with lightning. Taking a deep breath, Fisher forced himself to calm down. ignoring the old urchin's provocation. The Netero guy kept calling himself a monster. Fisher knew it all. This guy was delighted to see Liaxian and was very excited after seeing his Thunder Nun, so he wanted to compete with him. Naturally, Fisher would not agree to such a thing. Fisher is not a masochist. Knowing how powerful this old guy is, how could he go up to get beaten up? So after Netero sent out an invitation to learn from each other, Fisher refused without thinking. The result is that this guy has been motivating himself in this way ever since. If it wasn't for Killua, who was still conducting the hunter experiment, Fisher would have left the airship long ago, so he wouldn't have to suffer here. Moreover, if the old urchin hadn't specially asked someone to invite him, he wouldn't have appeared in front of this guy. Okay, I'm not mad at you anymore. Let's get back to business. Looking at Fisher's appearance, Netero also knew that this guy would not fight with him, and after so long, Netero also gave up this idea. Fisher, your clan should have established you as the next patriarch. Looking serious, Netero sat upright and said to Fisher, why do you ask this? Fisher was not surprised that Netero knew about this matter. Few people know about the inheritance system of the Zoldyck family, but this old guy is an exception. Compared with this, Fisher is more concerned about the fact that this old man has no fate. Why ask this for no reason? Haven't you always targeted gangsters? So, I want you to properly guide the next generation of Zoldyck people after becoming the head of the family. You don't know, your Zoldyck family is very troublesome for the old man when it comes to assassination. If you can restrain yourself, the old man will be more relaxed. After 2 seconds of seriousness, Netero's face collapsed, and he vomited bitterness to Fisher. Let's not talk about whether you will be troubled. Even if you are really troubled, at your current age, can you still live until the next generation of the Zoldyck family grows up? Facing Netero's bitterness, Fisher remained expressionless, completely ignoring it. He asked lightly. He didn't believe that this old guy would take care of this kind of thing, and this old guy was not a pedantic person. However, it is still possible. Decades ago, when grandfather Jinhua was born, this old guy went to Kukula Mountain, probably because of this incident. He went to find grandfather Manhwa. Haha, I don't need to worry about that, old man. I'm in good health, at least I can live for decades. Hearing this, Netero burst out laughing. Believe me, I'm S13, you bastard, you will die with the Ant King in a year. Fisher didn't speak, but complained in his heart. Although what the old guy said is indeed true, according to the old guy's spirit, it is more than enough to live for another few decades, but I can't bear the fact that the old guy met chimeric ants. As a hunter, the president of the association, while enjoying the power, must also bear the corresponding responsibilities. In the case of chimeric ants, Netero is to blame. If he can't solve the Ant King, he can only be forced by the V5 people to die with the Ant King. Isn't that the reason why you asked me to come here? If it's the reason, then there's nothing to talk about. Fisher took a sip of the strong tea made by the Domion Run and tasted it carefully, and then spoke. Netero's request is simply unrealistic. Even if he has such thoughts, other people in the family will not agree. It's useless to become the head of the family until you grow up. After all, Fisher became the head of the family, and the other elders in the family were still there. It was impossible for grandfather Gino and father Silva to watch Fisher change the style of the Zoldyck family. Okay, no kidding. I came here to hire you. Hearing this, Netero became serious again and said to Fisher, hire. Fisher raised his eyebrows when he heard that. My selling fee is very high. Since it is hired, it is almost the same as hired, and Fisher naturally needs a hired fee. 500 million nuns. You will accompany me to a secret place when the time comes. Netero stretched out a palm and said very seriously, 500 million. Fisher was taken aback for such a huge reward. Well, 500 million. As long as you promise, I can pay this reward now. Netero nodded. Okay, I agree, but you need to agree to my request. I hired you, but you were the one who asked me to ask. Just say yes or no. Okay, you say. Don't use the 100 styles of Avalokitesvara. Compete with me. Netero. How did this kid know about my nun? Could it be that kid Gino told him? The three of us are not wronged. It's the first time I've seen someone fight like this with President Netero. In the spacious and bright training room, watching the two afterimages of violent impact, Seisai, who was wrapped in bandages, was deeply moved. Is it my illusion? Why do I feel that Fisher's fighting skills have improved a little too much? Beside, Bahara, who was also wrapped in bandages, squinted his eyes and said with some uncertainty, no, it's not your delusion, but this kid's learning ability is amazing. The president's fighting skills are almost stolen by this guy. Minchi also spoke at this time. This guy is the same as Sasiai. He was also covered in bandages, but even so, this guy was still dressed coolly. This must be a girl, but Fisher couldn't figure it out anyway. They're all wrapped up like mummies, and they still have to show their figure. What the hell is this? The three were shocked by the changes in Fisher, who was fighting Netero. In fact, even Netero, who was competing with Fisher, was intimidated by Fisher's strong learning ability. Fisher, in just 2 days, learned his fighting skills, and even applied what he learned, almost completely turning it into a fighting skill suitable for him. 2 days, this kind of thing was done in just 2 days. You know, as a martial artist, Netero's talent can be said to be very strong. Otherwise, he would not be able to become one of the world's top 5 nin masters. But even so, it took him decades to hone his fighting skills to the peak. Fisher learned these fighting skills from himself, standing on the shoulders of giants. However, to do this kind of thing in a few days is really beyond Netero's expectation and beyond Netero's tolerance. Since yesterday, when fighting Fisher, Netero felt that his heart was beating several grades faster than before. This is all caused by Fisher. Fortunately, he has a relatively big heart. Otherwise, he would definitely be shocked by Fisher and have problems. Heart disease is definitely a problem. It's so popular that people compare to each other, so you have to throw them away when you compare goods. In fact, this situation is also very normal. Fisher's own talent is very strong. With a martial arts master like Netero, his fighting skills will naturally increase. What's more, Fisher also has the ability to multiply by 10 times. This ability is not only effective in cultivating non, it is also effective in cultivating combat skills. Powerful talent, coupled with a 10-fold increase. That is to say, Fisher learned fighting skills from Netero under 10 times stronger talent. Under such circumstances, Fisher's fighting skills have naturally improved by leaps and bounds. The fighting skills used by Netero kept flashing in Fisher's mind, and Fisher absorbed these fighting skills greedily, and even used them unconsciously. Speaking of which, Fisher also fought with other people in the family before, and obtained fighting skills from his grandfather Gino and father Silva. The fighting skills of the two have been drained by Fisher. The fighting skills of Netero, a 100-year-old man who is still strong, are obviously much better than those of his grandfather Gino and his father Silva. Naturally, it is worthy of Fisher study. However, sparring is not a real battle, but a real fight. There is still a big difference between the two, so the combat experience that Fisher can gain is not too much. Fisher can compete with others to gain combat skills, but he can't always gain combat experience in sparring. After all, the so-called combat experience is the different valuable combat knowledge gained after fighting different enemies. Just fighting with fixed people, the combat experience gained is very limited. After all, the moves are also useful. It's a pity that the ability to multiply by 10 times can't work in this regard. If Fisher had rich combat experience, his strength would have surpassed that of his father Silva. Of course, it would be a different matter if Fisher's strength and fighting skills surpassed his father Silva's too much. In this case, even without enough combat experience is enough to defeat Silva. Just like Illumi in the family, this guy can be regarded as experienced in many battles, but his fighting skills are not strong enough, and his spiritual cultivation is obviously not as good as Fisher. Not everyone is like Fisher, not to mention the powerful talent, but also the ability to increase tenfold. Illumi's talent is weaker than Fisher and Killua, but he just has the advantage of being born early. If the three are of the same age, come into contact with Nun at the same time, practice Nun, go out into the world at the same time, and experience various battles, Fisher and Killua are definitely stronger than Illumi. In this case, the talent is not as good as Fisher, and there is no plug-in for the tenfold increase in Fisher. Even if it has been in the morning for a few years, it is useless. Illumi's Nianqi cultivation and combat skills are still not comparable to Fisher's, they are far behind. Only these two items are enough to make up for Fisher's lack of combat experience, thus surpassing Illumi in strength. In addition to the powerful talent and the ability to multiply by 10 times, Fisher also has the grace of God, the ability to realize hard work, which is completely like a tiger with wings added. The existence of God's favor is also one of the reasons why Fisher asked Netero to feed him. The grace of God can rely on a lot of battles to become stronger and directly transform into its own strength. It can not only enhance combat experience and gain combat skills, but also improve strength. Why not do it? Fisher felt that, judging from this time sparring with Netero, a martial arts master, after Hunter's experiment this time, he should be able to draw with his father Silva. No more fights, no more fights, I have nothing to teach you. Two black afterimages collided in the training room for a long time, and one of them withdrew from the battlefield, waving his hands and admitting defeat. It was Netero. Netero didn't dare to continue fighting with Fisher. He was afraid that he would be hit by Fisher to commit suicide. Mandan, I've accumulated hundreds of years of accumulation. You have stolen all of your masters in just a few days. I don't want to lose face. Don't fight. Don't say anything. In fact, there's really nothing to teach. Just like the literal meaning, I am afraid that if I continue, I will be poor. Thank you, President Netero. When the time comes, I will do my best for your entrustment. Fisher also retreated from the fighting state, came to Netero, saluted respectfully, and solemnly thanked Netero for his teaching. Netero nodded in satisfaction. That's right. Knowing that you respect your teacher, it's not in vain that I'll do my best to teach you these 2 days. Boy Fisher, you won't be able to contribute to the trip to the secret realm. Netero nodded in satisfaction and said to Fisher, in the past few days, Netero can be said to have tried his best to teach Fisher fighting skills. It is really not an exaggeration to say that he is Fisher's teacher. Don't worry. Fisher smiled lightly and agreed. Hey, Fisher, do you want to be a gourmet hunter? I happen to be short of a partner. You become a gourmet hunter. Let's go all over the world to find dream food. Coming out of the training room, Fisher was entangled by Minchi, wanting Fisher to become a gourmet hunter like her. Together team up and travel the world to find delicious ingredients. After seeing Fisher's fighting power, Minchi felt that if Fisher can form a team with her, then the world is as big as anyone can go. Sorry, I don't want to be a gourmet hunter. For Minchi's invitation, Fisher declined without thinking. While fantastical cuisines from around the world are certainly tempting, Fisher doesn't want to waste his time hunting for them. Fisher loves fantasy food, like grape spider eggs, but Fisher doesn't want to waste time on them. Fantasy food is at best a trivial preference for Fisher, and it's only human. However, Fisher is not wasting time on this. After all, for Fisher, with his divine grace and tenfold power, every second counts. The time spent running around the world looking for dreamy delicacies, if given to Fisher to practice, Fisher's thoughts will definitely improve a lot. With the development ability of life, Fisher's vitality is huge, and he is not afraid of the upper limit of potential energy. It is estimated that Fisher will not have a limit in the decades of development. After all, Fisher's development ability life can also be improved. The increase in life also means that Fisher's vitality will be stronger, and Nun is the ability to manipulate life energy, which is completely linked to vitality. The stronger the vitality, the stronger the potential energy. Anyway, Fisher has been practicing for several years, and his Nianqi cultivation base has gradually increased, and he has never felt that he has encountered a bottleneck, and he has gone smoothly. This is because Fisher's vitality is too strong. Speaking of it, Nun is somewhat similar to chakra, both of which are linked to vitality. The stronger the vitality, the smoother the cultivation will be. However, it seems that most of the systems are related to vitality, and this one cannot be separated. No, it seems that the god of death is not. That thing cultivates the soul. Again, if looking for delicious ingredients can improve your strength like a captive of gourmet food, Fisher doesn't mind doing so. However, unfortunately, this world is not good, so Fisher passed without thinking. Of course, if you come across a dream ingredient by chance, Fisher doesn't mind spending a lot of effort to get it. It would also be nice to taste delicious food. While walking slowly, Fisher was thinking, completely ignoring the chattering Minchi beside him who refused to give up. Speaking of which, I'm old enough now, and it's time to form my own team. Although Minchi is not very good at Nun, she still has the potential to improve. Do you want to subdue her? Just after thinking about Nun, Fisher's thoughts shifted to other aspects in an instant, to family affairs superior. Every head of the Zoldyck family will form his own team when he is young. Since I have decided to accept the position of the future head of the Zoldyck family, I naturally need to form my own team. Just like Ponian and Yuin, they're the team members of Dad Silva, and they are also the housekeepers directly under the head of the Zoldyck family, and they only obey the orders of the head of the house. Thinking of this, Fisher subconsciously glanced at the mummy Minchi next to him. This guy has not reached his own limit yet, and his strength still needs to be improved. It is estimated that if his potential is fully developed, even if he is not Hisoka's opponent, he will not be much worse than Hisoka. Of course, it is the current Hisoka, and Hisoka will continue to grow. Moreover, even if Minchi's talent is limited, Fisher also has a way to let him continue to improve his strength regardless of talent. As for the method, it is naturally the grace of God on Fisher. Fisher's divine favor does not come from the gods, but is bestowed by the system, and the source of the favor is Fisher himself. That is to say, Fisher can describe favors to others at any time, thus creating a Fisher family belonging to Fisher. However, once this thing is portrayed, it will be bound by grace and become Fisher's subordinate. Fisher had decided long ago to use this to train his men. As for portraying favors to family members, Fisher hadn't considered this matter. After all, once God's grace is portrayed, it's Fisher's underling. Family members become subordinates? How to listen, how to respond. Also, no one in the Zoldyck family is normal, which is why Fisher didn't do it. God's grace is only suitable for Nun people like Minchi who are not strong in potential and lack of aptitude, and want to continue to improve their strength slowly, and have no way. As for why he didn't choose among the butlers of the Zoldyck family, it was because Fisher wanted to take the elite line, not the mass line. Hey, Minchi, you want me to be a gourmet hunter? Go with you to find gourmet food all over the world. Hunter is looking for my strength, right? Fisher interrupted, looking at the non-stop Minchi. Well, that's right. Minchi, who was talking, was slightly taken aback when he heard the words, and then nodded in response. This is not something that can't be said. She really liked Fisher's strength, so she wanted Fisher to be her companion. If there is a way to make you stronger in battle, would you like it? Fisher nodded, and then asked, a way to quickly become stronger in battle? Hearing this, Minchi's eyes narrowed immediately. Is there any price? It's not a serious price, but once you accept this method, it's like being tied to me. Bundled together? Does that mean I will be your subordinate? That's what it means, don't you want? Let me think about it. Up to you, but get back to me before I leave. Your younger brother's assassination skills are really good. You have used limbs to such an extent at such a young age. In the airship control room, Netero looked at the countless huge screens in front of him, staring at one of them, without hesitation praising, and beside him was Fisher. At this time, in front of the two of them are dense surveillance cameras, which filmed the island where Hunter's experiment was located from various angles. And now it's the fourth test. As long as it passes this test, only the last chairman will review it. Netero is in charge of the last experiment, and the content of the experiment depends entirely on Netero's mood. If Netero is in a good mood, he will just give a test to deal with it. If it is not good, all candidates who reach this level may be eliminated. After all, he is the most talented member of the Zoldyck family ever. Fisher nodded slightly, agreeing. But these words made Netero almost pull the beard off his chin. You tell me this kid is the most gifted member of the Zoldyck family? When the old man is blind, in front of a monster like you, This kid is completely the generation who sprinkles water. This guy is afraid of comparisons. After learning about Fisher's strength, Killua has a good talent, but that's all in Netero's eyes. People are more popular than others, so you have to throw away when you compare goods. What kind of eyes do you have? Looking at Netero's weird eyes, Fisher was a little puzzled. The authorities are confused by the bystanders, but Fisher is preconceived. He has learned about the situation of the Zoldyck family in his previous life. Killua Zoldyck is the most talented member of the Zoldyck family in history, so he didn't count himself in for a while. Therefore, he couldn't understand why Netero's eyes were so strange for a while. Moreover, even if it is included, what he said is correct, because although his talent is stronger than Illumi, it is still worse than Killua. No, it's nothing. Netero also saw that Fisher wasn't joking at all. This guy didn't seem to count himself in at all, and his face became even weirder, but he didn't say much, and turned his attention to the monitor again. Hey, old man, you monitor so much, you should also monitor the daily emergency of these candidates. At this time, Fisher suddenly came over and asked Netero in a low voice. As soon as these words came out, Netero immediately jumped up. Old man, how could I do such a shameful thing? Who knows? After all, you are an old urchin, and it is very possible that you will do any weird things. Brat, go to the training room with the old man, and see if the old man doesn't punish you. Just go, I'm afraid of you. Damn old guy, you actually use 100 styles of Avalokitesvara. In Fisher's room, Fisher held his bruised nose and swollen cheeks with a look of displeasure. Originally, Fisher thought that Netero would fight him in the same way as before, but he didn't expect that this guy didn't talk about martial arts, and directly opened up and beat him with the 100-style guanyin. However, fortunately, I'm not a vegetarian. Unlike the Ant King, he has no long-range attack ability. Melee combat with a large Netero is definitely the most stupid, so Fisher just uses thunder for long-range attacks, and doesn't fight Netero head-on at all. This time, Netero ran right around the practice room after Fisher. Fortunately, Netero knew it was the training room, so he didn't dare to attack too powerfully, otherwise Fisher would not only have a bruised nose and a swollen face, he would probably have to lie in bed for a few days. However, although Fisher was beaten like a pig's head by Netero, Netero was not much better. Although the old man Netero was driving a 100-style Avalokitesvara, both offensive and defensive, but 100 secrets must have a secret, Fisher still seized the opportunity, gave the old man an electrotherapy, and directly gave his smug beard dam. Got it. Hiss. The pain from the touch on the face made Fisher take a breath unconsciously. Minchi, who had been transformed from his mummy state, was now holding a potion to apply to Fisher. The old guy Netero is really ruthless. The damage caused to Fisher can't even be effective for Fisher's treatment of none, and I don't know what other abilities this guy's 100-style guanyin has besides direct attack power, so that he can't heal Nin work. How dare you fight with President Netero in that state? You really are a newborn. While giving Fisher medicine, Minchi said strangely, as an old man of the association, Minchi knows some secrets. The 12 earthly branches in the association have been beaten by President Netero with Baishir guanyin before. Those are the 12 earthly branches. All of them are monsters, but all 12 of them were beaten up with bruised noses and swollen faces. Some of them released water to entertain the old man. Minchi really admires Fisher's daring to fight Netero in a big state. Hiss. That's because the old man doesn't talk about martial arts. I thought it was the same as before. Fisher twitched his face, felt pain again, and said indignantly, by the way, I told you before, how do you think about it? The hunter experiment is coming to an end. I'm going back too. After passing this village, there will be no such shop. Immediately, Fisher asked Minchi, it's been 2 days since the last time, and the hunter trial is coming to an end. If the Minchi guy doesn't reply, Fisher will treat it as a rejection. Can you really improve your strength quickly? Hearing this, Minchi frowned slightly, doubting uncertainly. As long as you fight a lot, you can quickly become stronger. As for the enemy, as long as they are not too weak. Fisher nodded slightly and explained. Hearing this, Minchi fell into deep thought, and Fisher didn't disturb him when he saw this, but took the potion from Minchi's hand and wiped it on himself. After a long time, Minchi finally had a reaction, raised his head, looked at Fisher firmly, and said solemnly, okay, I agree. Minchi is well aware of his potential, and has been a hunter since he was a teenager. None has been mediocre among hunters for so many years. As a gourmet hunter, her only hobby is to find gourmet food all over the world, but she can't enter many places with gourmet food. The reason is that she is not strong enough to get gourmet food from those places in hand. This is a very uncomfortable thing for gourmet hunter, but she has no choice but to feel sorry for her lack of strength. If what Fisher said was true, she wouldn't mind being Fisher's underling. As long as her strength can be improved so that she can get those dream ingredients from those dangerous places, she can do anything. Of course, without touching her bottom line. Okay, then I will give you the method to quickly improve your strength now. Take off the gauze, turn around, and I will engrave favor on you. Well, okay, yeah. The grace of God is a very precious gospel for Minchi, who is a nun who can't go up or down. Because nun people like Minchi are not talented enough, it is obviously unrealistic to quickly improve their strength in a short period of time. But with the grace of God, they can fight continuously, and then the grace of God will transform their own strength. Harvest conversion, quickly become the benefactor's own strength. In contrast, for Silva and Grandpa Gino, the grace of God is a bit superfluous. Because the strength of the two is too strong, there are not many existences in this world who are similar to them, so that they can use the grace of God to become stronger. In 2 days, Fisher finally digested the bruises on his face and restored his appearance to its peak. And the 4th hunter trial is over. The 9 candidates who passed the exam also started the final round of exams. There is no difference from the original book. The final round of exams is a battle mode dominated by Netero. The old man also euphemistically called physical ability value, mental ability value, impression value, and other big principles, but they are all nonsense. Fisher knew very well that this hunter's final trial was just a little game that the old man thought up at will, a little game to kill his boredom. This guy also purposely held talks with all the candidates who passed the exam the day before the exam. The old man just wanted to watch the battle of a few candidates, to see if he could find someone who could accompany him to relieve his boredom. That's how willful he was. At this time, everyone was gathered in a guild hall. Fisher also followed Netero and others to participate in this experiment and became a witness. Yo, brother, you're still here. I didn't see you before. I thought you gave up halfway. Killua, this guy, noticed Fisher at the first sight when he came here, and immediately waved his hands excitedly. How could I give up? I was just accepted by the old man Netero. That is to say, I'm already a professional hunter, and I don't need to go through repeated tests like you. Fisher nodded slightly, and then explained. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of all the candidates present suddenly changed, and then all the candidates' eyes fell on Netero. Although they didn't speak, the changes in everyone's expressions clearly expressed their confusion and doubts. But the person concerned didn't pay attention to these gazes. At this moment, he was scratching his smooth forehead and looking at the documents in his hand. What's the matter? After a while, Netero seemed to notice the gazes of the crowd, and asked belatedly, but the puzzled look on his face seemed that he didn't intend to explain at all. For this, everyone present hated their teeth itchingly, but there was really nothing to do. After all, the final interpretation of the hunter experiment rests with Netero, the president, and they can't interfere with what President Netero wants to do. Then, the final test is about to begin. This time the experiment is. Fisher didn't listen to what he said next, but paid attention to it. Netero's words are not nutritious, and Fisher doesn't bother to listen. At this time Fisher is talking to Minchi. This guy Minchi is Fisher's first direct manager, and there are some things that need to be clarified. As the first subordinate, Fisher is also ready to do his best to train. Not to mention reaching the level of Hisoka and Illumi, but it can't be too far behind, at least to the level of being able to fight undefeated. After this experiment, go to Kukula Mountain with me. I'll teach you how to improve your strength as soon as possible. Fisher ordered to Minchi. The grace of God. This ability can be strengthened through continuous fighting, high-intensity fighting, and killing. The ability of God's grace will transform the host's own efforts into reality and become the host's own strength improvement. As long as Fisher is willing to spend time feeding Minchi, then Minchi's strength will definitely improve quickly. Although it is not possible to improve rapidly all the time, it is still possible to improve to a certain extent. Okay, I'll leave it to you when the time comes, Fisher. Naturally, Minchi would not refuse such a good thing, and agreed without thinking. After obtaining the favor of God, Minchi already knew the ability of grace of God, so he also knew what it would be like for him to have a powerful move. As for the refusal, it should be said that even if she wanted to, she couldn't refuse. After all, she has become Fisher's subordinate, and the grace of God has a strong binding force. Speaking of which, do you have any recommendations for people with similar qualifications to you? Since Fisher wants to build his own team, naturally the more the better. Of course, the minimum requirement for a team is to have a talent similar to Minchi's. If Fisher is too short, he doesn't want it, and there is no need to cultivate it. Does Bart count? Minchi was slightly taken aback when he heard that, then looked at Bart beside him, and whispered in Fisher's ear. Let's forget about him. His aptitude is too bad. Fisher shook his head and directly denied it. This guy, Bahara, is about the same age as Minchi, but his Ninchi cultivation is much lower than Minchi's. From this, it can be seen that his general aptitude does not meet Fisher's requirements. That's Seisai. Since it doesn't work, then I can't help it. I don't know many people. I'm pretty strong in Gourmet Hunter. Not many are better than me, but they are all very old. I'm not familiar with other types of occupation hunter. Minchi shrugged, saying that he had no one to recommend. That's right, then there's no other way. But in the future, pay more attention to non people like you who want to become stronger but are limited. Of course, appearance must pass the test. Fisher was not surprised when he heard this, and ordered aloud. That's right, Fisher is a face control, and Fisher doesn't want his direct butler to be some crooked guy. Okay, I see, I'll pay attention. Minchi nodded and agreed. After the conversation was over, Fisher closed his eyes and rested without watching the child-level battle that had already started. No, it's not so much a rest, it's better to say it's cultivation, with eyes closed. Time passed bit by bit, and Fisher, who was practicing, was awakened by a familiar evil breath. As soon as he opened his eyes, Fisher saw Illumi exuding black thoughts all over his body, and opposite him was Killua, who was covered in cold sweat, and lowered his head in horror. Seeing this scene, Fisher's face suddenly turned cold, and he asked Illumi loudly, Illumi, what are you doing? As soon as the voice fell, a terrifying aura swept across the entire venue instantly, and the wind blew wildly. Except for Netero, Hisoka, and Illumi. All the Nin candidates present showed shocked expressions, and the candidates who did not practice none were also suppressed by this breath, showing panic. As you can see, I don't want to fight Killua, so I want Killua to retreat. Illumi turned around and said flatly, you're trying to give Killua a psychological hint. I should have said that Killua can take whatever path he wants, and he doesn't need your intervention. Fisher's eyes sparkled, and he reprimanded him indifferently, without treating Illumi as an older brother at all. You are really domineering. You won't give in anything about Killua. Illumi's face remained calm. I've already given in. Don't take my kindness for granted. The thunder and lightning appeared. Fisher's waist-length silver hair fluttered with the wind waves. His blue eyes shone even more, and his whole body was cold. It was fierce and ferocious, as if it would launch a thunderous strike at any time. Hey, I'll stop right now. Seeing Fisher like this, Illumi was silent for a moment, then raised his hands to express his surrender. Afterwards, Illumi looked at the referee and said to the referee, I abstain. Without Illumi's psychological suggestion, Killua was not completely crushed, so the experiment ended smoothly, and Killua was also different from the original book and got the hunter license. And the only one who was eliminated was the archer Baoqier. Although this guy is good at shooting bows and arrows, his melee combat is really not that good, not even Lirio. So he was eliminated without suspense at all, and Bao Deluo, who was supposed to die in the hands of Killua, was lucky to pass the hunter test this time and obtain the hunter license. Still, not being hunter would have saved the guy's life. After all, this guy's future is very miserable, being eaten by the queen ant. Thank you, brother. If it wasn't for you this time, I would probably lose control. After the experiment was over, Killua came to Fisher's side and thanked Fisher gratefully. It's okay. Tell me if Illumi does this again in the future, and I'll cut him. Fisher reached out and patted Killua's head lightly, and said with a faint smile. Fisher had already given in once before on the matter of Aluka, and let Illumi stick a chanting needle in Killua's forehead. If Illumi continued to push forward this time, Fisher would not be polite. Even if it came to Dad Silva and Grandpa Jano, Fisher would still be right. Don't slap me on the head. Killua slapped the hand on the head away, annoyed. Okay, the hunter experiment is over, and it's time for me to go back to Kokila Mountain. Killua, if you want to practice none, please come back. I will set aside a month to teach you. No waiting. Fisher smiled lightly, and then said, okay, I'll go back. Killua's eyes lit up when he heard that, and he agreed without thinking. The reason why he ran away from home before was because he didn't want to obey the family's arrangements, but it didn't mean that he hated staying at home and didn't want to go home. Killua is naturally willing in every possible way to go back to cultivate stronger strength this time. Minchi, follow up. Fisher nodded, then greeted Minchi beside him, then turned and left. Minchi also responded, and then followed behind Fisher. Brother, when did you get the examiner done? Killua was surprised when he saw that Minchi followed Fisher as soon as he shouted. Killua, have you thanked your brother? At this time, Kurapika and Lirio came over, and Kurapika said aloud. By the way, Lirio, Kurapika, I'm going back to Kokila Mountain. Do you want to come with me? Killua nodded slightly, and then extended an invitation to the two. I have something to do, so let's forget about it. Kurapika was slightly taken aback when he heard this, and then refused with a smile. Now that he has obtained the hunter license, Kurapika just wants to start the life of hunter as soon as possible. He wants to get information about how he wants to become stronger, get information about spiders, and he wants revenge. I'm gone too. Now that I've got the hunter license, it's time for me to continue my studies. Lirio also shook his head regretfully, rejecting Killua's invitation. Are you really not coming? I'm going back this time to follow my brother to learn the ability to release lightning. Maybe I can ask my brother to let you practice together. Killua blinked and said again after hearing this. Go. Please let me follow you to Kokila Mountain. I'll go. Hearing that they were going to study none, Kurapika and Lirio immediately changed their previous attitudes. They were extremely excited, and they moved directly in front of Killua and yelled loudly. Then let's go back to my house together after Gon wakes up. Killua was stunned, then said with a smile. On the other hand, after leaving the Hunter Association's mansion, Fisher took Minchi on a return journey. Coming out this time, Fisher also gained a lot. Not only did he collect a lot of wool from Netero and improve his fighting skills, but he also got 2 check-ins, a celestial blade that can resurrect the dead, and a chance to get the thunder fruit that has no side effects. In addition, the butler team directly under him has just begun to be formed. It has been rewarding. After spending a day, Fisher and Minchi took the airship back to the Zoldyck family in the Bartosha Republic. What a big door. When Minchi first came to Kokila Mountain, he was shocked by the huge front door of the Zoldyck family. This door is the trial door of Kokila Mountain. Only by entering through this door will you not be attacked by Sanmao, the guard dog inside. Minchi, go and see how many trial doors you can open. Fisher explained to Minchi. How many? What do you mean? You'll know once you try it. Don't use none. Fisher smiled lightly and warned. He also wondered how many doors Minchi could open without using none. He could only open 6 doors by himself. As for the 7th door, only his father Silva had opened it, and his grandfather Gino hadn't seen whether it was opened or not. Then I'll give it a try. With a doubtful attitude, Minchi stepped forward, put his hands on the door, and began to exert force. With this force, Minchi knew what Fisher meant. Interesting. Let's see how many doors I can open. Minchi grinned, and then used all his strength. Rumble. Under Minchi's force, the door opened slowly. 3 doors. How about it? After opening the 3 doors, Minchi confidently asked Fisher for credit. There are only 3 doors, so it's okay. Okay, come in with me. Looking at the same number of doors as Killua, Fisher sighed slightly, and then said. Originally, he thought that Minchi, as a non-user, would be able to open more doors than Killua even if he didn't use none. After all, he was thinking too much, and not everyone, like the Zoldyck family, had that kind of training since childhood. What do you mean? Are you dissatisfied? Seeing that Fisher's reaction was not as he imagined, Minchi was suddenly puzzled. Besides fighting against me, you also need to exercise your strength. Your strength is too weak. Fisher didn't hide it, and directly expressed his dissatisfaction. Am I very weak? Very small. As soon as the words came out, Minchi was like an eggplant beaten by frost. Wilting, obediently followed Fisher into the trial gate. Ding! Congratulations to the host for officially forming the Patriarch's power and triggering the sign-in reward. In the future, every time the host Patriarch Force adds a direct steward, the system will trigger a power sign-in. Note, the host's direct butler. The aptitude of each of them cannot be weaker than that of the gourmet hunter Minchi. Otherwise, it will not be triggered. May I ask the host to sign in? But at the moment Fisher took Minchi into the door of trial, the reminder of the salted fish system sounded in Fisher's mind, which made Fisher slightly dazed. Power. However, this is not over yet. When Fisher murmured about his power in his heart, the system's prompt sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for forming a faction and getting the ability feedback of Minchi, a member of the faction. Congratulations to the host for getting Minchi's cooking ability. Fisher. The prompts sounded one after another, making Fisher a little confused. My own system has always been very salty. Why is it so active and generous today? Ability feedback from force members? That is to say, every time I recruit a direct butler who can be recognized by the system, I can obtain an ability from that member? After being confused, Fisher couldn't help rubbing his chin and thinking. System, is it like this? Fisher asked the system in his heart. However, it is a pity that the system guy is very cold and did not respond to Fisher's inquiry. This made Fisher a little speechless, but soon Fisher put this speechlessness behind him. He already has a clear understanding of the high coldness, salted fish, of the system guy, so he doesn't feel unbearable. After all, more than 10 years have passed. However, the system didn't say anything, but Fisher also knew that his guess should be right. However, this kind of thing has a long way to go. After all, he couldn't easily see things like aptitude. Before none practitioners did not practice none, Fisher could not see their aptitude at all. And those who have cultivated none and have good qualifications are mostly arrogant people, and it is impossible to become other subordinates at will. In other words, Minchi, Fisher recruited with the mentality of giving it a try. In other words, Minchi, because of the relationship between food and strength, has a strong obsession, so he easily agreed. As for other talents with strong qualifications, Fisher cannot 100% guarantee that they will be able to lure and recruit successfully. However, there are currently 2 options, J Freaks and Karapika. As for Lirio, forget it. Although this guy will learn none in the future, his aptitude is not very good. And among the 2, J Freaks, the guy Fisher passed directly. As the protagonist, this guy can't possibly be inferior to others. It's Karapika who has a chance to get it. This guy Karapika can prescribe the right medicine. This guy wants to acquire powerful abilities in a short time to avenge Phantom Troop. I can satisfy this guy, after all, with the grace of God. As long as Karapika works hard enough, with this guy's powerful talent as a Karuta tribe, it is possible to obtain a powerful nun in a very short period of time. Moreover, if this guy joins the Zoldyck family, he can also use the Zoldyck family's intelligence network and borrow the power of the Zoldyck family to find traces of Phantom Troop. All the conditions mean that Karapika, the seed Fisher, can win. Let's try it when the time comes. Muttering inwardly, Fisher put his mind on the system. System, sign in. Ding. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Gourmet Cell, Minchi special version. Gourmet cells. It's actually this thing, and it's also a Minchi specific version? Could it be that this thing can only be used by Minchi? Hearing the voice of the system, Fisher couldn't help raising his eyebrows, looking at the ball of white light floating in the system space, showing surprise. This white light cluster is exactly the Gourmet cell that Fisher just obtained. Fisher's thoughts moved slightly, and his mind was immersed in the light ball, and the information on the light ball was clearly exposed to Fisher's mind in an instant. As expected, this thing is exclusive to Minchi, and I can't use it. So it seems that what you get when you sign in for a faction is something exclusive to each faction member. Fisher guessed silently in his heart. This is probably a small stove for me by the system to let the forces I formed grow up with me. Otherwise, as my strength increases, the strength of the members of the formed forces will be pulled further and further away by me, and I will not be able to help them at all. Do me a favor. Thanks, system. Silently thanking the system in his heart, Fisher withdrew his mind and returned to the present world. The 2 came one after the other, and soon came to the castle of the Zoldyck family. As soon as he got back to the castle, Fisher called a housekeeper and asked him to take Minchi to arrange the door accommodation. Although Minchi joins the Zoldyck family and is also a butler, but as a butler directly under the head of the house, Minchi will obviously enjoy higher treatment and power than ordinary butlers, and can also enjoy the service of other butlers. Of course, this is okay. When you have something to do, you have to perform the duties of a housekeeper. Gourmet cell. This thing is the hard currency among the captives of gourmet food, and it is the standard equipment for becoming stronger. Among the gourmet captives, which one has no gourmet cells? This thing seems to contain food demons, and I don't know what kind of food demons the food cells in my hand will be, and what color they are. However, this reward is a good match for Minchi. Minchi, as a gourmet hunter, likes to search for dreamy and delicious ingredients all over the world. This can promote the development of gourmet cells, and the development of gourmet cells can also make the host stronger. The rewards given by the system must be carefully selected. His mind was once again immersed in the gourmet cells in the system space. Fisher looked at the gourmet cells and silently recalled the information about the gourmet cells in his heart. Turning his mind around, Fisher didn't waste too much time on the gourmet cells, got up and left the room. Fisher is going to meet Dad Silva. Now that the direct steward has been formed, it is natural to say hello to Father Silva, the current head of the family, and ask him to arrange Minchi's identity. Otherwise, other people in the family will not know the existence of Minchi, and misunderstandings will easily occur. After asking the butler to report and getting Silva's current location from the butler, Fisher rushed towards that location. Silva is now in a training room, and it took Fisher half an hour to get there. No way, the castle of the Zoldyck family is too big. Walking around at home, Fisher couldn't rush as fast as fighting, but walked slowly, so it took so long. You're back, Fisher. Fisher's arrival stopped Silva, who was working on her nin skills. Well, back. Killua should be home in a few days. I came here this time to tell you that I have started to form a direct manager. Her name is Minchi, and she is a professional hunter. Make arrangements to avoid any trouble. Fisher nodded lightly, and then explained his purpose of coming here. Is it actually a professional hunter? As expected of my son, I know. I will arrange it. Silva seemed very surprised by Fisher's words, and his son actually kidnapped the professional hunter back. Why is your tone so weird? Hearing Silva's words, Fisher frowned slightly, feeling a little uncomfortable. What's wrong? No, nothing. Dad, let's have a sparring session tonight. Putting aside the weird thoughts in his mind, Fisher sent a sparring request to Silva. Why at night? If you want to compete, you can do it now. Silva did not refuse. Minchi just came here. I have something to explain. Let's go tonight. Fisher shook his head. Okay, let's come here tonight. It's been a long time since we father and son have competed. Silva nodded after hearing this, expressing his understanding. Well, I'll go first. Fisher nodded slightly, then said goodbye and left here. Fisher, the aura on his body has become stronger again. It seems that going out for a trip is not a small gain. After Fisher left, Silva murmured thoughtfully. On the other hand, Fisher went straight to his room after leaving the training room. After returning to the room, Fisher took off his shirt, bit his finger to leave blood, and then pressed the bloody finger on his back. The faint blue light instantly filled the entire room, and sacred characters flew up from Fisher's back and spun rapidly. After a while, the sacred words returned to Fisher. Fisher skillfully took out a piece of paper, pressed it against his back for 3 seconds, and then took it off. Fisher's delay in fighting Silva was certainly not because of Minchi. The reason for the delay is because he needs to renew his God's grace. There is no doubt that God's grace can transform one's own training, fighting, and killing the enemy into one's own strength. Fisher sparred with Netero for several days on the airship of the Hunter Association. During those few days, Netero's combat skills improved rapidly. This is just Fisher's own talent, but there are still some improvements that Fisher has not mastered, and God's grace has completely mastered these enhancements. As long as Fisher updates God's grace, then these strengths will naturally be transformed and be mastered by Fisher. Once updated, Fisher's strength will definitely increase again. Moreover, it is still an improvement under the tenfold increase ability. Fisher Zoldyck, LV.5, Strength, SS 1068 SSS 1969, Durability, SS 1089 SSS 1996, Dexterity, SS 1078 SSS 1959, Agile, SS 1035 SSS 1999, Magic, SS 1086, Development Ability, Life, A, Swordsman B, Killer C, Magic Guide D, Magic, Blink, Instantly move, you can move to the marked place without chanting and consume a lot of magic power. Skill, None. The ability to manipulate life energy, freely manipulate the life energy emitted from the body to form a powerful ability. Has it increased so much in just a few days? Shouldn't it be Netero? Fisher narrowed his eyes slightly as he saw the increase in the value on the favor meter, feeling deeply moved in his heart. Except for magic power, the other 4 basic values have all increased to more than 1900, and each value has increased by more than 800. Don't think that Fisher's favor value has only increased by 800 under the tenfold increase ability, but it also depends on what level Fisher is now. The current Fisher's level is already LV5. Reaching this level, it can be said that it is very difficult for Fisher's numerical improvement. When I was exchanging ideas with my father Silva and my grandfather Gino, Fisher's 4 stats only increased by more than 400 each under the tenfold increase. This is the result of continuous exchanging for half a month. But this time, Fisher only fought Netero for 3 days, and gained so much in 3 days. It is conceivable how big and impressive Fisher's gains this time are. How wonderful it would be if this kind of opportunity still exists. However, it's difficult. Even if we discuss with the old man Netero, it won't improve much. Looking at the favor watch in his hand, Fisher felt a little regretful. Fisher knows that this kind of opportunity is hard to come by, and even if he gets this kind of opportunity again, he probably won't be able to get this kind of chance to increase his strength. If life and death are fought, if he can survive, his strength may increase again. However, Fisher has no grievances with the old man Netero, so naturally, he won't have nothing to do to fight with him. Moreover, even if they really fight, Fisher is not the old man's opponent now. We are short of Albert now. Once Albert is enough, I can upgrade. At that time, my strength will undergo a huge change. The grace of God, every level of promotion, the strength will undergo a huge change. This is beyond doubt. Fisher has also upgraded several times in the past 10 years, so he naturally understands the mystery. Burning the paper in his hand, Fisher got dressed. As soon as he got dressed, Minchi's voice came from the door, as if pinched. Fisher, are you there? Come in. Already arranged? Looking at Minchi, Fisher asked. Well, it's already arranged. Minchi nodded, but then his expression changed, and he couldn't wait to ask Fisher. When will you give me a trick? It's not urgent. I'll give you something nice first. Fisher said calmly, his face unchanged. Good stuff. Minchi wondered. Well, something that can improve your strength is very suitable for you. Fisher nodded. As soon as the words fell, Fisher reached out and pressed Minchi's forehead, and directly injected the gourmet cells into Minchi's body with the power of the system. Minchi immediately stood there in a daze, his eyes glazed over, and he didn't return to his senses for a long time. Fisher was not surprised to see this, and sat on the sofa, quietly waiting for Minchi to come back to his senses. After a long time, Minchi came back to his senses, his eyes flickering. Thank you, Fisher. My life will be yours from now on. After learning about the perfect phagocytic cell, Minchi was very excited and assured Fisher with a solemn expression. Minchi is very aware of the preciousness of this thing, and also understands what Fisher said just now, why this thing is suitable for him. For such a precious gift, she can't repay her, and after thinking about it, there is only one way to repay her gratitude. Your life is mine. Minchi. Ready? In the middle of the training room, Fisher and Silva stood opposite each other, Silva said lightly. And in the walled corridor of the training room, all members of the Zoldyck family appeared here except Killua and Maa. Illumi also returned to the Zoldyck family, and Minchi was also in the corridor at this time, but instead of standing with the Zoldyck tribe, he stood alone on the other side. Everyone in the Zoldyck family didn't want to miss Fisher's challenge to Silva, not to mention those in the family, and even Illumi, who was still hanging out, came back immediately. It was also thanks to him that he was able to rush back to the family in such a short time. Get ready, let's start. Fisher said lightly, and then slowly pulled out the long sword in his hand. A powerful aura instantly spread out from Fisher's body, turning into layers of air waves sweeping out in all directions. Silva, who was the first to bear the brunt, suddenly had long hair flying, and everyone in the corridor was also hit by the powerful air wave, and their cheeks were scratched painfully. I forgot to mention that Fisher is a swordsman who has practiced swordsmanship since he was a child. He is an out-and-out master of swordsmanship. This can be seen in the developmental ability shown in Fisher's divine grace. B-level swordsman development ability, second only to A-level life. Well, Fisher's aura has become stronger again. Mom is so relieved. On the other side, being hit by Fisher's aura, Mother Kikyo was the first to react, holding her cheeks in excitement, like AM is average. It's only been a few months, and the aura has become so strong. It's really a monster. Grandpa Gino couldn't help squinting his eyes after feeling the aura. A few months ago, Fisher's aura wasn't as strong. Even if it was him, it was nothing more than a full-scale unleashing of aura. Ah, what a powerful aura, Fisher. On the other side, Illumi has completely perverted at this time. His face that has always been indifferent has completely changed at this time, and the dark pupils that look like black holes are nothing at first glance. But looking at it again, it is extremely frightening, exuding a strong aura to compete with Fisher's aura, and the waist-length black hair flew up, straight to the ceiling. Illumi is not only controlled by Killua, but also controlled by Fisher. As long as it is the choice of the head of the family, Illumi cares very much, loves it, and this care, love even turns into a desire to control. It's just that Fisher's strength is so powerful that Illumi can't control it at all, so he puts his energy on Killua. But this does not prevent Illumi from caring for his younger brother. And Fisher's strength has become stronger again, which makes Illumi very happy. And when he is happy, Illumi's state will become what it is now. TCH. He spat in a funny voice. Brother Fisher. Kaluto whispered. As expected, our house is really the birthplace of monsters, Fisher. I don't want to treat you as a monster at the speed at which you improve your strength. Silva, who was facing Fisher's momentum, felt the deepest, so he felt the deepest emotion for Fisher in his heart. Stop talking about this, let's start. I'll go first. Fisher said calmly with his usual expression, and then he flashed his figure and rushed towards Silva quickly. Seeing this, Silva didn't say any more, and also galloped towards Fisher. Swish. The fight between the two did not start from close quarters, but from Fisher's slash. Yolan's huge slash completely ignored the specially reinforced training ground, and directly opened a gully more than 1 meter deep on the extremely hard ground, and rushed towards Silva. Silva, who was running, didn't panic at all, exerted a little force in his hands. His thick arms were exposed, and then the mighty nun gathered in his hands, and a huge, purple lightning entangled mind energy bullet was born in his hands. Silva threw it forcefully, meeting Fisher's slash head on. Boom. A loud noise shook the entire training ground, and the center of the training ground was filled with smoke. The figures of Fisher and Silva were also submerged in the smoke. Afterwards, a series of violent collision sounds continued to be heard from the smoke. Powerful thoughts and slashes spewed out of the smoke from time to time, splashing out in all directions, drawing gaps on the wall, and in just 10 seconds, the specially reinforced training room became dilapidated. What are you doing? You won't be able to see anything like this. Miji muttered with some displeasure. I told you to practice none, but if you don't listen, you'll be messing around with those messes all day long. Hearing this, Grandpa Jianhua scolded loudly, and Miji choked for words. Except for the jokes, the others watched with relish the flickering figures in the smoke, and the presence of the smoke didn't block their sight at all. Equally matched, really strong Fisher. After watching for a long time, Gino sighed again, deeply moved by Fisher's strength. Grandpa, are they making a real fuss? At this moment, Illumi suddenly spoke, with a hint of doubt in his tone, as if he was a little uncertain. It seems to be a real fire. This guy Silva seems to be trying his best. I don't know if Fisher can handle it. Gino nodded. He can also see that this battle seems to be entering a fierce stage. And as soon as Gino's voice fell, a powerful shock swept across the battlefield, blowing away the smoke, revealing the scene inside. I saw that the two people who were originally entangled had turned into the initial confrontation again at this time. Both of them exuded an extremely terrifying aura, and the impact caused by the attacks of the two directly hit the wall of the training room. Cracks suddenly appeared on the specially reinforced wall, like spider webs. At this time, Silva on the battlefield was entwined with a strong sense of energy. Under the influence of this energy, his silver hair was constantly flying around irregularly. His face was also extremely stiff and indifferent, and he had completely entered the state of fighting. On the opposite side, Fisher has entered the state of lightning at this time. His whole body exudes electric light, and his body flickers with electric arcs from time to time. An electric arc split out uncontrollably, directly creating a pothole the size of a wash basin on the ground near Fisher. But this pothole is not very conspicuous on the battlefield, because there are too many potholes on the battlefield, and there are potholes bigger than this one, all caused by the battle between Fisher and Silva. The two looked at each other for a moment, and then started fighting again, turning into afterimages and rushing towards each other. I saw two streamers flickering constantly on the field, entangled, and collided at any place on the training ground, which was almost impossible to catch with the naked eye. There were deafening roars constantly coming out of the training room, fierce battles, and powerful auras constantly impacting the training room, making this specially reinforced training room a bit crumbling, and some dust would fall from the ceiling from time to time. Grandpa, do you want them to continue? Continue. This training room will be demolished. Miji looked at the continuous cracks on the ceiling, and asked his grandfather Jianhua with some concern. Yeah, if this continues, the training room will be lost. It's time for them to stop. Hearing this, Gino also noticed the abnormal shape of the ceiling, and nodded in agreement. Immediately, Gino took a deep breath, and then yelled loudly at the two people below who were never tired of it. Both of you stop it. The battle between Fisher and Silva came to an end with the intervention of Grandpa Gino, and the entire training room was completely scrapped. Although there is no winner, everyone in the Zoldyck family knows that Fisher can already compete with Silva in strength, and it is estimated that he is only inferior to his great-grandfather Manhwa and Grandpa Gino. After leaving the training room, Fisher separated Minchi from the rest of the family. Zoldyck is worthy of being an assassination family. Not only is the head of the family powerful, but the strength of the tribe is also so terrifying. Walking on the way back, Minchi felt emotional. Just now she clearly faced the strength of the Zoldyck family. Except for Miji and Kaluto, the strength of the others is terrifying, far beyond her expectations. Especially the terrifying aura on Illumi. It might as well be more than the aura she felt from Hisoka before. There's no need to be envious. You can also become stronger to this extent in the future, or even stronger. Fisher said lightly. Well, I know, I'm sure. Minchi nodded confidently. Minchi, who has acquired gourmet cells, is full of confidence in improving his strength. By the way, what do you plan to do next? Do you want me to teach you tricks here or go to all over the world to find delicious food? Fisher nodded and then asked. Before bringing Minchi back, I thought that I would feed Minchi to improve my strength, but I didn't expect the system to come out halfway, and I signed into a special food cell for Minchi. Now Minchi has a new choice, and it's a better choice than feeding her. Feeding Minchi by myself is just an ordinary favor promotion. Unlike myself, Minchi does not have a tenfold increase, so the speed of promotion is relatively much slower, and it cannot be quickly effective. And now that there are gourmet cells, Minchi can rely on devouring all kinds of dreamy delicacies to improve his strength. At the same time, while looking for these delicacies, he can also fight with those monsters. The favor is also useful. It is completely killing two birds with one stone. Fisher felt that this new option was a better fit for Minchi. Of course, if Minchi is willing to stay here and rely on his own methods to improve his strength, Fisher will not mind. Well, originally it was the best choice to spar with you, Fisher, but now that I have a gourmet cell, I have a new choice. Sure enough, I'll choose the second one. Minchi hesitated for a moment, and then gave a reply. Well, it's okay, then you can decide the next itinerary yourself. Fisher nodded in understanding. Yeah, I see. By the way, Fisher, why don't you use gourmet cells yourself? Why do you give me such a precious thing? Minchi nodded, and then asked Fisher after hesitating for a moment. Hearing this, Fisher's eyes twitched suddenly. You think I don't want to use it? This thing is specially prepared for you by the system. I can't use it at all. If it could be used, I would have used it long ago. Gourmet cells, this kind of thing is very scary. As long as you eat delicious food, you can quickly upgrade, and you can easily increase your strength. Who would want to let go of such a good thing? However, no matter how much drama there is inside, on the surface Fisher has not revealed any telltale feat. Your strength is too weak, so I will increase your strength. Or you don't want gourmet cells? Fisher glanced at her lightly and said, Of course I want to, but Minchi shook his head quickly after hearing this, and then said, Okay, you can use it well if it's given to you. Don't need mother-in-law. Seeing what Minchi wanted to say, Fisher waved his hand and interrupted, and then flashed forward quickly. Mandan, if you continue to stay here, you will almost be unable to suppress your jealousy. In the back, Minchi stared blankly at Fisher's figure who was quickly going away. After a while, Minchi burst out laughing. Thank you, Fisher. No matter what happens in the future, I will stand by your side. Don't worry, I will improve my strength as quickly as possible, and I will definitely be your right and left hand and help you. Looking at Fisher's back, Minchi shouted loudly. Minchi, who got the gourmet cell, naturally knows how precious the gourmet cell is. Minchi is extremely grateful to Fisher for giving him this precious treasure. Scholars die for their confidence. Minchi now has this mentality. Fisher has the heart to cultivate himself, and even gave himself this precious treasure. Naturally, Minchi is not an ungrateful person. He is very grateful for this kindness in his heart, and this kindness, Minchi decided to repay it with his whole life. The day after he sparred with Silva, Minchi left the Zoldyck family, left the dry mountain, and embarked on a journey to find food and fight monsters all over the world. And on this day, Killua brought Gon and others back to Kukula Mountain. Once back at Mount Kukulu, Killua went straight to Fisher. As for the three of Gon, they were thrown by Killua to Gabriel, and Gabriel was asked to train the three of them. The strength of the three is too weak in Killua's point of view, and they must be strengthened. The first thing that needs to be enhanced is strength and speed. Wearing weight-bearing objects to train is the easiest way. Killua did the same before to exercise his strength and speed. Brother, I'm back. I promise to teach me none. You can't just let it go. As soon as he returned to Kukula Mountain, Killua went directly to Fisher and asked Fisher to teach him none. He didn't mean to go to his father Silva at all. However, this is also normal. Killua is still inexplicably afraid of his father Silva, so he dare not go to him for nothing. Even if he is practicing none, he will come to Fisher directly. Of course, if Fisher is not around, no matter how much he is afraid of Silva, Killua will find him in order to practice none. Come back so soon. I thought you were going to play outside for a few days. Fisher said with some surprise. How can playing be compared to practicing none? Okay, stop talking nonsense. Teach me quickly. Killua rolled his eyes at Fisher's words. Yes, this will teach you. Before I teach you how to practice, let me popularize the concept of none to you. None is an ability to manipulate life energy. It's amazing. This is none. I feel full of strength. In Zoldyck Castle, in Fisher's separate training room, Killua was entwined with Nen Chi, showing a look of surprise. For Killua, Fisher did not choose to teach step by step like ordinary Nen practitioners, but directly used Fa to guide the Chi in his body, and then taught him to control his own Chi. Killua's current state is the state where he has just completed the awakening of Nan, and is using winding to restrain his Chi. As expected of Killua, the Chi just awakened is so strong. Looking at Killua in front of him, Fisher sighed slightly. I have to say that the talent of Killua is really nothing to say. If Fisher hadn't been accompanied by a plug-in, he probably wouldn't be able to compare with Killua. Okay, brother, teach me how to use Nun next. When Fisher sighed, Killua also understood his own situation and couldn't wait to learn the new use of Nun. It's not a good thing to want to fly before you learn how to walk. It's not a good thing to aim too high. Cultivate the entanglement well, let your Chi be completely fixed, and don't talk about accidents. I'll give you 2 days, and come to me the day after tomorrow to practice other Nun uses. Facing Killua's impulsiveness, Fisher couldn't help reprimanding him. This guy is too unstable. Just learning Nun is like practicing advanced skills, and he is not afraid of breaking his teeth. Well, let me practice entanglement first. Killua also reacted to being reprimanded by Fisher, and said embarrassingly, well, you can practice here, I'll go back first. Fisher nodded, and then turned around to leave here. However, just a few steps away after turning around, Killua's voice came from behind him. Brother, can you teach Gon in them by the way? This made Fisher pause, and look back at Killua, frowning slightly. No, can't it? Seeing Fisher frowning, Killua was slightly disappointed. He knew that his old brother was very talkative. As long as there was nothing he could not agree to, he would directly agree to his request. And once the elder brother frowns, it means that the possibility of the elder brother's rejection is very high. Apologize to mom tomorrow, and bring them over the day after tomorrow. Fisher frowned and thought for a moment, then agreed. This made Killua slightly surprised. He didn't expect his elder brother to agree after frowning. It was really the first time. However, Killua was so surprised that Fisher also turned and left at this time. For Fisher, teaching others such a time-wasting thing is a reluctance for Fisher. Even if one is teaching and the other is training, there is no difference. However, since it was his younger brother's request, Fisher agreed after thinking for a while. It's for Killua's sake. Also, Fisher wanted to see if he could recruit Kurapika, a Karuta survivor. Thank you, brother. Killua, who reacted, immediately put his feet on his feet, excitedly waved his hand to Fisher's back, and thanked him. Fisher didn't look back, just raised his hand lightly, and waved it casually, which was regarded as a response. 2 days passed quickly, and Killua brought Gon and others to Fisher's exclusive training room. For the 3 of them, Fisher didn't say much. According to Killua's request, he directly used the hair to open the aura nodes on the 3 of them as he taught Killua, and released the Chi inside. Then he taught the 3 of them to control their Chi. Among the 3, apart from Leorio, both J-Freaks and Kurapika are geniuses among geniuses. Like Killua, although Leorio is not good enough, he can barely control his Chi, so there is no genius death due to excessive gas loss. Then Fisher asked Killua to supervise Gon and Leorio's practice of entanglement, and he called Kurapika away. Arnold, Fisher, why did you call me out alone? Kurapika asked Fisher in front of him as he walked in the spacious corridor. I heard from Killua that your enemies are those spiders. As soon as Kurapika's words came out, Fisher also stopped, turned to look at Kurapika, and said. Hearing this, Kurapika's expression was slightly agitated. His eyes turned red unconsciously, but he soon calmed down and nodded silently. Would you like to be my direct steward? I can give you great power, so that you can find those spiders for revenge. You should also understand that those spiders are none. I can tell you in charge, among those spiders, except for a small man, none of them is weaker than those examiners, except President Netero. Based on your current situation, it will take at least several years to seek revenge from those guys. Can you wait? Your talent is very strong. After a few years of practice, none can be comparable to the members of the brigade. However, even if you can defeat one of them, you cannot defeat the entire spider brigade. Once you start to take revenge spider, then you will be hunted down by spiders, and you alone cannot escape the hunted down by the entire spider brigade. Fisher sent out the invitation lightly, and stated the situation of the spiders. These words made Kurapika more silent. He also knew what Fisher said. After knowing the existence of Nun, Kurapika already had a guess in his heart. The Karuta people are very strong. Most of the Karuta people are experienced warriors, but they were exterminated by Phantom Troop, who had only a few people at that time. No matter how you think about it, this kind of thing is impossible. He has always been very puzzled and confused by this matter. It wasn't until he knew the existence of Nun, and felt the breath released by Illumi and Fisher in the final test, that Kurapika was convinced that most of the members of Phantom Troop should be Nun. Only the existence with this kind of supernatural ability can wipe out the Karuta people in a group of only a few people. Fisher is right. Even if he has strong talent and then cultivates quickly, it still cannot make him reach the point where he can defeat spiders in a short time. Unless he has devoted himself to cultivating for more than 10 years, he will be able to deal with the entire spider with confidence. But, ask yourself, can you bear it for such a long time? Can I really restrain the hatred in my heart all the time? The answer is impossible. I can't wait to wipe out all the spiders now. Fisher, can you really give me great strength, making me strong enough to deal with the entire Phantom Troop in a short time? I can. If not, then I will personally help you deal with Phantom Troop. Hearing this, Fisher knew that Kurapika was moved, so he promised directly. What happened to Minchi earlier let Fisher know that the system should be happy to help him cultivate members of the power. Minchi has obtained the powerful power of gourmet cells. Once Kurapika joins his forces, the system should not be stingy with giving Kurapika powerful abilities. If not, then it's up to you to avenge Kurapika yourself. Okay, I promise you. With Fisher's assurance, Kurapika was silent for a moment, then spoke firmly and agreed. Welcome to Zoldyck, Kurapika. Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting a new member of the force and getting a check-in reward once. May I ask the host to sign in? Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting the ability feedback from force member Kurapika. The host has obtained the red-eye trait. After engraving the favor to Kurapika, a system prompt sounded in Fisher's mind. As expected, Kurapika's aptitude is higher than Minchi's. However, what is this fiery red-eye trait? Fisher murmured inwardly. Immersed in the red light group in the system space, Fisher quickly learned the information about the red-eye trait. Fire red-eye trait. With this trait, Fisher's eyes will not turn red, but it will make his own Nin system into a trait system. And Kurapika's characteristic is absolute time. Any system of none can exert 100% of its power. The fiery red-eye trait that Fisher reported belongs to Kurapika, and so does his trait ability. In other words, Fisher has now obtained the qualifications for 100% cultivation of the 5 systems none. As long as Fisher is willing, he can cultivate none of various systems at any time, and it is 100% powerful none. Speaking of this, we have to mention Nin system. Except for some special cases, like this one with Kurapika, others have only one system attribute from birth. This system attribute is your main attribute, and only with this attribute can you cultivate 100% of its power, while other attributes can be cultivated through hard work, but you cannot fully exert their power. The farther the Nin system is from the exclusive system attribute, the lower the chance of its completion will be. For example, Fisher's Conjurer, the closest to the Conjurer is the Enhancer and Manipulator. These two systems, Fisher's cultivation success rate is 80%, while the farther away is the Transmuter and Emitter. The success rate of these two Fisher exercises will be lower, 60% and 40%. However, the cultivation success rate of the trait system is 0, and one must be born with the trait system to be able to cultivate successfully. Fisher, who now has the red-eye trait, is none who has inherited Kurapika's trait ability, absolute time, and the other 4 systems that can cultivate 100% power. Good thing. With a chuckle in his heart, Fisher absorbed the red light into his body, and officially obtained the special ability of absolute time. Afterwards, Fisher glanced at Kurapika, who was looking at his favorite list, and said silently, System, sign in. Ding. The sign-in is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the restriction oath offset card. Karapika special version. As expected, the sign-in rewards of the faction members are exclusive to them. Before it was for Minchi, this time it's for Karapika. However, this thing. Fisher narrowed his eyes slightly, confirming his previous guess. However, looking at the silver card that appeared in the system space, Fisher had a new guess in his heart, and his thoughts wrapped up in the past. Can any degree of restriction and oath be cancelled? This is really a reward tailor-made for this guy Karapika. Karapika, even if he gets a favor, he probably won't be able to escape the oath and restriction against spiders. However, with this card, Karapika can make a more powerful oath, and the yin she obtained in this way will be even stronger. Make the best use of everything, and let Karapika formulate stricter rules than the original book. After understanding the effects of the restriction and oath offset card, Fisher thought silently. Restriction oath offset card, literally, can offset the oath, no matter what level it is. With such a good thing, Fisher absolutely. The oath made by Karapika in the original book is not enough to watch. If you want to make a stronger oath and gain more powerful power. Or, I can make Karapika grow up directly like Gon. A thought popped up in Fisher's mind. Force growth. This is the oath made by Gon in the Ant chapter, to force his body to grow to its peak state, and Gon in the peak state directly punched Neferpitu, the personal guard of the Ant King, in seconds. Although Karapika's talent is somewhat different from Gon's, it's not too big. Even if he grows to the peak, his strength is not as good as Gon's, but it's not much worse. By doing so, Karapika can gain her own future powers. Thinking about it is a little heartbreaking. However, as soon as Fisher's thoughts came here, the system that had always been cold, salted fish, suddenly spoke. You're thinking of peaches. System. Fisher was a little surprised. The system didn't want to talk to you, and threw an explanation at you. Fisher. Throw an explanation. This is very systematic. Although he was speechless about the strange behavior of the system, Fisher also received the so-called explanation from the system. Is force growth a one-time oath? That is to say, it can only be used once, and then it will disappear. The restriction and oath offset card can only be used once. It seems a little uneconomical. We have to think of a more suitable restriction and oath. After receiving the system's explanation, Fisher also knew why the system said that. Thinking of this, Fisher pondered again. After a long time, Fisher finally thought of a good idea. Have you finally recovered, Fisher? After Fisher recovered, Karapika's voice came over, and Karapika was sitting on the sofa opposite Fisher, looking at him worriedly. Karapika, do you want to make a restriction oath? Fisher nodded slightly, and then asked lightly. Constrain oath. Karapika asked with question marks all over his face. Restriction oath, a good thing that can allow you to quickly obtain a powerful Ninchi cultivation base. I want to formulate. The rule that it can't cause harm to people is much stricter than it can only be used on Phantom Troop. However, it also gives Karapika much more power than the original oath. Now Karapika's Nianchi cultivation is comparable to that of Dad Silva. Looking at Karapika's back, Fisher murmured in a low voice. Restrictions and oaths. As long as you swear and follow the rules, you can gain great power. The original Karapika was supposed to formulate a middle finger bondage chain that could only work on spiders. This limitation is too strong. However, there are stronger limiting rules than this. That is, you can't do anything to anyone, and once you do it, you will die. This rule can be said to completely restrain Karapika. Because of this, the strength Karapika gained is far more terrifying than the original Karapika, and the energy in his body is now comparable to that of his father Silva, only inferior to him. You know, none was originally used for fighting, but Karapika made the rule of not being able to fight with others. One can imagine how strict it is. Almost all the functions of none are restrained, which is almost the same as without none. If it is someone else, then basically you can lie down and wait to die. After all, no matter how strong none is, he can't fight others, and he can only wait to die when he encounters the enemy. But Karapika with the offset card is different. Even with this extremely strict rule, as long as the offset card is used, Karapika can still be used. This is the state of Karapika right now. One step to the sky, just an oath is enough. And on this basis, Karapika also reenacted the oath against Phantom Troop. It's really enviable, whether it's Minchi or Karapika. Looking away, Fisher sighed slightly. Both Minchi and Karapika have received strong support from the system, and it was something that made him very envious. Shaking his head slightly, Fisher turned and left, walking towards the room. In the following month, Fisher did not complete the system's sign-in tasks. For a month, Fisher stayed in Kukula Mountain. Apart from practicing himself, he taught Killua various nin skills. Fisher will not be like Youngu, just teach some basics, and let the two figure it out by themselves. Fisher directly taught Killua and others all of Nun's skills, including advanced skills. As for whether they learn or not, it has nothing to do with him. Anyway, the concept has been taught, and it is waiting for them to develop it themselves. And after staying in the Zoldyck family for a month, Fisher also set off to leave the Dry Mountain. Killua and the others also left. However, Killua and Gon are on the same path as Fisher, while Karapika and Lirio are splitting into the other two paths. Lirio went back to his hometown, while Karapika went to Ukexin City. After all, Hisoka had told him that the members of Phantom Troop would be going there on September 1st, so Karapika went to find the way first. As for the Fisher three, they went to the Sky Arena. Killua wants to take Gon to the Sky Arena to participate in the competition, so that Gon can accumulate some fighting skills and experience. As for Fisher, he was invited to fight at the invitation of Hisoka. During the Hunter experiment before, Fisher agreed to Hisoka's invitation to fight in order to avoid Hisoka's entanglement, and went to the Sky Arena to fight with the Hunter Association 1 month later. This guy Hisoka is the owner of the Sky Arena, and he needs to declare if he wants to fight with him, but Fisher doesn't need it. Because Fisher is also a landlord in the Sky Arena. Just like Killua, Fisher came here when he was young, and he was brought here by Silva to fight shortly after Fisher just learned none. It took half a year. Fisher is very happy he has become the host of the Sky Arena, the host of 235, and his roots are so deep that no one can shake him. Fisher can register at any time if he wants to fight Hisoka, and then tell Hisoka to accept the appointment. Taking the airship to the Sky Arena, Fisher left Gon and Killua and went directly to the floors above 200 floors. As soon as he reached the 200th floor, Fisher went directly to the registration staff to register, and called Hisoka to let him accept the battle invitation. Quick fix, Fisher doesn't want to waste time here. Sure enough, Hisoka was already here waiting. Not long after receiving Fisher's call, he appeared at the registration office and directly accepted Fisher's invitation to fight. It's been 1 month and 6 days, and I thought you would miss the appointment. Standing in front of Fisher, Hisoka squinted his eyes and said slightly displeased. It's only a few days, you're so fussy. Even if I don't come, there's nothing you can do. Facing Hisoka's displeasure, Fisher didn't get used to him at all, and said directly, even if he doesn't come, Hisoka can't do anything about him. He really pissed him off, so he will deal with Hisoka directly, and at most he will find a new friend for his brother Alomi. Although this kind of friend is hard to find. Hey, then let's start tomorrow. This battle, I can't bear it anymore and want to have a life and death battle with you. You are the opponent I am most looking forward to besides Krallo. See you tomorrow, Hisoka said excitedly. With that perverted look, his face was not only twitching, his hands were tightly hugging his body, twisting and twitching. This perverted move made the waiter at the registration desk back involuntarily a few steps, a disgusting look. Even Fisher was the same, taking a few steps back involuntarily. Hisoka is still the same Hisoka, the one who is determined and perverted for 100 years. See you tomorrow. I hope you can still be so perverted tomorrow. Fisher cast a disgusted glance at Hisoka, then left a sentence, and then rushed to his room on the 235th floor. This guy Hisoka is disgusting. If he stays here, Fisher is afraid that he will vomit. That would be indecent. After playing this game with Hisoka, go and complete the sign-in task. Back in the room, Fisher washed up and lay down on the bed, looking at the ceiling and muttering silently. For the time being, he has nothing to do except practice. The only thing that can be done is to set the system's check-in task. This task has been delayed for more than a month, and it is time to complete him. Get the Thunderbolt fruit, and your strength will be greatly improved. When he came to this world, Fisher's personality was peaceful, and he was a little non-controversial. Even the assassination was only because of the family business, and Fisher didn't want to take part in things that had nothing to do with him. Of course, if it's beneficial to him, Fisher doesn't mind intervening. In this world, there will be chimeric ant incidents in the future, which can be said to have nothing to do with Fisher. However, who let Fisher have such a younger brother in this life? Fisher doesn't want to interfere with Killua's life, and in this case, Killua, who is with the protagonist gone, will definitely be involved in the chimera incident. At that time, even if it has nothing to do with it, it will be shot. Fisher's current strength is very strong among human beings, very strong. Although he can't compare with the world's top 5 none, he is at least one of the first echelon none. Even for a character like the division commander among chimera ants, Fisher can easily kill him instantly, but if he is up against the army commander and Wan's personal guards, it's not enough. The gap between division commander and legion commander is too great. If he wants to keep his life safe in the chimera ant chapter, Fisher needs stronger strength. And continuing to practice step by step for a year, Fisher can't guarantee that his strength can be compared with the army leader. Yes, compared with the legion commander. As for the Ant King Maruam, this guy Fisher has absolutely no confidence to compare with him. There is no way. The Ant King is a full level booze coming to Novice Village to abuse food, and the strength of a single human being is far behind. Only bombing it with artifact has any chance of destroying him. Of course, giving Fisher a few more years would be comparable to the Ant King. However, Fisher is short of time, and there is not much time left for Fisher. Moreover, even without the chimeric ant incident, Fisher himself is very eager for strength. For Fisher, improving strength is the #1 priority in Fisher's heart. When he first traveled to this world, Fisher was very confused, and because of the confusion, he didn't know what to do to be a good Fisher and put all his energy on becoming stronger. After coming to this world for more than 10 years, Fisher is almost always on the road of improving his strength. From the initial assassination training to the subsequent nun training, Fisher has never stopped. On the way to becoming stronger, Fisher also gradually integrated himself into this world, making himself a member of Zoldyck's tribe and treating other people in Zoldyck as his own family. When something happened to his family, Fisher couldn't just sit back and watch. Speaking of which, chimera ants are creatures from the Dark Continent, and the king of the clan has such a powerful strength. However, even so, the strength of the Ant King is only a B-level creature in the Dark Continent. The Dark Continent is really terrifying. What is the highest level of creatures over there? A level, S level? Or is there something above? His thoughts turned rapidly, and Fisher, who was still online about chimera ants just now, turned from the task of signing in to the Ant King in a second. Would you like to visit the Dark Continent when you become stronger in the future? Perhaps when my strength reaches a sufficient level, all the creatures over there will become the main resources to promote my strength. In addition to the system's sign-in rewards, Fisher's strength improvement is nothing more than 2 types. One is to practice Nun, so that one's own Nin-Chi cultivation can be strengthened, and one's own Nun can be studied more deeply and tempered. The second is to rely on the grace of God. With the grace of God, as long as Fisher fights a large number of evenly matched enemies, he can quickly increase his strength. There are too few such existences in the human kingdom, and once Fisher's strength goes further, there will be even fewer of them. Moreover, even with such a small number of people, many of them are Shenlong who can't see the beginning and the end, and there are no people at all. Even if you can see it, it may not be able to compete with you. In the Dark Continent, such powerful existences should be everywhere, and they are natural training grounds. However, it is very troublesome to go to the Dark Continent. I remember that the Kajin Empire in the future seems to have held a large-scale exploration and colonization operation, and I might be able to hitch a ride at that time. That's the decision. Fisher muttered silently in his heart, and then made a decision. Slowly closing his eyes, Fisher was not going to replace his own water surface with cultivation as usual, and slowly entered his dream. No words all night. Early the next morning, Fisher washed up early and headed to the arena in the Sky Arena after having breakfast. The battle between the landlords, since Fisher and Hisoka registered yesterday, the Sky Arena has already started to warm up in time. Even if the time is tight, the warm-up effect is very good. Early in the morning, the arena was already full of people. The entire arena was full of voices, and the audience was excited, whispering to each other, excitedly talking about the upcoming battle today. Hisoka, the pervert, had already been waiting in the ring early. When Fisher came over, he just saw Hisoka in the ring showing a perverted posture, completely ignoring the surrounding audience. Here it is. The floor owner Fisher on the 235th floor has finally appeared. This battle between the landlords is finally about to start. Please wait and see. The host was keenly aware of Fisher's appearance, and was immediately extremely excited the announcement came out, and the loud voice reverberated in the arena with the aid of the equipment. The cameraman of the broadcast also shifted the camera to Fisher in good time, and Fisher's figure appeared on the big screen. Immediately, the entire training ground immediately boiled up, and all the audience stood up, calling out Fisher's name loudly. Fisher, 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 Fisher. Am I that popular? What Fisher didn't know was that, as the youngest proprietor of the Sky Arena, Fisher had attracted much attention and was highly anticipated. In the previous few promotion battles, Fisher was completely crushed. But this time, Fisher's enemy is Hisoka. Hisoka's strength is also very strong, completely different from the landlord who Fisher played against before. The reason why the audience is very excited and looking forward to the fight between the two. The audience wanted to see a fierce battle between dragons and tigers. It's finally here. The audience at the scene has been waiting for a long time. Sarah, let's start. Hisoka, after seeing Fisher appearing, was even more excited, and his calm face suddenly changed dramatically. His complexion became extremely ferocious, like an evil ghost. However, not only did this change not scare the audience, but they became more excited, and the cheers became louder. As soon as the words fell, Hisoka didn't wait for Fisher's reaction, and regardless of whether the referee announced the start of the battle, he crossed his hands, and several poker cards appeared at the fingertips, and quickly fired towards Fisher, and his figure followed. Hisoka's poker attack is fast, but in Fisher's eyes, it is as slow as a tortoise, as if in slow motion. Fisher easily dodged the poker attack, and then his figure flashed, followed by Hisoka. They collided head-on. The arms of the two collided violently, and there was no explosion, but there was a violent, deafening roar. This kind of situation made the audience who were looking forward to this battle excited and shouted loudly at the top of their lungs. The host also played by ear and commented loudly on the battle between the two, while the referee on the ring had already emergency avoidance. Hisoka quickly exited the ring and entered the passage after throwing out the playing cards and shouting start hastily. I've caught you. On the battlefield, Hisoka, who collided with Fisher's arm, changed from his previous evil spirit appearance, with a calm expression and a smile in the corner of his eyes. He looked at Fisher and said with a smile, catch me. Are you talking about this disgusting thing on your arm? Fisher smiled lightly when he heard this, with strong disdain in his laughter. Fisher is very clear about Hisoka's abilities. Stretchable love, this guy's nun can turn into a chewing gum shape and has a very strong sticky force. Once it is glued, it will be very troublesome and many movements will be restricted. Moreover, this guy also likes to use Ju in battle to hide the nun he activated, unless he uses condensate all the time during the battle, so that he can notice this. However, in the ever-changing battle situation, not everyone will always use Ning, and only use it when they feel something is wrong. So Hisoka has repeatedly succeeded in battle, and Fisher, who knows Hisoka's fighting habits, has long been on guard against Hisoka's move. Hearing this, Hisoka was taken aback for a moment, and then looked at Fisher's arm. With this look, Hisoka knew why Fisher said that. Not only himself, but Fisher also used it. He thought that there was a small electric arc attached to Fisher's arm stuck by his nun at this moment. Even if he turned on the condensation, it would be difficult to notice this electric arc. His own Nin stretching love was completely blocked by these tiny arcs, not sticking to Fisher's arm at all. This discovery made Hisoka a little surprised, but he was not annoyed, and said with a light smile, It seems that you have investigated my ability very clearly. It's the most basic common sense to gather intelligence about the enemy before battle. Fisher replied flatly. That's right, but you don't think I have only this kind of means. Hisoka was not surprised when he heard this, and continued with a smile. Poker. That's right, your old trick. Hearing this, Fisher didn't panic at all, but directly punctured Hisoka's arrangement. Hisoka was taken aback by these words. At the beginning of the battle, he launched his poker card as a whole card. This is his usual trick. Moreover, Nun, who was connected to the poker card, was transferred to his feet and connected from the ground. Yes, I didn't expect Fisher to even discover this. But just when Hisoka was in a daze again, Fisher's attack was already reactionary. The lightning all over his body has spread rapidly around Fisher and Hisoka, forming a huge cage with a radius of about 15 meters, and the two of them are directly trapped in the lightning cage. If you want to rush out of the lightning cage, you will definitely be seriously injured. It is precisely because of this trick that Fisher wastes his tongue in a spat with Hisoka. Otherwise, with Fisher's character, it is impossible to waste saliva in battle. Are you going to limit the battlefield? Noticing this, Hisoka was stunned for a moment, then bent his legs, jumped back quickly, and distanced himself from Fisher, then glanced at the thunder and lightning around him. The corner of his mouth curled up, he smiled evilly and said. However, this time Fisher has no intention of talking to Hisoka. The lightning on Fisher's body kept surging, rushing towards the lightning cage from all directions, and the color of the lightning cage became darker visible to the naked eye, gradually changing from the light blue at the beginning to the faint blue, and finally turned into purple. As for Hisoka, looking at this scene, he didn't mean to stop him at all. Instead, he showed a surprised look, and just watched Fisher strengthen the lightning cage. That's right, the color change of the lightning represents the stronger attribute of Fisher's thunder cage. If the previous lightning cage would cause serious injuries if forced to break through, the current lightning cage is completely impossible to break through. At least with Hisoka's destructive power, it can't be broken. Once Hisoka really chooses to break through the lightning cage, he will definitely peel off several layers of skin. It seems that I'm really going to have a showdown here. It's okay. Faced with this situation, Hisoka looked away, looked at Fisher, licked his lips, and said with a smile. So let's start. Fisher said indifferently, his expression unchanged. The next moment, Fisher flashed and rushed towards Hisoka. Hisoka also shrank his pupils and shouted excitedly. His face became ferocious again, laughing like a ghost and rushing towards Fisher. Hisoka, who has always been graceful in battle, couldn't stop facing a ripe red apple like Fisher. Outside the thunder cage, the audience in the auditorium became more and more ebullient, and the shouts resounded throughout the arena and spread to the outside through various passages, making the people outside couldn't help but exclaim and look sideways frequently. Using the ability of Ju instead of hiding when fighting with me, aren't you afraid of doom? Continuously firing the poker cards in his hand, Hisoka launched an attack on Fisher in a wrestling manner, teasing while attacking. The absolute thing is not easy to use. Once the enemy notices it, the enemy's attack will definitely eat you up. Because in the absolute situation, a person's Nun defense is almost reduced to the extreme, almost zero. This is the same with Hisoka just now, but Hisoka thinks that his adaptability can instantly relieve him of the absolute state, and let his thoughts fill his whole body again. Concealment is different in comparison. Although it is still a trick used for concealment, its own defense still exists. It's the same with you. Facing Hisoka's ridicule, Fisher said lightly. If Fisher really thought that Hisoka was in an absolute state and took the opportunity to attack, it would be a big mistake. Because a guy like Hisoka, who has experienced many battles, can definitely change his state in an instant and restore his defense power again. This is why Fisher didn't take the opportunity to attack Hisoka just now. However, the battle is changing rapidly, and if Hisoka uses absolute, often like this, Fisher can also find opportunities to attack in the battle. Things like Ju can only be used against novices, because most novices can't use condensation, such as Washer Dolong, and there will be a considerable degree of danger when dealing with Nin masters. The pervert Hisoka just loves dangerous situations like this. Thinking of this, Fisher, entwined with lightning, appeared in front of Hisoka again and punched Hisoka's face. Boom. Blocking Fisher's attack with both hands, Hisoka retreated towards the edge of the lightning cage, and barely stopped on the edge, almost being attacked by the lightning cage. As soon as he stopped, Hisoka's playing cards came to Fisher. Laugh. Crackling. Thunder and lightning flashed, and the playing cards were instantly reduced to ashes. And Hisoka's figure also came to Fisher again, holding a sharp poker and swiping towards Fisher's neck. The battle between the two has completely entered the melee combat stage from a wandering fight. Perhaps it was because Fisher didn't like words when fighting. Hisoka, who originally liked to use words to shake the opponent's mood in battle, was completely unable to use his specialty this time. The battle between the two of them only had the sound of violent collisions, and there was very little communication. Most of the time, only Hisoka was talking and Fisher was silent. In just a few tens of seconds, both of them were attacked by the other party. It stands to reason that both of them had injuries of varying degrees. But no, only Hisoka was injured. There are very obvious scars on Hisoka's face and arms at this time, and there is a lot of blood at the corner of his mouth. Perhaps it was because they both knew each other's strength, so the two of them didn't test the enemy's strength anymore. They exhausted all their strength from the beginning of the close combat. No, only Hisoka used his full strength. As for Fisher, Fisher only used the power of Conjurer. As for Hisoka, Hisoka is very passive in this close combat. The battlefield that stretchable love is best at is in a spacious place, and a spacious battlefield allows stretchable love to play to its heart's content. But now, the battlefield between the two has been limited by Fisher to a space of only 15 meters. This situation inherently limits Hisoka's Nun by more than half, and Hisoka's Nun cannot exert its own power. Moreover, the way of using Yudo is not good. Fisher's speed is too fast, and he can approach his side every time. Troublesome, my ability is limited, and I can only fight with basic Nin skills. Hisoka thought while attacking Fisher. Hisoka was no fool, and the moment he emerged from Fisher's lightning cage, Hisoka knew he was at a disadvantage. But this is also a helpless thing. The battle is changing rapidly. He also didn't expect that Fisher actually had this ability, and actually developed the Nun of the thunder cage. As for knowing that the appearance of the lightning cage will restrict him from breaking out of the lightning cage before it poses a threat to himself, it is because Hisoka knows very well that Fisher cannot let himself succeed. Since Fisher has used this ability, it means that Fisher has made up his mind to limit himself and the battlefield here. And there's more trouble than that. Fisher has been using condensate in the battle, so that he can't get any chance to use his unique skill, that is, Ju to hide his Nun stretching and free love for battle layout. I used JE to activate the flexible and flexible love. I just activated it 1 second, and the next second Fisher fired a lightning bolt, directly blasting away the Nun I had arranged, which was impossible. A concubine can't do it. However, when fighting against a master like Fisher, using absolute still has a very high risk. Once or twice is fine. If there are too many times, if Fisher seizes the opportunity, even if his body is strong and he has no mind to defend, he will definitely be seriously injured when facing the mind attack of Fisher, even a master of none. Moreover, what's even more troublesome is that Alumi's younger brother has a very firm mind. My words can't affect him at all. We can only rely on Nun's cultivation to decide the winner. This is what makes Hisoka even more troublesome. In previous battles, Hisoka was able to use words to give the enemy some psychological hints, influence the enemy's judgment, and so on. Once the opponent's mind is affected by his own words, then there are a lot of negative emotions, and the more common ones are anger and loss of reason. But in the face of Fisher, his language intervention ability can't work at all, because Fisher didn't communicate with him at all after the melee combat started, and just kept attacking. Moreover, this guy Fisher is not only fast, but also has terrifying attack power. His Nianchi defense can't defend against all attacks, so that he has been hit by several moves not long after the melee combat started. If you continue like this, your situation will be very bad. This guy Hisoka was forced to such a point. He is really a scary kid. And when Hisoka was feeling tricky about this battle, in the auditorium, in a passageway, a man in training clothes, the girl with the pink high ponytail was leaning against the wall and watching the battlefield quietly, and was surprised to see Hisoka being at a disadvantage on the battlefield. This girl is none other than Maki, one of the members of Phantom Troop. Maki came here a month ago. He originally came to inform Hisoka Krallo of the group leaders gathering order. Later, he heard Hisoka say that he would have a battle in a month, so he stayed here on purpose. He wanted to see Hisoka take over. Down the fight. I didn't expect that I would really gain something by staying here this time. Seeing such a battle was not in vain for her to stay here for a month. No, it should be said that seeing Hisoka deflated, this situation is really not bad. She's so happy to see this happening that she even wants to applaud Fisher. After all, Hisoka is really annoying to her. Perverts are the public enemy of women. But when Maki was slandering Hisoka, there was a change in the ring at this time. Hisoka, who was only slightly downwind, was thrown flying by Fisher's punch without any warning, and his whole body was thrown into the water on the ground. If Hisoka hadn't stopped his tumbling body in time, Hisoka would have hit the lightning cage directly. Seeing this scene, the entire arena suddenly boiled up, and the audience's cheers flooded the entire arena with high excitement. And on the ring, in the thunder cage, Hisoka knelt on one knee, showing shock. Enhancer, with one hand drooping, Hisoka read with a dull expression. That's right, by drooping this hand, Hisoka's left hand has been completely useless, scrapped by Fisher's attack just now. As for why Hisoka has such a sluggish look, it is naturally because of the enhancer in his mouth. The attack just now, Hisoka knew very well that it was not Conjurer's Chi, not Fisher's Conjurer's Nyan-Ki, but the Nyan-Ki exclusive to the enhancer, and he was attacked by the enhancer's Nyan-Ki on Fisher just now. Enhancer is the system with the most powerful attack power among the 5 systems. Under the same mind energy output, no system is more powerful than enhancer. And just now he was unprepared to let Fisher's enhancer mind attack, which directly caused one of his arms to be crippled. If it's just this, it's nothing. It wouldn't make Hisoka show such a surprised expression. The reason for this is entirely because of the difference in the mind system. Hisoka is pretty sure that Fisher's Nin system is Conjurer. It's not that it's impossible for Conjurer to cultivate such a level of lightning. However, what Fisher used just now was an enhancer, and it was a 100% cultivated enhancer. He also practiced the enhancer, but it was impossible for the Conjurer's Nun to achieve the kind of power that attacked him just now. The kind of enhancer thought energy that attacked me just now was 100% cultivated, and its power is also 100% enhancer. Can a person cultivate the mind energy of the 2 systems to 100%? This is simply impossible. No, there's another possibility. This kid is a trait type. As soon as he denied it, an idea appeared in Hisoka's mind, which directly overturned the previous denial. Are you surprised? Fisher, who had been silent since the beginning of the real battle, finally spoke at this time, and said to Hisoka, who was showing astonishment, "You're from the trait department, right?" Hisoka stood up slowly, and instead of answering, asked a rhetorical question. "Ah, traits," Fisher said lightly, walking towards Hisoka as he spoke. His body was surging with vigor, and the thunder and lightning cage kept giving up ripples under this aura, and the powerful aura swept the entire arena. This breath is similar to Yuvijin. As Fisher's breath vented, it spread to the entire arena and to the auditorium. In the passageway of the auditorium, Maki frowned. She could feel that the aura Fisher released now was very different from the aura she had released before, and it was very similar to the aura she released from the Yuvijin battle before. It was a ferocious and domineering breath, the breath of ferocious beasts. Unexpectedly, Hisoka's hand was crippled by Fisher. It can be seen that Hisoka's one hand can no longer continue to fight. Let's wait and see what direction the next battle will develop. The host's voice sounded in the arena again at this time. At this time, the referee under the ring only dared to judge the battle situation in the audience, and Fisher scored 2 points. It really surprised me. I didn't expect you to have this ability. Standing up unsteadily, Hisoka no longer had the abnormal smile before, and his expression was calm and solemn. The current Hisoka is not at all as relaxed and freehand as when fighting Hwasher Doru in the original book. Even if his hands were broken, he still defeated Hwasher Doru calmly. Now Hisoka is facing a nun master like Fisher, who can cripple one hand of him, who can make a full shot, not a half-baked guy like Doru Hwasher. So Hisoka couldn't show that look at all. He was already at a disadvantage in the battle just now, and this time he was directly crippled by Fisher, which made Hisoka's situation worse, adding fuel to the fire, and the situation became even more difficult. "You're still surprised?" Fisher responded lightly, and then his figure flashed, and he flashed towards Hisoka again. At the same time, while flashing past, the lightning on Fisher's body shot up into the sky, splitting towards several completely irrelevant places behind him. Snapped, snapped, snapped. A series of detonation sounds followed. Seeing this, Hisoka, who was about to meet Fisher's attack, unconsciously twitched the corners of his eyes. Originally, he thought that since he was injured so badly and the situation was so unfavorable, Fisher should relax a bit. So he took the opportunity to introduce the stretchable love to the ground, and then led it to the blind spot behind Fisher, wanting to be a surprise soldier, but unexpectedly Fisher discovered it all at once, without any relaxation at all, without giving him any chance. What a troublesome opponent. Sighing slightly in his heart, Hisoka could only droop his left hand, and fought with Fisher again. The loss of a hand made Hisoka's situation even worse. Fisher's attack was pressing harder and harder. He could cope with it with 2 hands, but now with only 1 hand left, it became more difficult to resist Fisher's attack. From time to time, he would get punched by Fisher a few times. Even though he had protected the Nyan-Chi at the attack place, under the attack of the enhancer's Nyan-Chi, his Conjure Nyan-Chi defense still suffered a lot of damage. Speaking of the enhancer's attack, Hisoka had to call Fisher a monster inwardly. This guy Fisher has 2 things in one mind. The Nun conversion of the 2 systems of enhancer Conjurer is completely seamless. No, it should be said that there is no conversion at all. After all, the lightning cage has always existed, and there is no sign of collapse. Fisher not only uses the enhancer's fist to attack himself, but also uses the Conjurer's lightning to destroy the stretchable love he used. He doesn't give his Nun any room to use, so he can only feel aggrieved use fist to attack. The stretchable love is restricted and locked by lightning, and the frivolous illusion is also stared at by Fisher's condensation. There is no chance, and the left hand is abolished by Fisher, and at the same time, the fist of the enhancer is constantly on the body. The beating made his injuries worse and worse, and there were more and more bruises. If he was only slightly at a disadvantage before, he is completely at a disadvantage now. Hisoka has been completely suppressed, and there is no chance of a comeback. The space is limited, and the Conjurer and the enhancer are fighting hand to hand, and they are still opponents with a higher level of cultivation than themselves. This battle can be said to have come to an end. As time goes by, if Hisoka does not concede defeat, he will only be seriously injured by Fisher, and the winner will be decided. Hisoka had been calculated by Fisher from the beginning of this battle, was plotted to death by Fisher. This is also the result of intelligence and equality. Fisher knows Hisoka very well, knows Hisoka's fighting style, his usual tricks, and knows Hisoka's Nun. But Hisoka's understanding of Fisher is only that Fisher is a Conjurer Thunder Nun, and the rest is unknown. And Fisher, who knew Hisoka's information, led Hisoka into the trap he had prepared for him from the very beginning. Knowing that Hisoka likes to rely on his own wisdom to analyze the opponent's character and ability during battle, and likes to communicate with the opponent and use words to influence the opponent's state of mind, Fisher, who has always disliked talking in battle, walked down the steps. Communicate with him to distract him, prepare the chi needed for the thunder cage, and then set the thunder cage on the ring when it is completely unstoppable, thus limiting Hisoka's stretching and free love here in peace space. At At the same time, Fisher also used condensation throughout the battle, always guarding against Hisoka's usual tricks and frivolous illusions. Using condensation throughout the battle is only possible for someone like Fisher who has a very strong control ability. Others wouldn't do it even if they could, because it's too exhausting. In other words, Fisher has a tenfold increase, and it takes decades to practice nin skills to have this kind of concentration. It is really difficult for others to maintain a condensed state throughout the battle. The lightning cage forced Hisoka's stretchable love ability to be greatly reduced, unable to exert its maximum effect. At the same time, he was stared at by Fisher. Whenever he had a tendency to use it, he would be bombarded by Fisher's lightning, forcing Hisoka to follow himself, engage in melee combat, and then rely on the strong advantage of Ninchi cultivation base to engage in melee combat with Hisoka, causing Hisoka to be continuously injured, but I am not. In hand-to-hand combat, the huge advantage of Ninchi cultivation comes out. In mental hand-to-hand combat, fist-to-body combat, showing strength is the key, and showing strength and potential strength can be said to be linked. Nun people will increase the upper limit of their manifest energy while increasing their potential energy. Fisher is this kind of Nun person. While improving his potential energy, he also cultivates his manifest energy, so that his manifest energy will become stronger with the increase of his potential energy. Nun people who show strong aura are often able to release a huge amount of aura to protect themselves, making their defenses extremely powerful. On the other hand, the Ninchi that can be used by a person with a weak appearance to attack cannot break through the Ninchi defense of a Nun person who appears to have a strong aura. Fisher has a tenfold increase, and it will naturally affect the manifestation of energy while practicing. That is to say, Fisher's manifestation of energy has been cultivated for 50 years. Fisher's cultivation aptitude is not weaker than Hisoka's, and in this case completely surpasses Hisoka. That's how Hisoka has all the injuries and Fisher has none. Because Fisher's Ninchi cultivation base is too strong, his potential energy is too strong, and his manifest energy is much stronger than Hisoka's, so Fisher is not stingy at all in terms of Ninchi defense, and the defensive Ninchi he released is also stronger than Hisoka's. Speaking of this, Fisher has to complain that guy Kim Freaks is a pervert among perverts, and he has already reached the top 5 Nin players in the world in his 30s. And then, with the passage of time, Hisoka's injuries became more and more, accumulating, which has gradually affected Hisoka's mental state. Changed. When Hisoka's mind changed, Fisher directly switched the Ninchi attribute and used a 100% powerful enhancer attack, directly hitting Hisoka by surprise and crippling one of Hisoka's arms. As for why he didn't use the enhancer's Ninchi to confront Hisoka head-on at the beginning, it was because Fisher knew Hisoka. Although this guy's personality is perverted, he has a fierce tiger in his heart, and he has absolute reason when fighting. Once Fisher uses the enhancer to fight, Hisoka will notice it immediately. When fighting against scum like Dolong Huasher, Hisoka didn't panic at all even if he lost both arms. But facing an opponent of Fisher's level, new injuries were constantly added to his body, but the opponent didn't without injury. Even with Hisoka's level of sanity, there will be flaws, and this flaw is what Fisher wants. Only when Hisoka's sanity changes can the enhancer attack achieve the most powerful effect. With Hisoka's left hand abolished, the battle collapsed directly, and Hisoka, who was originally at a disadvantage, has completely lost the possibility of a comeback. The battle is over. In the passageway of the auditorium, watching the situation on the ring, Maki said lightly, then turned and left here. Like Maki said, the match could have been declared over the moment Hisoka's hand was crippled. Hisoka did not surrender. With his left hand disabled, Hisoka barely held on for half an hour and was tied up by Fisher with lightning, unable to move. The game officially came to an end. Hahaha, I really misjudged. You are not a green apple that is about to ripen, but a red apple that is already ripe. I'm the one who admits failure this time. Being tied up by Fisher, Hisoka didn't panic at all, and still declared his failure with a smile in that perverted tone. Okay, hit me too. Don't pester me in the future, or I won't show mercy. Facing Hisoka, Fisher warned lightly. I know, I won't pester you anymore. However, when I am sure, I will challenge you again. Hisoka replied with a smile. Fisher's eyelids twitched. Didn't you just take off your pants and fart? What else do you guarantee? When are you sure? It's not up to you. That is to say, you will challenge me again at any time? Fisher didn't care though. Next time Hisoka comes to fight with him again, then he will kill him directly, and will not be merciful like today. Referee, the verdict is not yet announced. Immediately, Fisher looked at the referee outside the ring who hadn't recovered, and shouted loudly. Oh, the game is over. The winner is Fisher. Hearing Fisher's voice, the referee came back to his senses at this time, and quickly announced. Following the referee's order, the entire arena suddenly boiled again, and cheers resounded through the sky. Looking at Hisoka, who was bound by the lightning and floating on the ring, Fisher also moved his mind to remove the lightning that bound Hisoka, and Hisoka fell to the ground directly. It's really merciless. Hisoka, who fell on the broken ring, looked at the dazzling ceiling and said with a smile. He can't move at all now, the injuries on his body are too serious, and he can't even stand up. Do you need treatment? Fisher, who was about to leave, heard Hisoka's words, turned his head, looked at Hisoka, and then asked with a dazed look. Healing? You still have healing nun. Hisoka was a little surprised when he heard this. 200 million ring nuns, to bring you back to normal. Fisher didn't answer, but offered a price. Then help me heal. Fisher didn't answer, and Hisoka was not surprised, and asked with a smile. When Fisher heard this, he didn't speak, and with a wave of his hand, an emerald green light fell on Hisoka's body, and the thoughts flowed out continuously, and Hisoka's injuries were visible to the naked eye. This scene surprised the ambulance personnel who had just arrived here with a stretcher. Soon, Hisoka's injury recovered as before. Hisoka also stood up, twisting his arms and moving. This is my account number. Send the money later. Fisher asked the staff for a pen and paper, wrote his account number to Hisoka, and asked Hisoka to send the money. This kind of healing ability, is really good. You have lost 200 million monks. Hisoka reached out to take the note, looked at the string of numbers on the note, and said with a smile. Recovering as before, literally, the injuries of the body completely disappeared, except that the mind energy did not recover, everything else recovered. With such terrifying healing ability, Hisoka felt that the price Fisher charged him for 200 million monks was a big loss. For my own injury, if there is no treatment, it will take at least 3 months with ordinary treatment methods, and the cost of money will be at least 1 billion or more. After finishing speaking, Hisoka's eyes fell on Fisher, and his eyes flickered slightly. What? Want to fight again? I said, if you disturb me again, I will kill you mercilessly. Noticing Hisoka's gaze, Fisher also looked over, and said flatly, with a flat tone, but full of murderous intent, the entire shattered ring the room was like a world of ice and snow, which made several ambulance workers shiver. Yeah, how could that be? I'm not like you. I don't have much energy in my body now. Hisoka said with his face unchanged when he heard the words, waving his hands. Yes, then see you by fate. No, it's better not to see you. You are too perverted. I don't really want to see you. Seeing this, Fisher nodded slightly, then turned and left, waving goodbye as he walked. Such words really make me sad. Upon hearing this, Hisoka put the note in his hand to his mouth to cover half of his face. His eyes flickered, and said sadly, that look just now, although very plain, but it contains endless killing intent. I have no doubt that once I say I want to continue fighting, that kid will kill me on the spot. This battle, I fell into this kid's calculation from the very beginning. Looking at Fisher's back, Hisoka was expressionless, but his heart was turbulent. When he said that sentence just now, he clearly felt that his whole body was locked by an extremely terrifying killing intent. As long as he dared to continue talking, Hisoka had no doubt that Fisher would send him the most powerful thunderbolt on the spot, killing him in this ring. He doesn't have much Yin-Chi to use now, but the Yin-Chi on Fisher's body is still majestic. Once Fisher really attacks him, he is absolutely unstoppable and will be chopped into coke. It's really scary, Ilumi's younger brother. With sarcastic words in his mouth, Hisoka also left the ring, entered the player channel, and left here. On the other side, Fisher saw 2 figures shortly after entering the player tunnel. It's amazing, bro. The battle between the 2 of you is so fierce. As soon as he saw Fisher coming in, Killua ran over excitedly and said excitedly. Gon, who was behind him, also ran over, also showing excitement. After coming to the Sky Arena and separating from Fisher, the two reached the 200th floor relying on their own strength. Because there was no obstruction from Hisoka, the two entered the 200th floor smoothly. After arriving at the 200th floor, the two heard the news that Fisher was going to fight Hisoka. Naturally, they would not miss it and bought tickets to watch the battle. The battle between Fisher and Hisoka opened their eyes and benefited a lot. The two of them just came into contact with Nun. They never imagined that Nun's battle could be so fierce, which made them very yearning for Nun, longing for such a fierce battle in the future. Cultivate well, you can do it to a certain level. Fisher smiled faintly and said to Killua, Killua's future path is to use thunder and lightning like himself. When Killua's Nianchi cultivation level rises, Killua can also do the battle he just fought. Yeah, yes, bro, I'm also developing Raiden's Nun. Can you guide me? Killua nodded repeatedly and then asked Fisher, well, guide. Okay. Hearing Killua's request, Fisher was slightly taken aback, then agreed after a moment of thought. Originally, I wanted to complete the sign-in task after I finished fighting with Hisoka, but since Killua asked me, let's postpone this for a while. Great, thank you, brother. Hearing Fisher's promise, Killua thanked excitedly. By the way, brother, can you also guide Gon? When excited, Killua suddenly thought of something and asked again with some embarrassment. Guide him. Fisher heard this. His eyes shifted to Gon behind Killua, and he frowned slightly. Hey, brother, why do you hate Gon? In the training ground on the 235th floor, Killua glanced at Gon who was meditating not far away, raising his mind, and turned to ask Fisher in doubt. As soon as Killua's words came out, although Gon, who had been meditating not far away, didn't look over, his ears were raised, as if he was eavesdropping. For the things that Killua is curious about, Gon is also very curious. As a party, Gon is more concerned about his own affairs than Killua. Enhancer's personality is straightforward, which is not a shortcoming, but I don't like it because they don't have self-knowledge and like to act recklessly. It's fine if you're alone, but if you have a companion, this kind of personality can easily implicate your companion. Also, J-Freaks, this guy is sometimes too maddened. Fisher replied flatly, not afraid of Gon hearing. These words made Killua slightly stunned, but at the same time very puzzled. Gon's character is straightforward, lively and cheerful. He knows this, and he is also attracted by Gon's character. So he became friends with Gon, but he is very puzzled by the lack of self-knowledge and reckless behavior. At the same time, he was completely confused about the heart of the Virgin Mary. Without self-knowledge, this has been confirmed in the final experiment of the Hunter Association. Don't admit defeat if you can't beat it, and don't be afraid of being killed by Hanzo. This is not self-knowledge. It means that Hanzo has a good personality, otherwise this guy would have been disabled long ago, and he doesn't want to think about what will happen to his relatives after he dies. I won't say more about acting recklessly, and the heart of the Virgin is too much. Since you regard him as a friend, you will experience it in the future. At that time you will know what is reckless. What is the excess of the heart of the Virgin? J-Freaks is not pedantic, and most of the time he will not be merciful when facing the enemy, leaving disasters for himself. But sometimes he will suddenly explode the Virgin Mary, completely, like a time bomb. For example, in the chapter on ants, he was very decisive when dealing with ant soldiers, but before that, he was very confused when dealing with Killua and Bomber in Island of Greed. What the hell is it to heal the enemy if you don't heal your own people? A complete Madonna whore. After finishing speaking, Fisher stopped talking and continued to teach Killua his own experience in cultivating lightning. Killua didn't ask again and listened attentively. As for Gon not far away, after listening to Fisher's words, this guy seemed very dazed, at a loss, and couldn't concentrate on his practice for a while, and his mind was distracted. Soon, several hours passed, and Fisher left here. After Fisher left, Killua flashed to Gon's side immediately. You heard what brother said just now, right? What do you think? Sitting next to Gon, Killua said. Aha, brother Fisher seems to know me very well. Gon scratched his head and said with a dry smile. Indeed, brother seems to know you very well, and he is even sure that you will have a heart attack in the future. Killua nodded in agreement. However, there is one sentence in what my brother said just now, which I quite agree with. Gon, you do sometimes have no self-awareness, and you like to act recklessly without thinking about the consequences. As for the fight between you and Hanzo, I was very worried and my heart almost jumped out. I couldn't help but want to intervene. You are not afraid that Hanzo will destroy you, but you should also consider whether your Aunt Mito can accept such a thing. What do you think Aunt Mito will think once she finds out that she sent you out to participate in the Hunter experiment and then returned as a disabled person? I can imagine with a high probability that Aunt Mito will definitely be very painful, blame herself, and think that she let you out to make you look like that. Killua said with a frown. When Killua said something, Gon fell silent for a moment, because he knew that Killua was right. I only thought about myself, and didn't think about the mood of the people around me at all. I even had this kind of situation when I was on Whale Island. In the mountains and forests of Whale Island, I went up without hesitation as soon as my brain got hot. It was because of this that I was in danger when I was a child. I met Kate and learned about Jean. And in the Hunter test before, I wanted to pass the Hunter test, so that I could find gold. So I always refused to admit defeat. I never thought that if I didn't admit defeat, Aunt Mito and the others would be so bad if they were really destroyed by Hanzo. Pain. From this point of view, my character is really annoying, and it's no wonder that Killua's brother is so unfriendly to him. Even Kurapika and Leorio, Killua's older brothers, are willing to communicate a little bit, but they don't want to say a word to themselves alone. Well, I'm self-aware, sometimes I'm a bit overconfident. After thinking it through, Gon became even more embarrassed, and scratched the back of his head with a dry smile. So, you'd better change your personality. Your personality is really not very good. Killua nodded and advised. Well, I'll pay attention. Gon nodded hastily and replied. I will try my best to change my personality. I can guarantee it. So Killua, can you talk to Brother Fisher again? Let him teach me too. Why? You're impatient because you're seeing my strength rapidly improve. Killua teased as if glancing at Gon. Ah, indeed. Among the four of us, you and Kurapika are improving the fastest, because Brother Fisher will teach you practice experience, and Leorio also has it. Only me. Brother Fisher doesn't want to teach me at all. Seeing your strength put such a big distance away from me, I feel so uncomfortable. As an enhancer, Gon didn't like to beat around the bush, so he directly expressed his thoughts. Well, I will continue to ask my brother tomorrow, but you have to promise my brother that you will change your character, so there may be some chances. Killua did not refuse, nodded and said, yeah, I will. By the way, Killua, what is the heart of Our Lady XS? I often hear my brother say this word, but I don't know it very well. Well, Killua, you can ask about it tomorrow. Well, I'll ask tomorrow. While Killua and Gon were practicing, Fisher was talking to Kurapika. Because of the one-step relationship, Kurapika does not need to waste time on improving the relationship between Ninchi. So Kurapika spent a month in Kukula Mountain developing various nin skills. Kurapika, who was born with a strong natural capital, easily mastered various application skills under Fisher's personal guidance, and even mastered advanced application skills initially. And the main nun is also developed. It is no different from the original one. This time, Kurapika still developed the embodied nun of the chain. Although the oath has undergone some changes, Kurapika's oath is not unrelated to the oath that should have appeared. The chains realized by Kurapika can still bind the members of Phantom Troop, so that the members of Phantom Troop are in a state of silence and cannot use nun. As for the reason, it is because Kurapika reenacted the restriction and oath after using the restriction and oath offset card. Unexpectedly, Kurapika now has a double oath. It's just that the first oath was cancelled, and the second oath Kurapika must abide by the established rules. The bondage middle finger chain that silences Phantom Troop members can only be used on Phantom Troop members, not others. However, it cannot be said that the bound middle finger chain must only be used on Phantom Troop members. Kurapika's binding middle finger chain can still be used on other people, but the special power on the binding middle finger chain cannot be forcibly used on other people. When using the binding middle finger chain on others, you can only rely on your own thoughts and energy to restrain others. The only difference from the original Kurapika is that the current Kurapika's Ninchi cultivation base is stronger, and he has already stood in the first echelon of nun. Fisher, I have arrived in Ukexin City. Next, I will go to find a gangster and join the gangster to find out about Phantom Troop. Karapika's voice came from the phone, and Karapika was reporting his whereabouts to Fisher. Why did you join the gang? Wouldn't it be better to just use the influence of the Zoldyck family in Ukexin City? Fisher was a little puzzled by Karapika's operation. Karapika has now joined the Zoldyck family and has become his own direct steward. He is already qualified to use the resources of the Zoldyck family. Why did he join the gang just like the original book? No, I just joined the Zoldyck family, and I didn't make any contribution to the Zoldyck family. I'm very grateful to have such a great opportunity from you, and I can't let the Zoldyck family continue to waste resources on my affairs. Regarding Fisher's kindness, Karapika immediately refused. Besides, my purpose in coming to Ukexin City is to collect the fiery eyes of the Kaluta tribe living in the market besides dealing with Phantom Troop. This will be a very large loss of funds. I have done my research and I am going to join the Nasra family. The princess of the Nasra family is a human organ collector. In this family, I can collect the red eyes without paying any money. After rejecting Fisher after the kindness of Karapika, he revealed his plan, which was no different from the original plan. That's right, I understand. Since you already have a plan, then I won't interfere. However, once something happens to me, you have to put down what you're doing and be there when you're called. That's okay. Hearing this, Fisher slightly nodding, then said, of course, you can just let me know when something happens, and I will rush to your place as soon as possible. Karapika replied, well, by the way, do you need my help in dealing with Phantom Troop? Fisher nodded slightly, and then asked, no need. I may need your help before, but now, I just want to do it myself. I may not be able to defeat a whole brigade, but I am very confident in defeating each of them. Karapika refused again. Well, you decide for yourself. You can come to me when you need help. Fisher is not reluctant about this. The two continued talking for a few minutes before hanging up. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, Fisher looked at the night scene outside the window and remained silent. Although Karapika said that no help is needed, Fisher will still go to Ukexin City when the auction in Ukexin City is about to start. After all, Killua will definitely pass by then. Before parting, the four of Killua made an agreement to meet in Ukexin City on September 1st. At that time, there will be a gathering place, and even with Karapika watching, Fisher is not at ease. After admiring the night view for a while, Fisher washed up, lay down on the bed, and fell asleep. Early the next morning, Fisher came to the training room on the 235th floor, as usual. Killua and Gon are two energetic guys who are already sweating here. As soon as Fisher appeared, the two quickly gathered together. Brother, Gon promises to get rid of his ignorant personality, so don't ignore Gon all the time. As soon as he leaned in front of Fisher, Killua said straight to the point. Fisher. Killua's sudden words made Fisher a little speechless. Then, Fisher's eyes shifted to Gon's body. Noticing that Fisher looked over, Gon shuddered all over, straightened his body, and met Fisher's firm gaze. Brother Fisher, I promise, I will definitely get rid of the stink of being overwhelmed, and will not act impulsively or rashly. Looking at Fisher, Gon promised loudly. Fisher. Regarding Gon's guarantee, Fisher naturally wouldn't believe this guy with just one word. However, Fisher, the character of Enhancer's Nun, is very clear. Once a promise is made, it will definitely be followed without accident. Put your companions first at all times. Can you do that? Fisher didn't respond, but asked instead. Yes, I will put Killua first at all times. Brother Fisher, don't worry. Gon is also sensitive, knowing the meaning of Fisher's question, and hastily assured him. Fisher didn't speak, just looked at Gon quietly. After a long while, Fisher looked away and said lightly, it's up to you. I will teach you in the next month. I hope you will not let me down. Killua will stay with Gon for the rest of the time, and it is a good thing that Gon's strength can be improved. At least it will not become a burden. Fisher is also thinking about it. If Gon's lack of strength becomes a burden, Fisher 100% believes that Killua will be restrained because of Gon's burden and will be in danger at that time. It is better to improve this kid's strength together. Great, thank you bro. Thank you, brother Fisher. The two cubs clapped their hands excitedly, and then shouted at Fisher in unison. Enhancer and Fisher also practiced. When Karapika became his direct butler before, Fisher acquired the trait of absolute time none, and then Fisher specially practiced Enhancer. This thing can strengthen the physical body, which is a very good ability. Although most of Fisher was teaching Karapika, Killua, and Leorio during the month in Kokula Mountain, Fisher also found time to practice. With Fisher's current strength, practicing Enhancer is all about standing on the shoulders of giants and looking far away, so there is no need to practice step by step like the first Conjurer. In addition, as long as the Enhancer is strong enough, it can display its own characteristics. So Fisher's Enhancer is not much weaker than Conjurer's Thunder. Coupled with the ability to increase tenfold, Fisher's cultivation on the Enhancer is also very powerful. After all, Fisher's talent is very strong. Therefore, Fisher is more than enough to teach Conjurer's Killua or Enhancer's Gon. Killua and Gon's talent is stronger than Fisher's. Although they don't have the talent of Fisher's tenfold increase, their cultivation is also very strong, and their strength improves rapidly. Time passed as Fisher taught the two, and a month passed in a flash. In a month's time, the improvement of the strength of the two little ones is really terrifying, at least very scary among normal men people. Except Fisher. There is no comparison between being personally guided by someone and knowing the concept of self-cultivation. In the original book, the two came into contact with Wing in Sky City and developed Nun. They obtained several foundations of Nun from Wing, but they didn't know anything else. Practice method. However, it's not Wing's fault either, and the two are not Wing's official disciples, so Wing naturally didn't teach them too much, but just enlightened Nun for them. After that, a lot of time was wasted because of the competition. In the original book, there is only one peak period for the strength of the two to improve. That is the hands-on teaching of Bishji who received the Heart Source in the Island of Greed. In the Island of Greed, it only took the two of them a few months to upgrade from the level of beginners to the level of Minchi and others. This time, under the full guidance of Fisher, the two have approached this level in just 1 month. Give them 2 more months, and the two of them should be able to reach Minchi's strength during the Minchi Hunter test. Looking at the two on the training ground who were crying like rain without any complaints, Fisher muttered inwardly. The fact that the two can achieve such a big improvement in such a short period of time has a lot to do with their hard work besides their own talents. Fisher told the two that he would only be here for a month, and that he would only have 1 month to teach them. As a result, the two of them squeezed themselves desperately after they found out. In the 24 hours a day, there are 15 hours of cultivation. Thanks to the presence of Fisher, the healing ability is fully utilized, and the two bodies can be restored to their peak. Otherwise, their bodies would have been broken by the two of them. After all, even when it came to the Ant chapter, the two of them did not practice more than 10 hours a day. The two of them now practiced 15 hours a day, so it would be strange if they didn't collapse. With the current improvement speed of the two of them, if they encounter Phantom Troop in Ukexin City by then, they should not be helpless. No matter how bad they are, they should be able to escape instead of being caught directly as before. Two people practicing, Fisher said silently. Brother. Just as Fisher was thinking about the upcoming Ukexin City, Killua walked over with Gon. What's wrong? Fisher asked suspiciously. Brother, you are leaving tomorrow. Before you leave, fight us for a mentoring battle. Killua cut to the chase and stated his purpose. Are you sure? You should have seen the battle between me and Hisoka a month ago. Fisher raised his eyebrows when he heard this. The battle between him and Hisoka a month ago was unknown to most ordinary people. They only knew that the battle was fierce, but they couldn't tell what was wrong. But it should be able to see a lot in the eyes of Nun. Gon and Killua are no exception. Knowing their strength, these two little guys still want to challenge themselves? It's really a newborn calf not afraid of tigers. Well, I'm sure. I hope my brother can fight with us. We want to know what level the two of us are now. Hearing this, Killua not only didn't take back the challenge, but his expression became more determined. Gon is the same. Okay, then I'll treat you first, and we'll start later. Seeing this, Fisher did not refuse. It didn't take long for Fisher to restore the duo to peak form. In the training room, Killua and Gon stood in line, staring at Fisher. Brother Fisher, I'm going to fuck. Gon shouted first, and then rushed towards Fisher. Seeing this, Killua also rushed over with lightning flashing all over his body. Swish, snapped, snapped. It's done. After the two thunderbolts passed, Fisher clapped his hands and said calmly, then turned and left. Both Killua and Gon were lying on the floor covered in scorched black. Even Killua, who had started to practice electric current nun, was no exception. Without the ability to fight back at all, the two of them were killed directly. Lying sprawled on the ground, Gon and Killua both opened their mouths, and a thick smoke came out of their mouths. They turned their heads and looked at each other, and they both saw the smile in each other's eyes. There's absolutely no power to fight back. I have to say, your uncle is still your uncle. No, your brother is still your brother. Even if he becomes stronger, he will beat you in seconds. 1 month, that is 1 month. After 1 month, Fisher separated from the two cubs, left the Sky Arena, and returned to Kukla Mountain. After returning to Kukla Mountain, Fisher did not continue to delay, and directly started the task of signing in that he had been procrastinating for a long time. In Fisher's room, under a burst of white light, Fisher's figure slowly disappeared. Fisher woke up in a shaking, and in a dim moment, Fisher heard someone calling himself beside him. Brother Fisher, wake up. The voice gradually became clear from the haze, and Fisher sat up abruptly. Brother Fisher, you finally woke up. Fisher's waking up seemed to make the person who had been shouting Fisher very happy, and his voice couldn't help but tinge with joy. Fisher also turned his head and looked over. After seeing the person calling him, Fisher couldn't help being a little dazed. How is this going? Why does Nicole Robin call me brother? Looking at the little one in front of him, Fisher was a little confused. However, the next moment, a torrent of information exploded in Fisher's mind, making Fisher frown. After a while, Fisher came back to his senses and figured out his current situation. After the system sent itself to this world, it also arranged an identity for itself. Fisher's current identity is that Nicole Robin grew up with her and has always cared about her. She doesn't hate her brother. Of course, it's not her own brother, but the kind who reported to the group for warmth. Fisher's identity in this world is an orphan in O'Hara who grew up alone. Also because of the relationship of growing up alone, he was very sensible since he was a child. He was not as naughty as those little kids in O'Hara, and he was not influenced by those ignorant people in O'Hara to regard Robin as a demon. Robin, who has no parents, has a very good relationship, helping each other and growing up together. Although Robin has an uncle, it is almost the same as not having one. Brother Fisher, are you okay? Robin asked worriedly, as if seeing Fisher in a daze. It's okay. Fisher replied lightly, with a slightly gentle tone. For this sudden extra sister, Fisher still didn't know how to deal with it for a while, but after seeing Robin's experience in the previous life, Fisher still felt pity for Robin. So even though he didn't know how to deal with it, his tone was still quite moderate. Very good. By the way, Brother Fisher, you've been sleeping all day and all night. You must be very hungry. I brought bread over here. You can eat it quickly. Hearing Fisher's response, Nicole Robin was also relieved, and then thought what? Hurriedly ran towards the table not far away, ran over with a piece of black bread, and handed it to Fisher excitedly. This made Fisher stunned again. Fisher, who has seen Nicole Robin's experience, naturally knows that the bread in Nicole Robin's hands is her daily food. I didn't expect to give it to myself. Nor is Fisher in a daze because Nicole Robin gave her food to herself. The reason why Fisher was in a daze was because it was the first time he encountered such a situation, and he couldn't react for a while. When Robin's voice sounded again, Fisher came back to his senses. Brother Fisher, the bread is a bit hard. I'll go and cook some vegetable soup for you. Robin seemed to think of something after seeing Fisher's blank look. He put the bread beside the bed, and then walked towards the kitchen. Orderly, I started doing housework. Only then did Fisher notice the environment he was in now. This is a very simple small house with bare walls. Except for Fisher's bed, there is only a creaking table that is almost useless. Other than that is where Robin is now. Also a very shabby room with only a very messy little stove where Robin was lighting a fire right now. It's really a very extraordinary identity. After whispering to himself, Fisher turned his attention to Robin in the kitchen. Although the system arranged such an identity for himself, Fisher didn't have much affection for Robin. Fisher will not really regard Robin as his sister just because of the identity arranged by the system, those false memories. Fisher's current impression of Robin is the one he saw in his previous life. Just pity for this guy. Robin, don't do it. Go out with me. Getting up from the bed, Fisher shouted to the busy Robin. He will not eat these black bread. If Fisher really had the same status, it would be a good thing to have black bread to eat, but he wasn't. This dark stuff is hard to eat. So Fisher decided it would be better to go out and get some game. After all, I still have Minchie's craftsmanship, so I can't treat myself badly. Robin, who was busy, turned his head and looked at Fisher with a puzzled face. Under the bright moon and silver frost, on the west coast of O'Hara, Fisher and Robin were sitting in front of a bonfire. A huge, sizzling barbecue was hanging above the bonfire, and Robin was at the moment holding a piece of delicious barbecue in his hand. He gnawed on it with relish, his mouth full of oil. Not far from the two of them, there was a huge gap in the body of a huge sea king, and there was no human breath at this time. This is Fisher's masterpiece. As a strong man, Fisher would not go out of his way to eat black bread if conditions permit. So Fisher brought Robin here to start a small stove. It's just a Neptune, and it's just a piece of cake for Fisher. Of course, if it's the giant Neptunes in the deep sea, the kind near Murloc Island, Fisher might have to spend a lot of time. Speaking of which, the quality of sea king meat is really good. Maybe you can bring some back to Minchie to see if you can strengthen her. At this time, Fisher was also holding a piece of barbecue and eating it slowly and elegantly, while eating while thinking. Brother Fisher, the barbecue you grilled is delicious. This is the first time I have eaten such delicious food. At this time, Robin, who killed a large piece of barbecue, said with a smile, "Eat more if it tastes good." Hearing this, Fisher said lightly, then cut off another piece of barbecue, threaded it through a branch, and handed it over. Robin quickly reached out to take it, looked at Fisher, hesitated for a moment, and then ate again. Fisher didn't speak, and the two ate the barbecue quietly. After a while, Robin stopped what he was saying, looked at Fisher with a melancholy expression, gritted his teeth, and said to Fisher, "Brother Fisher, what did Robin do?" Fisher, who was eating barbecue, was taken aback when he heard this, and looked over. I saw that Robin's face was full of sadness at this time. Tears were already welling up in the corners of his eyes, and he looked like he was about to cry. What's the matter? Fisher was also a little confused at this time. Why did it happen all of a sudden? Almost crying. What happened? Brother Fisher, what did Robin do to make you angry? I feel that Brother Fisher is alienating Robin, and I feel that there is a long, long distance between you and Brother Fisher. Robin doesn't want this. Hearing Fisher's response, Robin's tears flowed down immediately, and the snot also flowed out of his nose, and his nose twitched and cried. Regardless, he rushed towards Fisher, threw himself into Fisher's arms, and cried loudly. In Robin's eyes, Fisher is his only family member on this island, and even the scholars in the Tree of Omniscience can't compare. Yesterday, after Fisher had a cold, she woke up like this. Robin could clearly feel that Fisher's feelings for her had undergone a huge change. There was an insurmountable distance between the two of them. She didn't want this to happen. She didn't want her only relative to leave her. This sudden scene made Fisher a little overwhelmed, staring blankly at Robin, who was crying in his arms, and didn't know how to deal with it for a while. However, listening to Robin crying, Fisher also gradually thought of her future experience, but her heart became softer. After a long silence, Fisher stretched out her arms and hugged Robin lightly on Robin's head. Touched lightly. Brother Fisher? Robin noticed Fisher's action, and Robin looked up at Fisher, still sobbing. Don't worry, it's fine. Take a good rest, and you'll be fine tomorrow. Fisher said in a gentle tone. Really? Robin didn't believe it. Really? I'm not kidding you. Fisher continued. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, and a rare smile appeared on his face. Seeing this smile, Robin was overjoyed immediately, with an expression of not knowing whether to cry or laugh. His mouth was wide open, and tears flowed into his mouth, but Robin didn't care at all, because she felt her brother was back. That's how Brother Fisher used to smile. However, laughing and laughing, Robin's eyelids twitched, and finally closed gradually, and the whole person fell into Fisher's arms. Soon, the sound of even breathing came from Fisher's arms. Looking at the little girl in his arms, a trace of pity flashed in Fisher's eyes. Forget it. One more sister is one more sister. Nicole Robin, this character who has been abandoned by fate since childhood, was a tragic portrayal in the first half of his life, and he was not redeemed until he met the Straw Hat Pirates. Well, maybe I can change your future destiny. How can you say that you are also my sister now? The title of Devil's Son is still insensitive. However, Robin is still too young, and it is too risky for her to wander alone in the sea. Perhaps I can rescue Robin's mother, Alvia, and let her take Robin with her. That woman has been wandering at sea for several years and has relatively rich experience. Taking Robin back to his home in this world, which is the small broken house, Fisher didn't mean to send Robin to her uncle's house. After all, I have come to this world, and the demon-slaying order is probably not too far away. Robin's uncle's family will not be able to survive, so it is better for Robin to take it with him. Otherwise, if there is an accident, I will come here for nothing. Speaking of which, Sauron hasn't arrived here yet. Then it should be a long time before the arrival of the demon slaughter order. The arrival of Sorrow only appeared after Robin became a scholar. I don't know if Robin has obtained the title of scholar from the scholars in the Tree of Omniscience. If you get it, then Sorrow's appearance will be within these 2 days, and the demon slaughter order will be coming soon. If not, then it's impossible to predict when the demon-slaying order will appear. Fisher looked at Robin, who was sleeping on the bed, thinking silently. Although Robin survived alone in the sea in the original book, he is unaccompanied and wanted. He can only survive in the dark. Now that I am here, let's change it. Now there are 2 options. First, let no one know of Robin's existence. Prevent Robin from being targeted by the world government, and become the son of the devil who everyone shouts and beats. He lives incognito and without danger. Second, when Robin's mother Alvia appears, bring her here in time. Give Alvia a favor. Provide her with a chance to become stronger. Protect Robin, and the mother and daughter rely on each other to live go on. But you will still be wanted by the world government and become the son of the devil. Inquire tomorrow. If Robin wants to live without danger, then choose the first one. If he wants to be with Alvia, an irresponsible mother, then choose the second. However, with Robin's personality, it's probably second. After all, Robin values family affection very much, and wants to see Alvia's mother very much. Muttering to himself, Fisher's eyes fell outside the window, and the moonlight still bright and clean, swaying silver frost. Leaning against the wall, Fisher slowly closed his eyes. In the early morning of the next day, as the first ray of sight fell into the room through the window, Fisher slowly opened his eyes and looked towards the bed. At this time, Robin was still in a deep sleep, but he couldn't continue to sleep under the sunlight, and he was already showing signs of waking up. Sure enough, a few seconds passed, and Robin's eyelids began to twitch under the sunlight, ready to open his eyes at any time. In the next second, Robin unconsciously covered his eyes with his hands, and then slowly opened his eyes. Hey, morning. Robin, who just woke up, read a little confused. However, the next moment, Robin, who was still in a sleepy state, opened his eyes wide and shouted, "Brother Fisher." After shouting, Robin was ready to look for Fisher's existence, but before she could take any action, Fisher's voice came from beside her. Here, Robin quickly looked over, only to see Fisher leaning against the wall and looking at him quietly with a gentle expression. Brother Fisher. Seeing this, Robin jumped up from the bed, landed quickly, and threw himself into Fisher's arms. Morning. Fisher gently stroked Robin's head and greeted him lightly. Brother Fisher, good morning. Robin also came out of Fisher's arms and called obediently. Oops, I didn't go back last night, Uncle and the others. After shouting, Robin suddenly thought of something, became panicked, and wanted to run outside. Don't go back in the future, follow me. Fisher stopped Robin, stroked his head gently, and said gently, Huh, Brother Fisher. Robin froze on the spot when he heard that. His little head didn't know what Fisher meant for a moment. Fisher didn't explain Robin's doubts, but asked gently whether Robin wanted to follow him or his uncle and live with his uncle. It turned out that Robin didn't have a good impression of her uncle's family. She had always been dependent on others and was used as a coolie. The uncle's family did not regard her as a relative, and Fisher was her only friend and relative after being hated by the residents of O'Hara. So between the two, Robin didn't think about which one was more important and chose Fisher directly. This made Fisher somewhat relieved. After receiving the system's message, Fisher knew how deep his identity and Robin's relationship was. Under such circumstances, if Robin still chose to live with her uncle, then Fisher would have to consider how to treat Robin. If Robin chooses to live with her uncle, Fisher will still rescue Robin under the demon-slaying order, but this is just according to the task requirements, and there will be no relationship. Even if Fisher will appear in this world again in the future, it has nothing to do with him. Obviously, though, that's not going to happen. Robin will still be his sister in this world. Huh? Brother Fisher, what did you mean just now? Robin was walking on the beach on the west coast, looking at Fisher puzzled. Just now Fisher has given the question of 2 choices to Robin, but Robin obviously doesn't know why Fisher asked this question. Don't ask so many questions. If you have these 2 options, which one would you choose? Fisher said gently. Is there a third option? Hearing this, Robin was not only silent, but asked cautiously after a while. The third choice. Fisher was puzzled. Well, the third choice. Robin nodded with a smile, and then said, there is no Brother Fisher in the second choice, and I think Brother Fisher is with me. So this is the third choice. Fisher, a third option? Unfortunately, this is impossible. Fisher didn't answer, but said inwardly that he would leave here after completing the task. But Fisher also knew Robin's choice, which was the second one, just as he guessed. As for why the 2 came here again, it was naturally because Fisher wanted to wait for the giant Sorrow here. If that guy comes here, then the demon slaughter order will not be far away. As for Robin's doctorate question, Fisher has already asked it just now. Robin's doctorate degree has not yet been obtained. As for the reason, it is because of the existence of Fisher in the message. Robin does not often go to the Tree of Omniscience, although I pass by occasionally, and I can understand historical texts, but the relationship with those scholars in the Tree of Omniscience is not very deep, so I didn't deliberately go for a doctoral exam. I just don't know what level my strength is in this world. There should be an elite lieutenant general level in the Navy headquarters. Do you want to confirm with the Navy people at that time? Brother Fisher, what's that? While Fisher was thinking, Robin's voice suddenly sounded next to his ear, and Fisher looked up. This is Sorrow. Has it started? On the sandy beach on the coast, there was also a giant whose life and death were unknown. This giant has orange fluffy hair and a big belly. It is the giant Lieutenant Admiral Hugover D. Sorrow of the Navy headquarters. Brother Fisher, this is the giant family mentioned in the book. Standing beside Sorrow, Robin stabbed Sorrow with a branch while asking Fisher. Ah, the giant family, and it's also the giant family of the Admiral of the Navy. Fisher nodded slightly and replied. Immediately, Fisher grabbed Sorrow's fluffy hair and walked towards the forest. Under Fisher's power, Sorrow's huge body began to move towards the forest on the ground. This was real friction, and only one person was pressing on it. Brother Fisher is amazing. Looking at this scene, Robin's little face was full of admiration. Hey, hey, hey. Not long after Fisher's action started, a painful groan came from Sorrow's mouth. Little devil, stop. Sorrow woke up from the coma due to the severe pain from the scalp, and without thinking, he slapped Fisher with a giant palm. Boom. A huge collision sounded, and the huge body rose into the air and flew directly into the sea. On the coast, Fisher clapped his hands casually, speechless. That's right, Sorrow, who took the initiative to attack, returned to the sea again. Although he is a giant and powerful, Fisher is not an ordinary person. Before the update of Manhwa, Fisher could push the 128-ton 6-door trial door without panting. Now that Manhwa has been updated, Fisher can already push it. The 7 trial doors were opened, and Sorrow didn't use much effort in his haste, so he was slapped away by Fisher. Although Sorrow is a lieutenant general of the Navy headquarters, he is not an elite lieutenant general, and his strength is much worse. In the original book, it was solved by Aokiji's move. Brother Fisher, are you all right? At this moment, Robin, who was frightened by the sudden change just now, came to his senses, ran over quickly, and asked worriedly. I'm fine, don't worry, Robin. Fisher reached out to stroke Robin's head and comforted him. That's good. Robin carefully observed Fisher's situation and found that Fisher was safe and sound, so he was relieved. Boom. Hey, you kid, do you know how to respect the old and love the young? As soon as Robin finished speaking, there was a loud noise on the surface of the sea, and huge waves rose into the sky. Sorrow stood up from the shallows, shouted angrily. Fisher, Robin, respect the old and love the young. Hearing Soro's words, both Fisher and Robin were stunned, and Robin stammered. No matter how you look at it, Soro is a mature man. Is he old or young? Could it be that the situation of the giant race is infancy? Or is it old age? Slip of the tongue. Soro also realized at this time that he seemed to have said something terrible, and was immediately embarrassed. In order to hide his embarrassment, Soro walked towards the coast. After landing on the beach, Soro began to shake the sea water on his body, and his fluffy hair kept shaking. The sense of sight made Fisher laugh a little, and Robin didn't have so many scruples. After seeing Soro's appearance, he immediately pointed at Soro and laughed, and said, "Brother Fisher, this giant is like a dog in the town, a dog. That's how they shake the water off their bodies when they come out of the water." Soro, who was shaking, froze in place immediately. His head slowly looked towards Fisher and Robin, and his eyes fell on Robin, inexplicably. That kind of gaze seems to say, "You are a devil." Although it was embarrassing at first sight, the farce ended soon. On the beach, Soro was sitting on the ground. Opposite to it was a small cliff, and Fisher and Robin were sitting on the cliff. "Hello, I'm Soro, what's your name?" Soro introduced himself with a smile, as if the embarrassment just now didn't happen at all, and, judging from its appearance, it didn't seem to be a fake. If it were Fisher who was being dragged on the ground by someone's hair, Fisher would definitely make it wrong for that person to live and die. "I'm Robin, and he's Fisher's brother." Robin took the initiative to speak and introduced Fisher by the way. "Hello, Robin, Fisher." Soro nodded and shouted after hearing this. "That's how we know each other. However, Fisher, why did you pull my hair just now? It hurts so much." After greeting Robin and Fisher, Soro changed the subject and looked at Fisher very displeased. Originally, Fisher saw that Soro had completely forgotten what happened just now, and thought that Soro was out of his mind, but it seems not. At least this guy still knows how to be angry. "Drag you to the forest? Or do you want to continue stranded on the beach?" Fisher said flatly, kindly acting like a donkey. It seems to be the same." As soon as these words came out, Soro was stunned for a moment, suddenly felt a little embarrassed, and scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. Although he is not afraid of being washed by the tide, it is better if this kind of thing does not happen. "Soluo, when was the demon-slaying order issued?" Fisher didn't care about Soro's naive appearance, and asked straight to the point. Fisher remembered that Soro escaped because he knew that the world government had asked the Navy to execute a demon-slaying order on O'Hara, obliterating everything, so he didn't want to join forces. Since Soro appeared here, the demon-slaying order should be on the way. "How do you know?" Soro, who was in embarrassment, suddenly shrank his pupils and looked at Fisher dully. Watching Soro leave on the dangling raft that was about to fall apart at any moment, Fisher took Robin back to O'Hara's house. This guy Soro, after he knew in the original book that the place where he drifted was O'Hara, he started to prepare to leave here. He didn't want to participate in the demon-slaying order, and he didn't want to be discovered by the Navy. The reason why O'Hara was killed was because he became attached to Robin and wanted to save Robin, so he was killed by Aokiji. This time, with the appearance of Fisher, there was not much interaction between O'Hara and Robin, so Soro had no intention of staying. With the help of Fisher, it took only one day to complete the giant raft that was enough to carry him, and left here dangling. As for why Fisher helped this guy, it was because Fisher didn't want this guy to make trouble here. This guy is here, maybe something unexpected will happen then, so it's better to send him away. Fisher plans to find Alvia before the demon-slaying order starts, forcefully takes her by his side, and then takes Alvia and Robin out of here after the demon-slaying order starts. If it wasn't for the system's rule that you can only leave here after the demon-slaying order starts, Fisher would take Robin away now. However, there is no way. As for how to send the mother and daughter away under the siege of 10 naval headquarters warships, Fisher naturally has a way. Thinking in his heart, Fisher bought 2 small fishing boats from the residents of O'Hara during the 2 days when he was helping Soro make rafts, and pushed them into the sea. "Brother Fisher, why did you push the fishing boat we bought into the sea?" Robin, who was helping, was a little confused about the significance of Fisher's actions. "It will be useful at that time." Hearing this, Fisher smiled faintly, and said mysteriously as his eyes fell on the small fishing boat that was drifting farther and farther away. "I hope there will be no accidents, otherwise it will be very difficult to take Robin and her mother Alvia away from here. Okay, let's go back. By the way, Robin, what do you want to eat tonight?" Fisher stared silently at the 2 small wooden boats that had become small black spots for a long time, then turned and walked towards the forest, greeting them as he walked. Hearing this, Robin hurriedly followed Fisher, and said excitedly, "I want to eat fried meatballs, tempura, and barbecue." "It's all meat. Aren't you afraid of getting fat?" "No, Brother Fisher, didn't you just portray me as a favor? I need a lot of nutrition for my next exercise, so don't worry at all." "Hey, yeah, just order it directly, and I'll give you a whole piece of barbecue." "Good." After much deliberation, Fisher decided to give Robin a favor as well, because after I send Robin out of O'Hara, I will leave this world and return to the world of Hunter x Hunter. It would be unrealistic for Alvia to portray Unhai alone, so Fisher asked Robin to also portray Unhai. Although Robin is his younger sister in this world, Fisher also has the idea of not wanting his relatives to portray and Hui and become his subordinates, but special circumstances are treated specially. After all, Robin is going to be in the sea next time. The sea in this world is not calm, and accidents are easy to happen if you don't have any strength. Although Robin survived alone in the original book, Fisher dare not just believe in the original book. After all, he has appeared here, and the result of the butterfly effect will be great. Although it was a mission, Fisher didn't want to rescue Robin here, but in the end Robin fell in the sea, and his efforts would be in vain. So Fisher gave Robin the ability to become stronger quickly. Now all it takes is Alvia's return and the arrival of a demon-slaying order. As for the renewal of favors, Fisher wasn't worried at all. Renewal of grace is originally a shackle placed by the gods on grace, so that the users of grace must have the action of the gods to be able to update, which is a heavy insurance for users of the grace of gods. As long as the shackle is removed, the benefactor user can update independently. This is also one of the reasons why Minchi was allowed to go out. Speaking of which, Robin is worthy of being one of the protagonist groups in this world, and his aptitude is no less than that of Minchi. After Fisher described the favor to Robin, Robin was automatically included in Fisher's power group. Fisher also got Robin's feedback as a result. Robin doesn't have much ability at a young age. The only thing he can show is his knowledge in flowers. The feedback Fisher gets is Robin's knowledge. In other words, the current Fisher has gained a lot of knowledge of this world, and at the same time has the ability to interpret historical texts. However, the inclusion of Robin's check-in Fisher has yet to take place. There is no other reason, but just after Fisher finished framing Robin's favor, the big man Soro came to the door to say goodbye. So Fisher put aside the registration for the time being, and took Robin to send Soro off. Now that I go back, I can sign in. After giving Robin a hunk of roast, Fisher immersed himself in the system. System, sign in. Ding. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the intermediate level arm domineering, intermediate level knowledge color domineering, Nicole Robin special version. Listening to the system's prompt, even though Fisher has experienced it twice, he still feels envious and jealous, but of course there is no hatred. After all, whether it is Minchi, Kurapika, or Robin, they're all members of his family and his subordinates, so he doesn't have to be jealous at all. Rather, it is a good thing for Fisher that his subordinates are strong, which means that they can give him more help. Without any hesitation, looking at Robin who was gnawing on the barbecue, Fisher reached out and pressed Robin's forehead, and used the system's sign-in rewards on Robin under Robin's puzzled eyes. The next moment, Robin opened his mouth in confusion, and stared at Fisher dumbfounded. After a while, Robin came back to his senses and asked doubtfully, "Brother Fisher, what was that just now?" "Don't ask for the ability I gave you, just use it well." Fisher said gently. "Well, I see. Thank you, Brother Fisher." Hearing this, Robin did not ask again, but thanked him with a bright smile. After the words fell, Robin, regardless of his greasy mouth, lightly touched Fisher's forehead. "Lighten up, Fisher." In the next 2 days, Fisher has been teaching Robin fighting skills on the coast, feeding Robin with moves, and improving Robin's strength. At the same time, Fisher and Robin discussed the domineering world of One Piece. Because Robin's age is too young, his physique is not good enough, and his physique is not good enough, so he doesn't have a strong grasp of the 2 kinds of domineering. Both kinds of domineering can be used, but the power is very weak, and the time is also very short. Arm color domineering just used it for a minute, and he was so tired that he was out of breath. It is better to be domineering and knowledgeable. Perhaps it is because of the relationship between knowledge and domineering and mental power, and I have been in contact with books, and I have a lot of advantages in the spirit than in the body. Arm domineering is too tired to move in 1 minute, but knowledgeable and domineering Robin can last 5 minutes. It can be said that the gap between the two is very large in terms of Robin's current situation. Fisher is very curious about this ability to capture nature elements, so he wants to try to see if he can master this ability. However, it is a pity that Fisher can't master the domineering thing at all. With a tenfold increase in talent, Fisher figured out the essence of domineering in just 2 days. This thing must be possessed by people in the world of One Piece, because it is the potential power possessed by the creatures in this world. And Fisher is not from this world, so he doesn't have this potential power. However, the effect of domineering is very similar to Fisher's Yin Chi, both in terms of its source and its function. It's just that the domineering is relatively simple, and it can't develop all kinds of weird abilities like none. I don't know if none can grasp the body of the natural fruit, like domineering. Fisher is very curious about this matter. After sending Robin and the others out, come back and find Aokiji for a one-on-one fight. With this in mind, Fisher made a decision. While Fisher was training Robin's combat skills, on the opposite coast, a ship of the world government had quietly landed, and a group of CP members in suits surrounded an official and stepped into O'Hara. These Fishers are not clear, and they are still teaching Robin at this time. However, soon, a radio sound came into Fisher's ears, and Fisher and Robin stopped from training. Brother Fisher, is everything on the radio true? Robin came to Fisher's side holding a wooden stick, and said in disbelief, "It's true." Fisher shook his head and gave a definite answer. The broadcast from the town in the center of the island is the voice of the CP members of the world government, and it is a notice to inform the island residents to evacuate and take a lifeboat to the coast. This let Fisher know that the demon-slaying order had arrived. Robin, stay here, don't run around, I'll go to the sky to see. After a moment of silence, Fisher told Robin, "I see, Brother Fisher." Robin nodded obediently and replied. Fisher didn't say much either. The lightning flashed all over his body and flowed to his back, turning into 2 lightning wings. With the flapping of the lightning wings, Fisher soared into the sky and quickly came to the sky. This is the nun developed by Fisher. It uses the wings made of lightning, which can float in the air for a short time, not for a long time. Sure enough, O'Hara has been surrounded, careless. It seems that we have to hurry up and bring Alvia here. It's not good to be taken away by the CP. After all, I have already promised Robin. I glanced at the 10 people who surrounded O'Hara. Several warships, Fisher whispered. With a flash, Fisher rushed down. At the same time, on the sea not far away, a deck chair was placed on the deck of a warship, and a person was lying on the deck chair, with a magazine covering his face. At the moment Fisher lifted off, the lying figure quickly removed the magazine on his face, and quickly looked in Fisher's direction. What's that? Kazan, who was still just a lieutenant general, frowned as he looked at Fisher's figure. The next moment, Kazan saw that Fisher's figure rushed down quickly, which made Kazan's frown deepen. After explaining to the sailors on the warship, Kazan soared into the sky and flashed towards where Fisher was. On the other side, Fisher had already returned to the ground at this time. Let's go, Robin, let's go find your mother, Alvia. Fisher returned to the ground and stretched out his hands to Robin. Seeing this, Robin immediately had a smile on his face. Robin has been looking forward to this day since Fisher gave her the choice. Now that Fisher said so, Robin knew that her mother, Alvia, should be back. With a kick of both feet, Robin threw himself into Fisher's arms. Fisher also wrapped his arms around Robin, and then lightning flashed all over his body again, and the two of them flashed into the forest in an instant, heading in the direction of the Tree of Omniscience. This is the tacit understanding between the two. In the past few days, the two have often traveled back and forth to the coast and towns like this. The lightning on Fisher did not hurt Robin, because when entering this state, Fisher also used the healing nun to wrap Robin. And not long after Fisher left, Kazan's figure appeared here, so fast that he almost caught up with Fisher. You can see the whole picture from a glimpse, and you can know the late autumn from a leaf. It has to be said that Kazan is worthy of being one of the 3 future generals, and he already has this kind of strength at this time. Nobody. No. There was definitely someone here just now, and the breath rushed towards the center of the island. After coming here, Kazan frowned, and his expression under the sunglasses was very serious. Then, Kazan moved again, get up and dodge in the direction Fisher left. At this time, in the forest, Fisher's figure was moving quickly, almost 100 meters in one breath, and the Tree of Omniscience was getting closer and closer. Brother Fisher, is Mom really on the island? Although she believed in Fisher, Robin still didn't dare to be afraid in this situation, fearing that Mom Alvia wasn't on the island as Fisher said. Don't worry, Alvia should be on the island, and you will meet soon. Fisher promised with a faint smile. Yeah. Robin nodded again and again, then turned his head forward, looking in the direction of the Tree of Omniscience, his eyes full of expectation. Soon, the two rushed out of the forest and entered the town. As soon as they entered the town, noisy voices reached the ears of the two of them, and a large group of residents ran along the avenue towards the sea with large bags. Fisher and Robin lovers kept their eyes on each other, completely ignoring the group of people, and rushed straight to the target. Soon, however, Fisher stopped. Brother Fisher? Robin, who was expecting to see his mother, saw Fisher stop, and suddenly looked up suspiciously. Fisher didn't answer, but slowly stretched out his hand, and pulled the woman who was running towards him, holding a long gun and wearing a coat, directly into his arms. Who are you and what are you doing? The woman who was dragged into Fisher's arms struggled immediately, but was restrained by Fisher's thoughts, unable to move at all, and could only shout. However, Fisher ignored her yelling and turned his gaze to the direction of the forest where he came. The cold breath, it must be that guy. Looking at the forest entrance, Fisher murmured in a low voice, Mom. At this moment, Robin in Fisher's arms looked at the woman who was dragged into his arms by Fisher and cried out in disbelief. In the past few days, Fisher had already told Robin about Nicole Alvia's appearance, so Robin immediately recognized Alvia's identity. As soon as Robin's voice appeared, the woman who was struggling suddenly stopped and looked at Robin beside her. Robin. Perhaps because of the relationship between mother and daughter, Alvia also recognized Robin immediately and exclaimed involuntarily. However, after shouting, Alvia remembered something and quickly turned her face to the other side, holding back her tears and not looking at Robin. When Robin saw this, tears flowed down instantly, and she buried herself in Alvia's arms and cried out loudly, with endless grievances in her crying. Mommy, mommy. And Robin's actions also made Alvia feel sad. Tears accumulated in the corners of her eyes, but she didn't dare to shed them, a stubborn ninja. But at this time, Fisher, who was holding the two of them, looked very solemn. Fisher could feel that icy breath getting closer. After a moment of silence, Fisher had a thought and left here with Robin and Alvia. And a few seconds after the 3 of Fisher disappeared, Kazan's figure flashed out from the entrance of the forest. Disappeared. Kazan, who appeared, looked at the place where the 3 of Fisher were just now, in shock. On the other side, a small fishing boat was currently moored on the coast of the island closest to O'Hara. At a certain moment, 3 figures suddenly appeared on the fishing boat. These 3 figures are exactly the 3 Fishers. As for why the 3 of them appeared here, it was because of Fisher's magic, flickering. This is the only magic in Fisher's bounty. Except for the last time when he went to the depths of the Wetmeal wetland with his grandfather Gino, Fisher hasn't used this magic for a long time. And the fishing boat that the 3 of Fisher are standing on is the fishing boat that Fisher released with Robin before, and Fisher has already set flashing marks on the 2 boats. Unexpectedly, the fishing boat would drift to this small island without anyone. Robin, you and Alvia have a good talk here, and I'll be back later. After putting the 2 down, Fisher confessed to Robin. Yeah, I know, Brother Fisher. Robin replied obediently, wiping away tears. Fisher nodded slightly, and after glancing at Alvia, he left here again with a flicker. The magic power consumed is really huge. It directly consumes half of my magic power. It seems that the distance is quite far. The town of O'Hara, the place where Fisher left just now. Fisher's figure returned here again, and as soon as he returned here, Fisher sensed feeling the magic power in his body. He couldn't help murmuring in a low voice, "Hey, that just now is the space ability." At this time, a voice came from not far in front of Fisher. Fisher looked up and saw that the elite Lieutenant General Kazan of the Navy headquarters was walking over slowly with his hands in his pockets in a cool posture. However, Fisher doesn't have time for this guy right now. At this time, Fisher is receiving the sign-in reward from the system. After sending Robin and O'Hara out of O'Hara, Fisher's check-in was complete. Fisher moved back to O'Hara just as the system beep ended. Looking at the dark blue, apple-shaped, and arabesque spiral-patterned devil fruit in the system space, Fisher had an idea and directly used this fruit. The devil fruit rewarded by the system does not need to be eaten, as long as it is used directly with the mind. As soon as the thought moved, the thunderous fruit in the system space turned into light and disappeared. At the moment when it completely disappeared, Fisher felt an incomparably powerful force springing up within him, and faint blue lightning appeared involuntarily from his body, turning into a thunder snake, constantly exploding beside Fisher. Within 2 seconds, Fisher's body directly turned into lightning. Thunder fruit ability user Kazan, who was walking towards Fisher, froze when he saw this scene, and then his expression became serious. If he saw Fisher in other places, Kazan would be very happy, and excitedly extended an invitation to Fisher, inviting Fisher to join the Navy and become his colleague. But at this time in this place, it is not good to see Fisher, a thunder fruit capable user. This time is here in O'Hara, so Fisher is undoubtedly a resident of O'Hara, and the Navy is now destroying O'Hara, the hometown of this thunder fruit ability user, which makes Kazan not only scalp numb. The Navy has provoked a very difficult enemy for itself this time. Thunderbolt fruit users rarely appear in front of the world, but even so, the Thunderbolt fruit is the most powerful fruit among the natural fruits in the Navy's records, and Fisher is now a thunder fruit ability user. Now, against Fisher, Kazan has only one option, that is to kill Fisher here, or defeat, capture Fisher, and imprison him in the advancing city. Otherwise, once the tiger is released, it will definitely bring huge disasters to the Navy. The hatred that destroys the hometown is simply irreconcilable. Because Fisher's elementalization shocked Kazan too much, Kazan actually forgot about Fisher's sudden appearance just now. Sure enough, my intuition is not wrong. If I get the thunderous fruit, my strength will definitely skyrocket. It's just that I have just obtained it, and my strength has improved so much. Kazan shocked Fisher still ignored it. At this time, Fisher was feeling the changes in his body after obtaining the thunder fruit. It feels very good, and the wonderful feeling of strength improvement makes Fisher very happy. Slowly calming down the joy in his heart, Fisher looked at Kazan. Navy Headquarters Elite Lieutenant Admiral Kazan, meeting for the first time. Looking at Kazan, Fisher calmly greeted him. What a bad encounter, thunder fruit ability user. Sorry, I have to arrest you. Kazan said calmly. It's really unfriendly to say that you want to catch me as soon as we meet. But it's not bad. I just got this power, so I'll use you to test the improved strength. Fisher was a little surprised by Kazan's words, but soon understood the various reasons, and said with a smile. As soon as the words fell, Fisher took the initiative to launch an attack. A thick thunder column descended from the sky, violently chopping down on Kazan. Boom. Ice cube, 2 thorny spears. In the face of Fisher's thunder attack, Kazan did not sit still. When his pupil shrank, his body instinctively launched an attack, and 2 huge ice spears met the thunder pillar in an instant. Boom. The violent roar spread throughout the island. Horrific airwaves poured out to the surroundings like mountains and seas, and in just a split second, the houses around Fisher and Kazan were destroyed terribly. Kazan's side directly turned into a huge ice field, while Fisher's side was completely destroyed by the power of lightning. The buildings more than 10 meters high directly became ruins, and the remnants of lightning turned into arcs and flickered on these dilapidated houses. So fast, such a powerful attack. I almost didn't react. Kazan was a little startled at this moment, looking at Fisher with a suspicious look. Fisher's attack speed just now. If he hadn't often sparred with Polysolino and had a conditioned reflex, he would not have been able to react. Moreover, this kind of power. It should be said that it is the most destructive natural fruit with both strength and speed. Kazan, how many layers of power did you use just now? On the opposite side of Kazan, Fisher did not continue to attack at this time, but looked at the flashing electric arc in his palm, and then asked Kazan. Hearing this, Kazan frowned slightly. He didn't know why Fisher asked this, but he still answered Fisher's question. 8 floors. The 8 levels of power of the 2 thorny spears are the greatest power he has released in a hurry. If it is released with all its strength, the power will be stronger than this. It is estimated that the explosion will not only exceed the ice field with an area of 100 meters. The 8th floor, so that's the case. It seems that the power of my current thunder is higher than yours. Fisher nodded suddenly, and then said with a smile. Although I don't know if what Kazan said is true or not, even if it is false, it shouldn't be much different. Even if the power of Kazan's 2 thorny spears is wrong, it should be in the 2 values of the 7th floor and the 9th floor. And the power of the lightning pillar that Fisher just used was 6 layers close to 7 layers. In this case, I'm stronger than Kazan right now. I just took the thunder fruit and got this kind of power. If I continue to develop it, the power of my thunder is definitely higher than that of Kazan's frozen fruit. Shouldn't it be called the thunderbolt fruit? After hearing Kazan's answer, Fisher became concerned. Although the power of the fruit depends on the talent of the developer, which varies from person to person, and if the talent is poor, the power developed will be unsatisfactory, but Fisher does not think that his talent is inferior to Kazan. The talents of the 2 protagonists, Killua and Gon, are beyond my comparison, but I am not afraid of you, Kazan. Above me. Hearing Fisher's words, Kazan was suddenly dissatisfied. As a genius of the Navy, he has already become an elite lieutenant general and a candidate for general in the Navy headquarters in his 20s. Fisher actually told himself that his frozen fruit is not as powerful as him. Even the thunder fruit ability user is too arrogant. The worried Kazan remained silent. Frost began to appear on his body, and he entered an elemental state in a blink of an eye. He opened his mouth and spit out a gust of cold air. Without any warning, a huge ice and giant bird instantly took shape in front of Kazan, fanning the gust of wind and blasting towards Fisher. Everything it passed turned into ice sculptures. Ice cube pop pheasant mouth. Facing this ferocious attack, Fisher did not panic at all, slowly raised his arms, and the lightning gathered. Thunderbird. With a murmur, the huge thunder beast charged towards Kazan's explosive beak. Although he just got the thunder fruit, Fisher has been playing thunder for several years, and he is very proficient in such things as thunder and lightning. Just as the thunderbolt fruit entered his stomach, Fisher was able to grasp this power and unleash various attacks at will. Fisher can use all the attacks that Inelo can use in the original book. The 30 million volt Thunderbird is no exception. Boom. The collision of the frozen fruit and the thundering fruit, the 2 collided, immediately exploded like a big bang at the beginning of the universe, and the terrifying power was constantly vented to the surroundings. In just a few seconds, the battlefield spread from 100 meters in radius. It spread to a radius of 1,000 meters, and everything in this area was completely destroyed by the force of this terrifying explosion. It was completely different from the confrontation between Aokiji and Ace in the battle on the top. The frost quickly spread to the surroundings, and in the blink of an eye, the vision of Kazan and Fisher was isolated. Kazan and Fisher people can't see each other's figure. However, this does not hinder the attack of the 2 at all. Both of them can clearly see each other's existence. Kazan's knowledgeable domineering, Fisher's roundness. Both sides have the ability to reach each other without vision. However, at this moment, the corners of Fisher's eyes twitched suddenly, looking at Kazan in the circle with an unhappy expression on his face. Kazan, I misunderstood you. You're too despicable. Fisher's voice was low, but it was heard clearly in Kazan's ears. Hearing Fisher's figure, Kazan slowly put away the phone bug in his hand and said flatly, No way, I have to keep you today. But I can't do it with my own strength, so I can only ask for support. Saying this, Kazan didn't feel any embarrassment at all. Among his moves, Ice Cube Burst Pheasant's Beak is the most powerful single-target attack. He just erupted out of anger. He has already tried his best, but with little effect. This let Kazan know that Fisher's strength is definitely not weaker than his own, and he can't take down Fisher alone. So Kazan can only ask for the support of other lieutenant generals of the demon-slaying order. Anyway, it is impossible for him to let Fisher leave. Once Fisher is allowed to leave, the Navy and the world government will face a very terrible enemy. After all, the Navy is now carrying out a demon-slaying order against O'Hara and Fisher's hometown, carrying out a devastating blow. This guy Fisher looks like he is only in his teens, but he actually has this kind of strength. If he really grows up, then there is still a way for the Navy to survive. So Kazan could only let go of his dignity as a strong man, and ask Sakaski and the others for support. Moreover, even if he didn't ask for help, based on what happened here, Sakaski and the others would not be unresponsive, and they were probably on their way here. No martial arts. Fisher was silent for a while, then sighed. He originally wanted to continue to compete with Kazan for a while, to see if his nun could catch the body of a natural-type fruit ability user like Domineering, but he didn't expect Kazan to come up with such a skill. Forget it. Since that's the case, I'll leave first, bye. With a casual wave of his hand, Fisher was about to leave here. It's okay to deal with Kazan alone, but Fisher doesn't think he has that kind of ability to deal with the elite lieutenant general of the Navy headquarters of the entire Demon Slaughter Order, let alone a Sakaski who is at the same level as Kazan, so it's better to deal with it first. It's better to slip. Don't even think about running away. Hearing Fisher's words, Kazan suddenly thought of something. His pupil shrank. He roared loudly and rushed towards Fisher quickly. He remembered how Fisher appeared here just now. Spatial ability. Fisher still has that spatial ability. However, it was too late. No matter how fast Kazan was, it could not move faster than the space. After a few steps, Fisher disappeared from Kazan's sight. Damn it. Kazan slammed his fist on the ground angrily. It didn't take long for several elite lieutenant generals of the Navy headquarters to arrive late. Kazan, what happened? Sakaski came to Kazan's side and asked with a frown. Being escaped, the Navy will be in trouble in the future. Kazan said angrily. What do you mean? Sokolsky was puzzled when he heard this, but at the next moment, both the elite lieutenant admirals of the Navy headquarters and Kazan, who rushed over like Sokolsky, changed their expressions drastically. The five of them looked up at the sky at the same time, and their pupils constricted when they looked at the sky. Boom! The huge thunder pillar pierces the sky and the earth. I'll leave Robin to you. Don't leave Robin behind. In a bustling town, in a house, Fisher told Alvia. I see. I won't leave Robin alone this time. Alvia nodded solemnly, assuring seriously. During the reunion and conversation with Robin, Alvia had already looked away. After experiencing the death of her companions and the destruction of O'Hara, she can be said to have died once and regained her life. In the past, she lived for historical texts, regardless of everything, and even abandoned her family ties. This time, she has no intention of pursuing these histories after her new life. Now she just wants to be by Robin's side, grow up with Robin, and make up for what she owed Robin over the years. Yeah. Fisher nodded slightly, then looked at Robin. Brother Fisher, are you leaving now? Seeing Fisher looking at him, Robin said sadly. A day has passed since the demon-slaying order. Fisher was on the Navy's most wanted list by this time. If only because Fisher was a resident of O'Hara in this world, it wouldn't make Fisher wanted. Although the Navy is acting in accordance with the orders of the world government, it is not so shameless that it still wants others after destroying their hometowns. The wanted Robin in the original book is also because Robin is the only person who can understand the historical text, so the world government wants to see people and dead bodies. Fisher has nothing to do with the scholars in the Tree of Omniscience, nor has he ever been in contact with Alvia, so the Navy cannot arrest Fisher for this reason. Fisher was wanted entirely because Fisher arranged for the Navy before leaving O'Hara. Fisher placed Wanlei on top of Kazan and above O'Hara before leaving, and directly severely damaged the three naval elite lieutenant generals except Kazan and Sakaski, so he won the award a copy of the Navy blacklist. As for why Kazan and Sakaski were not hit hard, these two are general reserves, and they are much stronger than others. In addition, Fisher will not be domineering. Without the combination of domineering attacks in Wanlei, it is naturally impossible to succeed. The other three elite lieutenant generals of the Navy headquarters were not so lucky. Fisher's Wanlei shot with all his strength. With Fisher's strength slightly stronger than Kazan's, it is still possible to attack a few elite lieutenant generals of the Navy headquarters with a surprise attack. And Fisher also took Alvia and Robin to leave the deserted island where the fishing boat was before, and came to a small inhabited island. During this day, Fisher, besides showing favor to Alvia, also told Robin that he was about to leave. So hearing Fisher's confession, Robin immediately understood that Fisher was leaving now. But Robin is not one of those ignorant brats. He didn't respond by crying, just sad. Well, I'm leaving in half a day. After I leave, you don't want to waste the power of Manhwa, but improve your strength. I don't want us to have no chance to see each other again. Fisher didn't explain too much, but gently reassured and exhorted. Yeah, Brother Fisher, I will work hard to improve my strength, protect my mother, and won't let people from the world government catch us. Hearing this, Robin suppressed his sadness, opened his mouth, and agreed with a forced smile. Fisher nodded and didn't say much. Glancing at Alvia, Fisher said again, don't waste the favor I've given you, and improve your strength. I don't expect you to be able to protect Robin, but don't become Robin's burden either. Alvia is different from Robin. Fisher portrayed her as a favor, but she was not recognized by the system like Robin and became a member of Fisher's faction. Therefore, the faction sign-in of the system was not triggered, and there was no ability feedback. This let Fisher know that Alvia's aptitude is not strong, and her strength improvement is definitely not as good as Robin's. If she doesn't work hard, she will only become a burden to Robin, especially since Alvia is still wanted by the world government. The next life of the two will definitely not be easy, so Fisher should supervise them carefully before leaving. I don't need you to tell me. Alvia reassured with a serious expression. Yeah. Fisher nodded without saying anything else. His eyes shifted to Robin with a gentle smile on his face. Then he contacted the system and started to return. Under the watchful eyes of the two, Fisher was shrouded in white light and then disappeared from the room. Mom, I want to become stronger. I want to meet Brother Fisher again. Seeing where Fisher left, Alvia and Robin, mother and daughter, remained silent for a long time. After a long time, Robin spoke with a firm expression. Well, Mom will work hard and won't hold you back. Alvia reached out and stroked Robin's head lightly, smiling. Hunter x Hunter World, Cruel Mountain, Zoldyck family castle, in Fisher's room. A pure white light flashed, and Fisher's figure appeared in the room. I'm back. Looking at the familiar bedroom, Fisher whispered to himself. Squeak. Raising his hand, Fisher looked at the empty palm, and with a thought, a powerful thunderbolt appeared in the palm of his hand, and the thunder snake overflowed and creaked. The thunderous fruit is indeed the most destructive natural fruit. Just taking it for the first time has greatly increased my strength. My current strength should be comparable to that of Grandpa Gino. Feeling the thunder and lightning in his heart, Fisher murmured to himself. After a while, Fisher waved away the lightning in his hand, and then looked at the smart alarm clock on the bedside table. A week. Has it already been a week? So it seems that the time flow rate of the two worlds is the same. It seems that if there is such a check-in task next time, we must arrange a good time, otherwise there will be big trouble. Seeing the time on the smart alarm clock, Fisher frowned slightly and muttered to himself. Dee dee. At this moment, the mobile phone that Fisher had placed next to the smart alarm clock before he left suddenly vibrated, and an alarm sounded. This surprised Fisher. Damn, it's been a week and I still have electricity. The mobile phone battery merchants in this world are really conscientious. If this goes to the world of the previous life, those mobile phone battery manufacturers must go bankrupt collectively. Looking at the screen on the mobile phone, which is still 50% charged even after a week, Fisher thought with a strange expression on his face. After that, Fisher didn't delay and directly answered the phone that was still ringing. Hello, who is it? The strange call displayed on the mobile phone, but Fisher would not think it was a call from a stranger. My phone number is very secretive. Only people who have saved the phone number can call in, and at the same time, if the phone number is not saved and still calls in, then it must have an extraordinary origin, and it must be someone who knows me. Sure enough, as soon as the phone was connected, a familiar voice came from the phone. Hey, Mr. Fisher, it's really hard to get in touch with you. Netero's voice reached Fisher's ears. Netero. Fisher was a little surprised, but he apologized anyway. Sorry, I left my phone at home after being away for a week. Okay, I don't care if you went out or left your phone at home. Let's get straight to the point. I said before that I would hire you, and I paid the fee. Come to the headquarters of the Hunter Association. Netero obviously didn't care if Fisher was perfunctory, and directly stated his purpose directly. Is it time to start? I see, I'm leaving now. Fisher was a little surprised, but still agreed. After all, Hunter had agreed to Netero during the exam before, and the reward was also received. After hanging up the phone, Fisher got up and left the bedroom. Came to Dad Silva, and after explaining to Silva, Fisher left the dry mountain. On the other side, the headquarters of the Hunter Association, in the president's office. In the president's office at this time, there are other people besides Netero and Dumian. The third of the 12 earthly branches appears here. Hayes Hugin Freaks, Sish Gailu, Yuji Crook. When Netero made the phone call, the three of them were present the whole time, and they heard the content of the phone call. Aren't you the old man in the past, Gene and Potter White? Why did you change this year? Crook asked a little puzzled, with his hands on the sofa. As soon as these words came out, the other 12 earthly branches also turned their attention to Netero. Apparently both Gene and Gallo were very concerned about this matter. In the past few years, they have been matched like this. Why did they suddenly change Porterby this year? You must know that Porterby is a member of the output team and bears a heavy burden. Without the corresponding strength, it is easy to cause some unnecessary troubles. Let me tell you in advance that if something goes wrong this time, you will bear all the responsibilities, President Netero. Gailu said, I won't be polite to you if something goes wrong, old man. Gene also said unceremoniously, ho ho ho, be safe and don't be impatient. Although the old man is old, his brain hasn't degenerated, so naturally he won't make fun of it. Don't worry, this time I found the most suitable candidate for this operation. Faced with the questioning of the three of Gene, Netero said with a smile, the most suitable candidate. You mean a powerful Nin practitioner who cultivates thunder and lightning? Hearing what Netero said, Gene was taken aback for a moment, and then asked in surprise. They have been looking for a nun who can use lightning and is very powerful, but they did not expect to be found by Netero this time. Gailu and Crook also cast surprised gazes. They have been looking for a powerful thunder and lightning nun for several years, and they are about to give up. They didn't expect to find it this year. His name is Fisher Zoldyck, and he is the next head of the Zoldyck family. He just passed the hunter test this year and is a hunter. Netero nodded, and then explained to the three. Zoldyck, I didn't expect to be from this family. But it's okay, as long as it works. Kim didn't have any partial views on Zoldyck, and didn't mind Fisher's identity. Me too. The same goes for the concubine. Crook and Gailu also expressed their views. I didn't ask you this. Netero twitched his eyes, and said unceremoniously. This old man is just giving you an introduction, not asking for your opinion. Even if you have opinions, the old man will not change the candidate. Okay, not much to say. Fisher should have already set off. It should take a day to get here from Kukula Mountain. Gather here tomorrow, and I will introduce you to you then. Netero waved to the three of them, began to chase people away. Seeing this, the three of them didn't stay here, they got up and left. It's really troublesome. If it weren't for the fact that only 5 people can enter that place at a time, the old man wouldn't have replaced Porter White. A place like a secret realm is full of dangers, and if one more powerful person enters, the strength will increase. Netero naturally understands this, but the secret realm they're going to enter next is a very special place with a very strange seal. It is said to be a seal, but it is a very powerful posthumous thought, which is not dissipated for hundreds of years. With this after-death thought, only 5 people can enter this secret realm every month, and if you can't get out after a month, you will be sent out by this powerful after-death thought. If it's just like this, it's okay. If it's just like this, it doesn't make sense for them to treat it like this. They have to go in once a year. But there is still a powerful, immortal monster inside. This monster is sealed inside by them, and they have to enter there every year to re-strengthen the seal, otherwise they will be ran out. The world has wreaked havoc, and Gene, Gailu, and Crook are all candidates who must enter and deal with the situation inside. Only he and Porterby entered there as combat power. Every year they pick a month when all 5 of them can make time to go there once a year. Let Fisher enter together this time, and naturally one person will be squeezed out. Between him and Porter White, his strength is naturally stronger, so Porter White can only be replaced. It's really troublesome. I don't know where that monster came from. No matter how I beat it, I can't kill it. It's so annoying. Also, what happened hundreds of years ago? Looking at the steel forest outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, Netero touched the stubble that had just grown on his chin, his face hurting. In the special airship of the Zoldyck family, Fisher embarked on a journey to the headquarters of the Hunter Association. In the airship training room, Fisher is currently exercising the ability of the Thunder Fruit he just obtained. Because it already has a strong foundation, Fisher can easily use the power of the Thunder Fruit. Fisher can easily use all the tricks of Inelo in the original book. However, the power of the Thunder Fruit has not been fully developed by Fisher. Once fully developed, Fisher is definitely stronger than the Admiral of One Piece world. At this time, Fisher is developing and improving the power of the Thunderbolt Fruit. After all, everything is not done in one size fits all, and so is the improvement of strength. Even Karapika, because of the relationship between the restriction and oath, has obtained a huge and incomparable Nin-Chi cultivation base, but Karapika still needs to practice Nun skills. Without these skills, Karapika's cultivation base can only be used 2 to 3 times out of 10. And once Karapika has cultivated these techniques to the point of perfection, then his whole body of thought energy cultivation can be regarded as useful. Fisher is like this now. The power of the Thundering Fruit is very powerful, but Fisher needs to develop it bit by bit. It is good that Fisher has a very strong foundation in thunder and lightning. After obtaining the Fruit of Thunder and Thunder, Fisher can immediately play a level with the General Reserve Navy like Kazan, but he wants to fully exert his other abilities. Strength needs to continue to be developed. The tricks of Thunderous Fruit roared ferociously in the training room, and the training room was constantly being destroyed. Fortunately, Fisher chose a specially built airship. Otherwise, with Fisher's construction method, the crash would have been completely unknown. After a day and night of flying, Fisher came to the city where the Hunter Association is located. Picking up the Zoldyck family chauffeur, Fisher headed to the Hunter Society headquarters. Haven't you arrived yet? In the Hunter Association, in the president's office, Gene sat on the sofa with his hands crossed over his chest, muttering unhappily. His expression gave off a cute contrast to that of an uncle, and it almost turned into a Q version. Unkempt sloppy uncle. What are you in a hurry for? Didn't the president say yesterday that it will be a day later? It's only been a day since we left yesterday. It's still 2 hours away. Crook glanced at him and said contemptuously, your memory is really good. You remember all these things. Said Gailu, the snake girl on the other side. At this time, Netero, the president, completely ignored the 3 of them. He stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, with his index finger and thumb intertwined and clasped together, quietly observing the several roads in front of the Hunter Association headquarters. Netero was observing the passing vehicles, as if he wanted to see if Fisher was among the passing vehicles below. Time flew by, and an hour passed quietly as the 3 and 12 earthly branches of Gene bickered, and Netero's unchanging figure finally responded. Ho ho, this kid is finally here. Netero looked down through the hole in his finger at the car association heading towards the headquarters of the Hunter Association, and laughed. Huh, is it finally here? The 3 people who were bickering suddenly stopped bickering with a shock. Yeah, that kid is here. Beam me on, man. Please go down and bring him up. Netero retracted his fingers, turned around, and sat down on the seat and replied, and then asked the Do-Mion man to go down and bring him up. Yes, I understand, President. The Do-Mion man responded, and then left the president's office. Soon, the bean noodles brought Fisher here. President, are you sure you're not joking? After seeing Fisher, Snake Girl was the first to react, frowning and dissatisfied Netero. From Fisher's appearance, one could tell that he was only about 13 or 14 years old. Under such circumstances, one didn't need to think about it. Fisher's nun cultivation was not strong, so how could he be worthy of the important task of entering the secret realm? Even if Fisher started practicing at the age of 7 or 8, the training time is only 5 or 6 years. Can this kind of training time really be compared with Potter White? Isn't this putting their safety at risk? Although Crook on the side didn't speak, it can be seen from the unhappy expression on his face that Crook also strongly questioned Fisher's existence. On the contrary, Jean, this guy had a flash of surprise after seeing Fisher, and then sat quietly on the sofa, without any intention of getting involved, just watching quietly, as if he was watching. Hey, Guy Lu, didn't the old man say to stay calm and not be impatient? Don't be so angry. Faced with the questioning of the Snake Girl Guy Lu, Netero was not angry and comforted him with a smile. Hey, brat, what are you waiting for? Burst out your thoughts, or you'll be looked down upon. After comforting Guy Lu, Netero shouted at Fisher. But Fisher didn't do what Netero said, but frowned and asked in puzzlement. So what's going on? This guy Netero told himself that he was going to enter the secret realm, but he didn't expect to meet 312 earthly branches as soon as he came here, and one of them seemed to be strongly dissatisfied with his appearance. Just give me some face and show off your strength, or these two little girls will tear me apart. Seeing Fisher's lack of face and lack of cooperation, Netero was slightly embarrassed and smiled dryly. Please. However, Fisher just looked at him like that, not buying it at all. I came here to complete the commission, not to accept doubts. Haha. Boy, you're fine. I just like your personality. At this moment, Jean, who watched Netero being deflated twice in a row, laughed, and came to Fisher's side and hugged Fisher's slender body familiarly. Shoulder, patted and said, crackling, crack, Netero, Guy Lu, Crook. Although I don't like Gon very much, I don't like you. The guy who left Gon shortly after he was born and ran all over the world without going back for 12 years. The sloppy uncle who was smoking black smoke, Fisher said lightly. Nice. Guy Lu and Crook, the Snake Girl who originally had doubts about Fisher because of his young age, gave Fisher their thumbs together and said in unison, Fisher, Jean, how unpopular you are. So the commission this time is for me to destroy an immortal monster? On the exclusive airship of the Hunter Association, Netero and others gathered in a tea room. Fisher sat against the wall and frowned. Oh, that's it. Netero nodded and replied with certainty. What's the matter? Let me come to the monster you can't even kill. Fisher rolled his eyes directly at this. Even now that he has obtained the Thunderbolt fruit and his strength has been greatly improved again, Fisher dare not say that he can defeat the old guy Netero. How could he be able to kill a guy who couldn't even kill this old man? Fisher thought the old man was amusing himself. That's not the case. That monster is afraid of thunder and lightning, and only a powerful thunder and lightning nun can destroy it. Crook explained instead of Netero. From the moment Fisher gave Jean the electric shock just now, Crook acknowledged Fisher and no longer had any doubts about it. You know, as the 12 earthly branches of the Hunter Association, they are the top existence in Hunter. Like them, even if it is not during the fighting period, the aura around them is very strong. Especially this guy Kim. Although he despises this guy, Crook has to say that this guy Jean is one of the best among their 12 earthly branches, and his Nianchi cultivation is also very strong. Even the mental aura on Jin's body can be broken by Fisher and hit him directly, which can already confirm Fisher's strength. Knowing Fisher's strength, Crook would naturally have no objection to Fisher going to the secret realm with them. Afraid of thunder and lightning? Then just move the generator there. Even with Crook's explanation, Fisher was still puzzled. No, ordinary electric current won't work. Guy Lu, the Snake Girl, shook her head and denied. Huh, there is such a thing. Fisher was surprised when he heard this, but then he became interested. Otherwise, why do you think we are looking for a powerful thunder nun? And just move a generator in. Jean Dower, who was hacked by Fisher before, said calmly. There is a posthumous idea in that place, which was left by a senior hundreds of years ago, and the purpose is to prevent ordinary people from entering there. The Netero interface explained. Read after death. Hearing this word, Fisher narrowed his eyes slightly and murmured in a low voice. Remembrance after death. This is the obsession of the nun person during their lifetime. The stronger the obsession during life, the higher the probability of activation at that time, and the stronger the power that can be exerted. Fisher knows two after-death thoughts. One is Hisoka. In the battle with the leader of Phantom Troop, Hisoka was calculated by Krallo and died of suffocation. But Hisoka attached a very strong obsession to his own thoughts before death so much so that during Hisoka's time, this thought became an afterthought, resuscitating Hisoka's heart and lungs, and resurrecting Hisoka, who died of suffocation. In the chapter on ants, Neferpitu, the Ant King's personal guard, also erupted with a strong obsession before his death. After death, his body still activated the dance thought of Nun Heisei, wanting to kill Gon to prevent Gon from harming the Ant King. I didn't expect to hear the existence of after death here. Moreover, it existed hundreds of years ago, and it hasn't dissipated for so many years. It's really a powerful obsession. Moreover, that senior's Nun cultivation base is also extremely powerful, definitely stronger than the current top 5 Nun. Thinking silently, Fisher murmured inwardly. I see, I will try my best. Looking up at Netero who was staring at him expectantly, Fisher said lightly. Now that Netero's payment has been received, Fisher will naturally try his best to complete it. However, it's just doing its best, and if nothing can be done, Fisher will retreat as soon as possible. After all, the monster Netero was talking about was an immortal monster. Who knows if his ability lightning can work against that monster? Fisher won't lose his life just because of a commission. Oh, I'm a user with the ability of Thunder Fruit? That's fine. Thanks, Fisher. Hearing that Fisher agreed, Netero suddenly smiled and thanked Fisher. To be honest, even if Fisher doesn't agree, Netero can't help it. Although he paid Fisher 500 million nuns as a reward, and fed Fisher 2 days of tricks, it was not worth Fisher's own life. You know, entering that secret realm can be said to be a narrow escape. There are all kinds of monsters and weird species inside. Even if they enter, they have to be careful, for fear that if they are not careful, they will be attacked by the monsters inside, and the gutter will capsize. If there is nothing I can do, I will just run away. Fisher waved his hand casually, and said directly, of course, if something special happens, you can leave directly at any time. Netero nodded and said, yeah. Fisher nodded slightly, then got up and walked towards the door, waving his hands and said, I'm going to rest first. Call me when I arrive at my destination. Oh, have a good rest. Netero also waved his hand in response. Well, the helper I found is not bad. After Fisher left, Netero looked at the three of Jean with a smile and said, it's really good. As soon as I came up, I gave me a paralysis physiotherapy. Jean Wenyan, the corners of his eyes twitched, and his face was full of displeasure. Who told you to lose your son for 12 years? This old man wants to beat you up. Will you die if you go back when you have time? Netero gave Jean a hard look when he heard this. None of your business, old man. What the hell? 100 forms of Avalokitesphera, 99th form. Fuck, old man, you don't talk about martial arts. Bu Jiang Wudua, Yao Shan Zhongnit. Lao Tozer, Wayao Rani Dongda, Sima Jiao Zua, Zhen Lao Yo. Boom, boom, boom. Guy Lu, Crook. On the forest path, Fisher looked at Jean who was walking side by side with Netero in front of him, nudged Crook beside him with his elbow, and asked softly, Crook, what's wrong with this guy? I was beaten up by the president on the airship yesterday. It's terrible. Crook also leaned over and replied in a low voice. His words were full of gloating. Yes, it's so miserable. The snake girl guy Lu also came over and whispered. The three of them gathered together as if they were whispering. Hearing the gloating tone of the two, Fisher's eyes twitched. He knew again how unpopular Jean was. Speaking of which, in the original book, this guy was outraged at the Hunter Association President Election Conference and was denounced by many hunters and even started to fight. Coupled with the attitude of the two people around you who are the 12 earthly branches at a glance, it seems that the Hunter Association has really been suffering from Jean for a long time. What are you guys talking about? Convex, Cao Panzai. Seemingly aware that someone was speaking ill of him behind his back, Jean turned his head and said with a displeased face, "What's the matter, dissatisfied? Why don't you practice?" Facing the displeased Jean, Fisher didn't pamper him at all and said indifferently with a faint blue thunder in his hand, "Gold, damn it, I'm so angry. If this kid didn't play a big role later, I really wanted to beat him up." Seeing Fisher's aggressive provocation, Jean became more and more upset. But there is no way, whoever let this secret place be exposed because of me, I have the responsibility to deal with the things here. The secret realm that Fisher and others were going to was actually not a secret realm at first. At the beginning, it was just a very ordinary forest. It wasn't until the appearance of a hunter that this place became a secret place, banned by governments of various countries and listed as a forbidden place. Speaking of this, everyone should know. No way, the hunter who appeared here at the time was Jean. This guy Jean likes to explore and develop all kinds of ruins, and he often goes to various remote places around the world. And this secret realm was entered by Jean by mistake. At that time, this place was very ordinary, because Jean appeared here, discovered the powerful afterlife here, and broke into it out of curiosity. This guy wasn't particularly strong at the time, nor was he known as one of the world's top 5 known, and he didn't have much preparation. So after entering this place, he was overwhelmed by all kinds of monsters, all kinds of weird plants, and a strange environment. It was tortured to the point of death, and even provoked a terrifying monster inside. However, fortunately, Jean used the afterlife of the secret realm to seal the monster, and then left here in a state of embarrassment. After leaving here, Jean approached Netero immediately, reported the situation here to Netero, and deposited a huge commission in the Hunter Association to issue a lifetime commission. As long as the monster inside cannot be dealt with, then you have to enter it once a year to strengthen the Nun seal that seals the monster inside. Every time you enter here to complete this commission, you will be able to get 10 billion ordinances. For people, 2.5 billion each. Huh, you said 2.5 billion. When Crook's narration came to this point, Fisher was stunned. Yes, 2.5 billion. If it wasn't for the reward, who would come here to suffer? Although Crook didn't understand Fisher's reaction, he still said truthfully, "Old guy, frame me." After receiving the confirmation from Crook, Fisher suddenly became angry. What the hell? The old guy Netero only gave him 500 million ringtones to hire him. That is to say, this old guy got 2 billion yuan. It's so noisy. The previous 500 million was an advance payment. After the completion, the remaining entrustment money can be withdrawn from the funds deposited by Jean in the Hunter Association. Netero also heard Crook's narration here, fingering ear, turning back with a troubled expression. Is that so? Fisher frowned slightly upon hearing this, then looked at Crook and asked, "Ah, that's true. The 500 million is an entrusted advance payment. As long as you accept this entrustment, you can get 500 million precepts, and after completing the task, you can get the remaining 2.5 billion. Crook nodded and said, "Hey, then not everyone will be able to get the 500 million nuns." Hearing this, Fisher raised his eyebrows and said with great interest, "You think too much. Not everyone can accept this entrustment. You must meet my requirements before you can receive it." Jean, with a bruised nose and a swollen face, turned his head and rolled his eyes at Fisher. "That's right. It's useless to come here if you don't meet the requirements, and it's a waste of time." Fisher nodded and said clearly, "Okay, don't interrupt. Listen to me continue. The next thing to pay attention to after entering the secret realm." Crook glanced at Jean lightly, and then reminded Fisher, "Okay, go ahead." Fisher nodded slightly, then withdrew his attention again, and continued to listen to Crook's description of the situation in the secret realm. Time passed quickly, and Fisher and others arrived at their destination in a blink of an eye. This is the entrance. Looking at the narrow cave entrance in front of him, even though he had heard about it from Crook, Fisher still couldn't believe it. "You don't know much." Jean Wenyan looked at Fisher proudly, then put his hands in his pockets and walked over carelessly. The moment Jean entered the cave, a burst of ripples appeared in everyone's sight, and then Jin's body seemed to be swallowed by something and disappeared without a trace. Space Nun. Fisher, who possessed space magic flashes, saw the mystery at a glance. "Ah, Space Nun." Netero nodded, and then walked over. The ripples appeared again, and Netero's figure disappeared. "Then I'll go into." The snake girl Gailu greeted, followed behind Netero, and disappeared into Fisher's field of vision. Coming quickly, Crook also greeted, and then followed in. "Why does it feel a bit like a secret realm in a fantasy novel?" he muttered in a low voice, and Fisher also stepped over and entered it amidst the ripples. "It's really insane." After entering the cave, Fisher felt his eyes go dark and then light up, and he appeared in another place. Fisher and others are not in a cave at this time, but a very huge forest. As for why it is huge, have you ever seen a big tree that is more than 10 meters thick and hundreds of meters high? Anyway, Fisher didn't. It would be fine if there is only one tree, but the forests known by Fisher and others are densely packed with such big trees, and it is as if Fisher and others have entered a prehistoric forest. Moreover, in addition, the surrounding flowers and weeds are much taller than Fisher and others. Have you seen the 2-meter-high weeds? Have you ever seen a flower bone that is 6 or 7 meters high? Have you ever seen a mouse bigger than a human body? A rat bigger than a human? Fisher, who was meditating inwardly, suddenly twitched. Nima, in front of Fisher and others, there are hundreds of rats bigger than the human body running towards this side, densely packed. Without even thinking about it, Fisher jumped up, preparing to land on a big tree not far away, avoiding the impact of these giant rats. Netero and others did the same thing. They all jumped up at the same time. However, unlike Fisher, Netero and the others jumped directly into the flowers not far away and landed there. "Stupid, come here." Fisher, who was just about to land on a branch, suddenly realized that Crook had rushed in front of him at some point, and a huge impact directly flew Fisher towards the flowers below. The two landed on the flower safely. As soon as he landed, Fisher was scolded. "Stupid, didn't I just say that you can't act rashly in this place? Besides, I should have said just now that these big trees have unknown toxicity, so you can't settle down at will." Facing Crook's reprimand, Fisher just curled his lips and didn't refute. After all, Crook was doing it for his own good. Just now, Crook could completely ignore him, but he still came here. Fisher appreciated the kindness. Of course, Fisher didn't really forget what Crook just said about this secret realm. Rather, Fisher did it on purpose. Most of the people in the Zoldyck family are invulnerable to all poisons, because they have received special training in poison resistance since they were young, so they have all developed a strong poison resistance. In the original book, Killua said that poison didn't work for him. When fighting Krallo, Silva, who was attacked by Krallo's knife and poison, also said that there is no problem. Krallo uses a poison with a toxicity of only 0.1 milligrams to bring down a whale. But after Silva was injured, he just randomly took a hair to contain the bleeding wound, and then continued to fight Krallo like a normal person, completely ignoring the toxicity of the dagger. This is enough to show that the people of the Zoldyck family are resistant to poison. And this is because the people of the Zoldyck family have been exposed to poison since childhood, and then use various drugs to remove the poison and make the body develop resistance. Long-term training has given Fisher a very strong resistance to poison. Although Fisher has not been able to compare with Silver in this respect, it is not far behind. Just now, I wanted to be exposed to the unknown toxicity that Crook said, and then let my powerful toxicity antibodies neutralize it, so as to make myself immune to this unknown toxicity and make my toxicity immunity stronger. In the end, it was unexpectedly destroyed by Crook, but Fisher would not be angry because of it. Okay, Crook, don't say anymore. The unknown poison here is really troublesome for us, but not for this kid. The head of the Zoldyck family has been professionally trained to be immune to things like poisons since he was a child. I guess this kid just wanted to test the toxicity of the surrounding trees. At this time, the three of Netero also walked over, and Netero said to Crook, is that so? Crook's face froze immediately when he heard this, a little embarrassed. You know a lot, old man. Fisher looked at Netero and said meaningfully, it's lucky that you were able to be reprimanded by Crook without saying a word. Jean walked over, looked at Fisher, and said unexpectedly, as being able to defeat the Nianqi defense that he usually releases, Jean is very clear that Fisher's strength cannot be compared with Crook's. However, when facing Crook's reprimand, Fisher silently endured it without any intention of refuting it, which puzzled Jean very much. Crook is doing it for my own good, so I won't be ignorant. Fisher rolled his eyes and explained, he is not a rebellious and ungrateful person. Although Crook didn't help him just now, at least Crook wanted to save himself. Crook can tell whether he is kind or malicious towards him. Fisher can still tell the difference. Facing someone who treats him well, he won't lose a piece of meat if he has said a few words. Ho, my vision is not wrong. Your kid's thinking is really different from the others in Zoldyck. Netero also laughed after hearing Fisher's words. With Fisher taking over the Zoldyck family, the next generation of the Zoldyck family should develop in a better direction. No. According to what you said, Grandpa Gino is also different from other people because he will not get angry because of a few words. Okay, let me do it next. I want to identify the toxicity of this place and see what antidote needs to be made. You help me protect the law. At this time, the snake girl Guy Lu stood up and said to several people. After speaking, Guy Lu sat cross-legged on the huge petals, and her body began to emit thoughts, spreading to the surroundings. This is circle. In just a moment, this thought energy has spread hundreds of meters away. Fisher took a look with condensation and found that the circle was still spreading rapidly. In just 10 seconds, Guy Lu's circle has spread out to a distance of more than 400 meters and close to 500 meters. This surprised Fisher. Guy Lu is even more terrifying than his grandfather Jianhua in the attainment of round. He can actually cover such a long distance. Judging from his appearance, it seems that he can continue to spread. He really has a specialization in art. However, what is Guy Lu planning to do when she releases you on? Aren't you curious why Gale released round? Crook, who calmed down his mood and made himself no longer embarrassed, saw Fisher's doubts and instantly understood what Fisher was wondering about and left come and say, hey, Crook, are you being too kind to this kid? At this time, Jean said a little unhappy. Why? Don't be nice to this kid. I want to be nice to you, a sloppy uncle. Crook didn't hesitate at all and said loudly, with a rough tone, Fisher, Guy Lu is a poison hunter, capable of making various poisons and antidotes. As long as you use Nianqi to touch everything around you, Guy Lu will be able to understand the various toxic elements around you, analyze them in your heart, and then make an antidote. Netero walked over, and instead of Crook, who was angry with gold, he asked Fisher explained, Fisher, is it really good for you to expose other people's none like this? Moreover, because of the particularity of this place, the toxicity here changes every year, and the antidote made before will not work, so Guy Lu needs to come here once a year. At this time, Crook did not continue after bickering with Jean. He walked over and took Netero's words to explain. Does it change every year? It's really incredible. It seems that this place has a complete biological system that is different from the outside world. Fisher was slightly stunned and said softly, and then began to observe the surrounding situation. That's it. Crook nodded, and then began to inspect his surroundings. And Netero and the others did not continue to speak, and began to be vigilant about the movement around them, so that Guy Lu would not be affected. During the guard time, Fisher was like a knife in the ass, and his eyes were opened. The ecology of this place is better than that of the deep wetland. Fisher was deeply moved by the environment he and others are in now. Since just now, he has seen more than 100 kinds of strange species. Huge animals, plants that can move, and ultra-ancient creatures that fly and glide on tall trees. So many different kinds, and so different from ordinary creatures that Fisher has only seen in the depths of Wemmer wetlands. Have you been to the depths of the Wetmeal wetland? Crook, who was not far from him, was quite surprised to hear Fisher's words. Well, I've been there, I practiced there. Fisher nodded without hiding anything, and said truthfully, are you sure you went there to practice? Crook heard the words, his eyes twitched suddenly, and he asked again uncertainly, yes, I went there to practice. Fisher continued to nod. Fighting there by myself, raising the LV from 4 to 5, greatly improving the strength, isn't it just practice? Crook was speechless now. Even if she entered the place deep in the Wetmile wetland, she had to be careful, for she was afraid that if she was not careful, she would lose her life there. Fisher is a good guy. Where is he practicing? I'm really not afraid of death. However, thinking that Fisher is a member of the Zoldyck family, and entering there should be protected by a powerful nun, Crook was relieved. Well, what is this? Just as Crook was relieved, Fisher's voice came into her ears again, which made Crook look over. Seeing this, Crook suddenly widened his eyes. I saw that Fisher was holding a huge seed in his hand at this time. Yes, it is a seed with a volume of 1 cubic meter. Ho, boy, you are so lucky. This is a gift from migrating birds. Netero on the other side of Fisher also noticed the situation on Fisher's side, and couldn't help laughing. A gift from migrating birds. Fisher was puzzled. Migratory birds, this kind of bird migrates throughout its life. It migrates 12 times a year, once a month, and each migration will bring some things from the vicinity of their residence, and these things will be randomly thrown into the ground during their migration middle. Most of the people who get migratory birds are very lucky. I really didn't expect your luck to be so good. Netero explained. I don't think it's luck to encounter this kind of thing. It's just me. If someone else drops such a big thing from the sky, it will definitely be a calf. After listening to Netero's explanation, the corners of Fisher's eyes twitched undetectably. This thing fell from the top of a tree, that is, at a height of more than 100 meters. If it fell down like this, ordinary people would definitely be turned into meat paste. Even if they were lucky, they would only get a whole corpse. You're right. However, since records have been recorded, those who receive the gifts of migrating birds are all known people, so the situation you said will not happen. Netero nodded and said, because all the ones that are not recorded are dead. Fisher said directly, Netero, why is this brat so hot? Why didn't I find out that this kid has the qualifications to be a gangster? Fisher, can you give me the seed in your hand? At this moment, the stunned Crook finally came back to his senses and said in a slightly excited tone, it seems that the seed in your hands, Fisher, has a very extraordinary origin. Crook is a plant hunter, a world-renowned plant expert. It's definitely rare to be able to make Crook so excited. Seeing Crook's reaction, Netero narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling very grateful. Interested, what kind of seed is this thing? Fisher did not agree, but asked instead. That's the seed of the vitality tree. The vitality tree is an extinct plant. Its fruit can strengthen the body and make an ordinary person into an athlete in an instant. But this is just the explanation of ordinary people. There is another name for this kind of thing among nun people. That is, the Nianqi tree. The fruit it bears is the Nianqi fruit, which can enhance a person's potential energy and enhance his manifest energy. Ordinary people are not nun users, so after eating it, they will only feel that their bodies have become stronger because they will not control the life energy in their bodies to awaken nun. And in the eyes of those who are non, this is a natural treasure. Crook didn't hide anything, and directly said what he knew. I seem to have heard of this plant. It is said that it has been extinct for more than 300 years. After Crook's explanation, Netero seemed to have some impressions, and he touched the stubble and said unexpectedly, hey, are these seeds so precious? Then keep it safe. Listening to the conversation between the two, Fisher also understood how precious this thing is, squinted slightly, and threw it directly into the system space. When I go back, find someone to plant it, and plant it in the garden. Watching the seeds disappear in Fisher's hand, Crook's cheeks twitched wildly, his face full of displeasure, his eyes wished to give Fisher a big ear post from Jojo. Let's talk about it after we go out. What do you want to take with you here? Noticing Crook's angry eyes, Fisher rolled her eyes and said, hey, it seems to be true. Boy, the method you used to get rid of the vitality tree seeds just now is the nun of space nature. It's really good, Netero said with a smile. And Crook also reacted at this time. That's right, even if I get the seed of the vitality tree now, I can't take it with me. After all, their group still has other important matters to deal with. However, even so, Crook still wants to fight for it. For a plant hunter, the allure of this extinct plant can be imagined. Hey, you guys stop chatting, there are monsters coming. Just when Crook was about to discuss with Fisher, Jin's voice, who had been on guard all along, sounded. Crook immediately became vigilant, staring at Jin's position. At this time, a large number of monsters with fierce and ugly faces appeared in the position where Jin was guarding. There are two huge bone wings on the back of these monsters, holding weapons of different shapes in their hands, and rushing towards this side with a face full of ferocious fangs and claws. When viewed from a distance, it is densely packed, like a dark cloud. It is roughly estimated that there are hundreds of them. If that's all it is, it won't surprise Fisher. Fisher knew that they would have many enemies on this trip ever since he got the information about this secret realm from Crook. To Fisher's surprise, these monsters were all entangled with thoughts. In other words, these monsters are not. Of course, this is not the most surprising thing for Fisher. What surprised Fisher most was the appearance of these monsters. Demon. Fisher opened his mouth slightly, dumbfounded. It has a ferocious face, red complexion, huge horns on its head, and two huge bone wings behind it. That's right, it's a demon, and the monster flying towards them is the demon in Western mythology in Fisher's previous life. I didn't expect to see creatures like demons here. Speaking of this, Fisher is like complaining about the Bible of the world. In the Bible of this world, there is the character of Judas, the legend of God, and the legend of heaven. But there is no hell corresponding to heaven. Satan and demons corresponding to God do not exist at all, and even angels are just chatting a few strokes, and no in-death records. For this situation, Fisher is adhering to the reason that the world is different, so the religion is different to persuade himself not to be too horny. I didn't expect to meet a demon that doesn't exist in this world here. So there are creatures like angels? Looking at the approaching demon, Fisher thought with some evil taste. Are these guys again? I kill so many every year, but I can't kill them all. Seeing a large group of Nianchi gathering flying over, Netero scratched his forehead with a troubled expression on his face. It's so similar to that monster. I guess it was created by that monster. Jin didn't have such a reaction. He was very calm, but he had already started to move his hands and feet. Hey, old man, are you in charge of the attack, or am I in charge of the attack? Jin asked Netero after a bit of maneuvering. Well, I think it's better to let Fisher do it. Fisher, what do you think? Netero was slightly silent when he heard the words, then turned around, looked at Fisher, and said to Fisher, me? Sure, then leave these guys to me. Fisher was a little surprised, but still nodded. After finishing speaking, Fisher walked over and came to Jin's side. Attack as much as you want, and leave the defense to us. Netero patted Fisher on the shoulder and said to Fisher, don't be so troublesome, I'll kill them in an instant. Fisher flicked his wrist and said casually, he hasn't shot with all his strength after getting the thunder fruit, so he will try it today. Hey, it seems that you were quite confident. Don't be brave if you can't do it, let the two of them do it. Crook also walked over at this time and reminded Fisher. Ho ho ho, Crook, you really care about Fisher. Netero blinked and joked with a disrespectful look. Am I worried about him? I'm worried about the seeds he put away. If something happens to this kid, then what if something goes wrong with the seeds of the vitality tree? Crook said with his hands on his hips, annoyed. Hey, what are you going to do? Jin didn't tease Crook, but stood beside Fisher and asked Fisher. Let them go a little further. Fisher didn't answer, but said so. Come in a little bit. I'm afraid it will disturb Guy Lu. Hearing this, Jin frowned, and said after looking at Guy Lu who was still sitting cross-legged and releasing Yuan. Then I'll change the battlefield. Fisher nodded, and said upon hearing this. As soon as the voice fell, Fisher instantly turned into a bolt of lightning, and greeted the charging demons. That was just now. Looking at Fisher's back, Jin's eyes widened. Old man, you saw it just now, right? Jin hurriedly turned his head and shouted excitedly at Netero. Ah, I see. That kid's body has changed just now. Netero nodded with a dignified expression. What are you talking about? Crook, on the other hand, didn't notice the change in Fisher just now because he was paying attention to the safety of Guy Lu behind him, so he was a little confused. The kid just now turned into a lightning bolt. Jin explained. It turned into lightning. Crook was also shocked. There has never been a record of this since the appearance of Nun. That is, no Nun has managed to transform itself into these natural elements. Ah, it's a new river. Jin nodded, his tone a little excited. He is witnessing history. The eyes of the three were fixed on the front. Witnessed by the three of them, a giant lightning cage descended from the sky, enclosing all the demons in it, and then endless thunder tore through the sky and covered it. Thousands of thunder and sky prisons. The electric mouse said that he is very familiar with it. Boom. With the sound of scolding, a deafening and shocking bang resounded through the sky, and a shockwave that could destroy everything swept over like mountains and seas. Seeing this scene, Jin and the others shrank their pupils immediately, and Netero unfolded the 100 forms of Avalokitesvara without hesitation, and the huge statue of Avalokitesvara floated in midair. Huh, almost. I almost disturbed Guy Lu. Watching Netero use Baishir Guanyin to block the shockwave, Jin wiped off the sweat that didn't exist, and said happily, it's already disturbing. Crook's eyes twitched. Looking at Guy Lu who had opened his eyes, he sighed helplessly. Jin, looking back, she found that Guy Lu had really opened her eyes and stood up. This means that Guy Lu has retracted the circle. It's okay, I wasn't disturbed. I took the initiative to remove Yuan. Guy Lu shook her head and explained. However, little brother Fisher's strength is really terrifying. After explaining, Guy Lu looked at the area not far away that was shrouded in thunder, deeply moved. The place where Fisher was at this time had completely turned into the field of thunder, and the endless thunder and lightning were not only bombarding that area, but exuding destructive power. Indeed, it's a monster to have such power at this age. Mentioning Fisher, Jin also had to admire. Since records began, there had never been a nun like Fisher who possessed this level of strength at this age. They are already standing on the edge of the threshold of the top 5 nun, and it is estimated that they will be able to rank among the top 5 nun in 1 or 2 years. And Netero also noticed Guy Lu, so he removed the 100-style Avalokitesvara and landed on the huge petals. Are you interrupted? Netero asked as soon as he landed. No, I've identified the toxicity in this area, and I can make an antidote now. Guy Lu shook her head in denial. Well, what materials are needed? Let's find them now. Hearing this, Netero nodded and continued to ask. Forget it, let Fisher go with me. This time, the poison is a bit strong. If you run around, it's not good. Fisher has a strong resistance to poison, so you can follow. Guy Lu shook her head and refused. Got Netero's idea. The toxicity of this secret realm often changes, which is why she has to follow it every time. But this time the toxicity was a bit stronger. In Netero's situation, it would be bad if they ran around. That's it, then I'll leave it to you guys. Hearing that, Netero had no choice but to give up. Neither Jin nor Crook said anything. Soon, Fisher's battlefield was over. The dark clouds all over the sky quickly dissipated, and the thunder dissipated, revealing the situation inside. Fisher stood in midair calmly with lightning flashing all over his body. Hey, that kid, even Transmuter has cultivated to this level. Seeing this scene, Netero was a little surprised. Only a Transmuter has been cultivated to a certain level to be able to float in the air. Fisher's current scene means that his Transmuter's thoughts have been cultivated to a very advanced level. It's really strange, this kid should be Conjurer. How can even Transmuter be able to cultivate to this level? Jin scratched his head, unable to accept it. A narrow-minded guy. Crook gave him a blank look. If you don't hate me, I'll die. Crook, ********. It won't die, it will be boring. Fucking fuck. Okay, you two stop arguing. Netero looked at the two who suddenly quarreled again. A look of trouble. Guy Lu, on the other hand, was very interested in the scene in front of her and watched with great interest, only to bring out peanut beer, cola popcorn, and watermelon. As soon as Netero finished speaking, Fisher's figure turned into a bolt of lightning and landed on the pedals. Hey, the task is completed. Back on the pedals, Fisher waved at several people and said relaxedly, you crossed a distance of more than 100 meters in an instant. Boy, you are going against the sky. Netero, who was trying to persuade him to fight, saw Fisher suddenly appearing. He was stunned and almost pulled his stubble off. No, I don't dare to go against the sky. That's the business of the protagonists. Hearing Netero's praise, Fisher waved his hands repeatedly, saying that he didn't dare. Only the protagonists in the novel dare to do such a thing against the sky. Anyway, Fisher would not dare to be so bold. He also doesn't have that capital, even if he has a system. Fisher, I have identified the toxicity here, and I already have a plan for making an antidote. Now I need to pick some herbs. You can go with me. At this moment, Guy Lu came over and said to Fisher, is it ready so soon? As expected of the 12 earthly branches of the Hunter Association. Hearing Guy Lu's words, Fisher was slightly surprised, and then praised without hesitation. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Make the antidote as soon as possible, and take it as soon as possible, otherwise the three of them will not be able to withstand the poison in the air for too long. Guy Lu rolled her eyes and said, and then jumped off the pedals go out. There's poison in the air? Why don't I feel it? Fisher blinked, looked at the three of Netero, and asked, do you think everyone is like you Zoldyck, who have been trained in anti-drug since childhood? Hearing Fisher's words, Netero couldn't help being a little upset. Fisher's words were somewhat suspicious of Versailles. What is Versailles? Is that so? Hearing this, Fisher raised his eyebrows, then jumped out of the pedals with a smile, and followed Guy Lu's figure. Hey, old man, Fisher is from the Zoldyck family. Aren't you afraid that when he grows up, he will have an impact on the human kingdom? Jean said to Netero, watching the backs of Fisher and Guy Lu leaving. Well, you have also seen this kid's temperament, right? It is not harmful to this society, but has great benefits. Netero said with a smile, stroking his stubble. Hey, Uncle Sloppy, I heard you. At this moment, the voice of Fisher who hadn't gone far came from below. Who is the sloppy uncle? P hashtag. Isn't it you? You don't have any self-knowledge in this outfit? Crook curled his lips and said bitterly, Crook, have you fallen in love with that kid? Jean heard the words. His face was covered with black lines. I think Crook wants to curry favor with that kid Fisher. Fortunately, when he goes out to discuss the seed of the vitality tree with Fisher, Fisher can see that he can lower the conditions for the sake of speaking for Fisher. Netero saw clearly. It directly pointed out Crook's purpose. Gold, you are amazing. You are lofty. You hate me to please this kid. Guy Lu, is the poison in the secret realm so strong that even Netero and Jean can't resist it? Fisher followed behind Guy Lu, watching Guy Lu picking all kinds of strange-shaped flowers and plants, and asked with some doubts. Well, very strong. Speaking of which, it's a blessing that Chairman Netero was able to find you. The toxicity of this place has increased dramatically every year for several years. In a few years, it is estimated that President Netero and Crook will not be able to get in, and only the monster Jean and I will be able to get in. Jean can suppress poison with powerful thoughts, but I am proficient in poison science, so I can suppress it. Of course, now there is one more you. Even if there is no Netero in terms of combat power, you can share the burden once a year. But when it comes to plants, no one else can take on the crowd except Crook. It's just that sealing is not a long-term solution after all. That's why we are eager to find a thunderbolt and master. Only by solving the matter from the root cause will this place be completely safe and will not affect the outside world. With you here this time, the danger of this secret realm must be solved from the root. Guy Lu explained while picking flowers and plants. Is that so? Fisher nodded slightly upon hearing this. From this point of view, if there is no self in this world, then the one who will appear here in the future should be Killua. Raiden Nun Master Netero and others have been searching for several years, but have not found it, so they met themselves. And in the world of Hunter x Hunter without his own, Killua is the only Thunder Nun who can grow rapidly in the past few years. This burden will also be handed over to him. Fisher didn't believe King would leave the place alone. Without him, when Killua grows up, Jean will definitely find Killua to come here. Of course, it is also possible that Jean is deliberately attacked by Killua, trying to get Raiden Nun and come in by himself. Then, do you know why that immortal monster needs a Thunderbolt Nin Master to destroy it? Fisher was silent for a moment, and then continued to ask. This is what Jean said. He said that it is necessary for the Thunder and Lightning Nun to attract the power left behind by the master of the posthumous mind that created this secret realm. When Jean came here, although he encountered that monster and was abused and was very embarrassed, he also found a way to restrain this monster, and he pulled the posthumous mind of the secret realm to seal that monster. However, to kill that monster requires a stronger afterlife. That is the original power of the master who reads after death. Guy Lu continued to answer. According to Jean, that power is of the lightning attribute, which is very terrifying. It needs the same lightning type nun person to be able to pull it out. As long as that power can be pulled out, then that immortal monster can be killed. How did Jean know? Fisher was a little puzzled. The posthumous owner of this place left a stele before his death, which recorded a text that is rarely recognized in the human kingdom. But this guy Jean is a relic hunter, and he likes to involve these things the most. He has an understanding of various languages and characters, and can understand the characters on the stone tablet. It's also because of understanding the words on the stone tablet that Jean was able to induce the afterlife to seal the immortal monster. Guy Lu replied, okay, we've gathered all the herbs we need. Let's go back. Guy Lu plucked the last brightly colored flower and said to Fisher. Fisher nodded thoughtfully. The two hurried back in the direction they came from. Hey, Guy Lu, you are a poison hunter, so can I hire you? On the way back, Fisher communicated with Guy Lu. As for why Fisher wanted to hire Guy Lu, it was naturally because he wanted to obtain some unknown poisons from Guy Lu, and then use them himself to enhance the body's poison immunity. Although the people of the Zoldyck family claim to be immune to poisons, they are not truly invulnerable to all poisons. Instead, they allow themselves to constantly adapt to these poisons, thus producing antibodies. And because of the toxic antibodies in the body is immune to all kinds of poisons. Once there are poisons that are too toxic, far exceeding their own toxic antibodies, then Fisher cannot be immune to these poisons at will. Fisher had already used all the poisons in the Zoldyck family. If you want to continue to enhance your own toxicity immunity, you have to continue to take poison. And Guy Lu, as the poison hunter, is obviously the best partner. Of course, Fisher isn't entirely convinced that Galileo is. At that time, if the poison is really obtained from Guy Lu's hands, people in the family will definitely conduct various tests before taking it, and will not use it until it is confirmed that there will be no mistakes. In order for the Zoldyck family to have a strong immunity to poisons, they naturally train such talents. However, the poison of the Zoldyck family has reached a bottleneck, so it is necessary to obtain new poisons from outside professionals. The poison in this guy's hands is not available to the Zoldyck family, and to be able to deal with the toxicity of the secret realm, Guy Lu obviously has a strong talent in poisons, and he should have a lot of poisons in his hands that the Zoldyck family does not have. Aren't you afraid that I will poison you with a poison that surpasses your toxic antibody? Guy Lu replied flatly, and did not agree. The team of the Zoldyck family is not vegetarian. Fisher also replied lightly. Okay, as for the employment, let's forget it. I have poisons that are not available in the market. Each 1 billion renunciation. If you want it, we will trade it after we go out. Make a deal. In the future, if you formulate other powerful poisons, you can find me first, and I will give you a good price. Hey, it seems that I have found a partner who doesn't do it. Each other. Hey, you're back so fast. Fisher and Guy Lu returned to the pedals, and Jean came over casually and waved hello. Well, the antidote for this poison is nearby, so you don't have to go too far. Guy Lu nodded and explained. Afterwards, Guy Lu didn't say anything more, and with a wave of his hand, a giant python emerged from his hand, swallowing him from the beginning to the end, which startled Fisher. Don't worry, this is Guy Lu's ability, the pharmacy room, where Guy Lu makes antidote and poison. Crook walked over with arms folded and explained to Fisher. None is so strange. Fisher nodded and then sighed. Well, it is indeed. Crook heard this, but did not refute. After all, her nun was also very weird. Because she likes to study plants, her nun is also related to plants. And compared with Guy Lu's nun, it might as well be more strange. Fisher, did anything happen when you searched for the antidote materials? Netero also came over at this time and asked Fisher. No. At first, I was worried about monster attacks, but Gale and I went all the way in a rare calm, without any disturbance. Fisher shook his head and said truthfully. To be honest, he was also surprised by this. This is troublesome. When I came here in the past, when I was collecting antidote materials, there were always obstacles. Just blocking is enough. This time, no monster was sent here. If something goes wrong, there must be a monster. Hearing this, Jean frowned and his expression was very bad. Indeed, in the past when we collected antidote materials, that monster sent many monsters to harass it. Why didn't it happen this time? Netero also looked serious at this time. Could it be that Fisher's extermination of the monster was too loud before, so he scared the monster? Crook hesitated for a moment, then said, do you think it's possible? Every time the old man came to clean up those little guys, he was not very powerful. Even if it couldn't be compared with the scene of Fisher just now, it would not be much weaker. Netero said with a slight displeasure as he glanced at Crook. The momentum created by co-authoring his own 100-style Avalokitesra is not as good as Fisher's just now. Creating those monsters will consume power. The undead monster didn't send his men this time. Is it accumulating strength? Jean Siswa asked. It's possible. Netero nodded affirmatively. To accumulate power, could it be that the monster is not going to stop us, but is going to gather all the power and break the seal? Did the power of that monster gather so quickly this time? Jin's face also became serious. It seems that the speed must be faster. Crook, I'll leave it to you later. You can't take your time like usual. I know. Crook heard the words and agreed with a solemn expression. As for Fisher, he was standing aside listening to the conversation between the three with a dazed look on his face. Although I heard Crook mention some things about the secret realm on the spaceship before, and I also heard about it when I was looking for antidote materials with Gale just now, but Fisher still doesn't have a grasp of the situation here, and I don't know the current situation, so I didn't interrupt and just listened to the conversation between a few people. However, Fisher figured out one thing. That is, the current situation is different from that of Netero and others, and it is a bit dangerous. Fisher, I will trouble you later. If things go well, then the crisis in this secret realm can be resolved once and for all. At this time, Jean walked to Fisher's side, put his arm on Fisher's shoulder, and said with a carefree look. Although he looked foolish, Fisher could hear that he took this matter very seriously, and his tone was very serious. Call me brother, and I will do my best. Huh, damn, you boy, I shouldn't hold back, see if I don't deal with you. Crackling. Damn, you kid, you don't talk about martial arts. Without any warning, Fisher gave him another paralysis physiotherapy, and Jean shivered with electric arcs all over his body, stammering and shouting. Fisher rolled his eyes lightly. Who told you to put your hand on me? Don't you know that I am now a thunder fruit capable person? The thunder and lightning on his body is the thunder of nature, but it is not that he generated electricity by himself before. As soon as the thought is moved, the thunder and lightning can be released directly, without the transformation of thought energy at all. Oh, you don't know, that's all right. Okay, you two should stop fighting, rest at ease, and wait for the antidote. As soon as the antidote is finished, take it immediately and rush to the place where the undead monster is. Netero interceded. Jean snorted unhappily, and then his thoughts surged, dissipating the lightning from his body. However, at this moment, Jean was secretly startled. He was shocked by Fisher once before, so when he hugged Fisher's shoulders this time, Jean was already prepared, and his body's mind defense had been added several layers. Although he wasn't turned black like charcoal by Fisher as last time, he was still numb from the electric shock from Fisher. If this situation isn't a battle, it will definitely be very passive. In a fight between masters, as long as a flaw, a moment is enough to determine the outcome or even life and death. If Fisher had attacked him just now, he would have been seriously injured if not dead. This kid is really a monster. Jean murmured inwardly, glancing at Fisher secretly. Soon, the antidote to the toxicity of the secret realm was completed. Guy Lu removed none and appeared in front of everyone, holding 5 doses of medicine in his hand. Okay, you guys choose first. Holding the potion, Guy Lu said to Fisher and others. The three of Jean took a bottle without hesitation. Fisher followed suit, and then Guy Lu drank the last bottle in one gulp, and Netero and the others followed suit. Is this necessary? Fisher looked at the reactions of the three of Netero, and couldn't help being a little speechless. If Guy Lu really wanted to play tricks on these medicines, you laymen would never know. Guy Lu asked for this. Jean shrugged, threw away the empty medicine tube in his hand, and said, that's it. Fisher, drink it quickly, and act quickly after drinking it. Guy Lu nodded and said. Hearing this, Fisher was a little surprised and didn't say much, just drank the potion in his hand. Okay, let's get started. Is this a plant hunter? Looking at Crook who was walking ahead, constantly destroying all kinds of strange plants, the corners of Fisher's eyes twitched slightly. Haha, I didn't expect that. As a plant hunter, Crook is naturally good at dealing with plants. Seeing Fisher's reaction, Netero patted Fisher's shoulder and laughed. There are too many plants, and their strength is still very strong. It would be a waste of time for us to deal with them, so we will leave them to Crook. Crook's nun is good at dealing with these weird plants. Jean also explained. It's really dazzling. Guy Lu, on the other hand, was covering her eyes with one hand at this time, squinting her eyes slightly. In front of Fisher and the others, Crook was like a little sun, emitting a very dazzling light. This kind of light is not like a light, but like the light from the sun, which is very hot. The plants exposed to these rays of light quickly withered. In Crook's hands, these weird plants had no chance to show off their might, and were all destroyed. It is more effective than a flame, and the burning process is omitted directly. It does remind Fisher of Phaeton from Phantom Brigade. This guy's big move is to create a small sun, using the temperature of the small sun to burn the enemy. Crook's ability is slightly inferior to Phaeton's. Of course, Fisher is not sure if this is Crook's full effort. However, Fisher felt that the strength of Crook, the 12 earthly branches of the Hunter Association, should not be inferior to that of Phaeton. It's just that there is no need to release that kind of power in this situation, because it is a waste of thought. Thinking of Crook's title in the Hunter Society, a word came to Fisher's mind. The golden rooster announced the dawn. No. Only the rooster crows. Crook is female. No, female. No. Crook's ability is very different from Phaeton's ability. This kind of light is not the kind of light of flames, but it is very similar to sunlight, with some peculiar properties. Otherwise, it is just that this kind of temperature would not be able to destroy these strange-shaped plants so easily. Although Crook's abilities were compared with Phaeton's, but Fisher quickly overturned this guess. The area they passed was very weird, full of weird plants that would attack them, and their vitality was very strong. If you want to rely on temperature to deal with these plants, the temperature must be at least hundreds of degrees Celsius. The light released by Crook didn't even have 100 degrees, but it easily destroyed these plants. In this case, the only explanation is that it is caused by the rays of light released by Crook, and these rays of light have certain special properties, which cause this result. Along the way, Fisher and the others followed Crook, the human-shaped little sun, and easily passed through this strange plant area. It's so bizarre. Is there a vast grassland behind the huge forest? Fisher said lightly, looking at the flat, endless grassland in front of him. No, it's not. This is not a grassland. Jean shook his head and denied lightly. The next moment, Jin's body erupted with a powerful aura, and after leaving a word, he walked forward. Come on. Fisher, from now on, is the real danger. Do your best to maintain the strongest defensive aura. Netero turned his head and reminded Fisher with a solemn expression. Before the words were finished, Crook and Gale beside Fisher also erupted with powerful auras and locked themselves in electric shocks, and then followed Jean and walked forward. Seeing this, Fisher didn't say much and directly entered the state of lightning, his whole body flickering with lightning. Truth be told, Fisher could have done without. Because Fisher is now a Thunder Fruit capable user, he can elementalize at any time. However, seeing the serious and cautious appearance of Netero and others, Fisher thinks it is better to be like them and be careful to sail for 10,000 years. After all, it is a place where the 5 big ninjas of the 2 worlds are afraid, so it is better for me to be more careful. What if elementalization doesn't work? Seeing this, Netero nodded in satisfaction, and then a powerful aura erupted from his whole body. This place is very weird. Once you don't use your full strength to explode your thoughts, you will easily be attacked and controlled by some kind of spiritual power. When we first came, Crook and Gale were attacked and turned against us. If it weren't for me, Jean, and Porter White, who are so powerful, if I suppressed them and expelled that force, they would have become the puppets of that monster. Netero walked forward, explaining to Fisher behind him, think about the reason why you want to erupt. Hey, it's really interesting. Even Crook and Gale were both recruited. Hearing this, Fisher immediately became interested. You know, to practice none, you must first cultivate your spirit, because only with a strong spirit can you control none as you like. Something like Circle consumes a lot of mental energy. Unexpectedly, masters like Crook and Guy Lu were all recruited. Hearing Fisher's words, Crook and Guy Lu, who were walking in front, looked a little unnatural. After all, this fact is too embarrassing. The 2 of them are first-class hunters in the outside world, but they have stumbled here, and their faces are shameless. Crook turned around and gave Fisher a hard look. Seeing this, Fisher blinked, looking like something was wrong, which made Crook's teeth itch in anger. This kid, pretending to be confused while pretending to understand, right? Although he was a little resentful at Fisher's words, Crook didn't overreact. At most, he just gave Fisher a look, and then turned his head away. You seem to like to piss off Crook. Netero turned his head and winked at Fisher, looking like an old urchin. No, I didn't do anything. Fisher still blinked, acting like I don't know what you're talking about. This made Netero even happier. This guy should know Crook's character. He is very proud, but this kid's inadvertent words and actions can make Crook forget this arrogance directly, and get mad about it. Crook seemed to be restrained by Fisher. Here we are. At this moment, Jean in front spoke. I saw that after he finished speaking, he took a step again, and then his whole body disappeared again like entering the secret realm before, apparently entering a different space. This surprised Fisher. There is no hole in the mystery of feelings. Afterwards, several people also walked in one after another, and after entering the space in the secret realm, Fisher finally realized why he had to burst out. The dark sky, the magma flowing all over the scarlet ground, and the unpleasant smell everywhere. This place is like hell. Other than that, what caught Fisher the most was some kind of special force in the air. After Fisher came in, this kind of power crazily drilled into Fisher's body. If it weren't for the powerful thoughts wrapped around Fisher's body surface, these powers would probably have gone into Fisher's body. This is probably the kind of power that Netero said can control others as puppets. However, why do you feel that this power is a bit weird? Is it my illusion? I feel the breath of thunder in this force. No, there is indeed the aura of thunder, and these 2 are from the same source. Feeling the invisible special force everywhere around him that wanted to attack him, Fisher's face remained unchanged, but he became a little vigilant in his heart. Jean said before that the master of the posthumous secret realm retains a powerful force to deal with the monsters sealed here by 190. And this power is thunder, so it needs a strong enough power of the same system to activate it. Special, the power that can control people's hearts has the breath of thunder, and it is of the same origin. I wish I was overthinking it. Fisher felt a little uneasy in his heart, always feeling that the situation here was not what Jean and others said. Fisher, don't just stand there in a daze, hurry up and follow. And walking ahead, Crook, who noticed that Fisher didn't follow up, but was in a daze, couldn't help but reminded. Here we come. Fisher shook his head, briefly suppressed the anxiety in his heart, and responded aloud, and then followed him in a flash. What happened to you just now? Crook asked after following up. No, it's nothing. I'm just interested in the power here. Fisher shook his head, but didn't express his inner worries. Be careful, don't relax. Once you are attacked by this force, then our previous efforts will be wasted this time. Hearing this, Crook's expression became serious. Crook is right. Fisher, be careful. Netero also reminded. I know that. Fisher nodded, indicating that he knew. As soon as the words fell, Fisher's expression changed, because he found that his surroundings turned into black and white in an instant, and Crook, Netero, and others stopped in place at this moment, as if time had stopped. Divided in general. Sad little guy. Before Fisher could respond, a gentle voice suddenly entered Fisher's ears. Who? Fisher shrank his pupils and shouted loudly. However, this voice did not respond. Moreover, the next moment, this black and white space disappeared, and everything returned to its original state. Netero and the others were still walking, as if they hadn't noticed the changes just now. This made Fisher even more worried. Fisher became more and more certain that there was something odd about this place. Fisher is very clear about his mental power, which can be seen from his level 5 magic. After all, magic power is extracted by using spiritual power combined with external power, reaching the IV.5 level, and each level is a limit upgrade. One can imagine how high Fisher's spiritual power is. But just like this Fisher, he was pulled into that black and white space without noticing it at all just now, where it seems to be the crack of time. What exists here is beyond his imagination, beyond his expectations. And why did that voice say that just now? I'm pathetic. Why? At this moment, Fisher regretted agreeing to Netero to come here. Is it possible for me and others to deal with the existence that I can easily pull myself into that space without being aware of it, and the existence that neither I nor Netero and Jean, the 2 great nin masters, can feel? Pull it down. If someone really wants to deal with you, just as before, just wipe your neck without you even noticing it. What's the matter with you? Crook noticed the change in Fisher's expression again, and couldn't help asking with a strange expression. I found out that I came here by mistake this time. Old man Netero, I was tricked to death by you. Fisher didn't answer Crook after hearing this, but said to Netero with resentment on his face. Huh. Netero was stunned when he heard that. What happened? Jean, after hearing Fisher's words, was keenly aware of something and asked quickly. Just now I was pulled into a space where time stopped by some existence. Fisher didn't hide anything. He told the truth. Even the voice didn't hide it. After listening to Fisher's words, everyone's pupils constricted and their faces showed shock. Without him, what Fisher said was simply too appalling. Can none of Fisher's level be pulled into that space at will, and they don't realize it at all? Is this power they can resist? Especially Netero. You know, his 100 styles of Avalokitesvara involves the field of time, but just now he didn't notice it at all. Go back, Crew said after a long silence. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other, and then Jean smiled wryly and said, it's already too late. This level of existence has been lurking for so long, but it appeared this time. What do you think will happen? That's because he waited until the person he wanted showed up, and that person was Fisher. Since he dared to show up, he is absolutely sure to keep us here. Hearing this, Crook was suddenly taken aback. That's right. Why didn't the owner of that voice show up when Potter came here a few times before, but this time when Fisher came, the owner appeared directly? Is it a coincidence? No matter how you think about it, it is impossible. Is it Fisher's lightning nun? Crook squinted his eyes and said the answer. Yes, the existence here is waiting for the arrival of the powerful Thunder Nun Tuesday. The previous seals and the like should just be waiting for us to bring the powerful Thunder Nintu over. However, think about it. No matter what we do, the existence that cannot be killed will be easily sealed by us, and it will continue for several years. The inscription I saw was deceitful. Jean nodded, his face still bitter. That's why I said I was tricked by you. Fisher nodded and said, but his expression didn't change at all, very calm. Jean is talking about the sealed monster, but is that really the case? Although he said that, but after he finished speaking, Fisher couldn't help but wondered in his heart about 5.0. Fisher always felt that things should not be so simple. I'm sorry, Fisher, for involving you. Jean Mion apologized apologetically. Well, no matter what you say, the matter has reached this point, and we have no chance to avoid it. Only by confronting head-on can we have a chance of gaining a chance. Everyone, we will go all out. Netero shook his head slightly, and then he said to Fisher and others with a serious expression, since this is the case, then even if it is death, I will tear off one arm of that monster. Crook replied with a face full of displeasure. Although Jean and Guy Lu didn't say anything, their faces were serious. Looking at the serious-looking people, Fisher opened his mouth, wanting to say something. Fisher, what are you thinking? Actually, we can go out. Everyone. Although he was cheated by Netero, Fisher didn't panic at all, because he can also feel the magical imprint he has left on the Zoldyck family, the imprint of space magic flickering. That is to say, as long as Fisher wants, Fisher can leave here with magic at any time. Moreover, in addition to the Zoldyck family, Fisher also left a large number of imprints in places nearer here. As long as there is a life or death crisis, Fisher will leave this place instantly. He was even able to leave here with Jean and the others. That's why Fisher came here after hearing that there were monsters that neither Netero nor Jean could handle. For Fisher, he came here to learn more, and it would be a good thing if the thunder on his body could play a role in destroying immortal monsters. Otherwise, there would be no loss. Nothing to do, just go. Fisher, what did you say about 09? Looking at Fisher, everyone was astonished and couldn't believe it. I have none of the space system, which can teleport people from here. Fisher said with a faint smile. Really, that's great. Let's go out and find a way. Jean Wenyan was surprised and said hastily. Now, Jean also feels that things have gone beyond the controllable range, and the plan must be reformulated. I didn't expect you to practice none of the space system. It's really a big surprise for me. Netero was also very surprised and said with a smile. Well, I'll send you out now. Fisher nodded, glanced at several people, and said, although it feels dangerous here, Fisher doesn't want to just go out. Although it is dangerous here, Fisher can vaguely feel that there is his own opportunity here. Once you get this opportunity, your strength will increase again. So Fisher didn't want to give up. Wait, Fisher, what you just said means that you want to stay here. But Netero and Jean keenly heard Fisher's hidden meaning from Fisher's words. Can't help but be surprised. Yeah, Fisher didn't either, and told the truth. Aren't you joking? After receiving an affirmative answer, Jean raised his voice slightly. His expression was astonished, as if he didn't dare to think that Fisher really planned to do so. Well, I have my own ideas. Fisher still nodded. Okay, come here, contact me. I will use space transfer to teleport you out. Afterwards, Fisher urged. Crook and Gailu looked at each other upon hearing this, and then both walked over and put their hands on Fisher's shoulder. But Netero and Jean were silent at this time. Seeing this, Fisher was slightly puzzled. What's wrong with you? You still haven't come here. No. Fisher, you can just send Crook and Gailu away, and the old man and Jean stay here to help you. You must have your purpose for staying here. The old man and Jean are not bad, and they can help you. Netero shook his head and refused. As the old man said, I will stay with him to help you. I was the one who involved you this time, and I feel sorry for keeping you here. Jean also nodded. It's up to you. Hearing this, Fisher raised his eyebrows slightly, raised the corners of his mouth, and said with a light smile. The next moment, Fisher performed the magic, flickering, teleporting Crook and Gailu. As for the teleportation place, it is naturally on the airship of the Hunter Association. The two only felt a flash in front of their eyes, and then the surrounding environment changed arbitrarily. It really came out. It's incredible. Crook looked at the familiar surroundings and said in surprise. It's such a terrifying ability to teleport us all at once from such a long distance. Gailu was also terrified. Anyway, let's inform the international high level first, and let them clear the nearby cities. Otherwise we will be in trouble if something happens. After regaining his senses, Crook said hastily. Let's do this. On the other side, in the secret realm, after sending Crook and Gale out, Fisher set off again with Kim and Netero. Fisher, what is your purpose of staying here? You know, the monster here probably exposed itself this time because of your thunder and lightning none. You are very dangerous here. Walking on the road, Jean asked Fisher puzzled. Wealth is in danger, although I am in danger here, but I can feel that besides the danger, I can also obtain great benefits here. It depends on whether I can seize this opportunity. Fisher shook his head, not hiding anything, and said truthfully, it would be better to make this matter clear. Then Jean and Netero can also play by ear, and may be able to help at critical moments. If the two of them don't know the purpose of staying here, they will probably be confused at the critical moment of 160, and they don't know how to help. I see, is that so? If that's the case, it's quite normal for you to stay here. Netero suddenly realized, and nodded in agreement. If it were me, and there was such a situation where danger and opportunity coexist, I would choose to take a risk. If you win, you can turn your bicycle into a motorcycle, and if you lose, you can sleep on the sky bridge. Why do these weird words keep popping up in my mind? But quite image. Fisher, do you know what your opportunity is? Kim said again as Netero groaned. I have a clue, but this clue makes my scalp tingle. Fisher replied with a frown. Is the scalp numb? Let's talk about it in detail. Let us understand. After entering here, I felt the breath of thunder and the power that can confuse people's hearts. That power has the same source as the breath of thunder. Do you know what this means? Fisher said meaningfully. As soon as these words came out, Jean and Netero's pupils constricted immediately. Their hearts beat a beat slower, and the horror in their pupils did not hide at all. The breath has the same source, which means that the master of the after death is also the enemy. Jean said before that the main power of the master of the afterlife is thunder, so it needs thunder and lightning to activate the power left behind. But now Fisher told them that the power that had bewitched Crook and Gale before carried the aura of thunder. In other words, when the five of them came in for the first time, what they did to them was posthumous reading. And now they are in the secret realm formed by after death. It's very scary when you think about it. Just thinking about it after death can form such a huge secret realm that has survived for so long, and how powerful it must have been during life. At least the 5 Nin people in the human kingdom, the 2 of them are simply incomparable. Originally, just dealing with an immortal monster made them lose confidence, but now there is such a potential enemy. For a while, both Netero and Jean were silent. The 2 of them stayed, and besides wanting to help Fisher, they naturally had other plans. That is to be lucky, to see if with Fisher's thunder none, they can kill the immortal monster. Unexpectedly, this kind of thing happened now. 2 powerful enemies. One is difficult to deal with. Now there is another one, and they relied on to eliminate the existence of the first enemy, and now they have become enemies. 2 kings fried. If these 2 king bombs appear in human society, it will cause unimaginable consequences. It's really troublesome. This old man still encounters this kind of thing. With a sad face, Netero grabbed his bald forehead vigorously. That can't be helped. I can only take a step and watch. The boat will naturally go straight when it reaches the bridge. Jean also sighed, feeling very helpless. Then what if the boat is not straight? Fisher leaned over and said, #, if it's not straight, I'll straighten it. Kim said angrily, and Fisher is still saying such sarcastic remarks at this time. Haha. Seeing Jean like this, Shelton laughed. It's okay, it's really not good. Just let the high-level human beings plant a few rose bombs here. Even if they can't be killed, they should be able to seriously injure them. Fisher patted Jin's shoulder comfortingly. For the enemies in this secret realm, Fisher gave a stronger evaluation than the Ant King who will be born in the future. This is a secret realm, a space different from the outside world. How can rose bombs get in? Hearing this, Jean frowned. He was not interested in such things as poor people's roses. It was too inhuman. That can't be helped. Let the old man come over then. Netero said suddenly. Fisher. Listening to Netero's words, Fisher was very emotional. Cher really admires this old urchin. In the original book, in order to eliminate Maruam, the king of ants, he did his best, and even took his life. This time, the old urchin's mind remained unchanged. For the sake of human beings, there will be devastating disasters and sacrifice their own lives. This kind of noble, self-sacrificing personality thought, Fisher can't do it. If it's for his family, Fisher can do it. But for the whole world, Fisher thinks it over. Of course, Fisher doesn't mind making a move if he has the ability. But Fisher is not sensitive to fighting with his life. Human nature is the most complicated thing. If you sacrifice your life for them, they may not appreciate it. Maybe some brain-dead ones may even recite it in turn. By the way, Jean, I remember that you seem to be able to imitate the power of 8 or 9 layers of the striking ability you have come into contact with. Have you imitated my lightning nun? Wait, if there is a real battle with my riding nun, you should be able to play a greater role. After feeling Netero's noble personality and the complexity of human nature, Fisher suddenly thought of something and asked Jean Rode. As soon as these words came out, Jin's face suddenly became strange. How do you know my abilities? I never revealed this secret. Don't pay attention to the details, just say you have mastered it. Fisher waved his hand casually and didn't intend to explain. How to explain? Can I tell you that I have read comics about you? Nonsense. Speaking of this, you kid is really weird. None of other blows. I can imitate the power of 8 or 9 floors as long as I receive a blow, but I can't imitate your boy's lightning. None. Same as the old man. Jin's complexion became even weirder, and he began to look at Fisher. He had purposely hooked up with Fisher before, and it wasn't really for nothing that Shell had a second paralysis session. It's because I don't believe in evil, and after being shocked by Fisher for the first time, I didn't imitate it, so I want to try again. In the end, he only received an electric shock, and did not imitate it at all. The nature of Fisher's lightning nun is naturally different from that of ordinary nun, making it impossible for him to do anything. If he could imitate it, he wouldn't need Fisher to follow him. With his Nianqi cultivation base, even imitating 80% of his power should be enough. That's right. Fisher was slightly surprised when he heard this. Then it became clear. If it was before he got the Thunderbolt fruit, Jean, who got it well, might be able to master it with his incredible talent. But I have already obtained the Thunderous fruit, and the thunder and lightning in my body have undergone a sharp change. Already different from normal nun, Jean cannot imitate nun. Here we are. At this moment, Netero, who hadn't spoken since just now, spoke. This is a huge volcano. The crater spouts magma from time to time, flowing down the mountain. The reason why the terrain of this space is like this is caused by this volcano. Next, everyone has to be vigilant. This is the final place. Netero did not look back, watching the volcano constantly erupting on the top of the mountain, and reminded dignifiedly. But Fisher, at this time, did not listen to Netero's reminder at all, and stared at the place halfway up the mountain. The breath of thunder comes from there. The breath of thunder you feel is coming from there. That place is exactly where the steel I mentioned is. Noticing Fisher's gaze, Jean also looked over and said with a complicated expression, he is now completely calculated by this stone tablet. He has always been the only one who schemes against others, and this is the first time he has been schemed against by others. Fighting geese all day long and being pecked by geese today, one can imagine the depression in Jin's heart. It's really strange. Let's not talk about the unexpected calmness along the way. We're all here, but there's still no change. Netero didn't follow along, but still looked at the volcano in front of him with a suspicious look on his face. Indeed, when we arrived here in the past, that monster had already erupted. Jean also withdrew his gaze and temporarily focused his attention on the top of the volcano. That's where they sealed the immortal monster. However, even if he turned his eyes away, Jean still had a strong sense of vigilance there. The circle on his body had already been released to the maximum, and he was afraid that an enemy would suddenly appear. Although this will consume a lot of thought energy, there is no way who will let the enemy be dark, and we will be clear. Don't be vigilant. If you are not careful, you and others may play go-go. Game over. At 060. You guys, you really don't hide anything. Fisher raised his eyebrows as he watched Jean, who had spread the range of his circle to a distance of 500 meters in an instant. This guy released such a big circle without making a sound. Moreover, this circle is still spreading, and it has spread to a position of 1,000 meters when Fisher speaks. Fisher's gaze was unmistakable. Thinking about my grandfather who has cultivated the circle for so many years, he has only cultivated the circle to a range of 300 meters. Even so, it is already rare among none. But today, Fisher met two, Guy Lu and Jean. The circles of both of them far surpassed Grandpa Gino, and also surpassed him. The Madoka of the two is probably comparable to the Madoka of Neferpitu, the Ant King's personal guard. But thinking about it is acceptable. After all, Jean is one of the 5 ninjas, and it is not unacceptable to be able to do this kind of thing. As for the Ant King, forget it. After this guy was reborn, he was able to cover the entire East Gado with a single thought. Before rebirth, it is estimated that there is not much difference, and human beings cannot compare at all. Let's go up. After Jean released the circle, Netero spoke again with a dignified expression. Hey, it's really troublesome. I hate head-to-head encounters the most. Jean scratched his scalp and said troublesomely. He prefers to collect intelligence behind the scenes, and then according to the intelligence, analyze the enemy's character, and formulate various plans to deal with the enemy. But this time it is impossible to do so. The only option is head-to-head. Who let the enemy be in the dark this time? And he was calculated, and he didn't get any information. Instead, he and others fell into the trap of others. The secret realm formed by the post-death thoughts. If the post-death thoughts are really as they guessed, and have consciousness, then they can monitor the entire secret realm. This means that their every move after entering is monitored. How can they formulate plan? I and others probably just discussed it, and the people monitoring them have already noticed it. This is why they never thought about discussing or making plans along the way. The only way is to release the circle and be on guard at all times. Moreover, what worries Jean the most is that Fisher has just used the space ability to teleport Crook and Gale, and this ability has been exposed. So will the post-mortem target them, making Shell's teleportation then unable to work again? If this is the case, then they really have no way out. Jean did not ask this point. However, even if Ajka is really like this, he will not complain. This is his and Netero's own choice. After all, this is my fault. Let me leave it alone. I really can't do it. Jean sighed silently in his heart. This secret realm was first exposed to the world because of my intrusion. Before I broke in, everything here was safe and sound, and it has been like this for hundreds of years. But his own appearance caused the monster to wake up by accident. In terms of emotion and reason, I have the responsibility to deal with this scourge. Even if he dies, or if his thoughts are not clear, even if he survives, he will not feel good. Moreover, if the scourge here is not dealt with now, this secret realm will inevitably bring disaster to the entire human society. At that time, I still have to get involved, and it is impossible to ignore it. Netero, Jean, you two go up there. I'll take a look over there first. But Jean and Netero had just walked a few steps when Fisher suddenly spoke, which made the two stop involuntarily. It's impossible to separate at this time. Jean frowned. Then you guys go there with me first. Fisher turned his head with a serious expression and said without doubt, what's the matter? Seeing Fisher's expression, both Jean and Netero were a little surprised, and then asked seriously. After this trip, it was the first time they saw such a reaction on Fisher's face. Did you feel something? Well, I feel like we need to go there if we want to survive here. Fisher nodded. You don't believe the records on the stone tablet I mentioned earlier, do you? Hearing this, Jin's complexion was strange, and he was a little puzzled. No, it's another matter. I have to go there. I feel that the opportunity one felt before should be there. Fisher shook his head, and then explained. Fisher didn't lie to the two, but really felt this way. Of course, that wasn't the main reason Fisher insisted on going. The main reason is because, just now, the system's prompt to match sounded again in Shell's mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for meeting the mutant god system for the first time, and the sign-in has been triggered. May I ask the host to sign in? Faced with this situation, Fisher naturally signed in directly. As a result, Fisher once again got a check-in task. Task name. First encounter with mutant gods. Mission brief introduction. Ask the host to go to the steel to sign in. Mission reward. 1 opportunity. This is the check-in task Fisher got. The system said that there is a chance. Is this false? Okay, then let's go over there first. Netero and Jean looked at each other, and then Jean said. Reaching a consensus, the three of them walked towards a huge stone monument standing halfway up the mountain. That is exactly what Jean said, the stone tablet that records some strange characters. It is also the place where Jean and others have been drawing power for the past few years and sealing the immortal monster in their mouths. But now, this steel is the object of their vigilance. And just as Fisher and others were rushing towards the direction of the steel, the originally calm volcano made a huge noise. The entire volcano began to vibrate violently, and then orange-red lava rose into the sky, adding a different color to the dark sky, and a continuous stream of lava flowed down the mountain. That monster rioted. Seeing this scene, Jin's first reaction was not to care about the eruption of the volcano, but to think of the monsters that had been sealed in the past. Speed up. Netero frowned looking at the soaring magma column above his head, and then urged Fisher and Jean. However, as soon as the words fell, a large cloud of black mist appeared in the red lava column at the crater. As soon as the black mist appeared, it rushed towards Fisher quickly. The speed was so fast that it appeared halfway up the mountain in the blink of an eye, faster than flowing magma. When Jean and Netero saw this scene, their pupils shrank immediately, and a thought energy that was several times stronger than the original energy burst out from their bodies instantly. The golden Avalokiteshvara appeared in Fisher's sight. Although Jin's body is not like Netero's, the Nianqi erupting from his body is even more terrifying than Netero's. Jin's Nianqi is almost everywhere within a radius of 100 meters. In just a blink of an eye, as soon as Fisher realized it, Netero and Jean were already entangled with the black mist. Fisher, leave this place to us for the time being. You go there first and pay attention to safety. A violent roar came over in an instant, but Jin's voice was louder than the roar, and it reached Fisher's ears. This guy is coming for me. This was Fisher's first thought after seeing the black mist entangled with Jean and Netero. As expected of the top 5 none, I'm still far behind the two of them. Looking at the two who were fighting against the black mist, a trace of admiration flashed in Fisher's eyes. I just sensed the purpose of the black mist, but Jean and Netero had already sensed it and blocked the black mist immediately, letting myself leave here. In this regard, Fisher cannot compare. Knowledge of this kind of thing cannot be improved as quickly as strength. It requires various experiences. Staring at the two of them in the black mist, Fisher turned around and left. However, just when Fisher was about to turn around and rush towards the huge stone monument halfway up the mountain, Fisher was slightly taken aback. Because, Hailu, where Netero and Jean fought against each other, changed at this time. The originally invisible black mist appeared at this time. The black mist kept wriggling, and finally turned into a handsome man riding a black bear and holding a snake in his hand. Is this monster like this? It feels a little familiar, but for a moment I can't figure out where the familiarity is. He muttered in his heart, but Fisher didn't continue to delay because of this, and his figure flashed, turning into a bolt of lightning and flashing towards the halfway up the mountain. At this time, Fisher naturally wouldn't rush over slowly, and launched with all his strength, just 2 breaths, and Fisher appeared in front of the stone tablet. Before landing, Fisher had a very bad feeling. Sure enough, as soon as Fisher fell to the ground, the huge stone tablet emitted a fierce light. Then a gentle voice came from the giant stone tablet. It's unbelievable that the source of thunder is controlled by a human being. I, Lemuel, want this body. Accompanied by this sound was a white ray of light, which rushed towards Fisher with lightning speed, so fast that even Fisher, as a user of the thunder fruit ability, could not react. When Fisher reacted, the white light had already landed on Fisher. 0. Seeking flowers. In an instant, Fisher felt that his ability to control his body was completely fluctuated, and this white power directly entered his mind, trying to devour his soul. However, as soon as this white light entered Fisher's mind, before he could act, a scream came out, which kept echoing in Fisher's mind. Then, the system prompt sounded in Fisher's mind. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for getting the opportunity. The broken divinity of the fallen angel Lemuel. Standing in front of the huge stone tablet in a daze, Fisher didn't make any movement, just stood there quietly, and his pupils had a little focus. As for why this happened, it was because Fisher was receiving an incomparably huge amount of information at this time. These messages are very broken pieces that cannot be connected at all. That was the memory of the fallen angel Lemuel that the system said, a very broken and chaotic memory. I don't know how long it took before Fisher fully received these broken memories. The unfocused eyes gradually recovered, and Fisher gradually regained his will. What an incredible memory. The tone was emotional, but the expression was a little weird. As for why it is weird, it is naturally the memories that Fisher received belong to the fallen angel Lemuel. Nun's pantheon is really a mutant pantheon. Has the Nun system become a god? Is there anyone on the Dark Continent who has walked out of this path? It's really interesting. However, the immediate priority now is to help Netero and Kim deal with Sambu. Although that guy has been severely injured by Lemuel, he is not something that Netero and Jean can deal with. System, you gave me this so-called broken divinity to deal with this guy. Fisher thought silently looking at Jean and Netero who had been beaten back and forth in the distance. In the next moment, Fisher's figure flashed, turning into a bolt of lightning and entering the battlefield, intervening in the battle of the three of them in an instant. Boom. Inch. Are you two okay? Floating quietly in the middle of the battlefield, Fisher asked Netero and Jean without looking back. In front of Fisher, the man riding the black bear did not move at this time, but looked at Fisher quietly. Do you think we seem to be okay? Jean stared at the bear riding man fearfully, with an ugly expression on his face. At this time, Jin's body was covered with black mist, his bloodless lips had turned dark purple, his face was ashen, and even the whites of his eyes were turning purple. Not far away, Netero also had the same expression, staring at the place ahead with great fear. You don't need to ask to know that both of them are poisoned at this time, and the toxicity is very strong. Even if they have already drunk the antidote made by Guy Lu, it is useless. That is to say, the 240 are strong enough to suppress the poison they have been poisoned by, but some weaker ones, such as Crook and Guy Lu, would have died of poison a long time ago. No, Gallo, as a poison hunter, shouldn't. In just a few minutes, Jean and Netero fell into such a situation, which shows how terrifying the enemy's strength is. No, it should be said how terrifying the toxicity of the black mist released by the enemy is. Originally, both Jean and Netero felt that even if they were not opponents, it was still possible to fight this monster for a period of time. However, they all miscalculated. The ability of this monster is too terrifying. In just a few minutes, the 5 ninjas of the 2 human kingdoms directly changed into their present ghost appearances. Thinking about it now, how lucky they were to seal this monster here a few years ago. No, it should be said that this monster was deliberately sealed by them. You two little guys, not bad. One has cultivated none to the point where time is involved, and the other has cultivated none out of the domain. As humans, you two are the best among the elite. Both Netero and Kim praised. As soon as these words came out, both Netero and Jean were stunned, and their eyes gradually changed from fear to doubt, because both of them could hear the kindness in the words of the man riding the bear. Bonafide. How is it possible? How can there be kindness in this monster? It's a ridiculous joke. However, what Fisher said next left the two of them in a daze, and a series of doubts appeared in their minds. Who I am? Where am I? What should I do? Hurry up and get rid of the poison on them. Do you want to fight to the death with me? If you want, then I don't mind accompanying you. Fisher looked at the handsome man in front of him and said lightly, without hiding the threat in his words, goodwill? Fisher doesn't think that Busong, one of Solomon's 72 demon gods, will have goodwill towards humans. The reason for this attitude is because he is afraid of the broken divinity in his body. Although it is a broken divinity, once it erupts, combined with the power of the thunder fruit in his body, it is enough to severely injure Songbu, who is already dying, and even kill him. However, if he does so, Fisher himself will have to pay a huge price. The man in front of him riding a bear and holding a poisonous snake is one of the 72 pillars of Solomon in the Western myths and legends of Fisher's previous life. The top 20 demon god, Busong. Busong and King Solomon ranked 20th among the 72 demon gods. He is a beautiful man riding a bear holding a poisonous snake. He can discover hidden facts and treasures, no ancient and modern, and can answer theologians' questions about the beginning of chaos. The reason why there are constantly changing, terrifying, and highly poisonous poisons in the secret realm is because the poisonous snake in Busong's hand spreads out when it usually breathes. Well, don't be so hostile. I'll get rid of the poison on them. Busong waved his hands again and again to show that he was very friendly. Then, with a wave of his hand, 2 strands of black mist flew out from the bodies of Jean and Netero. The faces of Jean and Netero recovered visibly to the naked eye. Recovered. Jean and Netero felt the changes in themselves. They were both surprised, and then they looked at Fisher and Bosun in disbelief. Very well, from now on, there will be no conflict between us. You stay here, we won't bother you again, but you don't go out of the secret realm. Seeing that Jean and Netero recovered, Fisher was satisfied, nodding his head. He put his eyes on Busong and said seriously, "Do you think I will leave here?" Busong said, shaking his head and smiling bitterly when he heard the words. "No matter what your situation is, I will put it here. If you let me know that you came out of the secret realm and harmed human beings, then I will come back here again. At that time, there will be no room for discussion between you and me." Fisher shook his head, not paying attention to his bitter expression. His expression was still serious. "No, let's do it another way." Fisher, right. Let's make a deal. Seeing Fisher's seriousness, Busong's face became serious, and he said to Fisher, "Trade. Yes, deal. With your strength, you will go to our place sooner or later. At that time, come here when you go, and bring me there, so that this secret realm can disappear directly, and it can be regarded as eliminating a hidden danger for your human country 4.0. Of course, since it's a transaction, I will naturally pay the same amount. You should know about the poisonous snake in my hand. I'll give you the reward after erasing his divine sense." Busong seriously proposed. "Can you leave here?" Fisher heard this, but did not reply to his proposal, but instead focused on this point. "It is possible to go out, but it will gradually weaken over time." Busong nodded and said, "Weak? Are you not afraid that I will kill you while you are weak?" "Don't be afraid, since I dare to propose that. Then naturally there is a way to protect myself." Busong shook his head, not afraid of Fisher's threat. "Hey Fisher, what's going on?" On the flying boat of the Hunter Association, Jean frowned at Fisher and asked worriedly. Also present were Netero, Crook, and Guy Lu, all of whom were also looking at Fisher, their eyes full of doubts. Especially Netero. Entering the secret realm this time was anticlimactic, making him confused. Now he was eager to know what happened to the monster he and Jean had dealt with before. At this time, several people have left the secret realm and embarked on the return journey. And the matter of V5 that Crook and Guy Lu had just contacted was nothing. It's really because the 3 of Fisher came back too fast. Before their contact was communicated to the international high level, the 3 of Fisher came back, and also got a result of not caring about this secret realm. So this thing just stopped. Of course, in this case, Netero, who will return to the Hunter Association, will also report to the international high level in 2009. Hey, have you ever thought that none people will become so-called gods after cultivating to a certain level? Facing the questions from several people, Fisher was silent for a while, organized his words, and then asked back with a slight smile on his lips. As soon as these words came out, several people present were stunned. They had never thought of such a thing. Men people can indeed prolong their lifespan by practicing to a high level, which can be seen from Netero. Don't look at Netero, who is already so old, but his physical condition and functions are very strong. It is no problem to live for decades, and he is more alive than some young people. Other than that, his strength, a strong nun can completely form an army by himself. However, even so, they never thought that they could reach the point of becoming gods by practicing nun. When Fisher mentioned this, their heads froze a bit. In this case, what Fisher said was naturally related to their inquiry. In other words, what they are asking is related to the so-called nun becoming a god. Looking at the sluggish people, Fisher ignored them and continued to speak. This time there are 2 existences in the secret realm we entered. One is the fallen angel Lemuel, and the other is Solomon's 72 demon god pillar Busong. Both of them came from the Dark Continent hundreds of years ago. To be exact, the 2 left the Dark Continent while fighting and entered our side. Hearing Fisher continue to speak, the stunned people quickly came back to their senses. However, after hearing Fisher mentioning the Dark Continent, they were all startled and stood up directly from the cushions, saying in unison, "Dark Continent." However, Fisher ignored the reactions of several people and continued to talk. "The human country we are in seems to be a restricted area of the Dark Continent, guarded by some kind of power, and the existence of the Dark Continent dare not come easily. Once the existences from the Dark Continent reach their level and enter our place, they will all die for various strange reasons within a short period of time. Unless it integrates into our side and becomes our side's life body, it will be easy to clean up the forces protecting our side." But the 2 of them at that time were so angry that they forgot this taboo that is well known to the strong in the Dark Continent. In the end, both of them suffered losses in the battle, and a certain force guarding our place took advantage of the void. Lemuel fell first, but because of his strong strength, he retained a part of his soul and power after death, and the rest of the power in his corpse became posthumous thoughts after death, opened up that secret realm, and integrated it into our side, has become a secret realm on our side. So we saved our lives, and have been hiding in that huge stone tablet. And the kind of power that can bewitch people's hearts, and still carry the breath of thunder, is Lemuel's power. That guy wants to integrate into our side, so he needs to find a powerful nemesis carrier. That is, a powerful lightning nemesis. As for Busong, this guy didn't fall, but he was seriously injured, and he hasn't recovered yet, relying on Lemuel's posthumous secret realm to survive. Once he leaves the secret realm, he will die in a short period of time due to all kinds of strange disasters. In other words, it is the kind of bad luck that is possessed by broom stars and can kill. So this secret realm is safe from the very beginning. Having said that, Fisher looked at Jean. The others also turned their attention to Jean one after another, with resentful expressions on their faces. It's all this guy's fault, otherwise this kind of thing wouldn't have happened. Jean couldn't stand being stared at like this by several people, so he turned around directly, not daring to look at them. As for the environment in the secret realm, that's because Lemuel's afterlife is still the evolution of some environment on the Dark Continent. And the toxicity in it is transmitted by the 663 Nien beast poisonous snake in Busong's hand after swallowing the air, and it will change once a month. The Dark Continent. Even if we are seriously injured, we are able to injure the 2 of us to such an extent within a few minutes. What a terrible enemy. Netero looked sad and deeply moved. Well, don't be so pessimistic. This is the strength of the top powerhouses on the Dark Continent. The strength of the 2 of you, there is not bad. You should be more aware of it after you have been there. Seeing Netero's appearance, Fisher comforted him. Wrote, "You haven't said what it means for none to become a god." At this time, Crook reminded, Lemuel and Busong have cultivated none to the extreme, so that they can become gods. You can live forever, and if you are strong, you are a god. Fisher nodded slightly, his eyes flickering, and then he replied lightly. As soon as these words came out, several people were shocked. "Fisher, how do you know this kind of thing?" Crook asked with shortness of breath. "Well, please forgive me for not commenting on this point." Fisher glanced at her and said with a faint smile, "Then, you know how to become a god." Jello also asked eagerly, "Want to know? There is a price to pay. It is because of the presence of Fisher that Busong was able to wipe out the poison in both Netero and Kim. As for good intentions or something, just listen to it, if you really lose it. In Fisher's previous life, Busong was one of Solomon's 72 demon pillars. How could he be a good person? Dang just praised Jean and Netero, and it can be seen that this guy still has a superior attitude even after seeing Fisher appear. He was able to do this entirely because he was afraid of the broken divinity in Fisher's body that belonged to Lemuel, which was acquired by the system after erasing Lemuel's soul, who wanted to take Fisher away. And in that hellish space at that time, the voice that rang in Xiaoyu's ear was Busang's voice. This guy, like Lemuel, noticed the existence of the thunder fruit on Fisher, so he said that sentence. If it is a thunderbolt none, the strength is not strong, and Lemuel's arrogant character will definitely not take away Fisher. However, with the existence of the thundering fruit, Fisher is Lemuel's 1 in a million candidate, and the most suitable candidate. Because Lemuel is none who cultivated the lightning department and became a god. Also because of knowing this, under the volcano, when Fisher said that he should go to the stone monument first instead of looking for him, Zisung was in a hurry. He didn't care about lurking, and broke out directly, trying to block Fisher from going to the stone monument. According to Bosun, once Fisher reaches the monument, he will definitely be taken away by Lemuel. At that time, a Lemuel who has the source of thunder, the fruit of thunder, he will definitely not be able to deal with it, and it will be his death. But Busang didn't expect that the two ants, Netero and Jean, would react so quickly. They would notice him the moment he acted, and spread none to stop him. After that, he tried his best to stop himself, and let Fisher go to the huge stone monument where Lemuel was. At that time, the voice and the white light from the giant stone tablet were the fallen angel Lemuel that Fisher had mentioned before. This guy, after entering Fisher's body, was wiped out by the system just as he was about to seize it, leaving behind his remaining power, that is, the broken divinity, which was given to Fisher by the system as a sign in reward. What Busang fears is the broken divinity in Fisher. Once Fisher uses this broken divinity as a one-time divinity, he can definitely be seriously injured, and he will not be far from death by then. And Fisher has no plan to use this broken divinity as a one-time item, because it is not worthwhile. So the two sides reached a consensus that Fisher would not do anything, and Bosun would not leave the secret place. At the same time, Fisher also obtained many memories of Lemuel's life from this broken divinity. However, because of the broken relationship, this memory is not complete, it is all segmented. But it also taught Fisher a lot. The Dark Continent is full of strange things. According to Fisher's memories, the creatures in the Dark Continent are divided into 3 types. One of them is the god who, like Ramil and Bosun, was assembled from various myths in Fisher's previous life. A group of gods who can become gods through cultivation. The other is all kinds of strange monsters. The degree of exaggeration of these monsters is comparable to the monsters in the gourmet world of the captive world of gourmet food. There are all kinds of strange things, and prehistoric creatures abound everywhere, each of which is extremely powerful. 3 of the disasters brought back by the 5 major Dark Continents listed by international high-level officials are all, even compared with god groups, they are not inferior at all. And the last one is conceptual creatures. This kind of force is the most terrifying. Some of the most terrifying ones are not willing to provoke even the first 2 forces. For example, in the Zoldyck family, Nanika, who is one with Aluka, and Zorba, the immortal disease among the 5 major disasters, and the equivalent exchange of happiness and life, Pap, the educating beast, is this kind of conceptual creature. There is no way to start. These conceptual creatures seem to have certain rules, which make the other 2 forces in the Dark Continent very afraid and will not provoke them easily. And this is not the main gain of Fisher's broken divinity. The most important gain is the role of broken divinity. And this has to say that the Nun system that Fisher said before has become a god. The beginning of becoming a god in the Nun system is to cultivate Nun and accumulate thoughts and energy. And if one wants to become a god, then one needs an extremely huge cultivation of mind and energy. According to the Nun Shi value calculated by Kulu's Nenpokling, a person needs at least 5 million Nun to become a god. And this directly stopped countless Nun people. You know, even Minthithiyupi, the personal guard of the Ant King, has only a few 100,000 thoughts, less than 1 million. It is impossible for human beings to cultivate such a huge mind energy value with a limited life. Even the reborn Ant King probably wouldn't be able to reach this value. However, if given time, it will reach this level. And even if it reaches this value, if you want to become a god, you need to transform your thoughts. The most important function of the broken divinity obtained by Fisher is to guide Nun, transform Nun into Shinshi, and finally into divine power, thus igniting the divine fire of the Nun system, turning his own Nun into magic, and becoming a god. Nun's transformation of Shinshi into divine power is the most difficult, and it is countless times more difficult than the value of Nianqi. However, Fisher, with his broken divinity, is completely, well, able to ignore this difficulty. Just ask this kind of thing. How could Fisher be wasted because of a badly injured demon in Busan? With this broken divinity, there is only one difficulty for Fisher to become a god in the Nun system, and that is the Nunqi value. But that's nothing to Fisher either. After all, Fisher has a 10-fold increase in assistability. Fisher can do things that ordinary people can't do. Even the top 5 Nun like Netero can't do it. Not to mention Fisher has another goodie in Rift. Crook, Gailu leave. From now on you will be my direct butlers. Standing in front of the trial gate, Fisher turned his head and said to Crook and Gale behind him, "Ah, I'm already mentally prepared for this. I see. Strong and immortal. This is the instinctive pursuit and common fault of practitioners. Before I heard of it, some people may have this kind of thought in their hearts, but this kind of thought doesn't hold much weight in their hearts. However, after knowing the clear path, this pursuit is completely magnified. This is the case with Gallo and Crook. So the two decided to follow Fisher. Because Fisher has the seeds of the vitality tree in his hand, he has the opportunity to cultivate the vitality tree and obtain the vitality fruit. This is currently the best treasure to enhance the cultivation of mind energy. At the same time, Fisher also received the inheritance of the Nun system god Lemuel, which is the most precious. Fisher, who has obtained the inheritance of the gods of the Nun system, as long as his mind and energy are cultivated enough, the chance of becoming a god is very high. And following Fisher's side, although the chance is slim in their situation, this possibility still exists. Nianqi cultivation can be cultivated by themselves, and if the vitality tree is cultivated, they will also have the opportunity to obtain the vitality fruit. Although the 5 million Nianqi value is very far away, there is always hope. At the same time, by Fisher's side, the two can also ask 013 Fisher about the transformation of Nun. As for Netero and Kim, as the top 5 Nun in the human kingdom, both of them have their own arrogance, and it is impossible to condescend to Fisher just because of this. And Crook and Gailu are not so proud. Netero and Jean are 2 of the top 5 Nun in the human country. One is the president of the Hunter Association, and the other has presidential power, and has a great reputation and influence in the world, which is why it is like this. But the two of them don't have such a big name. At best they are only one of the 12 earthly branches. They have little influence and reputation in the human kingdom, and they don't worry that they will lose their reputation in the human kingdom if they become Fisher's subordinates. Face, there really isn't much pressure to be Fisher's direct butler. Soon, the two were taken to their bedroom by Fisher. Fisher credits the pair with favors. In fact, Fisher's god's grace also has a chance to become a god. The grace of the gods is to use the blood of the gods to establish a connection, Aja, to obtain the blood of the gods. To some extent it is already considered a son of a god, a demigod. This is also the reason why in the dungeon world, those gods like to call members of the family members children. Of course, there are only a few of them. After all, the characters of those gods are all foolish, and few of them are serious. That's what I said. But to really be worthy of being a demigod still requires the efforts of a user of grace. Only when you reach the peak of grace, you have the chance to gain the chance to become a god from the blood of God. The same is true for Fisher's god's grace. However, Fisher is not a god. If the favor users under Fisher want to have the same conditions as the adventurers in the dungeon, then Fisher needs to become a god. Once Fisher becomes a god, then Fisher's grace to Kurapika and others will also become the blood of God by going back to the source. And then Kurapika's favor will be the same as that of the gods in the dungeon. But Fisher's god's grace is different. As the owner of grace, Fisher only needs to upgrade step by step. After reaching the limit, Fisher will naturally ignite the divine fire and become a god directly. However, for this, Fisher does not hold out too much hope. because the way to upgrade God's grace is to rely on fighting and killing powerful enemies to make yourself stronger. However, this also requires enough strong people to feed him, to fight with him. There are many on the Dark Continent, but Fisher doesn't dare to go there now. At least Fisher won't act until he reaches a certain level of strength. Because, after the system killed Lemuel who wanted to take Fisher, Fisher was already targeted by the fallen angel pantheon on the Dark Continent. Once Fisher sets foot on the land of the Dark Continent, Fisher can guarantee that the fallen angels will come to him as soon as possible. Then there will be fun. 1 year later, if Fisher wants to follow the Khajiit Empire's Dark Continent operation, then his strength must be at least 2 or 3 times stronger than the 5 Nun, otherwise he will just die. For becoming a god, Fisher has 2 options. The first is Inhue becoming a god, and the second is Nun system becoming a god. However, the first choice is basically blocked, leaving only a gap. The choice left to Fisher is that the Nun system has become a god. The good news is that Fisher's chances are great. With a 10-fold increase, Fisher's Nin Chi cultivation is increasing rapidly every day, and it is estimated that it will not take a few decades for Fisher to reach the conditions for becoming a god in the Nin system. When the time comes to use the broken divinity to transform Yin Chi into Shin Chi, and then into divine power, it means that Fisher has become a god. At that time, the favor users under Fisher's command can also rely on Fisher's favor to reduce the difficulty of becoming a god. Karapika and the others are different from Fisher. Because they have not been targeted, there is not much danger in going to the Dark Continent. You can practice in the Dark Continent, find powerful existences to fight, and fight to upgrade your favor. It's incredible. I didn't expect that there would be such a way to become stronger. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Crook looked at the parchment in his hand with a look of amazement and deep emotion. This is the first time she has heard of such a thing as grace. As long as you can learn from others, you can quickly improve your strength. This kind of thing is not too simple. Ah, indeed, I never thought that there would be such a good auxiliary ability in the world. Guy Lu also showed emotion. With the description of Inhue, you have an extra path to become a god. Because the grace has been raised to the extreme, you can also rely on the grace to become a god. Facing the surprise of the two, Fisher said lightly. Fisher never felt that he could not grow up to be comparable to a god. He has always been very confident in himself, so the answers he gave to the two were also full of confidence and nothing false. Crook and Guy Lu couldn't wait to run to the training room to fight, wanting to see the effect of Inhui. And Fisher was still in his room at this time. Both Crook and Guy Lu's aptitude is not weak, stronger than Minchi, so their joining has been recognized by the system. Fisher got 2 faction check-ins and 2 faction member feedback. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ability feedback from Minchi, a member of the faction, and the host for obtaining Crook's beast familiar ability. Beast ability, the ability to manipulate animals. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting the ability feedback from the power member Guy Lu. Congratulations to the host for getting Guy Lu's circle. Circle. Guy Lu has practiced the advanced Nun technique throughout her life, and its range reaches a radius of 2 kilometers. Circle. The ability to guard beasts. Speaking of which, Crook does seem to have this ability. In the original book, Hunter's Election Conference was notified to Hunter by this guy, Crook, who manipulated a large number of carrier pigeons to inform many staff of Hunter's Election Conference. Almost forgot this guy has this ability. It's no wonder that the ability that Crook showed in the secret realm before was too weird and targeted compared to his identity, so I forgot about it for a while. The only animals that can be controlled are ordinary animals, and those phantom beasts are not among them, which is a bit regrettable. After receiving the rewards from the system, Fisher also understood the situation of the beast mastering ability obtained from Crook. However, Guy Lu's feedback surprised me. Is it specially developed for your own ability to identify toxicity? Circle, the ability that Fisher already mastered, has a range of about 250 meters. But this time, after getting Guy Lu's feedback, Fisher's circle directly expanded to a diameter of 2,000 meters, a full 8-fold increase. Does Guy Lu have such a strong will to release this degree of circle? Thinking in his heart, Fisher's thought moved, and the powerful circle spread out in an instant. In just 1 minute, a quarter of the Zoldyck family's castle appeared in Shell's mind. It's really a good ability. It saved me a few months of cultivation. Feeling the picture in his mind, the corner of Fisher's mouth slightly raised, revealing a faint smile. Huh? Indus, what is he doing here? Suddenly, Fisher noticed that Wudong was coming towards him, and he was almost at the door of his room, and he was a little puzzled. Withdrawing the circle, Fisher got up and went to the door and opened it. What caught my eye was Wudong's gesture of raising his hand to knock on the door. Master Fisher, Master is here to invite you. After being slightly dazed for a second, Wutong said hastily, Daddy, I know, let's go now. Fisher frowned slightly, and then replied lightly, but muttered in his heart, I probably want to ask myself about Crook and Gale. Led by Indus, Fisher came to the dark room where his father Silva always stayed. What are you doing, Dad? Fisher asked directly when they met. Why? The 12 earthly branches of the Hunter Association will become your direct stewards. Sure enough, the meeting just started asking about the situation of Luke and Guy Lu. Of course it's because I subdued them, Fisher said lightly. Hearing Fisher's answer, Silva remained silent, and just looked at Fisher with a blank expression, as if to say, I listened to you to continue making up. Fisher didn't care about this at all, so he looked at Silva quietly and didn't speak. After a while, seeing that Fisher didn't want to change his words, Silva sighed slightly, and didn't continue to ask about Crook and Guy Lu, and changed the subject. What happened in the Emil's secret realm? My eyeliner in the international high level after receiving the information. The 12 earthly branches of the 2 Hunter associations you subdued handed over the 12 earthly branches authority to the international high level, to block, or even relocate the nearby cities. What happened to make the 2 of them fight so violently? Personnel from the Zoldyck family have infiltrated all over the world, and even international high-level personnel have personnel from the Zoldyck family, and they can obtain the information at any time. This is also the reason why the Zoldyck family, as a family of assassins, exists above board in this world, even occupying the mountain as king has not been crusade. Because the international high-level is also afraid of the power of the Zoldyck family. Maybe a few poor roses can destroy the entire Kukula mountain, but when the international high-level issued this order, the Zoldyck family would receive this information at the first time and respond accordingly. In the past history, there have been high-level international officials who wanted to touch the Zoldyck family, but just an hour later, the congressman who advocated dealing with the Zoldyck family was killed in full view and under the protection of many bodyguards. The international high-level people are afraid. After all, there are killers who can take away their names at any time. Who is not afraid? Within a square inch, the enemy's country is full of people, and when everyone is angry, blood is spattered 5 steps away. No matter how great the power is, without strong strength, it is still an ant, which can be destroyed at will. And the Zoldyck family will not abide by the unwritten tacit agreement on the White Road like Netero, and will not do anything to the international high level. What about the international top? It offended me anyway. Since then, a tacit understanding has been formed between the top international executives and the Zoldyck family. That is, do not violate the river. If you don't touch me, I won't touch you either. We live in peace with each other. The creatures from the Dark Continent appeared over there, but it has been resolved. Fisher replied, and did not hide anything. However, the explanation was very casual, only the result, not the process. Yes, I see. Your strength is enough, and the direct subordinate forces have been established very well. Tell me when you want to take over the family. Silva is also a straightforward person. After Fisher said so, he didn't continue to ask, but directly threw the family and dropped the bomb. It's too fast. I'm still far behind, and I need to practice more. Hearing what his father Silva said, Fisher's eyelids twitched involuntarily, and he refused without thinking. The blue is better than the blue, and you have surpassed me. There is no doubt about it. So I am relieved that the family will be entrusted to you. Silva said to Fisher with a rare smile on his face. No, don't you understand me? I mean, I don't want to be tied to the head of the house so soon. I still want to spend a few more years. Into. Fleeing away from Silva and returning to his room, Fisher sighed slightly. He's only 13, and he doesn't want to be bound by the Zoldyck so soon. He still wants to spend a few more years in the wild. Shaking his head slightly, shaking off his father Silva's urging, Fisher put his mind on the system. I still have two factions that have not been signed in yet. I don't know what kind of abilities the system will give to Crook and Gailu. Thinking of this, Fisher's idea moved, and he started the force sign-in belonging to the two. Ding! The sign-in is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a copy of the original human body of the fairy, Crook's special version. Origin of Immortal Body. Special edition for Crook, the immortal body of Azura Otsutsuki from Naruto World. The user can continuously obtain huge vitality continuously. If you are lucky, you can even develop a chakra that does not belong to this world. Ding! The sign-in is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the poisonous fruit, Gailu special version without side effects. Toxic fruit, Gailu special version without side effects after use. It will become a highly poisonous person, which can release severe poison. No side effects. I can understand the poisonous fruit. After all, Gailu is a poison hunter, and her ability should have something to do with poison. But what does Crook mean by this reward? In addition to the beast familiar, Crook's ability is the kind of light that can easily kill aggressive plants with strong vitality that he used in the secret realm before. But what does this ability have to do with life force? Is the main nin developed by Crook related to vitality? Fisher was puzzled, but he didn't think about why this happened. Crook is at home. Instead of thinking about it by himself and coming up with some inaccurate answers, it is better to ask Crook directly. Just enough to give two rewards to both of them. Immortal body and poisonous fruit. No matter what kind of these two are, they will be very powerful in the end. In the end, the human body of the fairy will become the same level as the first generation of Naruto, and the poisonous fruit is developed to the final level of Admiral. These two levels, when converted into the world of Hunter x Hunter, are stronger than Grandpa Gino. It can be compared with, or even surpassed, the three major guards of the Ant King. Well, probably at the level of Netero. However, if you fight physically with Netero's Baisher Guanin, you will be beaten. However, if you use other moves to counter the bomb, it will be fine. After all, not everyone is as confident as the Ant King, who is so confident in his body that he insists on using his body to fight Netero. Even Fisher, if his current strength is converted into the strength level of One Piece world, he has not reached the Admiral level. If you want to reach this level, you need to continue to practice and continue to develop the Thunder Fruit. However, speaking of it this way, among my 4 direct stewards, the one with the weakest rewards seems to be Kurapika. Minchi, Gallo and Crook got much better rewards than Kurapika. The upper limit of Minchi's gourmet cell is very high, and Fisher is not sure about its limit. The rewards obtained by Crook and Gailu are fully developed to be the proper 5 nin levels. Only Kurapika, after the restriction and oath offset card offsets the restriction, Kurapika only obtained the same mind energy cultivation base as his father Silva. This is already very powerful among ordinary nun. But this person is afraid of comparisons. Kurapika's rewards are much worse than those of Minchi, Crook, and Gailu. From this point of view, the system is a bit biased. I don't know if it's an illusion, but when Fisher thought of this, Fisher felt a strong resentment. Kurapika? This idea popped up in his heart. Fisher thought of Kurapika's weak, feminine face. His whole body went numb. Goosebumps popped up, and he quickly shook off the thought of the tongue that suddenly appeared in his mind. No, Kurapika's qualifications are very good, and he will definitely be able to reach the level of the top 5 nun in the future. Thinking about it this way, the system does not seem to be partial. Stepping out of the bedroom, Fisher rushed towards the training room. What the hell are these two people doing? The training room is so strong, and the sound insulation is so good, yet such a violent roar can be heard. When he came outside the training room, Fisher listened to the sound coming from the training room, and slightly speechless. This is the training room. It doesn't sleep in the arena. It's just for people to train. How can you do this? So I'm not qualified to say that. A training room was destroyed when fighting Dad before. Shaking his head, Fisher opened the door of the training room, walked in against the more intense roar, and then closed the door. Hey, it should be said that it is indeed the 12 earthly branches. Even for women, fighting is so terrifying. Standing in the corridor surrounded by walls, Fisher looked down. Perhaps it was because Fisher understood and misunderstood the method of improving in a way. So the battle between the two was completely carried out in a clumsy way of adding punches and kicks, punching to the flesh, without using the development experience at all. This has created the current scene where the two are constantly confronting each other. The powerful air wave even turned into a circular impact, constantly venting out in all directions, causing the cracks on the dilapidated ground to continue to expand. 2.7 This kind of battle scene. Even if it is some enhancer battles, you might as well let it go. Shaking his head, Fisher took a deep breath, and then yelled out loudly. You two, come down from me. The deafening roar turned into a sonic ring and blasted out, directly intervening in the battlefield, making the two people who were fighting each other stop. Fisher, why are you here? The two who stopped looked up at the same time, and then asked in unison. I need you guys for something. Come with me. Fisher said lightly, then turned and walked towards the door. Gailu and Crook looked at each other, smiled at each other, and leaned towards each other. They reached out and clapped their hands, and then walked towards the door hand in hand. I didn't expect to be able to get so many good things by being your direct butler. Feeling the huge vitality in his body, Crook's face was full of surprises. The original Crook still hesitated a little after he became Fisher's direct butler, and there was a little bit of regret, but it was not obvious. This is a common problem of the strong. After all, a strong man suddenly becomes one's subordinate. Anyone will not adapt to it, and will have all kinds of awkward emotions. But now, Crook is completely free of these messy thoughts. After all, she had only just become Fisher's subordinate, and she had obtained such a huge favor from Fisher before assuming the responsibilities of her subordinate. Whether it is the grace of God or the origin of the immortal body, these two things are enough to wipe away the awkwardness in Crook's heart. Crook now has nothing but gratitude for Fisher. The same is true for Gailu on the side, looking at Fisher with gratitude and firmness in his eyes. My ability can communicate with the existence of the underworld to get the 09 good things that match you. But I don't understand. Crook, why did you get this? Is your nun related to vitality? Fisher still asked the doubts in his heart. Ah, you said this. My nun is indeed related to vitality. Using thoughts as a medium to absorb the vitality of plants. Didn't I release that kind of light in that secret realm before? That kind of light contains the power to restrain plants, and then forcefully snatch their vitality. However, it can only be used when the gap between the enemy and us is not large. And the use of that light also requires vitality. I take the life force from the plants, turn it into that kind of light, and cycle back and forth. Of course, I also have other nun to use against the enemy. However, it's all linked to vitality. The stronger the vitality, the stronger the power of my nun. So, Fisher, the origin you gave me is completely tailor-made for me. When mentioning his own situation, Crook was extremely excited. So that's the case. I said, how could the system give you such a thing? A fairy body with huge vitality and the ability to continuously generate vitality is indeed the most suitable reward. After hearing Crook's answer, Fisher suddenly realized. However, immediately, Shell's face became weird. As a plant hunter, you are doing things that take away the vitality of plants. You are putting the cart before the horse. Fisher said with a strange expression. In Fisher's understanding, shouldn't all plant hunters cultivate plants? Crook was lucky, actually thinking of searching for life force from plants. How is it possible? My nun can also act on plants, okay? I use this kind of nun to cultivate plants that are about to die, and I have revived many kinds of plants that are about to become extinct. Hearing Fisher's words, Crook immediately retorted dissatisfied. Recovery, which means you used your nun to bring those dying plants out of the endangered list? That's natural. Otherwise, why do you think I'm a 12 earthly branch? Crook crossed his arms and replied confidently. Well, the seeds of the vitality tree will be handed over to you. I'll give you half a year to help me revive and plant the vitality tree seeds. Hearing this, Fisher nodded in satisfaction, and then gave Crook a task. That's natural. Even if you don't tell me, I still want that seed from you. I want it to be cultivated by you and Chi school. Crook nodded repeatedly. Crook would have asked Fisher about it even if Fisher hadn't mentioned it. After all, the vitality tree is the key to whether or not her mind energy can be rapidly increased in the future to complete the 5 million mind energy required to become a god. Well, I'll leave it to you. Fisher nodded, and then prepared to leave here. However, just after taking a few steps, Fisher stopped, turned around, and opened his mouth to spit out a cloud of black-purple mist, which he controlled in his palm. Guy Lu, I will give you this cloud of poisonous mist. It will be of great benefit to you. Fisher controlled the poisonous mist and floated in front of Guy Lu, said to Guy Lu. This is what Fisher obtained from Zysong's trait. The ability gained after the poisonous snake. After absorbing Buson's poisonous snake, Fisher's poison resistance has been indescribably improved, and at the same time, he has also gained the ability to create highly poisonous. This cloud of poisonous fog was created by Fisher. I see. Guy Lu nodded gratefully, then stretched his hand into the poisonous mist and began to absorb the cloud of poisonous mist. Guy Lu, who ate the poisonous fruit, knew very well how much the poisonous mist in front of her was of great help to her. Now that she is Fisher's subordinate, she will not be hypocritical and accept it directly. Well, come to me if you need something. Fisher nodded slightly and left here. This time it was really leaving. Speaking of which, according to this situation, the members of the Zoldyck family are not as powerful as the direct stewards I tamed. Walking in the corridor, Fisher thought of this. Can't help but smile. Shaking his head, Fisher didn't think much about it. Even if he is powerful, he is still his direct steward and his subordinate, so there is no need to get too entangled with it. However, in 3 months' time it will be the auction in Ukexin City. The members of Phantom Troop should be leaving by now. I don't know how many people from Phantom Troop will die this time. Ku 160 Rapika refused to let him make a move, and wanted to deal with his hatred alone. So even if Karapika is strong now, it is impossible to wipe out the entire brigade during the auction in Ukexin City, and it is best to just kill a few of them individually. Ding. Sign-in has been triggered. May the host sign in. While thinking about Karapika, a system voice sounded in Fisher's mind without warning. In this regard, Fisher is not surprised. He is immune to his salted fish system, and he is not surprised when there will be a prompt. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for getting the sweet fruit version without side effects. Ding. Sign in has been triggered. May I ask if the host has signed in? Just after signing in, before Fisher had time to look at the system rewards, the system prompt sounded again in his mind. Fisher. Although it was a surprise, Fisher still signed in. Ding. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for getting the sign in task. Task name. Save the Empress. Task content. Rescue the 3 Hancock sisters who have just been sent to the Tianlongren Palace in the Holy Land of Manhwa. Mission reward. Intermediate armed colored domineering. Looking at the task of signing in, Fisher fell silent. It was Robin before, and now it is the Empress, the system. What do you want to do? Not surprisingly, in the face of Fisher's doubts, the system didn't mean to explain at all, and it was still playing dead. For this, Fisher could only sigh speechlessly. Whatever, I'm used to it anyway. But why do I sigh when I get used to it? It's really strange. After making some arrangements, Fisher directly accepted the task. System, send me there. In his room, Fisher ordered lightly. System, you just smash One Piece. Would you die in another world? Also, go see Robin. I just don't know how Robin's situation has been in that world for a few years. However, the system's 2 consecutive check-in tasks are One Piece world. Is this intentional to send me into this world to develop? Looks like it really does. In the world of Hunter x Hunter, his strength is already very strong. There are not many people who can learn from each other in the human kingdom, and the Dark Continent can't go there for the time being. If you want to go there, you have to improve your strength. On the contrary, there are many strong people in the world of One Piece. Several top pirates in the 7 martial seas under the king, generals in the navy, martial level masters, for emperors, generals, calamities, captains, etc. might be able to take advantage of this mission. I remember that after the task is completed, I can stay for a month. After the sign-in task is completed, I can use this month to compete with the masters of One Piece world. With this in mind, Cher disappeared from the room in a burst of white light. Still black in front of the eyes, and then still black. It was night when I went to O'Hara, but there were lights anyway. Why is it so dark this time? After slowly scanning the surrounding situation, Fisher finally realized why there was no light, and also understood his current situation. This immediately made Fisher curse the system inwardly. S13 system, what's the matter with you? Giving a better identity will kill you? Fisher's current identity is a slave. Yes, you read that right, a slave. Like Hancock and others, a slave bought by the celestial dragons from the Chambord Islands. The place where Fisher is now is the cell where the slaves were imprisoned in the holy land of Marie Joya. And there is more than one person in Fisher, there are other people beside him. The people next to Fisher were none other than the 3 Hancock sisters who were also sold here. At this time, the 3 were curled up sleeping on the haystack, with tears in their eyes. Because of the beautiful appearance, they were bought back by the Tianlong people together and locked up with the 3 Hancock sisters. Moreover, in memory, Fisher and Hancock were locked together in the Chambord Islands auction house. And because of their fellowship, Fisher, who was older than the 3, became the elder brother of the 3. Fisher is double brother again. It was Robin before, and now it is the 3 Hancock sisters, and Fisher once again cameo as the brother. However, after receiving the information given by the system, Fisher really wanted to complain loudly. What's the matter? When I was in O'Hara, I made a fool of the Navy, so I should have already been on the arrest warrant. So why didn't the auction house in the Chambord Islands know about me? No. Kazan was the only one facing me at the time, and that guy couldn't possibly be wearing a camera bug all the time. So even if I was wanted, no one else would have my wanted profile picture. Thinking about it this way, it is normal for me to come to the Chambord Islands and not know my identity. What do I think these are for? Shaking his head, Fisher was speechless at the divergence of his thinking. Looking at the chains attached to his neck, a trace of disgust flashed in Fisher's eyes. In 2 lifetimes, this was the first time that he was admitted to this thing. System, I remember you. With a thought, a strong thunder and lightning erupted from Fisher's body, and the chains on his body were completely destroyed by the lightning in an instant, without even a chance of explosion. Bastard, you dared to destroy the locks. And Fisher's actions naturally did not deceive the guards outside the cell. When the guards saw the lightning erupting from Fisher's body, they immediately roared angrily. A guard was about to open the door with a bunch of keys in his hand, and came in to clean up Fisher. The slaves in the other cells looked at Fisher in astonishment at this time, as if they didn't expect that someone could break the shackles on their bodies. Are these guys pigs? Fisher was a little dumbfounded watching the guards' actions. Is this guy so brave? How dare you yell at yourself, and even run in after seeing such a powerful thunder and lightning erupting from me? I don't feel how strong it is, not even a little guy. Brother Fisher, you. At this time, the 3 Hancock sisters were also awakened. Seeing the changes on Fisher, they exclaimed. Hearing this, Fisher came back to his senses, looked at the 3 of Hancock, and with a thought, 3 bolts of lightning precisely landed on the 3 of Hancock, destroying the chains on the 3 of them without any injuries. The 3 of them looked at their relaxed bodies in shock and couldn't believe it. And this scene was also seen by the slaves in other cells. The eyes of these slaves who had lost their light for a long time suddenly burst out with an extremely strong desire to survive. Adult, you want to leave here, right? Please help me. As long as you help me get out of here, I will do my best for you in the future. My lord, me too. My lord, please show kindness. Grown-ups. At this time, the slaves burst out with an extremely passionate desire to survive, pleading loudly. But at this time, the guards who were angry and wanted to deal with Fisher also reacted at this time, showing panicked expressions one by one. For a long time, because of the relationship between the Tianlong people, they guarded these slaves who were powerless to resist, showing off their might. So they didn't react for a while, but now, they finally reacted. The little kid in front of them is not an object they can bully and abuse at will, but an existence that can easily kill them. For a moment, the faces of all the guards were ashen. The guard closest to the door of the cell had already quickly ran to the outside of the door, begging for help, by Newell, loudly while running. However, the next moment, a thunderbolt fell, and the guard turned into charred charcoal and fell straight to the ground, emitting black smoke. For a while, the other guards who wanted to run didn't dare to take any action at all, fearing that they would become the next Young. A group of guys who helped the evildoers. Fisher, after killing the guard who called for help, looked around at the other guards and murmured indifferently. The next moment, countless thunderbolts appeared out of thin air, violently striking all the guards. These guards couldn't even make a scream, so they followed in the footsteps of the previous guard and fell straight to the ground. Afterwards, Fisher glanced around the various prison cells, and with a thought, countless thunderbolts shot out of thin air again, releasing all the slaves. Hancock, Sandersonia, and Marigold, come with me. Ignoring the many slaves who were shouting excitedly after regaining their freedom, Fisher ordered the three of them to Hancock. Yes, Fisher is high. The three responded quickly. The raging fires dyed the sky red across the entire holy land of Mary Joya. Fisher ran quickly with Hancock's three little girls. As for the other slaves, after breaking the shackles on them, Fisher ignored them. The reason why these slaves were released was nothing more than to let these slaves attract the attention of the Navy and CP in the Holy Land. Before O'Hara's mission, Fisher was able to deal with it calmly, because O'Hara's mission Fisher came early, and he could arrange a backhand, and the enemy's strength was not too strong to be unmatched. But here, the Holy Land of Mary Joya, there are many strong people here. Not to mention the generals of the Navy stationed here. There are many powerful people in the Holy Land of Mary Joya, including Wuloxing, and so on. This time Fisher came to the mission, and there was a slave cell. There is no chance to set up a space imprint outside the Holy Land Mary Joya like the previous mission. After saving Hancock, he took the three of them and moved directly. On speed. This mission can be said to be full of crises. It would be fine if the old monsters in the Holy Land of Mary Joya couldn't make a move, but the 5 old stars might get nervous and make a move. It's just that the garrison personnel of the Navy's 713 headquarters are deployed here, and Fisher thinks that he can still leave here calmly. The Navy headquarters is only deployed here by an elite lieutenant general of the Navy headquarters, and the stronger ones are only admirals. With this lineup, even if Fisher can't beat him, it's still no problem to leave with the three of Hancock. After all, the speed of the thunderous fruit is not just for show. Of course, the guy with the yellow monkey is the exception. As a user with the ability of the shining fruit, that guy is as fast as the person with the ability of the thunder fruit, and he is very restrained by Fisher. Moreover, the key point is that Fisher is not domineering and cannot deal with those with natural fruit abilities. Previously in O'Hara, I wanted to use Kazan as the target to test whether Nien would have any effect on natural fruits, and because Kazan's lack of martial arts morality ended hastily, so Fisher really didn't want to meet Huang at this point in time, in this place. Monkey. And these slaves rescued by Fisher were also very smart. They did not run away directly, but released more slaves, making the entire Holy Land of Mary Joya more chaotic, thus gaining the opportunity to escape. The scene is chaotic, and the chances of escape will be greatly increased. In the raging fire, Fisher carried Hancock and the other three on his back, moving quickly. Fisher didn't use the power of the thunder fruit, but even so, the speed was terrifying. A distance of nearly hundreds of meters was covered in one breath. Brother Fisher, are you tired? On Fisher's back, Hancock asked worriedly. It's okay, this little thing is nothing to me. Hold on tight, and don't fall. While walking fast, Fisher replied without looking back. Yeah, we know, we will definitely hold on. Hancock responded again and again. Although he didn't know why Fisher was carrying the three of his sisters behind his back, Hancock could feel that Fisher's heart was very urgent, so she wouldn't want to run away willfully. Although the strength of the three of Hancock has reached a level where they can go hunting with the 9 snake pirates, they are still too weak. The foot strength of the three is still too slow. Fisher didn't want to waste time in this place. Although I don't know what kind of idea the 5 old stars and others in the anime have to make the Murlocs of Tiger's level make a big fuss in the Holy Land of Mary Joya and return with a big victory, but Fisher will not relax because of this. After all, once he is discovered, he will definitely not get the same treatment as Tiger. I am too young, but I have such a strong strength. This will definitely make the Navy and the people of the Holy Land Mary Joya very afraid. If it is raging on the sea, the Navy and the people of the Holy Land of Mary Joya will be beyond reach, and perhaps they will not deal with themselves. But now in the Holy Land of Mary Joya, people on both sides absolutely don't mind doing something to themselves and erasing a hidden danger. Therefore, for Fisher, escaping from the Holy Land of Mary Joya is an urgent matter, and 10 minutes cannot be delayed. However, the more you worry, the more accidents are likely to happen. This has been confirmed by many people from ancient times to the present, and Fisher is also very sad to encounter this kind of thing. Fisher, who was running with the three of Hancock on his back, rushed towards a large number of navies. The strongest one was wearing a lieutenant general cloak, a silver-striped suit, a certain black hat on his head, and a somewhat wretched face uncle. Seeing this guy, Fisher paused, stopped in place, and the corners of his eyes twitched slightly. Madan, say chow chow, chow chow arise. Fisher also recognized the person in front of him. This guy is the yellow ape who has not yet become a general, Polysolino. I didn't expect such a restraint to come. Even if it is the other 2 future generals, or the current generals, it will be fine. Why did he come here? That's the last thing Fisher wants to see. Brother Fisher, what should we do? Although Hancock is just a fledgling, he still has some understanding of the Navy. He knows the position of the person in front of him in the Navy, the existence of the rank of Vice Admiral, and it is definitely a must to appear here. The elite lieutenant general of the Navy headquarters. So after seeing the yellow monkey, Hancock's heart was lifted, and he was extremely panicked. It's okay, stay on my back and don't move around. Fisher shook his head lightly and instructed. The 3 little ones nodded quickly when they heard the words, but they still had a sad expression on their faces. They didn't know if they knew this brother during this period of time and could lead them to escape from the hands of these Marines. So very scared. They don't want to go back to that dark place anymore. I didn't expect it would be you. It came out a few years ago and then disappeared. I didn't expect to come to Mary Joya. Let the old man guess. You should be the mastermind who attacked Mary Joya this time. It's really scary. The yellow monkey was really different, and the tone of every word and sentence was very unbearable. At least Fisher felt an unknown fire in his heart after listening to this guy. This tone is really too embarrassing. It's really strange. According to what Kazan said, you should have looked like this a few years ago. After a few years, you haven't changed at all. It's incredible. Seeing that Fisher didn't speak, Huang Yuan continued. Speaking on the way, this guy even waved his hand, and the sailors brought by the commander left here and went to other places to destroy the enemy. Can you shut up? Your tone is very beating. Fisher finally couldn't help it, and said with the corners of his eyes twitching, Polysolino. Boom, boom, boom. 2 streamers of light, one blue and one yellow, were constantly entangled in the fiery red fire field. The blue and yellow staggered attacks blasted the ground into huge, deep pits, and an extremely violent explosion erupted. The powerful impact moved mountains in all directions to the west. He vented like a sea. Fisher and Huang Yuan have completely fought each other. There are only 2 of them left on this battlefield. No, 5 of them. However, rather than a fight, it might be better to say that Fisher is avoiding the attack of the yellow ape as much as possible and bombarding the yellow ape with thunder from time to time. No way. Fisher tried just now. Nien's attack can't hurt the yellow ape. All Fishers who don't have arrogance and can catch the yellow ape's body can only rely on the speed of the thunder fruit to dodge. If Kazan or Yuzakaski come over, Fisher is really not afraid. Even if he doesn't run away, he can harass the 2 with the ability of the thunder fruit. Unlike the yellow ape, the sparkling fruit is a luminous energy body. No grabbing his body can't attack him or affect him at all. Obviously, the energy-type natural fruit, the thunder fruit, cannot restrain the shining fruit. Those guys, haven't any of them left here yet? It's really useless. Sia secretly cursed while hiding behind Hancock and the 3 of them. The 3 of Hancock were surrounded by Fisher's use of Enhancer's mind energy, and the 3 of them already knew how to use domineering. So even if Fisher used the ability of the thunder fruit, the 3 of them did not receive too much damage. At most their bodies were a little swollen. No. After all, Fisher's main purpose of using the thunder fruit was not to attack the 3 of them. It's really lucky. I didn't expect you to not be domineering. This is a godsend opportunity. I have to keep you here completely. After dozens of times of entanglement, Huang Yuan naturally found out about Fisher's situation and couldn't help but tilt his mouth and said wretchedly. However, although he said so on the surface, Huang Yuan was very fortunate in his heart. Fortunately, it was me who came this time. If Kazan and Sakaski came over, Fisher would definitely escape this time. The thunderous fruit is not only the most destructive fruit of the natural system, but also can compete with the sparkling fruit ability user in terms of speed. Moreover, judging from the situation just now, this fellow Fisher has obviously developed the thunder fruit to a very deep place. Its power is even stronger than his own attack, and its speed is not inferior to his own in the slightest. That's why he was able to cling to Fisher like this. However, despite this, he did not relax, staring at Fisher intently. When he came back from O'Hara a few years ago, Kazan said that although the person in front of him didn't know the reason, besides the thunder fruit, he had the space-type devil fruit ability. Huang Yuan didn't want to be like Kazan, being accidentally escaped by Fisher using his space ability. You've done a good job, Polysolino. At this moment, a powerful whistling sound suddenly sounded in the ears of the two, and then a voice full of air came into the ears of the two of them. Immediately afterwards, a figure descended from the sky and landed directly between Fisher and the yellow ape, causing the ground to be filled with smoke. Oh, I didn't expect Lord Wuloxing to come too. After the smoke cleared, Huang Yuan showed surprise when he saw the person coming. However, Huang Yuan suddenly understood. After all, Fisher is a very respected guy in the Navy. It is no exception when it comes to world government. Fisher is not only O'Hara's man, but also the only person since the establishment of the world government to demonstrate two inseparable devil fruit abilities. The 5 old stars naturally also attach great importance to it, and appearing here is no exception, although only one of them. The person who came was a sword-holding old man wearing a white Taoist robe, glasses, and a bald head. He was one of the 5 old stars. At this time, the 5 old stars stared at Fisher indifferently. Are you going to catch you without a fight, or will the old man take you down with his own hands? Looking at Fisher, the bald Wu Laoxing said indifferently, with a high-pitched tone, as if he didn't take Fisher at all. However, as soon as the words fell, a violent thunderbolt several meters thick fell from the sky and struck at the bald Wu Laoxing at a speed that was difficult for the naked eye to catch. However, none of the people present were vegetarians. Although the lightning speed was very fast, it was nothing to the bald Wu Laoxing. The samurai sword held in front of his chest was slightly unsheathed, and a swift and fierce sword energy shot up into the sky, directly cutting the thunder and lightning in half, bursting open, and a powerful force erupted instantly. Boom. It seems that you have chosen to resist stubbornly. The bald Wu Laoxing slowly let go of his arms around his chest, drew out his samurai sword, and said indifferently. As soon as the knife was out of its sheath, a fierce and ferocious aura erupted from the bald Wu Laoxing's body, as if to split the sky in half. The terrifying aura emptied the surrounding kilometers, and the raging fire was completely extinguished under this aura. It's really scary, Lord Wuloxing. Huang Yuan still had a yin and yang look, his tone was old-fashioned, and his ability to provoke war was max. As soon as these words came out, the bald Wu Laoxing, who was releasing his aura with all his strength, suddenly couldn't hold back his expression. When the corners of his eyes twitched slightly, the aura he had just released burst instantly. Hey Polysolino, what do you guys want? Do you want to be hacked by the old man? The bald Wu Laoxing yelled directly at Huang Yuan. Fisher, the Hancock sisters. Brother Fisher, I feel so weird. This new old man seems funny. Seeing the scene in front of him, Hancock felt weird inside, and couldn't hide it, so he said it directly. It seems funny. Fisher also replied in a daze. Originally seeing this guy erupting with such a powerful aura, Fisher's expression was a bit dignified, but he didn't expect that the old man was handsome for only 3 seconds, and Huang Yuan broke the defense directly with a word. This is indeed a funny attribute. What did you say? Although the voices of Fisher and Hancock were low, they could hear the bald Wu Laoxing clearly. They turned their heads with gloomy faces and asked indifferently. Oh, it's nothing. You two continue to argue. I'll take them away first. See you next time. Fisher blinked after hearing this, and then said with a sincere expression. As soon as the words fell, the next moment, the figures of the 4 Fishers instantly disappeared from the eyes of the bald Wu Laoxing and Huang Yuan, and there was no trace of them. A heat wave blew, and the scene froze instantly. Both the bald Wu Laoxing and Huang Yuan stared blankly at the empty front. Master Wu Laoxing, you let them go. After a long time, Huang Yuan spoke again in a strange way. What the hell? The butcher hacked you to death. If you hadn't distracted the old man's attention, would the old man have let them run away? Huang Yuan didn't say anything, but when he opened his mouth, the bald Wu Laoxing suddenly became furious, and the samurai sword in his hand turned black instantly, and the bald 5 with a dodge, Laoxing slashed at the yellow ape. Hey, 5 old star masters, I won't take this blame, I won't take it. Hey, it's actually a child. On a small boat, Fisher looked at the little girl who was startled by the sudden appearance of himself and others, and said in surprise. The 3 of Hancock are still in a daze at this time. Obviously the 3 of them have not yet figured out the current situation. Big brother benefactor. At this moment, the little girl who was frightened finally came to her senses and shouted in surprise. Thank you very much. Fisher smiled lightly, thanking you. When the slaves in the cell were released, Fisher imprinted space imprints on their bodies. As long as a person escaped from Mary Joya, Fisher could use these imprints to teleport down from above. This is what Fisher arranged just in case. I didn't expect it to be really useful. The little girl tilted her head suddenly, with question marks all over her face. Why do you feel that this little guy looks familiar? Fisher smiled slightly as he looked at this cute little girl who was 173 and always felt a little familiar. Immediately, Fisher shook off the idea. Putting down the 3 Hancocks who were still a little confused, Shell began to drive the boat. Although he has come down from the Red Earth continent, Fisher will not let it go. The top priority is to leave here as soon as possible, to escape from the pursuit of the Holy Land Marie Joya and the navy that may come. The enhancer Yinshi was wrapped around the hull, and then the thunderbolt fruit was used as a propulsion force to land on the stern, and a temporary small yacht was completed. Without any warning, the boat floating on the sea rushed out like an arrow from a string, and the panicked voices of 4 little girls came from a distance. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the sign-in task and gaining the mid-level armed domineering. After floating on the sea for 2 days, Fisher successfully brought the 3 of Hancock and the little girl who helped Fisher escape to the Chambord Islands. In the past 2 days, Fisher also knew the identity of the little girl who helped him. Kurla, the future cadre of the Revolutionary Army. That's the name of the little guy who helped Fisher escape from Mary Joya. To be honest, Fisher never expected that this guy would be captured as a slave at such a young age. However, fortunately, this little guy has just been captured like Hancock, Fisher, and the others. Self-abasement. Brother Fisher, why did we come back here? Walking on the street of Chambord Islands, Hancock asked worriedly, looking around his surroundings. They were bought from here, and even if they come out now, there are still some shadows on the Chambord Islands. Come here to find someone who can take you back to Nine Snake Island. Fisher reached out and touched Hancock's little head, and said with a smile. Hearing this, the eyes of the 3 Hancock sisters suddenly lit up. Only the eyes of little Kurla on the side were a little dim. She wanted to go back too, but her home was too far away, and she couldn't say that she wanted Fisher to send her back. A child's mind is simple, too far away to bother Fisher. Kurla, I don't have much time. I can only let you go to Daughter Island with Hancock and the others first, and then let Hancock and the others find a way to send you back to your hometown. Notice the look in Kurla's eyes dim. Fisher moved his hands from Hancock's head to hers, softly comforting. Well, thank you, Brother Fisher. Although it was just a reassurance, it made Kurla very excited, with a bright smile on her face. Don't worry, Kara, I will find a way to send you back to your hometown when the time comes. Hancock also promised quickly. He is also a fallen person in the world, but Hancock still has a good impression of Kara and regards Kara as his younger sister. Thank you, Sister Hancock. Kurla thanked obediently. Let's go. Under the leadership of Fisher, several people came to the 13th area. The person Fisher wants to find is Granny New from Daughter's Island, Gololiosa. Only this guy can send the three of Hancock back. And the only one who knows where this guy is Hades Rayleigh. And Raleigh, the king of the underworld, came to the Chambord Islands not long after the disbandment of the Raja Pirates, and defected to Jinchi, who opened a rip-off bar here. This guy lately couldn't sit still. If he wanted to find him, he had to ask Xiachi to inquire. Welcome. After successfully finding Xiachi's maverick rip-off bar, Fisher led Hancock and the others into it. At this time, there was no business in the ripped-off bar. It was very deserted. There was only one table in the bar with guests. Two men were drinking and chatting there, and the owner of the bar, Xiachi, was smoking a cigarette and wiping his glass at the bar. The arrival of Fisher and the others didn't surprise Xiachi. She just glanced at it and didn't care and continued to wipe the wine glass. Even if the bar she opened was full of little kids, she wouldn't think there was anything wrong. However, as the owner here, Chongqi still habitually greeted her. However, as soon as Fisher opened his mouth, Xiachi showed surprise. Xiachi, is Laylee there? Who are you? Xiachi was a little surprised, but then asked with a smile on her face. I want to ask Rayleigh for help. Fisher didn't answer, but went straight to the point and stated his purpose. Looking for that guy? That guy probably went to gamble. I'm not sure. Xiachi took a puff of cigarette and said lightly. Then I'll wait for him here. Hearing this, Fisher was not surprised and said lightly, and then took Hancock and the others to find a table and sit down. Fisher is not very familiar with the Chambord Islands, nor does he know where the casinos are. It is really unique to be able to find Xiachi's rip-off bar. Such a big place and such a bar, Fisher is not blind. In comparison, the other buildings of Chambord's, Fisher, are fascinating. The three of you are dressed like female warriors from Nine Snake Island. At this time, Xiachi noticed the three of Hancock and said suddenly, Hancock and the others are still dressed as female fighters from Hydra Island and have not changed. Sister, do you know us? Hancock said hurriedly. 2.0 was a little surprised when he heard this. Sister, you can really talk. I just know a friend who came out of Nine Snakes Island, and she was dressed like this at the time. Hearing Hancock's words, Xiachi looked very happy and answered Hancock's words with a smile. Do you know Gololiosa? I just happened to be looking for her and asked her to take Hancock and the three back. Hearing what Xiachi said, Fisher was not surprised and then said, Hey, is that so? Okay, I'll ask her to come over. Xiachi was very surprised, but she didn't feel surprised, and then she didn't refuse and directly agreed. Thank you, Sister Xiachi. Hearing this, Hancock burst into tears of joy, bowed again and thanked Xiachi. Xiachi, I'm back. At this moment, there was a loud and energetic shout from outside. Pluto Rayleigh. Before anyone arrived, the loud voice had already echoed in the bar. Shocky, listen to me. That guy who showed up in O'Hara a few years ago was just amazing. He ran to marry Joya and made a big fuss, and retreated calmly in the hands of Wooloxing and Polyasolino. As soon as the words were finished, a slovenly old man with blonde hair and a pair of round glasses walked in, holding a wanted warrant in his hand, which clearly stated that Fisher was carrying the three Hancock sisters. The appearance is displayed. Fisher, Hancock et al. Hashtag, Hades Rayleigh. Obviously, Pluto Rayleigh also noticed the existence of Fisher and others for the first time, and was speechless for a while. Brother Fisher. Kurla came to Fisher's side, and grabbed the corner of Fisher's clothes in fear. Hey, I didn't expect that this time the Navy learned how to be good and took pictures of my appearance, and I made progress. Fisher looked at the wanted warrant in Rayleigh's hand, touched his chin, and gave the Navy affirmation. 09. Haha, I didn't expect you to be so funny, kid. Seeing Fisher's reaction, Rayleigh was slightly taken aback, and then burst out laughing. Both of you, hurry up and leave. The bar closes early today, so you won't be charged for your drinks. Get lost. Xiachi at the bar also came back to her senses at this time, facing the two drunken men in the bar. The ordinary youth scolded. When the two of them heard the words, they also reacted, and left directly. The fear in Fisher's eyes when he left made Fisher a little helpless. Am I that scary? I think that although I am young, I am already a handsome young man. Fisher rubbed his chin, a little depressed. It's weird not to be afraid of you. Xiachi at the bar smiled lightly. Fisher was the one who attacked Marie Joya. In the eyes of ordinary people, he was a vicious person, so how could he not be afraid? Xiachi, bring me a bottle of rum. Laylee shouted at Xiachi, then walked towards Fisher, and sat down opposite to Fisher familiarly. Boy, you really admire me. You are the first to attack Mary Joya. As soon as he sat down, Laylee said loudly. His eyes did not conceal his approval for Fisher. Obviously he had a good sense of Fisher. I was taken in as a slave. How could I get out if I didn't do this? Fisher was also a little helpless. If he could, he really didn't want to do it. After all, quietly entering the Red Earth continent, and then quietly bringing the three of Hancock out, wouldn't it be good? Thinking of this, the corners of Fisher's mouth twitched involuntarily. That's right, it's fine if I quietly bring the three of Hancock out. There's no danger at all like that. Why are you making such a fuss about Marie Joya? Thinking of this, Shell slapped her face with a slap. Madan, I was preconceived about the case of Tiger's bastard, and I didn't think of it at all. What's wrong with you, kid? Seeing that Fisher slapped him in the face suddenly, Laylee was also frightened, with a strange expression on his face. No, it's nothing. Fisher said lightly with erratic eyes. This kind of scandal must never be known to others. Let others misunderstand it. Really the Pluto, let me introduce myself. My name is Fisher Zoldyck, and I'm a killer. Fisher took a deep breath, and then said seriously. Sobaz Raleigh, please give me your advice. Seeing Fisher's formal self-introduction, Raleigh also pushed his glasses, and then introduced himself. Here your rum. You guys, this is juice for you. As soon as Laylee finished introducing, Xiachi brought over the rum, and brought a few glasses of juice to Fisher and others by the way. Thank you. Fisher took a look at Xiachi and thanked her, and Hancock and the others followed suit obediently. Speaking of which, why are you looking for Rayleigh? Xiachi nodded, then pulled a chair over, sat down, put one hand on her left cheek, and asked with interest. I came here to find Rayleigh because I want to ask Rayleigh to contact Gololiosa, and ask her to come and pick Hancock and the others back to Nine Snake Island. Fisher nodded, and explained. It's indeed the dress of Nine Snake Island. Okay, I'll contact her now. Hearing this, Raleigh glanced at Hancock and the three of them, and then directly agreed without hesitation at all. It's so simple to agree to help. Fisher asked unexpectedly. I have some friendship with that guy. The people of Nine Snake Island are living outside, so naturally they can't just ignore it. Besides, contacting that guy can also make him owe me a favor, which is not bad for me. Raleigh laughed boldly, and then explained. Is that so? That's not a bad thing. Rayleigh nodded, then took out a phone bug from his clothes, and began to dial the phone. Soon, Baloo's voice came out from the phone bug, and then the phone bug changed 520 from expressionless to a somewhat old look. Rayleigh, what do you want from me? As soon as the call was connected, before Laylee could speak, the other person asked directly. Gololiosa, I have 3 little soldiers living outside of Nine Snake Island. Please come here. Laylee said directly without procrastinating. What did you say? The phone bug's appearance changed drastically, and he exclaimed. You wait, I'll be right over. After the hasty voice sounded, the phone bug hung up directly. Okay, it's done. Raleigh put the phone bug into his clothes and said with a smile. Thank you, uncle. The three of Hancock thanked quickly. No, I'm fine. Boy, tell me now, what on earth are you thinking about attacking that place? You know, that place is very dangerous. Laylee waved his hands again, and then asked Fisher with interest. As for what Fisher said before for the matter of being arrested, he was the king of Hades, and no ghost would believe it. Fisher, you fight with me, and I'll tell you. Hey, is that so? All right, I just want to see your strength too. Hearing this, Laylee was slightly taken aback, and after a long thought, he agreed. I'm a swordsman, so the weapon is a sword, and you. On the open grass, Rayleigh said to Fisher with a sword. Swordmaster. Fisher was a little stunned. Speaking of which, his kendo is very good, but he rarely uses it, and he doesn't even have a saber. Before, he only used swordsmanship when he was sparring with his father Silva. Huh? No, I seem to have a sword. Natural teeth, blades that don't kill, just right for sparring, and you don't have to worry about hurting people. Fisher whispered to himself. His eyes suddenly lit up. With a thought, the natural teeth that Fisher had kept in the system space appeared in Fisher's hands. As soon as the natural teeth appeared, they kept trembling, almost flew out of Fisher's hands. Fisher clearly felt a hazy idea from the natural tooth, which was the resentment of the natural tooth. In an instant, Shell understood what this resentment was. Tai and Shinjia was complaining that Fisher left it in the dark system space without any light, so that it could not see the light of day. I'm sorry, I won't do it in the future. Fisher smiled slightly, and then apologized earnestly. Before, because he didn't know if he had a heart of compassion, whether he could use the resurrection power of Tai Shengfang, and because he didn't have any idea about practicing Ming Dao Wan Yupo, so Fisher put Tai Shengfang in the system space, and has never been able to use it. Take it out. Unexpectedly, the hazy thoughts on the natural teeth would have such a reaction. Hearing Fisher's apology, natural teeth stopped. Immediately, another piece of information entered Fisher's mind along the natural teeth. Upon receiving this message, Fisher's eyes lit up. In the world of Inuyasha, after Sesomaru obtained the approval of Tai Shinjia, today Ojai appeared to take it away and rebuild it, inspiring the power of the underworld. However, the natural teeth obtained by Fisher do not need to be recast. As long as they can stimulate the power of the underworld of the natural teeth, they can be cultivated. And just now, the information that Tai Shinjia gave Fisher was the power of the underworld and the cultivation method of the dying moon of the underworld. In other words, Fisher can now develop the power of the underworld that belongs to the natural teeth. Don't worry, I will develop it well. Fisher said gently, stroking the natural teeth. His natural teeth trembled slightly, as a response to Fisher. After communicating with Tai Shinjia, Fisher shifted his gaze to Rayleigh. Sorry for keeping you waiting. No, there wasn't a long wait. It's better to say that it's my good fortune to see such a spiritual weapon. Rayleigh shook his head again and again, with envy on his face. He could clearly see the communication between Tai Shinjia and Fisher just now. He had only heard of this kind of spiritual weapon for decades, but had never encountered it. I didn't expect to meet in the hands of Fisher today. Then, it's time to start, Rayleigh. Fisher didn't say much after hearing this, and gestured to Rayleigh with a gesture of invitation. It's better for you to make the first move. I'm an old guy who makes the first move. I always feel like I'm bullying you. Rayleigh shook his head. That's right. Then I'll make the first move. Fisher didn't show any pretense when he heard that. He just raised his natural teeth, and then, a huge light blue slash struck Rayleigh from the ground like a thunderbolt. In the blink of an eye, Fisher's slash had already arrived in front of Rayleigh. So fast, Rayleigh's pupil shrank, and he swung his slash without hesitation. Boom! The violent airwaves vented in all directions, turning into a storm and sweeping around. The next moment, Rayleigh's figure rushed out of the smoke and galloped towards Fisher. The Navy's wanted notice said that you are a person with the ability of the thunder fruit, but I didn't expect your swordsmanship to be so terrifying. You are already a great swordsman with that kind of slashing. The lens in his eyes flashed white, and Rayleigh's figure appeared in front of Fisher, and he slashed with the long sword in his hand. Fisher also brandished his natural teeth and quickly slashed over. Metal and iron clash, swords and swords blare together. A series of terrifying collision sounds continued to spread, and the collision of powerful forces turned into a circular impact, constantly destroying everything within a radius of 100 meters. Even Hancock and the others who were 100 meters away were affected. If Xiaoqi hadn't stood in the way for 1,000 years, they would have been blown away. Rayleigh, use the domineering color to wrap around. During the battle, Shell shouted at Rayleigh. When Rayleigh heard this, his eyes flashed, and he wanted to refuse immediately. The two of them are now fighting with domineering and kendo strength. The commotion caused by this has been very large. It has already attracted a lot of people, and in some places hundreds of meters away, or even thousands of meters away, there are already Navy and pirates staring at this place. If you continue to use the Overlord color to entangle the battle, it will definitely cause a bigger sensation. However, Rayleigh didn't use it, but Fisher forced him to use Overlord color coil. A layer of red light suddenly appeared on Fisher's originally black hands and natural teeth. As soon as this light came out, the power of Fisher's attack was suddenly shocked, and Rayleigh was directly sent flying. Raylaigh's whole body floated on the ground, and he stopped after several times in a row. The long sword was inserted into the ground to forcefully stop his body that was flying upside down. Overlord color winding. No, that's not right. It's another kind of calendar that is different from Shichi. The two powers are mixed together, and the power increases dramatically. Raylaigh's eyes were full of surprise, and he stared blankly at the black and red natural teeth in Fisher's hand. The next moment, the astonishment in Raylaigh's eyes, Nua Diheo, changed and turned into excitement and surprise. Rayleigh stood up slowly, and the black long sword in his hand was also slowly wrapped with black and red rays of light. Since you want to experience the Overlord's entanglement, then come. Rayleigh said with excitement, and Rayleigh's figure turned into a flying arrow, stepping on the sonic boom cloud and bursting out. When Fisher saw this, a trace of excitement flashed in his eyes, and then his figure disappeared in a flash, and he rushed out. Before the two terrifying forces collided, the surrounding air began to distort. Not good. At this moment, the expressions of the observers on Xiaoqi's side and other places changed drastically. Xiaoqi turned around quickly, embraced the four cubs with both hands, and then disappeared instantly as an afterimage. In less than a second after Xiaoqi disappeared, a devastating force soared into the sky and swept everything. Lying on a piece of ruined land that looked like it had been washed away by a nuclear bomb, Raleigh's joy was on the surface, and he laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. It's really fun. I haven't had such a good fight in years. Boy, the entanglement you had just now is definitely not domineering. It's the fusion of another kind of power different from domineering. After laughing, Rayleigh turned his head to look at Fisher who was lying on the ground like himself. Asked aloud, it's two different forces, a thing called mind. Fisher didn't mean to hide anything, and simply explained to Raleigh. The power used by Fisher just now is different from the Overlord color entanglement. Fisher fused the mid-level arm domineering color he had just obtained 2 days ago with his enhancer nut. The power of the fusion of the two is terrifying, and it is even tied with Rayleigh's Overlord color entanglement. No, maybe it's also possible that Raleigh let the water go, but it was also very scary. The collision of Rayleigh's domineering twine and his enhancer's domineering force directly blows away everything within a kilometer radius. Grass grows within a kilometer radius. No, the ground of the Chambord Islands is rather peculiar, and it cannot be said that way. However, the place where Rayleigh and Fisher were located was directly lifted several meters above the surface, and the water level was lowered. It can be said that 077 has become a deep pit, a small basin. It's unbelievable. It seems that I'm really old. Hearing Fisher's confession, Raleigh was deeply moved. He used 8 layers of power just now, and he was still entwined with the Overlord color, but he was even able to tie with Fisher's fusion domineering. You know, Shell didn't even use the ability of the Thunder Fruit. This made Raleigh lament the fact that he was old. Are you worthy of being called old? It's probably not a problem for you to take away an admiral. Hearing Raleigh's emotion, Fisher twitched his eyes and said unceremoniously, this old guy is somewhat suspicious of Versailles. In terms of his strength, is he still old? Who can be said to be old when he has reached this age and still has this kind of strength? Haha, I'll take it as you are praising me. Raleigh laughed again when he heard this. However, after laughing, Rayleigh's expression became serious. Okay, let's get out of here quickly. All ghosts and monsters will appear here later. The old man still wants to continue to live in seclusion here. Standing up from the ground, Raleigh patted the wetness on his back and said to Fisher, Adj, let's go. Fisher also stood up, twisted his uncomfortable back, and replied, the ground of the Chambord Islands cannot lie on the ground at will. It is all water. The two left here shoulder to shoulder. Well, it was Rayleigh who hooked his shoulders, and Fisher looked disgusted. What the two of them didn't know was that not long after they left, a figure appeared at the place where the two were fighting. A marine in a rear admiral's attire stared in shock at the utterly devastated terrain. Immediately, he took out a phone bug from his clothes and quickly dialed the number. The phone bug was connected, and the general saw the situation and reported it. This is a WAS, Major General of the Chambord Islands. Just now, the Shamboard Islands discovered the figure of Fisher, who is capable of thundering fruit, and Pluto Rayleigh. The two clashed in the Shamboard Islands, destroying a large area. And now both of them have disappeared. Please report to Marshal Kong immediately. Even though Raleigh has retired for several years, there is still a Navy that recognizes Raleigh's identity. In other words, after more than 10 years, only the Admiral of the Navy headquarters and the elite Lieutenant General can recognize Raleigh at a glance. As soon as Fisher's arrest warrant came out, the Rear Admiral who had just met would naturally recognize him. Hey, contact Marshal Sora now. Soon, there was a roar in the Marshal's office of Marin Fando in the Navy headquarters. What did you say? How did those two guys get together? Hateful. Hey Carp, don't eat it. Go and catch that Thunder Boy, and bring Laylee back by the way. Kong yelled in the Marshal's office, and then ate Sunbae to the side without doing anything. Garp roared. This guy Fisher reappeared in the Navy site just after attacking Marie Joya, which he couldn't bear. No, that kid is quite to my liking. I won't beat him. If you want me to say, those guys in the Holy Land deserve it. Such a strong man dares to catch him randomly. If it were me, I would have to kill a few pigs. Garp refused without thinking, and sarcastically. You bastard, do you still know your identity? You are an elite Lieutenant General of the Navy headquarters. Hearing Garp's words, the air was filled with smoke. Let Sengoku go. I won't go anyway. Garp gave him a disdainful look, and then quickly slipped away with a pack of Sunbae. Damn brat. Looking at Carp's attitude, he twitched his face and yelled loudly. But Carp had slipped out of the office and couldn't hear him at all. After calming down his anger fiercely, Kong picked up the phone bug on the table and dialed the number of Zhangguo. Hello Sengoku. Go to the Shamboard Islands and bring that Fisher back to me. If possible, Rayleigh will also be caught. As soon as the phone was connected, Kong ordered to the other side. I see, Marshal Kong. Compared with Garp's fishing, Zhangguo was very conscientious, and he directly agreed, which made Kong feel a lot better. Soon, an Admiral-class warship slowly sailed out of Marin Vander, heading towards the Shamboard Islands. On the other side, in Xiaoju's rip-off bar, Fisher and Laylee have already returned here. Naturally, the two of them would not choose a place close to the bar, so the place was safe and sound. Hey, Gloriosa, you're here. As soon as he returned to the bar, Laylee noticed a small figure beside Hancock and the others, and immediately waved his hand to say hello. Rayleigh, long time no see. Gloriosa nodded to Rayleigh as a greeting, and then shifted her gaze to Fisher, who came back together. You are the benefactor who saved Hancock and the others. I am here to thank you. This is my phone number. If you have any requests in the future, you can ask me. As long as it can be done by Geosnake Island, I will do my best. Gloriosa took out a phone bug and handed it to Fisher, thanking him solemnly. Fisher glanced at the phone bug in his hand, reached out to take it, and threw it directly into the system space. Then I won't be polite. Hancock and the others, you should take them back to Nine Snake Island as soon as possible. It's not safe to stay here. Fisher nodded and said to Gloriosa. He and Rayleigh made such a big commotion, which would naturally be noticed by the Navy stationed in the Shamboard Islands. In other words, the Navy headquarters will not turn a blind eye. It is estimated that there will be strong naval forces coming. Shamboard is going to be a place of right and wrong. I know. Gloriosa also heard about the fight between Fisher and Laylee from Xiaoqi and knew what might happen next, so she quickly agreed. Brother Fisher, come with us to Nine Snake Island. Hearing the conversation of Fisher and others, Hancock couldn't help but said, no, only women can go to Nine Snake Island, and I couldn't be with you in the past. Go back and practice hard, and we should be able to meet again then. Perhaps, if you become stronger, you can change the status quo of Nine Snake Island, and maybe I can stay on Nine Snake Island then. Fisher reached out and stroked Hancock's head, soothing him gently. Yes, Brother Fisher, I will definitely become stronger. At that time, I will change the rule that men are not allowed to go to the island of Nine Snakes, so that Brother Fisher can enter Nine Snake Island. Hancock immediately promised. Yes, my Hancock is awesome. Fisher comforted like a child. Hancock's cheeks were reddish, and his whole body became awkward. After leaving the Holy Land of Marie Joya, Fisher discovered that Hancock is very dependent on him, almost never wanting to leave his side. After coming to the Shamboard Islands, he never left. What's going on? Fisher feels that Hancock's character has developed in the direction of being sick and delicate. Not only Hancock, but also Sander Sonia and Marigold. For the dependence of the three, Fisher feels pretty good. This is the first time Fisher has encountered this kind of thing. I didn't experience it when I was in the Zoldyck family. My mother doesn't count, and my mother is an elder. It was also the same when I was in O'Hara before. Although Robin was also very dependent on himself, Robin was very sensible and would not keep pestering himself like the three of Hancock, but he did not develop in this direction. There is a big difference between the two. Speaking of it, Sander Sonia and Marigold seemed to want to gain great power, so they went to eat those sumo hot pots, which made their figures look out of shape. Thinking of this, Fisher suddenly looked around. They all regarded the three of them as her own younger sisters, and she didn't want the two younger sisters to turn into such a miserable look, so she couldn't help but said with a serious expression, Sander Sonia, Marigold, you two are not allowed to eat sumo hot pot. Do you know? Oh, I see, Brother Fisher. Although the two didn't know why Fisher said that, they still nodded obediently and recorded Fisher's words in their hearts. Well, good boy. Seeing that the two had really recorded their words in their hearts, Fisher nodded in satisfaction. Okay, let's stop here for your farewell. You must leave quickly. At this time, Gloriosa said without disturbing the three people to say goodbye. Well, I see. However, before I leave, I want to give Hancock and the others a few things, you don't mind. Seeing Rayleigh, Gloriosa, and the others driving a small fishing boat and escorting the three of Hancock to leave the Shamboard Islands and head for the windless island of Nine Snakes, Fisher couldn't help feeling that Rayleigh is so brave. Just a small fishing boat dares to venture into the windless belt. However, thinking about the fact that this guy swam directly from Shamboard Islands to Hydra Island in the original book, Fisher was relieved. There's no comparison between the two at all. It is obviously impossible for the four of Hancock to return to Nine Snakes safely if there is only Gloriosa alone. So Gloriosa asked Laylee to escort them together. Laylee also readily agreed, and changed it is now the case. Hey, what are you going to do next? There's such a big commotion, and you're still in the limelight. The Admiral of the Navy headquarters should already be on the way here. Xiaoqi, who was beside Fisher, was smoking a lady's cigarette. Asked curiously, you've been smoking since I met you, is this okay? Fisher didn't answer, but looked at the lady's cigarette in his mouth with a strange expression. When he first came to the bar, Xiaoxian was smoking a cigarette and cleaning his glass. Later, after discussing with Rayleigh and returning to the bar, Xiaoqi was still smoking, and she had never heard of it until now, one after another. Aren't you afraid of bad breath? Fisher asked curiously. For this, Fisher is really curious. For 2 lifetimes, Fisher has never smoked, but he has seen others smoke. When those heavy smokers talk one after another, there is some secondhand smoke in their mouths from time to time. Fisher really wants to know, can Xiaoqi, a woman, bear this smell? Halitosis. I don't. If you don't believe me, smell it. When Fisher said this, Xiaoqi was also slightly taken aback, and then said with a smile. After finishing speaking, she leaned over and blew on Fisher. However, Fisher dodged directly. He doesn't want to inhale secondhand smoke. Ha, brat, don't say such things to a woman in the future. Seeing Fisher retreating more than 10 meters like a rabbit, Xiaoqi suddenly smiled triumphantly. Then, come and sit in the bar when you have time. Immediately, Xiaoqi turned and left, waving her hands as she walked. Oh, woman. Fisher raised his eyelids and said calmly. Immediately, Fisher also left here. Just like Xiaoqi said, the Admiral of the Navy headquarters should have come here. When he came to One Piece World to complete the sign-in task, Fisher had already made a decision to fight with the strong here to improve his favor. Fisher is now at the tipping point of an upgrade, and now he's just short of an upgrade. To put it bluntly, something like Albert has accomplished many incredible things. It is also possible to defeat or draw some strong players. Between the two, Fisher chose the latter to challenge the powerful. Now that the Admiral of the Navy may come over, Fisher will naturally not hide. However, before that, it is necessary to arrange some backhands to leave, which is death. In a month's time, Fisher still doesn't want to leave so soon, so Fisher won't let the system teleport him back to the world of Hunter x Hunter unless it is absolutely necessary. Fisher doesn't want to be his first choice. In the fight with Rayleigh let the water go, so there was a tie. But in the face of the Navy who wants to arrest him, Fisher doesn't think the other party will let him go. Fisher has never been an arrogant person, so in the face of such a situation where he would definitely lose in a real fight, Fisher would arrange the back road in advance and leave when it is necessary to retreat. Where Robin is still too far away, I can't teleport there all at once. Throwing hundreds of drifting bottles into the sea and letting them drift away with the current, Fisher said lightly. Fisher wanted to go and see Robin, but judging from the September 13th from his perception, the place where Robin was located was too far away from him. Fisher estimated that the place where Robin was located should be all over the world, and it is not far away from here. Some distant 4 seas. That distance cannot be teleported with Fisher's current magic power. Maybe wait until Fisher's favor is upgraded. Standing on the coast looking at the endless sea for a long time, Fisher left here. According to the situation in memory, Fisher came to the west of Chambord Islands, waiting for the arrival of naval warships. The Chambord Islands are very close to the Navy headquarters, Marine Fondo. Not long after Fisher came to the West Bay, the outermost part of the Chambord Islands, he saw an extremely large warship approaching from afar. Is it Sengoku this time? Why don't you come to Kazan and the others? With one hand in front of his eyes, Fisher said calmly, using the far-sighted method he learned from Netero. Facing natural fruit ability users, Fisher, who has not acquired arrogance, is naturally a little apprehensive. But now, Fisher, who has obtained the arm domineering color, said that he wants to play 3. No, 3 or forget it. A few years ago, Kazan's strength was not much weaker than his own. In the past few years, his strength has become stronger. But I have only passed a few days, and my strength has not changed much. Maybe the strength of Kazan and others has caught up with him. It's okay to hit 3. Looking at the approaching warship, Fisher, standing on the root of the Alchemine mangrove tree, thought silently. Immediately, Fisher submerged all the breath in his body and became extremely silent, waiting for the naval warship to dock, ready for a thunderous blow. To be honest, in the world of One Piece, Fisher is neither partial to pirates nor Navy. In the final analysis, Fisher has no real idea of standing. He does not want to be a pirate or an enemy of the Navy. After all, Fisher is a killer by profession. However, the system's 2 check-in tasks have completely pushed Fisher to the opposite side of the Navy. There was no turning back between Fisher and the Navy. Even if the Navy withdraws Fisher's arrest warrant and spreads goodwill to Fisher, Fisher can't pretend that nothing happened. And members of the Navy are not ordinary people, so Fisher has no pressure to do it. Thoughts do so, Fisher's actions do too. The violent thunder fell from the sky when the naval warship was docking, and it struck down like a catastrophe. The speed was so fast that even the General Zhang didn't react at all. By the time they reacted, the huge warship was dilapidated, the raging fire was constantly burning, and the Navy suffered heavy casualties. Even the warring states didn't expect that there would be people lying in ambush here waiting for their arrival. Standing on the deck, warring states stared blankly at the scene in front of him, watching the sailors under the command of the adjutant who were constantly putting out the fire and rescuing the wounded. Strong anger burst out of his heart. Bastard. With a roar, the red-eyed Sengoku instantly turned into a golden giant Buddha, and then kicked suddenly, bursting out with a terrifying impact, and shot toward the place where Fisher was. What kind of person is the warring states? After being attacked, even if he froze for a moment, he immediately locked the source of the attack. The next moment, the golden giant Buddha collided violently with the giant Thor. In an instant, the dazzling light turned everything around into white. The big sound has no sound, but the elephant has no form. The deafening roar was long overdue. The violent impact swept across the entire Chambord Islands in an instant. Everything happened so quickly and without warning that even the adjutants of the warring states period had no time to stop this terrifying impact. The coast was already dilapidated. In the sea, countless sailors were smashed into the sea by warships. This powerful impact not only overturned warring states' own warships, but the surrounding docks rose to the sky at this moment, and the screams of ship repairers continued to be heard from the sky. If it falls, those who have no strength will definitely turn into meat sauce. Of course, those who fall into the sea will not. This time the collision between Fisher and Sengoku caused a much more terrifying shock than when Fisher and Rayleigh jabbed. Directly affected the entire Chambord Islands. However, if you think about it, it was a sparring with Rayleigh. Neither side tried their best, and Fisher only used the power of the sword and the fusion of the enhancer's arrogance. This time the collision between Fisher and Sengoku is not to be held back. The warring states, who was angry from the heart, can be said to have used all its strength. Facing the full-strength shock wave of the Great Buddha, even if 1.0 Fisher tried his best, he could not win against the warring states. During the impact, Fisher's figure flew upside down, rolled continuously in midair, and hit the water. You bastard, die to this old man. However, even though Fisher was repelled, Zhang did not stop there. Stepping on the moon cloth, he quickly chased after him, and the golden giant palm burst out with fierce light again. A shockwave followed. Boom. The big Buddha impact of the oval hit Fisher again. With an angry blow, the sky and the earth were destroyed, and an archy nose mangrove covered by the impact of the Buddha exploded directly under this force. A smear of scarlet blood also floated out in the air. With one hand, you are worthy of being an admiral. Flying upside down in the air, Fisher's mouth oozes blood, but his expression remains unchanged, as if he was not injured at all, calm and composed. Invalid. Seeing Fisher like this, Sungwa's eyes tightened. Effective, very effective. Warring states of the Buddha, your attack is very powerful. Even compared to that old man Netero, you might as well let it go. Fisher responded with a light smile. The shockwave of Sengoku is very powerful, and it can be compared with Netero. Although Fisher hadn't seen Netero's full strength, he was able to judge the rough strength of the opponent in the fight between masters. During the Hunter experiment before, Fisher had fought against Netero's 100-style Guanyin, and had already predicted the approximate power of Netero. If Sengoku's blow was an angry one, and he didn't hold back, then his strength should be about the same as Netero. That is to say, my strength has entered the level of One Piece, the world's general. It's just that there is still some gap with the veteran generals. Looking at the burning and angry warring states, Fisher muttered to himself, 09. In a real battle with a strong person of this level, as long as I can draw evenly, then the great achievements I have obtained are enough for me to upgrade. Thinking of this, Fisher has a powerful transmuter spirit, forcibly stopped his own body. Looking at the warring states that was close at hand, the corners of Fisher's mouth rose slightly, and he stepped on the void, and the sonic boom burst. Fisher's figure exploded like a cannonball, and instantly met the enraged warring states. The thin fist directly hit the huge Buddha's palm of the warring states period. Overlord color collision. The black and red rays of light were radiating and struck out in all directions. The surrounding space seemed to be cracked, and the violent force was constantly destroying everything around. Overlord color. Feeling the domineering spirit on Fisher's body, the anger of Zhang calmed down a little, and he shouted out in surprise. As the owner of Ballon Color Domineering, warring states can clearly feel the domineering from Fisher, who is also a Ballon Color Domineering user. Also, it's actually possible to transform the domineering aura into a substantial attacking move. This guy absolutely can't stay. In an instant, Zhang made the same decision as Kazan back then, full of killing intent. Although Fisher's Overlord Color Entanglement is not powerful enough, it has already demonstrated unparalleled aptitude. The most important thing is that Fisher is still very young. Although I don't know why Fisher is still the same as Kazan described when a few years have passed, but even after a few years, Fisher is only a teenager. At this age, he already has the strength to compete with his admiral. Let Fisher continue to develop, so it's okay. In the future, there will definitely be a white beard and an ant-level existence. It will be very detrimental to the Navy. In an instant, Zhang's heart became more and more cruel, and the power in his hands seemed to be stronger. This is the collision of Overlord's color entanglement. The adjutant of the Warring States period who had just come down from midair was stunned when he saw the scene of distorted space in front of him. As an adjutant in the Warring States period, he was obviously well informed and knew what was going on in such a scene. Before sending Hancock off, Fisher portrays Hancock as a favor. Now that he has made a start in this world, Fisher doesn't mind continuing to develop his power in this world. So Fisher credits the Hancocks and Kara with favor. Obviously, the qualifications of the three sisters are very strong. They have all reached the qualifications recognized by the system, and they have become one of the members of Fisher's forces. So does Kara. Fisher obtained the bully-colored domineering, armed-colored domineering, knowledge-colored domineering, and Murloc karate from the four of them. That's right, it's Murloc karate. This power should have been mastered by Kurla in the future, but now it is fed back to Fisher by the system. This surprised Fisher. I didn't expect the system's force feedback to be able to do this kind of thing. However, this also gave Fisher a guess. That is, the power feedback of the system is randomly selected according to the original development and abilities of the characters in each world. And Fisher obtained the Murloc karate possessed by Kurla in the original book, and the Overlord-colored arrogance is the Overlord-colored arrogance that Hancock had when he grew up and became the king of Kauai High. That is the domineering look that Hancock has practiced for many years, the very advanced and profound Overlord look, which has already touched the entanglement of the Overlord look. Before gaining this power, Fisher had already personally experienced Rayleigh's domineering entanglement. So after acquiring Hancock's Overlord-like arrogance, Fisher also specifically asked Rayleigh for advice. With a powerful talent and the ability to increase tenfold, Fisher easily mastered this skill. It's just that the domineering look that has just been mastered is still immature. He is very passive when confronting a strong man like Warring States who has mastered the Overlord's color for many years. However, it doesn't matter. Fisher will take the initiative to attack this time because he wants to use the Warring States period as a training opponent to accumulate his great achievements and achieve the goal of upgrading. Originally, he was looking for the Warring States to hone his fighting skills, so it didn't matter whether he could suppress the Warring States or not. But at this time, in a faraway place, Xiaoqi was standing on the trunk of an alchemine mangrove tree, holding a telescope to watch the situation here. It's really scary. Compared with the previous battle with Rayleigh, Xia, your little brother's strength seems to have become stronger again. Moreover, even the Overlord color entanglement appeared at 350. If you let Laylee know, your jaw will definitely drop in shock. Xiaoqi said with a smile on the face of the battle in the binoculars. But she knew that just now Fisher asked Laylee about the technique of Overlord's entanglement, but she didn't expect to use it now. Under such circumstances, Laylee knew about it. How could Laylee not be shocked? She wasn't sure if Laylee was shocked or not, but she was just very shocked now. However, little brother Fisher's strength is so terrifying, and the Navy headquarters is so close to here, I'm afraid something will happen. After laughing, Chong-Chi became worried. As for why Xiaoqi is so concerned about Fisher's safety not long after she first met Fisher, of course there is a reason for that. On the way to the Chambord Islands with the three of Hancock, Fisher had already eaten the sweet fruit rewarded by the system. After eating this fruit, Fisher naturally did not become full of the kind of beauty that is enough to charm others like Hancock, but it is also full of charm, which makes it easy for people to feel good and want to care unconsciously. This is the case with Xiaoqi now. However, she didn't know that it was because of the sweet fruit, because Fisher is a thunder fruit capable person, so Xiaoqi didn't think it was this reason at all. But when Fisher was targeted by the Navy like herself, the same camp, so have a good impression. The battle was still going on, and the battle between Fisher and Sengoku had destroyed the entire west coast. There was not a single piece of good land. Even the alchemine mangrove was completely destroyed and fell on the broken ground. A series of earth-shattering explosions continued to roar in the sky. The battle between Fisher and Sengoku didn't have any fancy tricks, but it was a full-fledged, power-to-bomb battle. The powerful impact caused by the attack of the two made the people in the Navy dare not approach at all. However, the only adjutant capable of approaching here was at this time leading a large group of sailors who had landed from the sea into the Chambord Islands to maintain order. Such a big movement has affected the entire Chambord Islands, and the residents of the entire Chambord Islands have fallen into fear of the German king. Without their joining to maintain order, the entire Chambord Islands would have been in chaos long ago. Anyway, they can't intervene in the battle between Fisher and Sengoku, and they dare not intervene. Even the adjutant can't intervene in this way of fighting between the two. Lieutenant General Welfin, is it really good if we don't help General Sengoku? In the Chambord Islands, a naval colonel came to the adjutant of Sengoku and asked with a frown, "Do you think that kind of battle scene can be handled with our strength?" Lieutenant General Welfin heard the words, looked at the colonel, and then asked back, "This, I can't intervene." The colonel hesitated for a moment, then shook his head, but even so, the colonel's face was hesitant to speak. The elite sailors of the Navy headquarters, especially the sailors on their warship, can fight in the New World. But even so, they are not qualified to intervene in this level of battle. Intervening in this kind of battle will only become a burden to the generals of the Warring States period and become cannon fodder. However, they came with the Warring States general, but let the Warring States general fight alone. This situation made him very unwilling. I know what you're thinking. Don't worry. I have already informed Marshal Kong. Marshal Kong has sent Lieutenant General Popolo Salino over. Seeing the colonel's appearance, the adjutant shook his head and then said, "Really? That's great. With the support of Lieutenant General Salino, General Warring States will definitely be able to take down that guy." The colonel was overjoyed and said excitedly. As early as after they landed, the adjutant of the Warring States period, Welfin, had already notified the matter here to Marshal Kong of the Navy headquarters. According to time estimates, Lieutenant General Salino should be here soon. Probably. The adjutant of the Warring States period looked at the well-maintained scene and muttered in a low voice. On the other side, on the coast, the battle between Fisher and Sengoku has continued. However, Fisher has gone from bare hands to natural teeth. Using the swordsmanship and Overlord's entanglement to assist the power of the Thunder Fruit, Fisher has changed from being a disadvantage at the beginning to being on par with the Warring States period. The strength is slowly improving. After all, fighting is not as good as life and death fighting. When fighting with Laylee, Fisher's strength has not improved significantly, but in the battle with the Warring States, under the pressure of life and death, Fisher's strength has improved rapidly. The combat skills learned from Father Silva, Grandpa Gino, Old Man Netero, and others quickly integrated into Fisher's combat instincts, and Fisher's combat skills gradually took shape, forming Fisher's own system. Fisher's combat experience has also been improved unprecedentedly. It is not as good as fighting a weak person for 100 or 1,000 games against a strong person who is stronger than himself and has more combat experience than himself. In the battle against the Warring States, Fisher's combat experience can be said to have completely entered the physical experience, the range of 100 battles. The improvement of combat experience also makes Fisher's own flaws disappear continuously, making up for Fisher's shortcomings. This point, the Warring States period who fought with Fisher also saw it. There is nothing the Warring States can do about it. He didn't keep his hand. He shot with the aim of killing Fisher from the beginning, but was blocked by Fisher. Not only that, Fisher is still constantly absorbing this combat experience and combat skills in the battle with him, mastering them, and integrating them into himself to become his own. He could only watch helplessly as Fisher, who was at a disadvantage in his hands, gradually turned into a formidable enemy against him, which made Zhonghua very depressed. But no way, I can't take down Fisher with my current strength alone. The only way to take down Fisher is to consume Fisher's physical strength, making Fisher unable to fight anymore. Of course, there is another way, and that is to besiege Fisher. And thinking of this, Warring States couldn't help but secretly scolded his adjutant Welfin in his heart. Other subordinates can't intervene, so you can't intervene? It's not okay to leave the maintenance of order to other people, so you have to do it yourself? Didn't I let you be my adjutant just to let you help me share the pressure during the battle? Fortunately, you ran away by yourself. He cursed inwardly, but the Warring States period did not relax for a while, and the attacks in his hands were still fierce and violent. He knew that his adjutant did not come to help, but he would not be so stupid as to really maintain order. He should have already contacted the Navy headquarters. I just need to drag Fisher here and wait until the reinforcements from the Navy headquarters arrive. Then everything will be settled. Don't care about Xiao Jojo, who is in Zhongguo's heart, but Fisher, who knows his own changes at this time, is extremely excited. The more he fights, the braver he is. Thor, if it's not Thor, it's Enhancer Domineering. If it's not Enhancer Domineering, it's Domineering Entanglement. In addition, there are many assassination techniques of Fisher. The tricks that Fisher knows are constantly being released in Fisher's hands, as if they don't need money, and they are repeated over and over again. Time passed quickly amid Fisher's indiscriminate bombardment. At a certain moment, Fisher suddenly withdrew from the battlefield after sending out a strong slash to force Sengoku back. This made Sengoku, who was slightly depressed because he couldn't win Fisher, be a little dazed. However, the next moment, Fisher's words and actions made Sengoku go into a rage. Thank you for being my sparring partner, Sengoku General. Putting his natural teeth into the scabbard, Fisher smiled at Sengoku with blood on his face. Well done. He waved his hand and said. After the words were closed, Fisher's figure instantly disappeared from Sengoku's sight. And Warring States has not yet reacted. And at this moment, a golden light appeared beside Zhonghua. Warring States General, where's that guy? Polysolino, with one hand in his pocket, glanced at the mess around him and asked with some doubts. At this time, Zhonghua finally reacted and immediately roared out of the factory in anger. Abominable spatial ability user. The roar was transmitted far, far away, and even came back to God under the protection of Urxia Honshu. Hateful spatial ability user. User. Polysolino. Hearing the echo, Zhonghua almost spat out a mouthful of blood. I procrastinated here for so long just to wait for reinforcements to come, but as soon as Polysolino arrived, this guy left suddenly. I have worked so hard for so long, but I am doing nothing. Just kidding. The Chambord Islands are so close to the marine headquarters of the Navy, and he has been fighting the Warring States here for so long. How could Fisher be unprepared? The circle that Fisher obtained from Guy Lu never stopped during the battle. When the yellow ape arrived, Fisher noticed it immediately, so he decisively ended the battle and left the battlefield. It's okay to fight a Warring States period, but it's still not sensitive to thank you for another yellow monkey. The roar of the Warring States period was heard by Fisher standing on a drifting bottle, even though he had already appeared on the sea. This guy's lost his temper. However, is it the tradition of the Navy to bully the few with the more? When I was in O'Hara, it was Kuzan and Sakaski, and Mary Joya was Polysolino and Kendo Wuloxing. Now it's Sengoku and Polysolino. There is only one person who bullies me. Wait until Robin and Hancock grow up, and see if I don't make trouble for you. Floating up and down on the drifting bottle in the sea, Fisher looked at the direction of the Chambord Islands, and said unhappily curled his lips. The Navy also bullied himself that he didn't have any helpers, so he called for helpers every time, otherwise he would not be his opponent. Even in the Warring States period, I was at a disadvantage at the beginning, but it gradually became a tie after fighting. If it continues, it may not be sure who will consume the other. Anyway, Fisher never worried about his lack of physical strength. The powerhouses in One Piece world are all perverted in terms of physical strength. This is known from the fact that Akiji and Kuzan fought in 753-pound Hazak for 10 days and 10 nights before the winner was decided. But the powerhouses of the Hunter x Hunter world aren't bad in this regard. Didn't you see that old guy Netero didn't replenish his body for 2 full years when he was practicing prayer when he was young? Although Fisher's physique is not as good as that of Netero at that time, the gap is not too big. Even though Fisher is still very young, I feel that Fisher has not made much achievements in this area. You know, the basic values of Fisher's 5 levels of God's grace have all reached the SSS limit, so one can imagine how strong Fisher is physically. However, there is a long way to go. So where should we go next? Although I want to compete with the masters in this world, I don't know how to find them. Looking at the boundless sea, Fisher looked confused. The world of One Piece is too big. Powerful pirates such as Whitebeard are in the New World, not on the Great Route. And I don't know how to reach the New World. If I knew it earlier, I should have put Transmuter's training on the agenda earlier. Transmuter can not only float out of thin air, but also fly when he has cultivated his thoughts to the extreme. Fisher is only able to stand in the air for a short time with the Transmuter's mind energy, just like when Netero fought Neferpitu, the Catwoman. But he can't use Transmuter to fly. By the way, when Grandpa Jianhua wanted to call me Long Xingquan, he should have learned it. How cool it is to fly. However, there is no medicine for regret. Fisher muttered in a low voice. When his grandfather Jianhua taught him none, he asked Fisher if he wanted to learn from his creations of dragon teeth and dragon stars. However, Fisher preferred Killua's speed, lightning, and lightning at that time, so he didn't learn this, but devoted himself to developing none of the thunder and lightning system. Thinking about it now, if he had developed the ability of Dragon Star Group, he would be able to fly freely in the high sky. Well, I've thought too much. Let's find a place to update Manhwa first. Competing with Rayleigh and fighting against the Warring States, my great achievement points should be enough to support my new round of upgrades. Shaking off the scattered thoughts in his head, Fisher determined the current goal. The enhancer wrapped the drifting bottle under his feet, and the lightning covered the back of the drifting bottle. Fisher released the circle with all his strength, and then rushed out in a random direction. At the same time, the Holy Land of Mary Joya was attacked, and Fisher's arrest warrant has been spread all over the world under the spread of big news. People in One Piece world were shocked after seeing the news. In the New World, the great pirates entrenched in various regions of the New World also received this information at this time, and they expressed different opinions one after another. On the boundless sea, Moby Dick, the Whitebeard pirates, roams wildly in this sea. One is 6 or 7 meters tall, with long golden wavy hair and a crescent-shaped white tuft on his mouth. The bearded little giant was currently browsing through a newspaper. At a certain moment, Ajak, the little giant opened his mouth wide and laughed wantonly. Goo la 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 la. Interesting. I didn't expect that someone would dare to attack the place of Mary Joya. It's really a newborn calf who is not afraid of tigers, but it is worthy of praise. The big pirate named Newgate said nothing. He was stingy with his own praise, and praised the wanted poster in the newspaper. Right, Dad? I was shocked when I saw it just now. I didn't expect that someone would dare to break into a heavily guarded place like Mary Joya, and even left calmly after wreaking havoc. This can be said to be a shame for the world government. On the side, with a punk hairstyle, Marco also laughed at this time. I really look forward to meeting this kid. Marco, tell me to go down and pay close attention to this kid's whereabouts. If this kid comes to the New World, tell me immediately. Newgate with the white beard ordered to Marco. Father, you want this kid to be our partner, right? I know. I will attract attention. Marco said with a smile. Goo la 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 la. On the other side, the red-haired Shanks, who had just entered the New World with the partners he had recruited from all over the world, was also reading the newspaper with a dignified expression. Mary Joya, it's terrible. In Wano country, in a huge cave, Kaido is holding a huge wine bottle and gulping down. Look for me. Find the trace of that guy and report to me. IWC. Find that kid for me. With such a powerful force at such a young age, the genes must be very strong. My mother wants this boy to be my 30th husband, and my mother wants to give birth to a stronger child. Why? The men below. At this time, during the Great Rout, Fisher had just found a deserted island, and had no idea that he had been targeted by 3 monsters from the New World, and one of them wrapped himself around himself. If Fisher knew, he would definitely run away. At this time, Fisher has already begun to give himself a favor update. Fisher Zoldyck. LV.5. Power. SSS 1969 SS 1999. Durability, SSS1996 SSS1999. Smart, SSS1959 SSS1999. Agility, SSS1999 SSS1999. Magic, SS1086 SSS1999. Development ability, Life, A, Swordsman B, Killer C, Magic Guide C. Magic, Blink. Instantly move, you can move to the marked place without singing, and it will consume a lot of magic power. Skill, None. The ability to manipulate life energy, freely manipulate the life energy emitted from the body to form a powerful ability. Free color domineering, the domineering color of the king, the domineering color of the armed, and the domineering color of knowledge. Looking at the parchment in his hand, the corners of Fisher's mouth curled up, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Sure enough, I guessed right. The battle with Rayleigh and the battle with the Warring States have allowed me to accumulate enough great achievements, and I can already upgrade. Arrogance has been absorbed into grace, and it has become a skill. But why haven't the abilities of the Thunder Fruit and Sweet Fruit been revealed? Fisher was a little puzzled. Although he was puzzled, Fisher didn't think too much about it, and once again operated on the favor on his back, and directly upgraded it. As for where the parchment came from, it was naturally taken out of Fisher's system space. In order to be able to update boons anytime and anywhere, Fisher has stored a lot of them in it. Soon, Fisher successfully upgraded his favor. Fisher Zoldyck, LV.6. Strength, SSS199910. Durability, SSS199910. Smart, SSS199910. Agility, SSS199910. Magic, SSS199910. Development ability, Life, A, Swordsman B, Killer C, Magic Guide C. Choices, Thunder, Charm, Warrior, Adventure. Magic, Blink. Instantly move, you can move to the marked place without singing, and it will consume a lot of magic power. Skill, None. The ability to manipulate life energy, freely manipulate the life energy emitted from the body to form a powerful ability. Free color domineering, the domineering color of the king, the domineering color of the armed, and the domineering color of knowledge. Hey, I just said why I didn't see the ability of the Thunder Fruit and the Sweet Fruit. It turns out that I came here to develop the ability. However, it's not bad to become a development ability. Looking at the favor table that appeared after the update, Fisher's eyes were instantly attracted by the development ability. You must know that the improvement of the development ability of favor will be affected by favor. Positive effects. The development ability recorded on the boon will make it easier for Fisher to develop, improve, and even master this ability. Fisher's, Life, and Swordsman are like this. Under the effect of grace and tenfold increase, they have been promoted to A level and B level in just a few years. Their strength, even a B level swordsman, has already surpassed Fisher's swordsmanship. He has reached the level of a great swordsman in the world of One Piece. It is estimated that if it reaches a level, it can be compared with the world's #1 swordsman. Fisher was able to possess this level of kendo strength while practicing Raiden Nun, and Fisher's swordsman development ability is also indispensable. And once Fisher's Thunder Fruit ability is included in Manhwa's development ability, then Fisher will definitely add a buff that will do more with less when developing it tenfold. Naturally, Fisher is delighted with this kind of thing. Without even thinking about it, Fisher made a decision. This time, he chose the thunder for the development of his abilities. Although he chose this kind of thunder, it didn't have immediate effect. Fisher didn't feel any changes in the power of thunder in his body. If you want to discover this kind of change, you can only feel it when you develop the power of the thunderous fruit. However, he didn't feel the change in the ability of the Thunderbolt fruit, but Fisher's perception of his own body felt the huge improvement in all aspects of his body, and the explosive power produced by the sudden huge increase in strength gave Fisher a sense of kind of floating feeling. My current strength is completely capable of confronting the Warring States, and I may even win the battle. Facing 3 of Kazan and the others, I should be able to really say that I want to play 3. That's right, Fisher floated. Kidding. Sure enough, Huey's strength will have a very huge change every time she upgrades, especially for an adventurer like me who has raised all values to the limit. Furthermore, the increase in grace has even increased the mind energy in my body so much. After making some complaints about himself, Fisher couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Now I just upgraded to 4.6, and when I upgraded, my strength improved. What kind of strength improvement will Fisher get in the next upgrade? This Fisher does not know. However, what is certain is that once Fisher upgrades his favor to the real limit, then his own strength is estimated to be able to easily sweep the entire One Piece world. As for the Hunter x Hunter world, forget it. The level of the Hunter x Hunter world is too high, the human kingdom is weak, but the Dark Continent is so strong that even gods have appeared. Fisher doesn't know how strong the number of Nian Qi in his body is now. Fisher estimates that the value of Nian Qi in his body should be close to that guy Yuppie after the impact of his upgrade of grace. Excited just thinking about it. Let's find an inhabited island first, and see if we can buy a map and record pointers. The world of One Piece is huge, but the ocean area is too outrageous. I don't know if I can find the next competitor in a month, or I can only harm the Navy headquarters. Standing up from the beach, Fisher directly changed the dirty clothes, and then looked whispering softly with the sponge. Navy, thank you so much. After muttering, Fisher flickered and left the place where he was staying. At the same time, on a certain small island, on a small hillside that is like spring all the year round, in a simple and cozy little house, the flowers have already grown. Even though they are only 11 years old, they are already slim and graceful. The budding Robin is holding a newspaper with joy on his face. Brother Fisher finally appeared again. Robin, what do you decide? Are you going to find Fisher? While Robin was muttering, Robin's mother, Alvia, came in from outside, smiling, and asked Robin gently, Mom, I'm going to find Brother Fisher. Facing his mother's inquiry, Robin made a decision without any hesitation. Okay, Mom will accompany you to find him. Alvia nodded gently and agreed. One Piece world is trouble. Not to mention the messy magnetic field. There is no advanced GPS electronic map navigation yet. Why didn't I think of asking Lei Li or Xiachi for a record pointer before? Fisher sat on the head of a sea king with all kinds of strange things on the sea, with his arms crossed, muttering helplessly. Because I didn't expect this before, so now I can only float on the sea. And because he didn't know the direction, Fisher directly broke into the calm zone, the lair of sea kings. Drifting there for several days, did not find a small island. If things go on like this, Fisher will not even go to the new world to find experts to learn from, and even his plan to go to the Navy before going back will be ruined. Did you do it on purpose? Thinking of this, Fisher became a little annoyed, and punched the sea king who was carrying him bitterly, and a 950 wailing resounded across the sea area. Well, forget it. I know you didn't mean it, so I'll let you off this time. I don't know where Robin is now. I still miscalculated. Even if I upgrade, my magic power is not enough for me to teleport directly to Luo Bao's side. And Hancock's side too. Did I run to that sea area? Why do you feel that you are getting farther and farther away from Hancock and Robin? Looking at the vast and endless sea, Fisher's eyes were slightly dull, and his expression was a little dull. He could feel where Hancock and Robin were, but the distance was too far, and even the upgraded magic power was not enough to teleport him there. Well, is it my illusion? Why does it feel like a warship is approaching in front? Suddenly, a small black appeared in Fisher's field of vision, which made Fisher squint his eyes and muttered about speeding up. Immediately, Fisher put his fingers into a circle and placed it in front of his eyes, using his thoughts to look around. This look really made Fisher find hope in this vast sea. Thousands of nautical miles away, there is a warship sailing slowly at this time. There is no limit to the road. Looking at the black spots in the distance, Fisher had a smile on his eyes. Patting the sea kings under him, Shell said goodbye to them. Big man, you are free. After speaking, Fisher turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed out. However, within a few seconds of rushing out, Fisher stopped in midair, unexpectedly looking at the warship in the distance and at the dog-headed prow. Are you meeting this guy? Looks like it's time to fight. Fisher murmured in a low voice, and then a flash of light flashed in his eyes. On the other side, on the watchtower of the warship that Fisher saw just now, there was an extremely burly man in a black suit with a scar at the corner of his eye. Bubbles popped out, big and small. If Fisher were here, he would definitely recognize this guy's identity immediately. Naval hero, Elite Lieutenant General Monkey D. Garp. When Fisher's murmur fell, the bubble on Garp's nose suddenly shattered, and Garp quickly opened his eyes. What a strong breath. Jumping up, Garp came to the window of the watchtower and looked out, muttering in a low voice. Immediately, Garp ignored the blocking of the window, punched the window directly, left the warship on moon steps, and rushed towards the direction where Fisher was. Lieutenant Admiral Garp, the adjutant on the deck below, frowned slightly when he saw this scene, but he didn't make a fuss, as did the other sailors. After all, my family knows their own affairs, and they are no exception to whatever Garp will do suddenly. However, most of the idle sailors still turned their attention to the direction Garp left. There's a powerful presence in that place. Looking over, the adjutant also sensed Fisher's presence, and his eyes under the hat suddenly froze. Lean over to Lieutenant General Garp. Immediately, the adjutant waved his hand and issued an order. At this time, on the sea, Fisher's combat power was in midair, quietly waiting for Garp's arrival. Just now, Fisher has released a fleeting aura, and Fisher believes that Garp can definitely feel it from such a small distance. As soon as the thought was over, Fisher felt a violent breath coming in an instant. Accompanied by the sound of a sonic boom, Garp's voice appeared in front of Fisher violently, stepping on one foot in front of Fisher. Huh, I didn't expect it to be your kid. Haha. Boy, you dare to attract this old man here on purpose. You really are not afraid of death. After arriving here, Garp suddenly showed a look of surprise, and then burst out laughing. Why not? Warring States. I dare to prove that I will fight against you. Is there anything special about you, Garp? Fisher asked with a smile. That's right. Even the Warring States period can't take you down. You do have some skills, and you have the qualifications to be so arrogant. Boy, I really admire the fact that you attacked Mary Joya. Without O'Hara and Mary Joa, the old man thinks we can be very good friends. However, it's a pity that our positions are too clear. Garp nodded in admiration, but then shook his head regretfully. If it wasn't because of these two things, he really wanted to make friends with Fisher. After all, Fisher's character who dared to directly hurt Mary Joya was very suitable for him, and he could definitely become friends. That's right. It's an honor to be praised so much by the naval hero card. Fisher smiled, not taking it seriously. Since I let the old man see it, then the old man can't pretend it didn't happen. Boy, let the horse come here. Garp grinned and said with a smile, and he didn't mean to regard Fisher as an enemy at all in his words, but he did it for Fisher to do it. I also want to experience the strength of the naval hero Garp. Fisher said lightly when he heard the words, and then violent thunder and lightning began to emerge from his body, and the terrifying momentum erupted instantly. Dark clouds, lightning and thunder. Hey, the weather is actually affected to such an extent. Boy, your thunder fruit must have awakened. 0.3. Seeing this scene, Garp was extremely surprised. Not yet. Fisher shook his head lightly and began to speak, but in the middle of speaking, Fisher stopped. The thunder and lightning on his body disappeared in an instant, and the sky was also clear in an instant, as if nothing happened just now. Huh? What's the matter with you, kid? Seeing this, Garp frowned, very puzzled. He had already started to charge up and was ready to attack, but Fisher stopped suddenly, which made his charge come to an end without a problem. It felt like he had punched cotton, which was very depressing. However, Fisher ignored him, looked deeply at Garp, shook his head, and then disappeared from Garp's sight in a flash. Fight again when you have time. I'm leaving. Garp. At the same time, somewhere in the East China Sea, on a small ship, Robin stood at the bow, staring straight ahead. There is a continent of the entire pirate world, the Red Earth continent. That's right, Robin is near the Upside-Down Mountain at this time, ready to enter the Upside-Down Mountain. Brother Fisher, you should be able to feel my presence when I enter the Great Route, so come and find me. Looking at the upstream current, Robin's expression remained unchanged, and he muttered inwardly. Nicole, Robin, are you serious? In the East China Sea, the Navy headquarters can't catch your trace, but once you enter the Great Route, the chance of being exposed is very high. When Robin was thinking about Fisher, the door from the cabin was opened. Then a strong man with short white hair, wearing a big coat, bare chest, carrying a handful of hands on his back, and 2 cigars in his mouth came out and said to Luo, 09. This strong man was none other than Smoker, who was still young, and for some unknown reason, he got mixed up with Robin. If Fisher saw it, he might be shocked in his heart. Because Smoker is a Navy guy, and he has his own absolute justice in his heart. Alvia's daughter met Robin on the same boat, but she didn't make any moves. Well, I've made up my mind. I'm going to find Brother Fisher. Robin turned his head and said to Smoker with a calm tone, forget it, it's up to you. Seeing this, Smoker knew that he couldn't persuade Robin, so he had to give up. However, looking at Robin with a firm face, Smoker remembered the scene where he met Robin in Rogtown a few years ago. Not long after joining the army, I met mother and daughter Alvia and Robin who appeared in Rogtown and recognized their identities. As soon as he got the smog fruit, the young and energetic self wanted to arrest the two of them, and then, without accident, he was cleaned up by Robin, letting him know that even if he is a natural fruit ability user, he is not invincible. There are people outside, and there are days outside the sky. Later, because they refused to admit defeat, after Alvia and Luo Bao's mother and daughter left Rogtown, they chased after them desperately, and his fate also changed dramatically at that moment. On the way to hunt down Robin, he saw the dark side of the Navy in the East China Sea, which had a very strong impact on his heart and completely destroyed the justice that had just sprouted in his heart. From then on, Smoker didn't trust the Navy anymore and followed Robin and Alvia to swim in the East China Sea, killing pirates in his own name. Moreover, he also learned the truth about the O'Hara incident from Robin and Alvia, which made Smoker very disappointed with the Navy, and directly chose to become Robin's companion and travel around the world with Y. For Smoker, villains like pirates are killed in the Navy, and they are killed when they are traveling together, and there is not much difference. And you don't have to go with those notorious Navy colors. In the past few years, he traveled all over the world with Robin, and learned the ability of domineering from Robin. None of the pirates in the whole world is his opponent. It wasn't until a year ago that Robin didn't want to wander anymore, so he followed Robin back to the East China Sea, secretly maintaining the order of the East China Sea. As for the Great Route, he doesn't plan to go to that place right now. His strength can run wild in the 4 seas, but in the Great Route, he seems a bit powerless. He also needs precipitation. If Robin hadn't called him this time, he wouldn't have thought of coming to the reverse mountain. Sister Robin, it is estimated that in another hour we will follow the countercurrent and enter the upside-down mountain. As soon as Smoker finished speaking, a blonde little loli came out of the cabin and looked at Luo with a serious face. Benhui reports. Thank you, Khalifa. Robin nodded with a smile. Khalifa is an orphan picked up by Robin in other sea areas when he traveled around the world. After picking up Khalifa, Robin felt compassion and took him with him. Khalifa seems to have a natural talent for sailing, and over time this talent has come to light. So Robin asked her to assist her mother, Alvia, with the task of navigating their boat. Sister Robin, after we meet Lord Fisher, can we really ask Lord Fisher to grant us the ability that Miss Robin possesses? He stopped, ran to Robin's side excitedly, and asked Robin excitedly. When Smoker heard what Khalifa said, his eyes couldn't help flickering a few times. Obviously, Smoker was also very interested in what Khalifa said. After several years of getting along, Smoke also knows that Robin has a power that can help Robin become stronger. Also because of the existence of this power, no matter how hard I try, I will only eat ashes behind Robin. Even if I have learned to be armed with domineering, knowledge like domineering, and constantly develop the ability of the smoke fruit, every time I compete, I will still be defeated by Luo Wu. His nose was bruised and his face was swollen, so he's kidding about not caring what happened to Robin. I will ask Brother Fisher when the time comes. Robin reached out and gently stroked the little Lolita Khalifa's head, assuring gently, do you want this little guy to portray Ennui? Just as Robin finished speaking, a strange yet familiar voice came into Robin's ears. Not far away, Smoker almost jumped up and rushed towards Robin. However, after seeing the appearance of the figure appearing beside Robin, Smoker forcibly suppressed the idea of doing it himself. Fisher, why are you here? Smoker asked, frowning. Brother Fisher, Robin shouted excitedly when he heard the familiar voice. The voice was so loud that even Olvia in the cabin was attracted. Fisher, Smoker. Hearing Smoker's voice, Fisher, who had just flickered over, couldn't help but look over. After seeing that the owner of the voice was Smoker, Fisher's eyes twitched suddenly, and there was a deep look in his eyes. Incredibly dense. Fisher felt that his three views were shattered, and his jaw almost dropped from shock. Who I am? Where am I? Where am I going? How could Smoker be with Robin? Besides, from what this guy said, it seems that he and Robin are getting along very well. When he came back to his senses, Fisher looked at Smoker with a strange expression. With a cool look, silver hair, hands behind his back, and a cigar in his mouth. This is indeed the standard equipment of Smoker, right? Why are you following Robin? Brother Fisher, let me introduce you. He is Smoker. He was originally a newcomer to the Navy. He was defeated by me and saw the darkness of the Navy clearly, so he became my companion. This is Khalifa. I met when I was traveling around the world. Robin didn't know what Fisher was thinking at this time, and excitedly introduced his two companions to Fisher. Khalifa. Hearing Robin's introduction, Fisher frowned, and looked at the little blonde next to Robin. Good guy, not only abducted the potential natural ability users in the Navy, but also abducted the future members of CP9. Robin, you are very capable. Fisher scanned Robin's body, thinking strangely in his heart. However, looking at it this way, Zixier called him a good guy again. Robin's growth is not only manifested in means, but his own growth is also very terrifying. With this figure, if I remember correctly, Robin is only 11 years old now. If it weren't for the immature face, she would be the second Olvia. That girl Hancock is only a flat-chested little girl at the age of 12, and the rhythm of being completely killed in seconds. Is it because of cultivation that promotes the growth of the body? So it grows so fast? Fisher Hyung, I've changed a lot. With Fisher scanning his whole body, Robin didn't feel shy at all. Instead, he stopped his chest and said confidently, I didn't expect you to have changed so much. I don't even dare to admit it. Fisher didn't deny it and nodded seriously. Hearing this, Robin's face was filled with joy, and his heart was filled with joy. Okay, don't stay here anymore. Let's talk in the cabin. At this moment, Olvia, who had been smiling and watching Fisher and Robin communicate without opening a word, said, yes, Brother Fisher, go into the cabin. The wind and waves are too strong outside. Robin also reacted in time and said hastily, all right, let's go. Tell me about your situation in the past few years. Yeah, Brother Fisher, let me tell you, I've worked very hard these past few years. The favor you have given me has made me already promoted to 4.4. Even the captain of the Navy is no match for me. Luo said. Ben held Fisher's hand and led Fisher towards the cabin, excitedly asking for credit as he walked. Olvia, Smoker, and Khalifa also followed them into the cabin. An hour later, Fisher finally learned from Robin what Robin and Olvia had experienced in the past few years. After Fisher left, Robin and Olvia directly started traveling around the world, because Fisher said that Robin should improve his strength, and the condition needed for the promotion of grace is to fight and kill the enemy. Faced with this situation, Robin naturally needs to walk around the sea to find the strong. In a few years, Robin and Olvia visited almost all of the other 4 sea areas except for the Great Sea Route and the New World. Smoker and Khalifa met when they traveled around the world, and they became companions by chance. And during this period, because of a lot of battles, Robin's favor was upgraded to LV4, and Olvia was almost upgraded to LV3. Robin also picked out the most powerful naval captains in the world, which caused a great stir. And it was precisely because of this that Robin and the others attracted the attention of the Navy headquarters, so they canceled their plans to travel and lived in seclusion. He has been living in seclusion for a year now, and this time he saw the news about Fisher in the newspaper, so Robin went into the sea again, trying to find Fisher. Unexpectedly, Fisher suddenly came to her. That's right, it's fine. After listening to Robin and others' experience, Fisher patted Robin's head gently and said, nothing happened for the best. When Fisher left before, what he was most worried about was that Robin would have an accident after he left, so he asked Robin to improve his strength. In the world of One Piece, all tragedies stem from lack of strength. Only when the strength is strong enough can all dangers and disasters be killed in the bud. According to Robin's story, she killed every colonel in the world with one punch. Compared with the naval captains of the Navy headquarters, the naval captains of the 4 seas need to lower 3 military ranks in terms of strength, that is, the rank of captains of the Navy headquarters. Being able to kill the captain of the Navy headquarters in one punch, Robin's strength should already have the level of a major general of the Navy headquarters. It took a few years to go from a helpless child to this level, which is already a huge improvement, which made Fisher very gratified. Robin lived up to his expectations and didn't waste the favor she gave him. And Olvia's strength is much worse. Unlike Luo Bing, Olvia has intermediate level armed domineering and knowledge like domineering, and her aptitude is not as good as Robin. So after a few years, his strength has only been raised to the level of a Navy captain, which is comparable to the strength of a Navy captain in the 4 seas. As for Smoker, this guy's strength can already be compared with the colonel of the Navy headquarters. And the little lowly Cali FA has just started to practice, and has not experienced any battles. However, according to Robin, Khalifa can deal with several sea soldiers under her training. Smoker, Khalifa, do you two want to portray grace? After a short reminiscence, Fisher directly asked Smoker and Khalifa. Now that he has become Robin's partner, Fisher, Qian Hao will naturally not be stingy. If the two are willing, Fisher will also describe the favor to the two and let the two get the auxiliary pain of the favor. After all, the strength of the two has improved, and Robin is safer in this world. I can only stay here for more than 10 days now, and I don't know when I will come next time. Characterizing Enhui will become your subordinate, right? Smoker said straight to the point. Well, it's the same as Robin, but don't worry, I won't interfere with your development, because in 10 days or so, I will leave again. Fisher nodded and replied truthfully, I am willing, Brother Fisher. Khalifa, on the other hand, agreed directly after hearing Fisher's inquiry, and judging from her expression, Khalifa was obviously looking forward to it. Is that so? Then I'll show you the favor. Fisher stroked Khalifa's little head gently and said with a smile. One Piece's world forces began to form. Robin, I'll give you a task. Fisher said to Robin while showing favor to Khalifa. What mission, Brother Fisher? Robin asked quickly after hearing the words. Create a force secretly, can you do it? Fisher said without raising his head. Power. Power. A person who is strong as an admiral, as powerful as those great pirates in the New World, is not invincible in this world. If you want to avoid being bullied, you need a powerful force to support you. Robin, I need you to form a force comparable to the big pirates in the New World. Do you have confidence? Having said that, Fisher paused his hands that portrayed Enhui, and looked up at Robin and asked expectantly. In the world of Hunter x Hunter, he is going smoothly. Even if he is forced to be tough with the top 5 nun like Netero, he doesn't need it. Because the Zoldyck family is deeply entrenched and powerful in the world of Hunter x Hunter. Even if you can't beat Netero, you can invite your great-grandfather Ma. And these 2 times when he came to the world of One Piece, Fisher was forced to use Magic Flash to leave the battlefield because of fighting alone. Although it seems casual and unrestrained, 853 escaped in embarrassment. Fisher doesn't want to encounter this kind of thing again. But there's no way. In this world, Fisher doesn't have any foundation. The only developed subordinates are Robin, Olvia, the 3 Hancock sisters, and Kara. 6 people became members of his family. With the favor I have given them, as long as they work hard, their strength will definitely improve. However, only a few of them are far from enough. Fisher needs more subordinates and greater strength. Seeing this look in Fisher's eyes for the first time, Robin was slightly taken aback. Immediately, Robin smiled, nodded firmly, and promised loudly. Yes, Brother Fisher, Robin promises to complete the task. Well, it's the best that can be done, and it's okay if it can't be done. Your safety is the most important thing. Fisher nodded gently and urged. Although he wants to form a powerful force, Fisher still cares more about Robin's safety. Immediately, Fisher did not continue to speak, but concentrated on portraying favors to Calipha Little Lolita. Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting the ability feedback from the power member Calipha. Congratulations to the host for getting the 6th form of the Navy. Adv. The moment he finished drawing Calipha's favor, a system prompt sounded in Fisher's mind. Is Calipha better than Minchi? Is Minchi really at the bottom? Hearing the system's prompt, Fisher's expression was slightly strange, but the next moment, Fisher shook off this thought. No, Alvia is really at the bottom of those who portray grace. Alvia, are you polite? Okay, Robin, tell Calipha about Huey's situation. I'll go find Smoker. Pulling down the clothes behind Calipha, Fisher directed to Robin. Leave it to me, Brother Fisher. Robin replied with a gentle smile. Brother Fisher, thank you. Calipha, who got up, waved her hand and shouted with a bright smile on her face. He waved his hand without looking back. As a response, Fisher left the room. Leaving the cabin, Fisher returned to the deck and stood beside Smoker. How's that going? Fisher asked. Smoker, this guy's aptitude is not bad, but compared with those future supernovas in this world, he is much worse. From chasing the supernova like a dog at the beginning, to being abused into a dog in the domineering new world 2 years later. Its strength improvement is far behind the supernova's leap speed. Fisher wants to give this guy a favor and give this guy a chance to rival future supernovas. With the assistance of grace, Smog's conditions are absolutely achievable. Let's see if this guy can seize this opportunity. The only chance Fisher gave was this time, and this time he refused. Smoker would never have another chance to portray grace. Describe it to me. Smoker, who was very arrogant, didn't say much, just took off his coat and sat on the deck topless. Correct choice, you won't regret it. Seeing Smoker's appearance, Fisher smiled and said, and then described the favor to Smoker. Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting the ability feedback from the power member Smoker. Congratulations to the host for getting the Navy 6-style shave. Send. You said you also ate a devil fruit? On the great route. Fisher looked at Alvia speechlessly. Well, I ate the superhuman twisted fruit. Alvia said with a smile. Fisher. A few days passed, and Fisher and others came to the great route from the East China Sea, heading towards the direction of Alabasta. For Robin and others who have been traveling at sea for several years, this matter is not a problem at all. However, today Fisher learned from Alvia such a thing that made Fisher very speechless. That is, Alvia actually ate a devil fruit just like Robin. That is to say, now only Calipha Little Lolita on this ship has not eaten the devil fruit. How dare you? There are 3 people with devil fruit abilities in January, and the only person who has a fruit is a little lowly who is a few years old. Aren't you afraid that the ship will be destroyed, and then the whole army will be wiped out? Calipha, remember, you are not allowed to eat devil fruits. Do you understand? Immediately afterwards, Fisher seriously urged Calipha. Yeah, Calipha knows. Sister Alvia and Sister Robin told me that if they fall into the sea, then only I can kill them. The little lowly Calipha replied very obediently wrote. Yeah, that's good. Shell was relieved. Don't worry. How could I do such a thing that leaves no room for retreat? Alvia was not angry when she saw this, and explained gently. Ha. Robin sniggered aside. It's good that you have a sense of proportion. Fisher didn't want to worry about it too much, and shrugged casually. How far is it to Alabasta? Probably another 2 days. Yeah, I see. There were only Fisher and Robin on the deck. As for Smoker, he was struggling to be the helmsman in the cabin. At the same time, on the Great Voyage, there are currently 2 strangely shaped pirate ships that look like butter-coated pirate ships, and they are driving unhurriedly, and the direction of travel is also the direction of Alabasta. And the pirate flag hanging on the 2 pirate ships is a politely dressed skeleton with pink hair. If Fisher were here, he would be able to recognize the source of the flags on the 2 pirate ships at first glance. The pirate flag of the Big Mom Pirates of the New World. Seeing that he is also going to Alabasta, the Big Mom Pirates seem to have grasped Fisher's whereabouts and rushed over to Fisher. That big fat pig really wants to capture Fisher back and reproduce. Your devil fruit ability is to reverse everything in the world and turn it into an existence inside. For example, this bowl of water, can you twist it into a ball of flame? In the cabin, Fisher asked curiously. Well, as long as I have enough physical strength, I can transform, just like this. Alvia nodded slightly, and then released a spiral-shaped light from her hand that landed on the glass of water on the table. Under the spiral-shaped ray of light, the water in the cup disappeared invisible, replaced by a blazing flame. Then, there was a cracking sound, and the cup shattered into 3 pieces, and the flames fell onto the table. Seeing this, Fisher hastily stretched out his hand to extinguish the flame. More than that, I can also twist ice cubes into flames. Can turn the enemy's attack into my own defense. Ability to turn self-damage into healing. The ability to transform one's thoughts into relative thoughts when one's mind is exhausted. However, the ability to reverse thinking is not stable. I only succeeded once, and once reversed, it will be a permanent change and will not change back again. Alvia nodded slightly and explained. At this time, Fisher and others were sitting around a round table, and Alvia was telling Fisher about the ability to reverse the fruit of the superhuman devil fruit he had eaten in the past few years. Fisher is quite interested in Alvia's ability. Most of the superhuman fruit abilities are abilities that affect reality, and some powerful superhuman fruits can even involve some rules. And the twisted fruit of the superhuman fruit obtained by Alvia is obviously the high-ranking fruit among the superhuman fruits. As long as the direction of development is correct, the power it can exert will be very terrifying. Listening to Alvia's explanation, the first half was nothing, but at the end, Fisher was shocked. It actually involves the conceptual ability to reverse thinking. Hearing that Alvia was able to turn ice cubes into flames, Fisher didn't feel anything. Hearing Alvia say that she can turn the enemy's attack into her own defense, Fisher definitely has something interesting. Hearing that Alvia said that she could turn the damage she suffered into healing power to heal her body, Fisher felt that this ability was strange. But hearing the last ability, Fisher was really intimidated. Forcibly and permanently reversing a person's personality and thinking, it is very scary to think about it. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining power, member Nicole Alvia. Congratulations to the host for getting the ability feedback from Nicole Alvia, a member of the faction, and congratulations to the host for getting the power to reverse. System, something is wrong with you? Didn't you say before that Alvia's qualifications are not as good as Minchi's, so she can't be recognized by you? Why did you suddenly change your mind now? Nicole Alvia gained the power of turning around. Her aptitude has improved, and she has already surpassed Minchi, so she has become a member of the host force. The explanation of the system is very simple, just this sentence. Then it went offline again. This made Fisher a little helpless, so he could only explore the meaning of this by himself. Judging from the operation of the system, a person's qualifications are not necessarily predestined, but can also be improved the day after tomorrow. Just like Alvia, because she ate the twisted fruit, she was judged by the system as a qualification upgrade, surpassed Minchi, and became a member of the faction. It's quite interesting. From this point of view, most of the devil fruit capable users at this time surpassed Minchi and reached the system's approval standard. Interesting. However, the system guy is really a salty fish. I have to figure out everything by myself, so can't I just publish a system manual? In this way, I don't have to think for myself every time this new feature appears. However, Minchi is so pitiful, he is at the bottom again. Fisher said gloatingly. Forget it. Let's use the check-ins of the 3 people first. The check-ins of Calipha and Smoker were useless before. The system, Calipha, Smoker, and Alvia sign-in are used together. Ding. Ding. The sign-in is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the intermediate level armed domineering, intermediate level knowledge color domineering, Calipha special version. Ding. The sign-in is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the intermediate level armed domineering, intermediate level knowledge color domineering, special version for smoker. Ding. The sign-in is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the intermediate level armed domineering, intermediate level knowledge color domineering, Nicole Alvia's special version. Fisher. System. Where are you wholesale domineering? Looking at the system's 3 sign-in rewards, Fisher couldn't help complaining in his heart. Robin was like this before, and now Callie is like this. However, the rewards for the 3 Hancock sisters and the 4 Kurla were different. Then Fisher figured it out. Fisher asked Robin to help him establish a powerful force after he left. In this case, Robin will inevitably travel around the world, and the new world will also inevitably go. It is difficult to move an inch without domineering in that place. With intermediate level armed domineering and knowledge colored domineering, Robin and others can mix well anywhere. What's more, domineering is the hard currency in the world of One Piece. Here, if you want to deal with people with natural fruit abilities, you need to master domineering, otherwise you can only be beaten. In Alvia's situation, once she goes to the new world, she will be exposed. She will definitely be hunted down by the world government, and the Navy will definitely take action. At that time, she will face the 3 high-ranking nature-type fruit-capable users of the Navy. It is also inevitable. So this reward is really reasonable for the 3 of Calipha, and it meets the current needs of Robin and others. Like Alvia and Calipha, if they continue to practice step by step, I don't know how long it will take to succeed in cultivation and reach the intermediate level. What an incredible fruit ability. Alvia, let's develop it well. The upper limit of this fruit is extremely high. If you develop it to the limit, you may be able to deal with even an admiral. After analyzing the system's approach, Fisher said to Alvia gently, well, I will develop it well. Alvia promised with a gentle smile. Before that, Alvia, Calipha, you two come here, I'll give you something. Fisher nodded, and then shouted to the 2 of them with both hands. Alvia, Calipha. Brother Fisher, you mean? Robin, on the other hand, became excited when he heard Fisher's words, because that's what Fisher said at the beginning, and then she got the intermediate level armed domineering and intermediate level knowledge domineering. And seeing Robin so excited, both Alvia and Khalifa knew it was a good thing, so they came over directly. Fisher directly reached out and pressed the foreheads of the 2, and sent the system rewards for signing into the bodies of the 2. Intermediate armed domineering, intermediate knowledge domineering. In the world of pirates, few people have cultivated to this point. They are a very strong force. You guys take care of it. Looking at the 2 people who were stunned, Fisher said lightly, and then left here. He was going to send Smoker's reward as well, and then think about the spoon of twisting power he just got. How can such a thing be done? Fisher, are you a god? Feeling the soaring domineering power in his body and various domineering skills, Smoker's jaw dropped in shock, and the cigar he had been holding in his mouth fell to the ground without a trace. Noticed, he has never heard of someone in the world who can instantly acquire such a large amount of domineering in a person's body, and even allow a person to master so many domineering skills. This method can already be regarded as a god in the legend. It doesn't hurt to follow me. Just work hard, and one day you will be able to reach the top ranks of the world's top powerhouses. Facing Smoker's shock, Fisher was very indifferent, and after patting Smoker on the shoulder, Fisher left the cockpit and went back to his room. Twisting fruit. This is the second superhuman fruit obtained by Fisher, 653, and it is also the first feedback fruit ability obtained by Fisher. Both Robin and Smoker, Fisher have no feedback on the fruit ability. Regarding the 3 fruit abilities on her body, Fisher will not neglect any of them. For ordinary people, too much can be chewed, too much, but not refined. But this is not the case for Fisher. The ability to increase by 10 times gave Fisher enough energy to develop these 3 fruit abilities. It was nothing more than a little slower. Even if there is another fruit ability, Fisher can bear it. Just like the sweet fruit rewarded by the system not long ago. Standing on the shoulders of giants, Fisher has already developed a good move. Sweet fruit's charm ability and petrification power Fisher have both been developed. The power of petrification has already developed a lot of power. And the charm ability. The charm power developed by the sweet fruit is displayed on women. That is, the simple and direct charm. The power of temptation can charm some weak-minded people, regardless of the enemy or us, reverse their minds, and become themselves licking dog. But this ability is worse in man. It just makes people feel good, except for enemies, of course. You can tell by seeing how Calipha has been pestering her frequently these days. It wasn't long before Fisher met this little lowly, and he made this little lowly so close to him, all because of the charm of the sweet fruit. As for the effect on boys, it can also be seen from Smoker's body these days. From his character of not talking much at the beginning, this guy now talks to and communicates with Fisher frequently. He completely regards Fisher as a close friend who has known him for many years. This is the charm that Fisher has developed in the past half a month. If it were someone else, it would take at least a year and a half to reach this level. And now, with the ability to twist the fruit, Fisher doesn't want to leave it for ashes. What's more, this ability is a high-level fruit ability, and it is no worse than high-level natural fruits such as thunder fruit when developed to the limit. Just reversing the nature of the attack intrigued Fisher. Just imagine, when fighting with Akiji, when it releases the freezing attack, my twisting power falls on it, directly turning the freezing attack it sends out into flames. How interesting that scene would be. Moreover, when it is elemental, it will also calm, and the frozen body will directly turn into a flame body, which is probably enough for him to drink a pot. However, this is the first time it has worked, because once the trick is hit, the opponent will take precautions. Beware of the twisting force approaching. So Fisher's idea now is to develop the twisting force into an invisible state. There is no shadow, no form, an invisible twisting power. Even if you are on guard, it will be of no avail. Of course, this is just Fisher's goal. Fisher is not sure whether the ability to reverse the release of the fruit can be developed into an invisible force. Moreover, Fisher is very interested in what Alvia said about turning damage into healing, turning the power of attack into one's own defense, and finally turning a person's thinking. Especially the last one, which reverses a person's thinking and character. Just imagine, in the battle, you release the force of twisting, directly twisting the enemy's thinking and character, turning into one of your own. What will happen in that situation? The hostile side is expected to bomb. Speaking of this, the charming power of the sweet fruit is similar to the twisting power in some respects. For the next 2 days, apart from chatting with Robin and the others, Fisher spent the rest of his time developing the twisting force. And the ships of Fisher and others are also advancing steadily towards Alabasta along the magnetic field route of the Great Route. On the 3rd morning, Fisher and others finally arrived in this desert country. Brother Fisher, are you sure that this place has a historical text? Robin, who was sitting on a desert camel and covered in desert armor, asked Fisher behind him. By the way, Fisher, Robin, Alvia, and Khalifa entered Alabasta this time, and only Smoker, the big bastard, was guarding their ship at this time. After all, the ship is moored at the ferry, so there must be a watchman anyway, and this burden naturally falls on Smoker. Smoker didn't bother to enter Alabasta, so the 2 hit it off, and the 4 of them only rode 2 camels, one for Fisher and Robin, and one for Alvia and Calipha. Well, in the lower burial hall of the royal family of Alabasta, there is a historical text that records Hades. Let's visit the king of Alabasta now, and let him show you around. Fisher nodded and explained. Fisher, Robin and I are both wanted persons now. King 5.8 of Alabasta would be fine if he didn't report us to the Navy. How could he take us to the historical text? Alvia said worriedly. Don't worry, the king of Alabasta is not that pedantic. Fisher said lightly, which was very suitable for execution. Seeing Fisher's attitude, Alvia didn't ask again. Anyway, with their strength, even if the king of Alabasta attacked them, they would not be afraid. At the same time, in the kingdom of Alabasta, at the rapeseed flower port, 2 huge cake boats slowly sailed into the port. In the distance, Smoker, who was guarding the ship, looked solemnly at the 2 cake ships in the distance, frowning. Why would a guy from the New World show up here? Big MLM pirates. Why did the pirates from the New World appear on the Great Route? Standing on the bow, Smoker stared solemnly at the 2 cake-shaped pirate ships that had just sailed into rapeseed flower port. The pirate ship of the Big Mom Pirates is very distinctive, and it is passed down in one continuous line. As long as it is wandering in the sea, anyone with a little common sense can recognize it. Smoker is no exception. At the same time, the garrison personnel at Rapeseed Flower Port and Alabasta also discovered this. Whole report. After receiving the report from his subordinates, Cobra, who was far away in the palace of Albana, also changed his expression wildly. As one of the countries that joined the world government, Cobra naturally knew the cruelty of the Big Mom Pirates. The appearance of the ships of the Big Mom Pirates here is obviously not a good thing. There is no doubt about it. Sitting on the throne in the palace hall, Cobra showed a sad face and kept rubbing his forehead. No matter what level the characters who come in 09 this time are in the Big Mom Pirates, they are not good for Alabasta. Cobra didn't even know how to deal with it, because he didn't know what the members of the Big Mom Pirates were here for, and he didn't hear any news before that. However, even so, what should be faced is still to be faced, and Cobra prepared to call the ministers to discuss the appearance of the Big Mom Pirates in Alabasta. However, before his convening order was issued, the phone call of the previous reporter was broadcast again. Your Majesty Cobra, the members of the Ema Pirates are fighting with someone. Hearing this report, Cobra was shocked and stood up directly from the throne. What did you say? At this time, in the Rapeseed Flower Port, the leader of the garrison personnel was holding a phone bug and was stunned to watch Smoker fighting on the street and the long-legged woman holding a long sword. Charlotte Smoothie, what are you trying to do? After another collision, Smoker roared loudly while pointing at the opposite enemy with 10 fingers. This guy, as soon as he appeared in the Rapeseed Flower Port, sent a huge slash at himself. If he hadn't had quick eyesight and quick hands, he released a powerful attack in time to counteract the slash, and their ship would have been lost. At the same time, Smoker was very happy in his heart. If Fisher hadn't increased the domineering energy in his body 2 days ago, he really couldn't resist that slash just now. That kind of slash is also very powerful among swordsmen, and it is not something he can deal with. The person standing opposite Smoker was very tall, far above ordinary people, wearing a hat and scarf, long white hair reaching his legs and covering one eye, wearing a pair of gloves. There are long-legged tattoos on the legs, a long sword with a spiral scabbard on its back, and a pair of pink boots with patterns. It is one of the future 3 generals of the Charlotte family. No, maybe it is already a general now. After all, the strength is already very strong. And not far away, on the pirate ship of the Big Mom Pirates in the port, there is a more powerful existence watching here. It made Smoker very anxious. Smoker knew that he was definitely not an opponent of these people, but Charlotte Smoothie couldn't deal with it by himself. Smoker wanted to take out the phone bug and inform Fisher and others, but Charlotte Smoothie was staring at him right now, so Smoker didn't dare to take out the phone bug at will, for fear of being destroyed. Smoker was ready to create a suitable opportunity. However, Smoothie on the opposite side seemed to see Smoker's plan and said something unexpected to Smoker. Hey, hurry up and tell Fisher to come over, or I'll kill you right now. This guy, the purpose is Fisher. Smoker heard the words, his heart was shocked, and he was extremely surprised. However, since Smoothie gave himself this opportunity, Smoker naturally would not refuse it, directly took out the phone bug from his coat, and made contact. He believes that when Fisher and the others come back, they can join forces to deal with the Big Mom Pirates. At the same time, on the other side, Fisher and others, who had been driving around all the time, had successfully arrived in a city. Is it rainy? I remember that this is Crocodile's base camp. I don't know if this sand crocodile has come to Alabasta now. If not, this trip would be in vain. Walking on the rainy street, Fisher glanced at the surrounding situation, thinking silently. When he came to Alabasta, besides bringing 2 historians, Robin and Alvia, to find historical texts, Fisher's purpose was to fight Crocodile. Not long after his debut, this guy was able to tie with that guy, Devil Douglas, and his strength should not be underestimated. Don't look at Crocodile being defeated by a fledgling kid from Luffy in the original book. That's completely a plot kill, just like Inalo in Sky Island 817. Without the protagonist Halo, Luffy would definitely be instantly killed by the 2 of them. After all, Crocodile is a guy who can fight sea hooligans, Hawkeye, and even dare to shoot a Kainu in the top war. Blue Blue. Blue Brew. While Fisher was scanning the surroundings, a voice from the phone rang from Lee Sylvia's body. Mossy, this is Alvia. Smoker, what happened? Alvia took out the phone bug from under her white cloak and answered it. Alvia, come back quickly. The Big Mom Pirates from the New World have appeared at the port. The purpose is Fisher. If you don't come back, our ship will be gone. Smoker also explained concisely and directly. After finishing speaking, he hung up the phone directly. Fisher, what should I do? Alvia looked at Fisher and asked Fisher. Several people heard the voice of the phone bug. Big Mom, why did that guy's people come here, and not for me? Although Fisher was puzzled, he still made a decision. Let's go back. Come here, all of you, and put your hands on me. Hey, although I don't know why the 2 generals of the Big Mom Pirates appeared in Alabasta, but judging from the current situation, it's not in vain for me to come here. On the boat of Fisher and others, in the watchtower, Fisher stood by the window, looking at Smoker who was fighting back and forth with Smoothie on Harbor Street, and murmured in a low voice. This time I came here to see if this guy Crocodile is here, and if so, I will fight with this guy to improve in Huey's ability value. Now, even if Crocodile is not here, it is not in vain for me to come here. After all, this Charlotte Cracker guy is here. Robin, Alvia, Khalifa, go and deal with the pirates on that ship. Fisher glanced at Smoothie's pirate ship and ordered Robin and the 3 of them. Robin's strength is comparable to that of the Rear Admiral of the Navy headquarters. Alvia's strength has also greatly improved after obtaining the intermediate armed color and knowledge color. A few days ago, she fought with Robin, and they were evenly matched. In terms of fruit ability, Alvia is stronger than Luo Shurs. As for Khalifa, although she is too young, she still needs to see the flames of war, otherwise she will be a flower in a greenhouse. Under the care of Alvia, Robin started to venture into the sea at the age of 7 or 8, and he grew up in the same way. Now with the joint care of Robin and Alvia, if Khalifa can't grow up, it will really be a waste of the favor and arrogance that Fisher gave her. I see, Brother Fisher. Understood, Brother Fisher, look at mine. Leave it to me, Fisher. The 3 responded separately, and then they left the watchtower and headed straight for Smoothie's boat. Hey, you guys, hurry up and help me. As soon as they left the boat, Smoker noticed the 3 of them, and Smoker, who was suppressed by Smoothie, yelled loudly, stand up. You are really useless, Smoker. This guy is about the same age as you, and you have been suppressed like this. Robin covered his mouth and smiled lightly, then ignored Smoker, talked with Alvia and Khalifa, and the 3 rushed to Smoothie's boat. Don't even think about it. Smoothie, who was dealing with Smoker, saw the purpose of Robin and the others. His eyes froze immediately, and the long sword that was attacking Smoker in his hand slashed at Robin and the others. However, the next moment, a figure flashed away, and Smoothie shot out like a cannonball, smashing through more than a dozen houses and entering the port city. Fisher. Smoker breathed a sigh of relief, looked at Fisher, and shouted, that guy will be handed over to you. If you want to quickly increase the value of Huey's ability, fighting with the strong is the best way. Fisher looked at Smoker and urged. Smoker, who originally wanted Fisher to let Robin and Alvia stay to help him, was taken aback when he heard Fisher's words, and then became firm. I see, leave this guy to me. He solemnly assured Fisher, and Smoker turned into a cloud of smoke and rushed towards the direction Smoker was knocked into the air. This fellow Smoker, his natural capital is not as good as others. What should he do if he doesn't work hard? Just like now, about the same age as Smoothie, but the 2 sides were suppressed throughout the battle. If you don't have enough talent, then try your best to make it up. If you don't work hard yourself, then you can't blame others. This guy is now the strongest in his power in one piece. After obtaining the middle-level armed color and knowledge color, even Robin is no match for him. Naturally, the experience pack Fisher of Smoothie is given to him. It is also unrealistic to put Robin or Alvia on top. Shaking his head, Fisher looked at his experience bag. Charlotte Cracker's ship. The huge biscuit general was sitting on the deck with a big sword and didn't care about Robin, Alvia, and others rushing towards Smoothie. His lifelike eyes were always fixed on Fisher. After seeing Fisher's gaze on himself, General Biscuit said, as expected of an existence that can escape unscathed after attacking Mary Joya. Enough to be our father. Fisher, who was thinking about what Cracker would say, was taken aback when he heard this sentence. The next moment, the corners of Fisher's mouth twitched slightly. Father? So it looks like that big mom is after me? Want me to be her new husband? It's really speechless. How old am I? And I'm still missed by people. Taking a deep breath, Fisher forcibly calmed down the horror in his heart and shook off the figure of Big Mom that appeared in his mind. Fisher wouldn't mind if it was an ant when she was young, but it would be fine if she was an ant at this age. Thank you so much. This big cart can't pull it by itself. Opening his eyes again, Fisher's pupils darkened and a faint light flickered. Cracker, use your strength, or I will kill you. With an indifferent expression, Fisher reminded the Cracker. You don't need to tell me that this general will do his best. Charlotte's voice came from General Biscuit. Just kidding. In the face of such a sudden attack on Marie Joya and all, Naudaheo retreated. How dare he underestimate it? As soon as the words fell, Cracker controlled Biscuit General and rushed over. However, in less than 2 seconds, General Biscuit's huge body collapsed and shot back at a faster speed, exposing the body inside the Cracker. I told you to do your best, so you just create such a Biscuit General to deal with me? And there are so many flaws exposed. Isn't it too underestimating the enemy? Looking at the Cracker flying out of the broken Biscuit General, with white eyes and blood spitting out of the mouth, Fisher shook his head helplessly, with disappointment in his eyes. A Biscuit General. It's okay to deal with Luffy, but it's still too tender to deal with himself. A Overlord Coil directly destroys Biscuit General and hits the Cracker, hiding inside. But at this time, seeing the Cracker being dispatched, many members of the Big Mom pirates who had just cheered saw this scene, and the cheers froze, and they were all stunned. Even the pirates on Smoothie's ship. Even Home Ice. Kaido stunned Wong Luffy with a stick. I can't beat a general with a punch. Looking at the Cracker that smashed the ground into a huge deep hole, Fisher rubbed his chin and murmured. Immediately, Fisher's eyes fell on Cracker's boat. As soon as his eyes were fixed, a powerful domineering arrogance erupted, covering Cracker's boat in an instant. The pirates on the ship fell down one by one like dominoes. There are only a few pirates who are still strong enough to resist Fisher's domineering look, and they are all looking at Fisher in horror. With a wave of his hand, Fisher directly killed them all, and several thick thunderbolts descended in an instant, covering the bodies of these survivors. These guys just let out a scream, and then fell to the ground covered in scorched black smoke and 247 black smoke from their mouths, not even having a chance to resist Fisher's attack. But yes, although these guys are considered the best among minions in the New World, they are not strong, and in the eyes of Fisher's level, they are just cannon fodder. If it takes Fisher's time to deal with these guys, then Fisher's strength is too weak. After cleaning up the pirates on the Cracker boat, Fisher didn't do anything, but sat beside the Cracker and waited quietly, which made the pirates on the Smoothie boat heave a sigh of relief. However, immediately the three of Robin boarded the ship, and these pirates had to fight back in order to protect themselves, and a 3v battle started directly. During this period, the Big Mom pirates hadn't really developed yet. Although Jiangxing already has a good look, Li Jia's strength has also been finalized. But Smoothie's strength has not yet reached its peak, not at the level of a general, and the strength of the subordinates he leads is not too strong, and there is still some distance from the pirates on the Cracker ship. After Smoker obtained the middle-level armed color and knowledge color, his strength has reached the level of an ordinary lieutenant general of the Navy headquarters, while Smoker, who suppressed Smoker, is an elite lieutenant general of the Navy headquarters. The strongest subordinates he leads will not reach Smoker's level. Although the number is pitifully small, with the strength of the three of Robin, there is no danger in dealing with them. It is just a little difficult. However, for the three people who have favor, this kind of battle is the most suitable for them. Only when you move forward under pressure, the feedback of favors when you update them later will make your strength stronger. Well, what should I do with this guy? Kill him now. Looking at the unconscious Cracker under his feet, Fisher rubbed his chin and thought. He now has a very immature idea. That is, let Alvia come over and try to see if he can reverse this guy's thinking and directly turn him into his subordinate. If it is possible, Robin and the others will have a stronger guarantee when he leaves this world in half a month. Don't look at the Cracker guy who was instantly killed by him with a single punch, but this guy's strength is not inferior to a pirate at the level of Doflamingo. Even the current trio of the Navy's natural department can fight against each other. As soon as he thought of it, Fisher called Alvia, who was fighting with one of the cadres of the Big Mom pirates, and chopped off the two cadres, Aj, who were fighting with him, so as to save this guy from fighting with other cadres. Together against Robin and Califa. Fisher, what did you call me here at this time? Alvia asked anxiously when she came to Fisher's side. There are too many people on Robin's side, and it's better to share it with yourself. If you don't share it with yourself, then almost all the pressure falls on Robin. As a mother, she is naturally very worried. Use the power of twisting a person's mind that you said before on this guy to see if you can twist his mind and become my subordinate. Fisher ordered directly without procrastinating. Hearing this, Alvia was slightly taken aback. Then her eyes lit up, and she understood what Fisher meant, and directly released the twisting force that she had just cultivated and hadn't used too many times. The spiral-shaped light covered Cracker's body, only a flash of brilliance, and then there was no change. It's gone. Fisher looked at the unchanging Cracker on the ground and asked with some doubts. We won't know if it works until he wakes up. Alvia nodded and explained. Immediately, Alvia left her directly and rushed towards the place where Robin and the two were. So that's the case. Since this is the case, let me treat this guy's injuries first. Fisher nodded suddenly, and then prepared to treat the Crackers, not all of them. Just let this guy wake up and see if Alvia's ability works. Fisher didn't want to waste time. With a thought, the healing nun fell on the Cracker and covered his whole body. Nun, the healing system, covered his whole body, and the punch marks on Cracker's body that were dried by Fisher's punch were visible to the naked eye. However, within 3 seconds, Fisher stopped treating Nun. The fist print was only half restored. Still, it was enough to wake up the Cracker guy. The Cracker who had just woken up was obviously a little confused. His eyes were erratic, and he looked like his head had been smashed. However, after noticing Fisher sitting next to him, Cracker became agitated. Seeing this, Fisher frowned slightly failed. However, the next moment, the opening of the Cracker, let's see how you dispel this idea. Master Fisher. I saw Cracker struggling excitedly and trying to do it, shouting to Fisher. Sure, it looks like it worked. Since this is the case, then heal you and portray Inhue. Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting a new faction member, and you will get a sign-in reward once. May I ask the host if you have signed in? Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting the ability feedback from Charlotte Cracker, a member of the faction, and congratulations to the host for getting the mid-level knowledgeable domineering. Are the middle-level knowledgeable and domineering? Nice ability. Before rescuing Hancock, I was rewarded with an intermediate-level armed color. After taking Hancock as a member of a faction, I got a high-level overlord color. Now I have obtained an intermediate-level knowledge color. My domineering is very powerful in this world. Feeling watching the change of domineering in the body, Fisher read. System, sign in. Ding. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the high-level armed domineering, high-level knowledge color domineering, Charlotte Kaylee Special Edition. Advanced. It seems that Charlotte Cracker's armor color and knowledge color haven't reached this level, otherwise the system wouldn't give this kind of reward. Immediately, Fisher gave the check-in reward directly to Charlotte Cracker. This immediately shocked Charlotte Cracker, who directly regarded Fisher as a god. Advanced armed color and advanced knowledge color, plus the strength of the Cracker itself. This guy should be comparable to an admiral. With him here, Robin and the others will be safer. Not necessarily. I have turned this guy against me. That guy, Ant, is probably going to explode. Probably going after Cracker. Otherwise, Cracker goes back to work as an undercover agent. Fisher rubbed his chin and thought, while looking at Cracker beside him who regarded himself as a god. Let this guy go back to be an undercover agent, and Robin and the others will call him out to help when they need it. It should be fine. I just don't know if this guy will be punished by the Ant if he didn't complete the mission he was sent out this time. Well, forget it. Let's try it. As one of the generals, even if you don't complete the mission, Big Mom probably won't really do anything to the Cracker. After all, the Cracker is also a good combat power. Thinking of this, Shell gave an order directly to the Cracker. This subordinate understands. Cracker naturally could not disobey Fisher's order, so he complied directly. The next situation is very simple. Although the battle was very difficult, the three of Robin still killed more than half of the pirates on Cracker's ship, and Cracker took care of the rest by himself. But Smoker's side looked different. The battle was very difficult. Smoker's whole body was beaten up by Smoothie, his nose was bruised, his body was covered with wounds, and he was in danger. He looked tenacious and unyielding, and seemed to want to fight on. However, Fisher wouldn't just watch this guy die. After the Cracker killed all the pirates he brought, Fisher punched Smoothie unconscious. Alvia, try again. Looking at the fainted Smoothie, Fisher ordered to Alvia. Alvia is also very looking forward to this, because she has successfully reversed Cracker's thinking just now, and now she has one more test subject. She is eager for it. The twisting power fell on Smoothie, followed by Fisher's healing power. Alvia, tell me, will it succeed this time? Shell asked Alvia while he was being treated. I don't know, but I hope to succeed. Alvia said with a smile, eyes full of expectation. Master Fisher? After treating Smoothie to the point of waking up, Fisher and others waited for a satisfactory answer. The chances are really high. What a former ability. Looking at Smoothie's respectful look, Fisher squinted his eyes and said, perhaps you can use this power to fulfill your orders, Brother Fisher. Robin said with a smile on the side, his eyes sparkling. This can be considered. Alvia nodded in agreement. It's up to you to decide. Fisher said lightly, and then stopped talking, showing favor to Smoothie. Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting a new faction member. Get a sign-in reward once. May I ask the host to sign in? Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting the ability feedback from member Charlotte Smoothie. Congratulations to the host for getting the power to squeeze fruit. Ability to squeeze fruit. Not bad. Squeezing the fruit, the ability to develop this thing is still very good. What Fisher values most is its ability to extract harmful substances from its own body. Just like in the original book, Smoothie squeezes out the toxins in the body. This fruit ability is of great use to Fisher. With the ability to squeeze fruit, once any unfavorable forces invaded his body, Fisher could use this ability to squeeze out these unfavorable forces. This ability is very suitable for dealing with those weird forces that invade a person's body without a sound. Just like the Dark Continent. The strangeness of that place is even more frightening than the secret realm, and it is hard to guard against. Even if some bad existence invades the body, you may not feel it. Just like some conceptual creatures. Even if you feel it, there are times when there is nothing you can do about it. And the ability to squeeze fruit is very effective against this kind of power. All in all, Fisher is very satisfied with this ability. So the look at Smoothie is much gentler than that of the Cracker. System sign in. Ding. The sign in is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the awakening of squeezed fruit. Charlotte Smoothie special version. Is the fruit awakened? It's interesting, but I don't know what will happen when I wake up. Muttering in his heart, Fisher reached out and pressed Smoothie's forehead on the ground, giving the system reward to Smoothie. Hey, Fisher, at least you heal me. Smoker, who had no one caring about him, couldn't bear it anymore and roared loudly. Yes, yes, here we go. I'm back. I've gained a lot this time. With a flash of white light, Fisher appeared at Kukula Mountain's home, stretched, and said to himself. After ordering Cracker and Smoothie to go back to work as undercover agents, Fisher and the others stayed in Alabasta for a few days and left after reading the history of Alabasta's funeral hall. King Cobra Stan. Afterwards, after half a month of calm sailing on the sea, Fisher left the world of One Piece and returned to the world of Hunter x Hunter due to the time limit of the system. This time, the harvest of going to One Piece world is the richest. High-level Overlord color, intermediate armed color, intermediate knowledge color, twisting fruit ability, sweet fruit ability, squeezing fruit ability, and even favor have all been upgraded by one level, and their own strength is already comparable to that of an admiral in the world of One Piece. My current strength should be comparable to the 157 guards of the Ant King. Rubbing his chin, Fisher said to himself. Host, Fisher Zoldyck. Abilities, Conjurer None Thunder, Conjurer None Life, Magic, Flicker, God's Grace, Tenfold Amplification, Broken Divinity, Thunder, 3-color Domineering, Thunder Fruit Ability, Reverse Fruit Ability, Squeeze Fruit Ability. Props, Natural Teeth. Well, this system panel is finally richer, and it's no longer as simple as before. Looking at the property panel of the system, Fisher is very satisfied, and finally it is no longer as poor as before. Immediately, Shell took out his mobile phone from the bedside table. It's been a month, and the phone is still turned off. I thought you could still be strong after a month, but it seems that you can't either. Fisher sighed as he looked at the phone that hadn't moved in his hand. Immediately, Fisher charged the two mobile phones, and then left the bedroom. After leaving for a month, I don't know how the abilities of Guy Lu and Crook are developing. And how is the cultivation of the vitality tree going? Crook is a plant expert, and he specializes in super ancient plants, so it shouldn't be a problem. Walking in the corridor, Fisher muttered to himself. Fisher himself does not need the fruit of the vitality tree, because Fisher's own energy is rapidly improving all the time. But this thing means a lot to the Zoldyck family. As long as they can be cultivated and then figure out how to expand the number, it will bring great benefits to the Zoldyck family and increase their strength. If there is a steady supply of vitality tree fruits, then the strength of the members of the Zoldyck family will increase explosively. At that time, it will be no problem for everyone to have Ninchi cultivation at the level of the Ant King's personal guards. I get a little excited just thinking about it. Huh, Fisher? When did you come back? At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared at the corner of the corridor. It was Grandpa Gino. After seeing Fisher, Gino was a little surprised. It was just an accident. Gino knew that Fisher has the space element None, magic flickering, and he is elusive, and he will not be surprised when he goes out and when he comes back. Just came back, Grandpa. Did you just go out to complete the mission? Fisher nodded, then noticed the slight murderous look on Gino's body, and asked curiously. Well, I went to complete a task, and I got a little angry. Gino nodded and replied, then turned and walked forward. However, after walking a few steps, Gino stopped, and said without turning his head, by the way, the tree that one of the 12 earthly branches brought back by your boy has been researched and cultivated. You can go to have a look. After speaking, he left again. Hearing this, Fisher was overjoyed. Unexpectedly, Crook actually cultivated the vitality tree in a month. He is indeed an expert. With excitement, Fisher quickened his pace and rushed towards the research institute of the Zoldyck family. Soon, Fisher rushed to the research institute, and then grabbed a research-oriented butler and asked about Crook's location. Lord Fisher, Lord Crook has gone to the botanical garden. The butler replied respectfully. I see, go get busy. Fisher nodded, then turned and left. I was really overwhelmed by the excitement. Now that it has been cultivated, it will naturally be planted in the botanical garden. On the way, Fisher was speechless about his impulsiveness and laughed at himself. Less than 10 minutes away, Fisher appeared in the botanical garden in Kukushin. As soon as he arrived at the botanical garden, Fisher directly spread the circle out. The botanical garden of the Zoldyck family is very large. Even if Fisher spreads this circle to the extreme, he can't get a glimpse of the whole picture, so he can only use the circle to find it while walking. Soon Fisher found Crook's location and rushed there directly. Hey, Fisher, you're here. In front of a towering tree, Crook was recording something with a pen and paper. Crook was also aware of Fisher's arrival and didn't feel surprised at all. He was still writing on the paper. It was recorded and said without raising his head. It was regarded as a greeting. Is this the vitality tree? It's so big. Fisher came to Crook's side and said with emotion, the seeds are so big, the tree will naturally not be small. However, Fisher, thanks to the immortal body essence you gave me, otherwise I really wouldn't be able to cultivate this guy. You don't know, this guy sucked my vitality for half a month before he recovered. Afterwards, I planted it here and sucked my life force for 10 days to grow like this. Putting the paper in his hand on the pile of paper, Crook said to Fisher both with emotion and complaint. Thank you for your hard work. Fisher couldn't help but smile when he heard that, and then thanked him. It's not hard. I feel a sense of accomplishment to be able to breed this extinct species. Crook shook his head and said with a smile. Oh, by the way, the vitality tree should bear fruit in half a month. According to my estimation, the first fruiting effect of the vitality tree will be the best, and it can produce 30 vitality fruits each time. So fast. Well, after all, it has absorbed my vitality for so many days, so it is normal to grow fast. Next, he will continuously absorb the chi of the earth veins, transform it into vitality, and finally bear fruit. Crook nodded, and then explained. Absorb the air of the ley lines? That won't turn Kookaloo Mountain into a barren land. Mentioning this, Fisher was worried. If this is the case, then Fisher will have to consider whether to transplant this big guy to another place. Don't worry, what this guy absorbs is the gas from the lava in the volcano. It won't affect this land. On the contrary, it will appease the extinct volcano of Kulu Mountain so that it will never erupt. It kills two birds with one stone. Kaluk naturally knew what Fisher was worried about, and explained with a smile. Hey, that's pretty cool. By the way, how often does the vitality tree bear fruit? There is enough molten gas, once a month. Why are you looking for Mo Lawo? Netero asked with a delicate expression when he heard the voice on the phone in the office of the president of the Hunter Association headquarters. No, it's not really looking for him. It's mainly looking for his apprentice to take Kulu. On the side of Kukula Mountain, Fisher explained lightly. Fisher wants to know how much his Nunchi value is now, and wants to develop a Nun that can detect the cultivation level of Nunchi. He should be the best at this aspect, so Fisher is going to find this guy. Learn from. After all, this guy seems to be the only Nun in Hunter x Hunter who has digitized Nunchi. If you succeed in learning from him, you can save yourself a lot of time. Okay, I'll send you Mo Lao's phone number, and you can find him yourself. Netero was a little surprised, but still sent Mo Lao's phone number to Fisher. Hello, this is Mo Lao, who is 09. After dialing the number Netero sent him, a rough and steady voice came from inside. Mr. Mo, I was introduced by Netero. My name is Fisher. If you need anything, please. Fisher said flatly, straight to the point. Old man. I didn't expect the old man to be so familiar with the Zoldyck family that he would recommend me to you. The official meeting place was a small city by the sea, and Mo Lao's location was in a small restaurant. After seeing Fisher, Mo Lao was obviously very surprised. To be precise, I approached Netero and asked him for your contact information. Fisher smiled and explained. Well, it's all the same. I heard from the old man that you want to find my apprentice to take the cool kill. Mo Lao waved his hand casually, very casually, as if he didn't care about the identity of the Fisher Zoldyck family at all. Well, I'd like to develop a nun that can probe and materialize thoughts into numbers. Your disciple took Kulu's nun in the sky and didn't know that it was related to this aspect, so I want to talk to him. Of course, it's not free. I'll give you a reward. Fisher nodded slightly and said, the reward is unnecessary. Since the old man treats you very well, you should be different from the rest of the Zoldyck family. I will trust you. However, let's talk about that guy Kulu. If you want him to help you, then you must find him. He is now in this city, hiding in a certain corner. It's up to you to find him. Seeing Fisher being so frank, Mo Lao was also a little surprised, and then told him, hide and seek, I'm pretty good at it. Hearing this, Fisher said with a faint smile. The next moment, the terrifying thoughts erupted instantly and spread out in all directions. Feeling the terrifying thoughts on Fisher from the front, Mo Lao stood on the spot in a daze, with a drop of cold sweat involuntarily breaking out on his face, staring at Fisher blankly, without saying a word. Mr. Mo Lao, then I will excuse you first. Fisher stood up, said goodbye politely, and then left the small restaurant. It wasn't until Fisher left here that Mo Lao came back to his senses. At this moment, Mo Lao broke out in a lot of cold sweat. What a terrifying thought energy. At the same time, in a residential house more than 1,000 meters away, Mo Lao's apprentice, Na Kuliyuan, was leaning against a window at this moment, trembling all over, and his face was covered in sweat. In fact, he already knew about Fisher's request for help from Mo Lao, and he didn't refuse for the sake of his master Netero. But he set such a condition for Fisher, that is to find him by playing hide and seek in the city, and he will only help if he is found. But unexpectedly, such a terrifying existence would appear in this city. This breath, just sensing it made him dare not take any action. Master should have sensed it too. Nakula thought in horror. However, at the next moment, Nakuluan felt his eyes go dark, and then a not-so-tall figure appeared in his sight. At this moment, the air holes in Nakuluan's body were enlarged to the extreme, but even so, the air in Nakuluan's body was very calm. No, it was silence. The chi in Nakulu's body became silent. Nakulu's heart was very clear. He didn't dare to do anything. So even the chi in his body followed the owner's heart and quieted down. Yo, Nakulan, I'm here to find you. Seeing Nakulu in front of him, Fisher greeted lightly and put away his breath. Are you alright? After greeting, Fisher blinked at the sweaty Nakulan, a little dazed. What's wrong with this guy? Why did he show such a frightened expression? Hearing Fisher's words, 287 was taken aback by Kulu. I didn't expect that it was a terrifying powerhouse like you who asked me for help. It's really my honor. Standing in front of Fisher, he said seriously with a cool look. At this time, he had withdrawn from the state of panic, and after knowing that the owner of the terrifying aura was Fisher, the person who came to him for help, Nakulu was no longer afraid. Instead, respect for the strong. Don't do that. This time I came to ask you to help develop Nun. You were so respectful, so I don't know what to do. Fisher waved his hand and said helplessly, don't worry, I will definitely help you develop Nun with all my strength, Your Excellency Fisher. Hearing this, Nakulu patted his chest and promised firmly. For Nakuluan, it is a great honor to befriend Fisher, a terrifying existence that scares him to the point of losing his will to fight just by his breath. Now that Fisher wants to help himself, he will naturally spare no effort to help. Then I'll leave it to you. Fisher nodded, asking in a polite tone. Perhaps in Nakulu's view, it is an honor for him to be able to help a powerhouse of Fisher's level. So when Fisher asked to know his experience in developing the world, this guy almost shared everything, revealing his own whimsy and experience in developing this ability. And Fisher's ability to accept and learn is also very strong. So in just 1 month, Fisher successfully developed the Nun he wanted. Looking at the mobile phone in Fisher's hand and the value displayed on the screen of the mobile phone, Nakulan couldn't help swallowing. 102,0001. 1.02 million thoughts. This is the result of Fisher's test just now. More than 1 million. My mind energy is only 20,000 to 30,000, and my master Mo Lawu is less than 100,000. But the young man beside him has a million thoughts. Even Chairman Netero doesn't have such a scary value. Fisher Zoldyck, just with this chi value, he is already ranked among the top 5 Nin masters. I didn't expect that I would have the opportunity to jointly develop a Nun with this level of Nin practitioners. What a great honor. Thanks, take the cool kill. I owe you a favor. If you need anything in the future, you can come to me as long as you don't violate my rules. Fisher put away the embodied Nun detection phone in his hand and thanked Nakulu next to him. During this month, it can be said that Nakulu has devoted 12% of his energy to help himself develop this Nun. Fisher is not an ungrateful person, so he directly gave Nakulan a favor. Nakulu naturally knew how terrifying the value of a favor at Fisher's level was. Hearing this, he quickly waved his hand. No. It's my honor to develop Nun together with you, Your Excellency Fisher. Nakulu hurriedly waved his hand, indicating that he could not take this favor. However, Fisher would not waste his saliva on this matter with Nakulan, and directly settled down domineeringly. That's it. You can come to me when you need help. Immediately, Shell waved his hand and left here. As for Nakulan, he froze in place, watching Fisher's gradually receding figure, staring at him motionlessly. It was not until a long time later that Nakulu realized it. The next moment, Nakulu was ecstatic in his heart. This level of favor, I'm going to send it. The ecstatic Nakulu roared up to the sky. On the other side, Fisher had already boarded the Zoldyck family's car arranged earlier and headed to the airport. Is my thought value already so huge? According to the original book, it is estimated that Nakulu's thoughts on Yupi are huge, and it is estimated to be 7 or 800,000, and it will be close to 1 million. My current mind energy should already be stronger than Yupi's. The 3 guards have almost the same Nian Chi cultivation. Even if there is a gap, it is not very big. I just don't know how much Netero's thoughts are worth. Although this guy said that he was no match for Neferpitou, he almost knocked Neferpitou out of Dongwuchuo with a random palm. And according to Netero, yes, but enough to do that. It can't be ruled out that the upper limit of his cultivation for hundreds of years is higher than that of Neferpitou, but the potential for not reaching the peak is at least 6 to 700,000 or even 7 to 8 million. Well, I'll just test it out next time I see it. Looking at the constantly flashing scenery outside the window, Fisher's thoughts continued to diverge. Speaking of which, what is the value of this butler's mind energy? Fisher suddenly thought, and then he showed his mind energy detection mobile phone and started to check on the driver butler. 24,003. Father, what did you call me back for? Ilmi asked Silva expressionlessly in a hall in the castle of the Zoldyck family in Kukalu Mountain. It's not me. It's Fisher who asked me to call you back. Silva replied in a joint. Hey, that Fisher guy? It's really a surprise. It's the first time he used this kind of authority. Does it mean that you are ready to take over the family? IL fans were surprised by Silva's answer. It's fine if that's the case. Fisher doesn't want to accept the family right now, saying he's too young. Silva shook his head and sighed, regretting. Kruk, Gailu, Fisher, did you say when you'll be here? Kikyo asked the Crook and Gailu who were standing not far away. Yeah, Fisher notified us an hour ago, but didn't tell us when to arrive. Crook shook his head. Except for Maha, Killua and Fisher, everyone else in the family is here, including Gale and Crook. Killua and Fisher were outside, and because Maha didn't want to come over, Fisher couldn't move. Then, do you know what Fisher meant by asking us to gather? Gino also spoke at this time, and asked the two of them. I know that. When we explored a secret realm with Fisher before, Fisher got a seed in it, which is the tree species of Vitality Tree. After more than a month of cultivation and growth, this seed has already borne fruit. This kind of fruit can enhance a person's energy. Fisher must have brought you here to distribute Vitality Fruit to you. Crook nodded, and then stood up and explained. As soon as this explanation came out, everyone present was stunned, with incredulous expressions on their faces. This is the first time they have heard of the existence of a fruit that can improve mind energy. They know the value of this kind of thing as soon as they hear it. Where's the fruit of the Vitality Tree now? Take it out. Ermi asked Crook with excitement on his paralyzed face. The energy in his body began to surge, as if Crook wanted to do it without taking out the Vitality Fruit. Ilmi, shut up. Seeing Yermi's appearance, Gino frowned and shouted. Only then did Yermi regain her composure, but judging from her trembling appearance, she felt that her heart was not at peace. Immediately, Gino escaped the cell phone from his clothes and called Fisher. However, the phone rang from outside the door. Huh? Grandpa, what are you calling me for? Fisher, who had just returned from his room and brought the fruit Crook picked this month, asked suspiciously. Is the matter about the Vitality Fruit true? Jianhua asked seriously. Oh, you heard what Crook and the others said. It's true. Today I gave you the fruits of the Vitality Tree. That's why I called you here. Hearing this, Fisher smiled slightly, and then said gently, I have 30 in my hand now, and you have 2 for each of you. However, before that, let me detect how strong your mind energy is. Fisher took the box containing the Vitality Fruit out of the system space, and then materialized the mind energy detector phone, faintly said. Spirit value? What do you mean? Silva asked. Everyone present frowned upon hearing Fisher's words. This is the nun I developed, which can detect the strength of a person's mind. I want to see how much a Vitality Fruit can enhance a person's thought energy. So before you eat the Vitality Fruit, I will check it out, and I will also check it after you eat it. Fisher raised his Nianqi detection cell phone, explained. If the effect of the Vitality Fruit is very strong, then Fisher does not mind eating one every month. If the effect of the Vitality Fruit is not strong, then Fisher feels that he should not waste it. The speed of my own cultivation is already very fast. If the effect of the Vitality Fruit is not strong, I will give my share to others to use. Great-grandfather Maha, Grandpa Gino, Father Silva, Mother Kikyo, Elder Brother Ilmi, second child Miji, myself, fourth child Killua, and also Kaluto. There are 10 people in the family, and each person takes 2 pills a month. Then the remaining 10 Fishers plan to give Crook and their 4 direct butlers 2 each. In this way, there will be 28 people. As for the remaining 2 Fishers, they're going to save them. In the future, if there are more members directly under the housekeeper, they will be given to that person. So that's how it is. I understand. Then let me test it. Everyone in 010 understood after hearing what was said. Silva continued to speak and asked himself, Father, let me do it. Elder brother, Ermi, also stood up. Now he can't wait to see how much this Vitality Fruit can enhance his mind energy. Okay, don't argue. It will be fine soon. Regarding this, Fisher was a little speechless. There is no need to argue about this kind of thing. As long as one hand touches the person who wants to detect with one's own thought energy detection, then it can be detected very quickly. Then hurry up. Ermi urged with a blank expression. The others also nodded, indicating that they hadn't seen each other. Soon, Fisher contacted the people present one by one and found out the intensity of their thoughts. Grandpa Gino, 493,000. Dad Silva, 400,362. Brother IL fans, 260000. Mother Kikyo, 300230. Sixth Kaluto, 83033. Crook, 280,000. Gailu, 300,122. Second Dick minimum, 12369. Grandpa Jianhua has the highest level of Nianqi, which is close to 500,000, and his second child, Miji, who likes to stay at home, has the lowest Nianqi, only over 10,000. Ajbai. As for the 2 guys, Crook and Gailu, it seems that because of the rewards from the system, the strength of the thoughts of the 2 guys who were originally not as good as IL fans actually surpassed IL fans. Hey, my thought value is actually only 260,000. Grandpa Dad, how much do you have? IL fans looked at the Nianqi value table printed out by Fisher's Nianqi detection mobile phone in his hand, and was a little surprised, then looked at his grandfather Gino and his father Silva, and asked, 490,000. 400,000, replied Grandpa Gino and Dad Silva respectively. I see. It seems that I'm still far behind. Ermi nodded, not surprised. Immediately, fans looked at Fisher and asked curiously, Fisher, what is the strength of your mind? As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes turned to Fisher. Obviously, everyone present is very concerned about this matter. Me, my Nianqi value is more than twice that of Grandpa. Seeing that everyone's eyes were on him, Fisher replied calmly without panicking. As soon as this answer came out, everyone's hearts suddenly set off a stormy sea. Especially Grandpa Gino, Dad Silva, and Brother IL fans. The 3 of them all guessed about the intensity of Fisher's energy, but they didn't expect the intensity of Fisher's air conditioning to be so terrifying. Ah, Fisher, Mommy's baby, you really didn't let Mom down. After being dazed for a moment, Mom Kikyo was the first to react, rushed over excitedly, hugged Fisher in her arms, shouted excitedly, Mom, let me go. Fisher struggled helplessly and shouted, it's true that the blue is better than the blue. Grandpa Jinhua was deeply moved. He is Fisher's nun mentor. He taught Fisher how to practice nun, and he watched Fisher grow. But I didn't expect Fisher's strength improvement to be so terrifying. Before, it was just a tie with Silva, but a few months later, Fisher's mind energy actually surpassed his own and reached twice his level. Old. Although it's inappropriate to say that at my age, Dad, you are indeed right. I feel that I am already old and can't keep up with the speed of young people. Silva followed suit. Grandpa, Dad, don't generalize. This kid is a monster. He can't represent us young people. Ermi retorted. He really didn't want to be compared with the monster Fisher. Obviously, I am several years older than Fisher, but since Fisher was 8 years old, I've been crushed by Fisher in all aspects. He is really too difficult. Okay, let's not talk about this. You all eat a Vitality Fruit first, and then test it to see how much energy the Vitality Fruit can improve. Fisher shook his head funny and said, but he muttered inwardly, what do you compare me to? I have cheats. How about you? Everyone nodded. Without any delay, they took their portion of fruit from Fisher's hand and began to eat it. However, as soon as he bit it, everyone's expressions became unified, as rich as they could be. Knowing Fisher's analysis of microexpressions, it's sour. Moreover, the half-facial and facial paralyzed faces of Grandpa Gino, Dad Silva, and Brother IL fans can all have this kind of reaction, and the acidity can be imagined. However, although it was sour, everyone still ate a vitality fruit. After eating all of it, Fisher's Yuan clearly sensed that the thoughts on everyone's body had suddenly increased a bit. Although not much, it is indeed enhanced. It seems that the cultivation was successful, but I don't know the effect. Looking at it, Fisher muttered and began to detect again. 2,000. Each vitality fruit can enhance the value of 2,000. 2 per person per month, which means 4,000 air conditioning value. The effect is not bad. Although it's not as good as the increase in mind energy gained from my monthly practice, it's much higher than the mind energy gained from Grandpa Gino's monthly practice. Sure enough, after perceiving the enhanced mind energy in their bodies, a gleam of light flashed in everyone's eyes. Fisher, make a condition. How can I give me the remaining fruits? Ermi asked excitedly with dilated pupils. No, 2 for each person. This is my rule. Fisher shook his head and rejected Yermi, then took out a vitality fruit and directly bit into it. The next moment, Shell's face was also extremely wonderful. The effect is good, and you can't just give up this benefit. In the dark secret room, Fisher slowly opened his eyes and then materialized the Nianqi detection mobile phone to detect his own Nianqi value. 1050032. It has been a month since the last time the vitality fruit was distributed to Dad and the others. During this month, Fisher has been practicing with all his strength. After eating 2 vitality fruits, Fisher's Nianqi value was 1,025,000, and the strength of Nianqi value reached this level in the past 1 month. That is to say, with Fisher's ability to increase by 10 times, Fisher in the state of full strength cultivation can increase the value of mind energy by about 25,000 in 10 months. It can increase about 300,000 a year. Of course, this is the speed of cultivation that Fisher can only achieve when he does nothing and tries his best to increase his potential capacity. Naturally, it is impossible for Fisher to do this. The development of various trivial matters and various abilities and moves will take up half to half of Fisher's time. That is to say, in 1 year, Fisher can only increase the energy value of about 150,000 under normal circumstances. However, this is only mind energy cultivation. Counting the increase of mind energy when entitlement is increased, Fisher thinks that it should be able to increase plus 200,000 in 10 years. Of course, this is the case when Manhwa is promoted. Just like when Fisher was upgraded in the One Piece world, Fisher felt that his Nianqi value had skyrocketed. According to Fisher's valuation of the mind energy in his body, the value of mind energy in his body has skyrocketed by at least 200,000 during that upgrade. Let's not count the benefits for the time being, and count the vitality fruit. I can raise 200,000 a year. After all, I can eat 2 garden breaths every month. Tick, tick, tick. When Fisher was thinking about how much his mind energy could increase in a year, the mobile phone beside him lit up, and then a strange ringtone rang. Crook, what does this guy want from me? Fisher murmured to himself suspiciously while looking at the display, and then connected the phone. Hey, Fisher, hurry up and take care of your bastard brother. If you come to disturb my research next time, I will do it. Crook's roar came from one side as soon as the phone was connected. It made Fisher unconsciously keep the phone away from his ears. After listening to Crook's words, black lines immediately dropped on Fisher's forehead. Damn brother, I ran to get the idea of the vitality tree again. That's the character of the old man Ilmi. When you encounter something good, you want to hold it in your own hands. In the original book, this is the case after knowing Killua's specialness to Aluka and want to control Killua so as to master the infinite talk of Naga. Now as soon as the vitality tree appeared, this guy had the idea of the vitality tree. If it wasn't for the vitality tree being guarded by Guy Lu and Crook in turn, they wouldn't even know it was transplanted to that secret base by this guy. It's not a problem to continue like this. Fisher scratched his forehead, feeling a little helpless. Why don't you force this guy, Ilmi, to make a vow not to go near the vitality tree? No. They are relatives anyway, so they can't be treated so harshly. Forget it, let Crook and the others do it. Thinking of this, Fisher gave orders directly to Crook. Crook, next time this guy wants to get the idea of the vitality tree, you can call Gailu together, push him to the ground, and beat him to death. Just give him a breath. I'll treat him then. Fisher ordered lightly. Fisher is very clear about his own healing ability. Even if he has only 1 breath left, he can still save him. Moreover, even if it is dead, Fisher can bring it back. After all, I have already obtained the recognition of my natural teeth. The ability of Tine Shinji, a heavenly blade, is already usable, like Ming Dao Wan-Yupo. As for this guy who is a fan of Year, if he doesn't give this guy a special lesson, this guy won't stop. I asked Crook to study how to divide the vitality tree and plant more airless trees. If IL fans continue to make trouble like this, what should I do if something goes wrong? That's what you said. Next time this guy comes over, I'll ask Guy Lu to beat him up with me. Crook on the other side was very excited when he heard this sentence and reminded him loudly. As if afraid of Fisher taking back his words, he hung up the phone. Ilmi, you're really going to cause me trouble. You prick. How can I take over Zoldyck if I don't teach you a lesson? Looking at the hung up phone, Fisher sighed heavily. Afterwards, Shell got up and left the secret room. It's time to give the vitality fruit to Killua, Karapika, and Minchi. You can't favor one another. Muttering to himself, Fisher walked out of the secret room. Speaking of these 3 guys, Wart stayed in the Sky Circle with Gon during this time and did not leave. And Karapika has been staying in Ukexen City. As for Minchi, this guy has plunged headlong into the depths of the wetlands since the last time he left Kokolo Mountain. According to her, there are many gourmet thieves in the depths of the Wetmeal Wetland. As long as she visits that place, she must be the top hunter in the world after she comes out. But even so, the guy's connection with Fisher has never been broken. I will call Fisher every few days to report his safety, and will send text messages when I can't get through. The last time Fisher left the world of Hunter x Hunter to go to the world of One Piece for more than a month, this guy sent Fisher as many as 15 messages, all reporting his whereabouts. Although she doesn't know how her strength has improved, Fisher knows that this guy has already found dozens of dreamy delicacies. It is estimated that the gourmet cells have been raised to a certain level, and the strength improvement should be very objective. Let's go to Minchi first. I haven't seen her for so long. I miss her a lot. Muttering to himself, Fisher embarked on a journey to the wetland of Shamil. Here we are, Master Fisher. A black car stopped outside the wetland, and the butler in a black suit and sunglasses said respectfully, you can go back, wait for my call. Fisher nodded and ordered, and then got out of the car. Yes, Master Fisher. The butler replied, and then drove away from here. The last time I came here was half a year ago. I don't know where that guy Minchi is now. Looking at the wetlands shrouded in smoke, Fisher murmured to himself. The next moment, Fisher turned into a bolt of lightning and soared into the sky, and was submerged in the smoke in an instant. At the same time, in the Wetmeal Wetlands, this guy Minchi is sitting in front of a bonfire and eating. A huge piece of barbecue was roasting on the bonfire, and a large pile of huge animal bones was piled up not far away from it. One can imagine how big Minchi's meal is. 887. And around, in the smoky darkness, one after another hidden monsters stared at this side with burning eyes, but they didn't dare to take a step forward. Many monsters even showed timidity in their eyes when they looked at Minchi. Obviously, these monsters were all beaten by Minchi, and they were even frightened. Fisher would be very surprised if he was here. You must know that he and his grandfather Genua also killed a lot of monsters when they came here, and they didn't make these monsters timid. But Minchi did it. In fact, Fisher was quite surprised. Fisher, who descended from the sky, immediately noticed the many monsters around here, and noticed the timid emotions of these monsters. You're doing well here. I never made these guys so scared when I came here before. Fisher said unexpectedly. Startled by Fisher's sudden appearance, Minchi choked directly, scratching his neck desperately, trying to swallow the food in his throat. Fisher. Although she was a little speechless at Minchi's appearance, Fisher still helped her, using the healing system Nun to smooth her breath and let him swallow the food in his throat. Hey, don't be afraid. The most you come here is to find them to fight and improve the favor, right? I came here to be a big eater. Minchi proudly raised the huge leg flesh in his hand and said with a smile. Fisher. Well, it's really scary. It doesn't matter if you die, but after you die, your body will be gnawed by the enemy, which makes these monsters very scared. However, it's not scary to think about it. In nature, this kind of situation is very common. Or maybe it's because this enemy is a human. By the way, Fisher, you came just in time. I just found a very valuable plant. Come with me then. At this moment, Minchi suddenly remembered something and said with a serious expression, Baby. Well, baby, it's a kiwi tree. Although I don't know what effect it has, I can feel that the kiwi fruit grown on that tree is of great help to the human body. My gourmet cells are eager for that kind of peach. However, the kiwi fruit on that kiwi fruit tree is not yet ripe, and we need to wait another 2 days. Besides, there are 2 forces guarding there. Since you are here, please help me when the time comes. Minchi nodded and explained. Influence. Fisher naturally agreed to Minchi's request. The monkey in the 12 earthly branches. That guy brought a few men to wait there, especially waiting for the fruit on the kiwi tree to ripen. Besides, I also found several species of special macaques in the wetmeal wetlands staring at the tree. If I'm alone, it's a little troublesome to occupy that tree. You are here, and we will work together to snatch that tree down. Minchi continued talking. His eyes began to shine, and the corners of his mouth curled up, started drooling. Hearing this, Fisher knew that the guy who co-authored Minchi wanted to monopolize that tree, really greedy. However, Fisher did not refuse. Since Minchi wants to monopolize it, then monopolize it. Moreover, something that can make gourmet cells crave for it is definitely not a simple thing. That's right. Suddenly, Fisher remembered something, took out 4 vitality fruits from the system space, and threw them to Minchi. Seeing this, Minchi quickly waved one hand, took the box containing the vitality fruit, and asked in doubt, What is this? Good stuff, eat it quickly. Fisher said with a smile. Good thing. Yes, I can feel it. However, why do my gourmet cells seem to dislike the things in it? Minjan's expression was very strange. She could feel that the box Fisher gave her contained things that were beneficial to her, but the gourmet cells in her body disliked it very much. This is very contradictory. However, since it was given to him by Fisher, Minchi naturally wouldn't doubt it. After opening the box, he took out one of the fruits and bit it down. The next moment, Minchi became a master of peking opera, and his expression changed kaleidoscopic people. Fisher, what did you give me? Afterwards, Minchi's roar resounded throughout the forest, startling countless birds and beasts. I said it was a good thing. Looking at Minchi, who kept rubbing his cheeks, Fisher laughed gloatingly. He was also like this before. The strong sour taste of the vitality fruit is really unbearable. Hearing this, Minchi gave him a hard look. She sort of knew why her body felt that the vitality fruit was good for her, but her gourmet cells disliked it. The gourmet cell likes to taste food the most. The vitality fruit is so sour, and it is purely sour. How could the gourmet cell like it? Okay, I won't laugh anymore. Let me test your Nianchi cultivation for you first. Nanchi cultivation base. Well, Nianchi cultivation base. Stretch out your hand. Fisher materialized the detector, said gently. 386,930. Hey, your strength has improved really fast, and your Nianchi cultivation level is 3.6, so it's so strong. Looking at the value displayed on the detector, Fisher was a little surprised. This value has almost caught up with Dad Silva. This guy Minchi is a latecomer. Aptitude is the worst among members of Fisher's faction, but the speed of improvement is the fastest. When he first joined his own faction, this fellow Minchi's Nianchi cultivation base was close to 100,000, no more. Unexpectedly, in the past 6 months, Minchi's Nianchi has become so strong. However, if you think about it carefully, with the gourmet cells and the grace of God, this wetland with dreamy food and many monsters is like a fish in water for Minchi, and it is normal to have this kind of strength improvement. Minchi, has your favor been upgraded? You said favor. My favor has reached 4.3. Hurry up. Quick. It's really this guy, standing in a hidden place 1,000 meters away. Fisher used Netero's viewing method to look at a huge kiwi tree 1,000 meters away and said calmly, this guy seems to have known that there is such a special kiwi tree here, so he guarded it half a month ago. Every time those special kiwis come over, they are repelled by them. Minchi nodded, and then described what happened here. Speaking of the special macaque in Minchi's mouth, this stuff is really interesting. If it wasn't for what Grandpa Gino said, Fisher wouldn't know that there are animals as wonderful as those in One Piece world in this world. The scientific name is the existence of special macaques, and you can regard them as special soldiers among macaques. It was born after a country sent more than a dozen special soldiers who had cultivated cold ability to enter here decades ago. The macaques that can exist in the depths of the wetmeal wetland are naturally impossible to beat ordinary macaques. These special macaques were originally just powerful and very smart macaques. After meeting these special soldiers who were dispatched in 2009, I learned none from these soldiers, and also imitated the various habits of these special soldiers, and trained myself as a special soldier among macaques. It is almost exactly the same behavior as the group of baboons on the island where Hawkeye is located in One Piece. This guy belongs to Byongda. Do you want to kill him right here? Sayu Fisher murmured, looking at the 12 earthly branches lying leisurely under the kiwi tree. And at the moment when Fisher's words came out, 1,000 meters away, Sayu under the kiwi tree suddenly shuddered involuntarily, and the whole person instantly became vigilant. The 3 companions he brought were puzzled when they saw Sayu's appearance. What's wrong with you, boss? One of the Nin people asked. Go, get out of here immediately. Sayu looked around in panic and gave orders to the 3 subordinates, then carefully left the kiwi tree and entered the mist. Seeing this, the 3 subordinates looked at each other, and they all saw the doubts among each other. However, since the boss gave such an order, they could only keep up and leave here quickly. On Fisher's side, Minchi, who was also watching Sayu's movements with a gaze, put down his hand speechlessly. This guy is so cautious. You just said a word. Even if he sensed your murderous intentions towards him, you don't have to leave just like that. Regarding Sayu's choice, Minchi couldn't complain. It should be called Sungshin. Fisher also had a strange expression on his face. Through the observation just now, Fisher can clearly see that the reason why Sayu uses this kind of movement completely is because his own sentence never reached his ears. It's just completely irrelevant words. What is it from the heart? It's called counseling. It's called a dog. Minchi spat and said unceremoniously and contemptuously, You decide. Those special macaques came out. Suddenly, Fisher found that after Sayu and others left, a group of macaques wearing tattered special equipment ran out of the dark and climbed up the huge kiwi tree in twos and twos. One by one stood beside the ripe kiwi, drooling and waiting. It really did appear. Since that's the case, let's go there too. Otherwise it won't be worth the loss if we get eaten by these monkeys. Minchi also saw it, and then shouted, and then his body flashed, turned into a pea, and bounced out. Compared to this, what I'm thinking now is whether to kill Sayu, Byongda's undercover agent. However, it doesn't seem like this guy has anything to do with me being an undercover agent for Byongda. Forget it. Looking at Minchi's disappearing figure, Fisher muttered to himself, and glanced at the place where Sayu left while speaking. Immediately, Fisher followed Minchi's pace and rushed towards the huge kiwi tree. And as Fisher spoke again, Sayu, who had already retreated, was rushing towards the periphery of Shimura wetland, trembling again. His whole body was extremely cold. Thousands of cold air shot straight from the soles of his feet to the sky. The next moment, Sayu completely gave up on the way of rushing and directly sprinted towards the wetmeal wetland at the fastest speed. He was completely frightened by the panic that surged in his heart twice, and he broke out in cold sweat while running. Ma Dan, which scary guy is here? And he is specifically targeting me. Which monster did I provoke? Naturally, Fisher doesn't know that the thought that arises in his heart by accident will be perceived by Sayu, scaring Sayu into such a picture. Even if they knew, they would probably laugh and applaud. As for Fisher, when Fisher came over, Minchi had already killed several special kiwis and occupied the kiwi fruit tree. It's really stingy for such a big tree to bear so few fruits. Holding a dozen kiwi fruits, Minchi glanced at the huge kiwi fruit tree, and his words were full of contempt. Fisher, Fisher, here you go, try it. I don't know what effect it has. Minchi threw a kiwi fruit to Fisher and picked up a kiwi himself. Fisher reached out to take it and then directly bit down on it, making the kiwi fruit 3 or 2 times. As soon as he finished eating, Fisher felt a warm current spreading through his body, nourishing his body. Fisher was a little surprised. Fisher could feel that as the warm current continuously entered his body seemed to become stronger. So that's it. This thing is to increase physical strength. Minchi also sensed the effect of kiwi, excitedly said, transplant this thing to Kukula Mountain. Fisher nodded and directly made a decision. Let Crook study it and see if it can be mass-produced. The effect of kiwi fruit strengthening the body is not very obvious, but it is still there. It's just that the number is too small, but if this number is increased, then this thing will be very terrifying. And it just so happens that Crook is an expert in studying these strange plants. Let her study how to increase production, and it will be of great help to the Zoldyck family and herself. I think so too, but Crook, you chicken of the 12 earthly branches. Minchi nodded, agreeing, but the next moment, she was attracted by the Crook that Fisher said. Well, Crook and Gailu, both of them are like you now. They're my direct housekeepers. You can communicate with each other. Fisher nodded and explained. Really, that's great. I used to admire them both very much. It's decided, I'll go back to Kukula Mountain too. Minchi was very excited when he heard that Crook and Gale, 2 of the 12 earthly branches, had become his colleagues. You want to go back? That's just right. I'll leave this thing to you to get it back. I'm going somewhere else. Give it to me. Speaking of which, I don't know if Killua and Gon are now the hosts. However, according to Gon's character, he is probably thinking about how to return Hisoka's punch. Standing in the huge square in front of the Sky Arena, Fisher looked at the huge towering building and murmured inwardly. Immediately, Fisher stepped out and walked towards the gate of the arena. When Fisher entered the Sky Arena, Gon and Hisoka were fighting fiercely in an arena on the 200th floor of the Sky Arena. In the auditorium, many spectators are constantly bursting into shouts and enthusiasm. Gon, this guy has really mastered Lao Gao's teachings. However, this level can't beat that guy Hisoka. This guy didn't use his full strength from the beginning. Although the battle between the two looks intense, it's Hisoka who is throwing water. This guy is really a pervert. In the auditorium, Killua leaned on his chin, watching the battle below, thinking silently in his heart. Especially after seeing the red scar on Hisoka's face, Killua couldn't help complaining. As a killer, Killua's combat experience and eyesight are much better than Gon's, so he can tell that Hisoka was beaten in the face by Gon because Hisoka voluntarily was beaten. Because of this, Killua thinks Hisoka is perverted. After all, who wouldn't deliberately get beaten up if he wasn't a pervert? Moreover, the back and forth between the two on the court was also done on purpose by Hisoka. That guy seems to be very keen on playing like this. No, he is cultivating the target he wants to fight, turning the green apple in his mouth into a ripe apple. It really is the perverted Hisoka. At this moment, a voice rang in Killua's ear, making Killua tremble all over. Brother. Killua immediately recognized the owner of the voice and couldn't help shouting out the message. Hey, long time no see, Killua. Fisher, who just arrived here, waved his hand and greeted casually. After saying hello, Fisher reached out and pressed Killua's head, rubbing it vigorously. Hey, brother, I'm not a kid anymore. Killua suddenly turned from embarrassment into anger when Fisher rubbed his head and said loudly, yeah, you're not a kid anymore. Fisher nodded while looking at the detector in his hand. Hey, it's more than 20,000. Sure enough, your talent is really terrifying. Looking at the value of Killua displayed on the detection phone, Fisher was deeply moved. Killua has only been practicing none for more than 5 months, but his potential energy has already reached this value. Although it is only 20,000, it is already the level that most of the gentlemen can only reach in their lifetime. For example, those companions of Kurapika in the original work probably couldn't reach this level in terms of the strength of their thoughts. These ninjas are referred to as rookies among rookies, and Killua can be regarded as out of the rookie level. Huh? 23,015? What is this? Annoyed, Killua noticed the detector in Fisher's hand, looked over it curiously, and was immediately puzzled when he saw the number on it. The strength of your thoughts. It took a few months to reach this level. Killua, your talent is truly terrifying. Fisher explained aloud. Hey, it's really interesting to realize the strength of mind energy into numbers. Killua immediately became interested when he heard that, and directly snatched the detector from Fisher's hand. Brother, Fisher didn't care about this, but rubbed his chin and thought about it. If you are so strong in 5 months, then you can practice for 50,000 a year. Killua's talent should be about the same as Gon's, and it's no wonder that Gon was able to crush Neferpitou after forced growth in the original book. The strength of Neferpitou's energy should not be much different from that of Yubi. If the value of mind energy increases by 50,000 a year, it will be 1 million in 20 years. With the strength of the enhancer's thought energy and a potential energy of 1 million, its displayed energy will be very scary, and in addition to the special nature of its guessing boxing game, it can burst out more than the displayed energy. At the very least, it can burst out with hundreds of thousands of manifestations, and it seems normal for the most powerful attack to blow Neferpitou dry with a single punch. Glancing at Killua, who was studying the detection of mobile phones, Fisher was slightly envious. Talented people can really do whatever they want. No, it should be said that the protagonist can do whatever he wants. Shaking his head, Fisher dispelled the envy in his heart. I have the ability to multiply by 10 times, and I am not weaker than these two guys, or even much stronger. Taking a step forward, Fisher left Killua's side and walked towards the player tunnel, where there was a special guy. I remember you were the guy who fought against Hisoka a few months ago. What's your business with me? Leaning against the wall and watching the perverted Hisoka's play, Maki noticed Fisher's arrival and was a little puzzled. Well, it's nothing serious, Fisher said lightly, but the next moment his figure disappeared. This immediately made Maki tremble all over, and his whole body entered a state of alert. However, in the next moment, Maki was stunned, not daring to move. Because Fisher didn't know when he had already appeared behind her, pressing a hand on her body. Maki can feel that once he makes a move, he will face death. This was her first feeling after she realized that Fisher was holding her shoulder. This feeling terrified her. This is her physical instinct. Well, 150,000. As a member of Phantom Troop, you are really good. At this time, Maki heard Fisher's voice, and his heart trembled. The identity was exposed, and Maki knew that his identity was exposed. But she still didn't dare to make a move. This guy Hisoka doesn't want to play anymore. At this time, Fisher's voice came again. Hearing this voice, Maki looked over habitually. Sure enough, this guy Hisoka had given up playing, not gone away from the ring, and was looking this way. Buzz. The next moment, Maki felt a terrifying aura erupting from behind her, instantly making Maki feel as if she was in an abyss, and the whole person kept trembling. Wang Hao. And below, Hisoka, who was looking at this side excitedly, also died down at this time, and his face twitched wildly. This guy will really kill me. Forget it. Don't tease this guy anymore. I want to live for a while longer. Hisoka, who was originally excited when he noticed Fisher's appearance, didn't dare to have such thoughts at all, because he knew it was Fisher's warning. Brother, what a terrifying air. Brother Fisher's anger is terrifying. Which monster is this? It makes people dare not have any resistance at all. How can the Sky Arena attract such a level of existence? Not only Hisoka was scared, but some of the nun who came to watch the battle in the arena at this time were all falling into panic. The eyes one by one looking at this side were full of fear. Regarding this, Fisher didn't care at all, hooked Killua's side, and Fisher left here. Brother, your Nianqi is too terrifying. Fisher shouted in shock from Killua in the room on the floor of the Sky Arena. He wanted to shout this sentence from the auditorium of the arena just now. Yeah. Gon on the side also nodded like a chicken chasing rice, his eyes full of admiration. Work hard. With the potential of the two of you, sooner or later you will be able to cultivate Nianqi to the level as strong as mine. Fisher encouraged with a light smile. I will. Killua nodded firmly. He has now made Fisher his target. Well, as the first goal, surpass my brother. However, this goal is peaches for Killua. The Killua ghost cannot surpass Fisher in his life. After hearing Killua's words, Gon on the side quickly said, I will definitely work hard. This guy seems to have become Fisher's little fanboy. Fisher doesn't care much, though. I came here this time to find you, Killua. Here, this is the vitality fruit. After eating it, you can increase your mind energy. As for how you want to use it, you can decide for yourself. Fisher said, while taking out the vitality fruit share belonging to Killua from the system space. With Killua's personality, it is estimated that he will not eat alone, and will definitely share it with Gon, and Fisher is too lazy to care about it. I guess I can't handle it. Hey, there is such a thing. Thank you, old brother 107. Killua was surprised when he heard Fisher's words, but then he understood the meaning of Fisher's words, and thanked him quickly. Killua is very clear that his elder brother doesn't have a good sense of Gon, so he will never give such good things to Gon. And with his own personality, he won't enjoy this kind of thing alone. Just now Fisher's exhortation has been specifically explained, and he doesn't care how he uses it. In other words, my elder brother allowed himself to distribute the vitality fruit to Gon. This is very contradictory, but it makes him very grateful. Hey Gon, thank you brother quickly. After thanking Gon, looking at Gon who was still dumbfounded and unresponsive, Killua suddenly twitched his eyes and slapped Gon on the head, reminding him. Although Gon didn't know why Killua slapped himself on the head, but he knew that Killua wouldn't do it for nothing. So he followed what Killua said and quickly bowed to thank him. Thank you, brother Fisher. In the future, report your location to Wudong every month, and I will ask Wudong to give you 2 vitality fruits every month. Well, that's it, you guys go back. Fisher glanced at the bowing Gon, sighed slightly, then waved his hand casually, and drove away directly. Sure enough, Fisher still doesn't like Gon, a stunned young man. Is there anything else? That's really great. Thank you, brother. Then let's go, brother. Killua was a little surprised, and then said with a smile, and then impatiently took Gon's hand and left here. This guy distributed his share to Gon, which is equivalent to giving up more than 1,000 thoughts per month. However, this guy's talent is stronger than the rest of the family, and he probably won't lag behind the rest of the family. Sitting on the sofa, Fisher thought silently. The vitality fruit has the best effect only when it bears fruit for the first time, and each fruit can increase the mind energy value by 2,000. After that, there are only more than 1,000 to 2,000. Killua, why did you ask me to thank brother Fisher just now? In the corridor, Gon asked in confusion. Idiot, brother, if you say that, you have already allowed me to give you this thing. My brother said that this thing can improve the cultivation of mind energy. Killua glared at him, and then explained. Gon, this guy doesn't know how to grow his brain. Sometimes it's very witty, but sometimes it's a bit dull and can't turn its head. When my brother said that, he already knew that his character would do this, and he allowed it. That is to say, the elder brother handed over the vitality fruit to Gon through his own hands. In this case, shouldn't Gon be thankful? Didn't brother Fisher give you this? Sure enough, Gon didn't expect this at all. Phew, Gon, sometimes I really want to pry open your head and see how your head grows. If you get something good, will you share it with me? Killua said after taking a deep breath. Of course. Gon nodded without hesitation. Yes, so I am the same. In this case, I have obtained such a good thing. Do you want to share it with you? And my brother has always been very bad at your senses, so according to my previous attitude, I will never allow me to give you the vitality fruit. And my brother just said those words. What do you think they mean? The former said with a bit of hatred. It means brother Fisher gave me the vitality fruit through your hand. Gon's mind was spinning fast at this moment, and he figured it out all at once. That's it. So you said you should thank brother. Killua nodded in satisfaction, looking at Gon with a childish look. In this case, I really want to thank brother Fisher. Gon also came to his senses, scratched his head, smiled awkwardly, and said, yeah, let's go back and taste the vitality fruit my brother gave me. Killua nodded and said. Fisher naturally didn't know that what he said would be made up by Killua's brain. Fisher just doesn't want to be bothered with this kind of thing, doesn't want to interfere with Killua's character development. If you know, you will definitely be dumbfounded. The two quickly returned to the room. By the way, the two of them asked for a double room specially from the management staff of the Sky Arena. As soon as they returned to the room, the two couldn't wait to taste the vitality fruit. Then, very sour. Although it was very sour, the two of them still ate the vitality fruit. Soon, the two of them felt the changes in the mind energy in their bodies. It's amazing, one vitality fruit is worth 10 days of cultivation. After feeling the changes in the mind energy in the body, the two opened their eyes, and a flash of light flashed. Killua said excitedly. Yeah, that's amazing. Gon also nodded excitedly. My brother will ask Wudong to send us 2 vitality fruits every month from now on. That is to say, we can gain 10 more days of cultivation effect every month. Killua remembered what Fisher said before driving away. In other words, it got even more exciting. I'm really looking forward to it. Killua, your brother is so kind. Gon nodded, and then said enviously. Killua's elder brother has always been thinking about Killua, and will send Killua as soon as he has any good things. If only I had such a brother. Hey, you are envious. Killua said proudly. However, Killua felt a little regretful immediately. I really don't know why my brother hates you so much. Otherwise you could be my brother's younger brother. Killua sighed. After saying this, Gon fell silent. Even though Fisher had said the reason why he hated himself before, he was still at a loss and didn't know. Hisoka, who is that guy? In the dimly lit room, Maki crossed his arms and asked Hisoka without looking up, with a frightened expression on his face. She was taken aback by Fisher's anger just now. Although Fisher's aura was not mixed with any evil aura, the pure aura made her feel like she was in an abyss, and she didn't dare to have a little bit of resistance. He, Fisher Zoldyck, a member of the Zoldyck family. Hisoka looked at Maki with a smile, and replied with a hint of schadenfreude in his eyes. For Maki's current situation, Hisoka is very satisfied. Hey, I can't be the only one who is scared. Now seeing Maki being frightened by Fisher like this, Hisoka's inner balance is much more balanced. Zoldyck, how can there be such a terrifying existence in this family? Maki heard this, and his pupils constricted suddenly. Of course, she knew about the Zoldyck family. Several years ago, another member of their phantom troop was assassinated by Silva, the patriarch of the Zoldyck family. At that time, the head of the regiment deliberately found Silva Zoldyck for revenge, but she didn't know the result. However, since then, the head of the group has given orders, and the matter has been exposed. I didn't expect that the person who fought against the department last time was actually from the Zoldyck family, and he was so terrifying, but his aura made him dare not make any moves. Thinking of this, Maki's heart suddenly sank, and at the same time he was a little grateful. Yes, I'm glad. Fortunately, the team leader didn't decide to fight the Zoldyck family at the beginning. Instead, he fought with the Zoldyck family's patriarch in a fighting way, and then revealed it. If that feud continues to this day, then Phantom Troop is definitely at stake. In the face of such a terrifying enemy, it is probably useless for the members of the entire brigade to go together. This matter must be reported to the head of the group. Thinking of this, Maki immediately got up and said goodbye to Hisoka. Hisoka, I'm leaving. Remember not to be late. Hahaha, this guy Maji was quite frightened. 11. However, it's no wonder that I was also scared. How did this little monster cultivate? The aura has become so terrifying. However, with such a terrifying aura, his strength has definitely improved greatly, and I really want to fight him. But, forget it. After Maki left, Hisoka laughed lightly, murmured in a low voice, and halfway through the murmur, Hisoka's expression became excited and perverted. But the next moment, Hisoka looked like half of the eggplant was wilted down. Although I am a perverted combat killer, this kind of purely suicidal behavior is still not advisable. I'd better focus on Crawlo and Gon. Shaking his head, Hisoka got up and went into the bathroom to show off his figure. It seems that because of Fisher's arrival, Killua wanted to show his progress in front of Fisher, so he ran to make an appointment for a quick battle that could be fought at any time. The kind that started fighting the next day. I have to say, Killua is really a genius. This guy has developed super speed in this time period. The speed is fast, but the power is a bit unsatisfactory. Moreover, all kinds of nin skills have been used freely, and they have become proficient. The enemy on the opposite side was completely fooled by Killua, and Killua, special especially showed off his various cold ability skills under Fisher's gaze. It is estimated that in a year or two, this guy will be able to fully rank among the Nin Masters. Facing his brother's great progress, Fisher is naturally very pleased. However, it's still a little immature now, and it's still a little powerless to face those famous Nin people. Just in case, give this guy a mark. Looking at Killua fighting below, Fisher commented to himself. Although Fisher wanted to leave after watching Killua's fight, but under Killua's special plea, he stayed and gave some advice to the two of them. Clean up. After that, he left the Sky Arena contentedly and went to HXH City. This trip, Fisher's purpose is to give Minchi, Killua, and Kurapika 3 people with energy fruit. The work of Minchi and Killua is done, and only Kurapika is left. I don't know how this kid is doing in HXH City. Although there are reports, they are not reported as frequently as Minchi, and Kurapika does not report too many work matters. Speaking of which, this HXH City is also a 3-way zone. Gangsters are everywhere, prosperous and corrupt. It's exactly the same as a certain city in the previous life, but it's no wonder. After all, the prototype is that city. Sitting in the car, Fisher looked out the window at the bustling steel forest and said silently. Soon, Fisher's car arrived at a luxurious hotel. This was arranged with the butler who came out this time. Master Kurapika has been notified. Master Kurapika said that he will be here on time at 9 o'clock tonight. Master Fisher. In the luxurious suite, the butler bowed slightly and reported to Fisher. Ah, it's hard work, you go down. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, looking at the unchanging scenery outside the window, Shell said. Yes, this subordinate retreats. The steward replied, and then retreated. Sure enough, I still prefer quiet places. This kind of steel forest is not suitable for me. Looking at the traffic flow outside the window, Fisher's face remained unchanged, but he felt a little tired inside. Just simply don't like this place. Compared with the steel forest, Fisher prefers the secluded forest. Shaking his head, Fisher left the floor-to-ceiling windows, sat on the sofa, slowly closed his eyes, and started his daily practice. Time passed quietly in the continuous rotation of the hour hand on the wall, and the night came quietly. At a certain moment, Fisher opened his eyes and looked towards the door. Come in. I'm sorry, Lord Fisher. The door was opened, and Kurapika, who hadn't seen him for a long time, came to Fisher and said with a smile. Long time no see. Kurapika, it seems that you haven't abandoned your practice knife.